You are on the verge of being expelled from the mountain gate due to the absence of a spiritual root. Yet, instead of feeling anxious, you spend each day gathering bamboo leaves and collecting ants. Even daily, you gaze at your junior sister with a mischievous smile, leading everyone to wonder what sort of person you truly are. Until a wretched old man, steeped in malice, harmed your senior sister during the grand set competition. In the next moment, a sword emerges, startling the world. In the following instant, a blade is drawn, causing a stir across the land. With the body of a mere mortal, the sword cleaves through all existence. Just moments ago, you follow the messenger's child towards the grand square of the sect's great competition. At this moment, Zi Fei was gravely injured. His azure robe was riddled with gashes. Despite his pallid complexion, his eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity as he regarded the youth in the square. Xing Qian's name is Qin Xiao. Her cultivation is on par with his. If they were to engage in an open and fair duel, defeat would simply mean defeat. However, in this instance, she refuses to accept it. As the diligent Zuzhu tended to Feifei's wounds, she muttered with indignation, "What is so remarkable about that Qin? He is merely relying on external connections." At that moment, a brilliant light of sword radiance illuminated the horizon. Zhang Yuan, soaring upon his sword, returned. He was the disciple who had just gone to the sword peak to inform you. Have you awakened? That is well. Your junior brother is on his way. He will take you back. Bai Feifei grasped the long sword leaning against the side, her delicate figure trembling slightly from the pain. I have not yet lost, she declared. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhenyuan furrowed his brow. Initially, he held a certain admiration for Bai Feifei, yet he did not anticipate her stubbornness to such an extent. Zhu hurriedly helped Bai Feifei to her feet. Senior sister, she said, a loss is simply a loss. Losing to senior brother Qin is nothing to be ashamed of. With that, she cast a fierce glare at Zhang Zhenyuan. Though she was merely a servant disciple, she was not afraid. Zhang Zhenyuan chuckled softly before turning his gaze towards the square. At this moment, after Qin Xiang once again triumphed over an opponent, Bala cast a glance at the stands, challenging all. The roar, infused with spiritual energy, resonated like thunder, startling the birds into flight amidst the mountains. That tall figure exudes an aura of invincibility. The elders of various peaks nod in agreement, acknowledging the prowess of the ghost blower of Kanglan Peak. Such domineering intent is truly remarkable. Qin Xia cast a sweeping glance around before slowly sheathing his dagger. In this moment, he stood as the focal point of attention, embodying the foremost disciple of the entire Wandao sect. If no one else ascends the stage, the current head of the law enforcement hall shall be held by Qin Xiang. As the elder's words resonated, the entire Tianshu Square erupted in cheers that echoed like thunder. Yet, amidst the jubilant cheers, few noticed the faint sound of a sword's chime. This sound was so subtle that it escaped the attention of all, yet it rang with a clarity as delicate as a mountain stream in joyful motion. In the center of the square, Qin Xiaojing, having just received the enforcement plaque, suddenly felt a pang of trepidation, akin to being the target of a lurking beast. With a resounding clang, he instinctively drew forth his long spear. His consciousness at the golden core stage radiated outward, yet he felt no trace of any malevolent spiritual energy. With a sudden gasp, Qin Xiao expelled a mouthful of fresh snow, his hand releasing the treasured card that clattered to the ground. He resembled a kite severed from its string, soaring away in a bewildered state. His eyes, filled with astonishment, were fixed upon the mountain path at the entrance of the square. At the moment the sword struck, he finally discerned the opponent's position. However, it was already too late. The blade pierced through his shoulder, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. The thunderous cheers abruptly ceased, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, including the esteemed elders seated at the judging panel. This sword, Tai Jing 7, possesses no grandeur whatsoever, nor does it carry even a trace of spiritual energy. Who is it? Elder Zhao Quofiai of the Kanglan Peak hurriedly supported Qin Xiao as he descended from the platform. Everyone turned their gaze towards the mountain path. And there you came, walking slowly. Your long hair was casually tied up with a withered ribbon, and you wore a faded blue shirt, appearing rather unremarkable. What astonishes people the most is that you possess no cultivation. Remarkably, there exists someone on Mount Wandao who lacks any form of cultivation. At this moment, there remained a hint of uncertainty on his face. Zhang Yuan turned to gaze at Bai Feifei. Your junior disciple has arrived. Bai Feifei gazed at you on the mountain path, her countenance revealing no trace of emotion. The impression you left on her, as her junior disciple, was rather ambiguous. Since the day your master took you up the mountain, she has never seen you descend. You can either be found gazing vacantly at ants or idly observing the leaves. At times, you can fixate on a single fish for an entire day. After Bai Feifei successfully formed her elixir, she began to frequently embark on missions for her sect, naturally leaving her with little time or inclination to pay attention to that so-called junior disciple. You wiped the sweat from your forehead, disregarding the gazes of those around you. With a single glance, you located the viewing platform of Sword Peak, where only Bai Feifei and 2 attendants were present, tending to her wounds. Zhao Kuo glared at you after the beautiful snow had fallen, inquiring, "Who are you, my lord? What is the reason behind your ambush on Qinxiang?" Upon hearing these words, a faint smile graced your lips. Jianfeng Chunpingen, specially appointed to preside over this session of the law enforcement hall. As your voice faded, disciples from various peaks began to murmur among themselves. Isn't Jianfeng solely comprised of Bai Feifei and Mu Qingyi? That desolate place is utterly barren. When I last passed through, I was struck by an unsettling chill. It is rather amusing to see this individual, devoid of any cultivation, attempting to challenge Qinxiang. Do you not find it comical? A chorus of laughter erupted from the crowd, all perceiving him as nothing more than a source of amusement. Yet Qin Xiao could not muster a smile. The injury on his shoulder still throbbed with a lingering ache. Zhao Kuo's expression was equally grave. Despite his cultivation at the nascent soul stage, he had failed to perceive the sword intent that had just manifested. This left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. The grand event of the sect had concluded. Any challenges would have to wait for another day. However, you paid no heed to Zhao Kuo, but instead turned your gaze towards Bai Feifei. Was it he who inflicted harm upon you? Upon hearing this, Bai Feifei nodded. She was now quite curious about what her junior brother intended to do. At that moment, the figure of the shark in your eyes gradually solidified, and then your fingers extended, seemingly entwined with the essence of a sword. Bai Feifei was indeed a treasure gem of the Sword Peak. Every time she made a mistake, Master would reprimand her. Such a master would never lay a hand on a cherished disciple. Yet this beloved one was being bullied by an outsider. Who could endure such indignity? I have ascended the mountain for 8 years, mastering 8 forms of swordsmanship. I humbly seek your guidance. As you pointed, the entire realm seemed to shift. The first sword severed all distractions. In that moment, Qin Xiaodong's pupils constricted sharply. The longhorn instantly unleashed a torrent of energy, surpassing 10,000 waves. He was aware that you had already made your move, yet he could not perceive it, nor sense any trace of spiritual energy. How, then, could he defend against it? One cannot even discern the direction of the opponent's sword. In the square, tens of thousands of spectators gaze upon the erratic movements of Qin Xiao. They perceive nothing substantial. They merely find Qin Zhao's performance somewhat exaggerated. Standing beside Qin Xiang, Zhao Kuo roared, unleashing a fierce attack towards you. You insolent junior! The furious energy transformed into a colossal dragon, lunging towards you with an insatiable hunger. Bai Feifei, wielding her long sword, attempted to rise but fell to the ground once more. Elder Zhao, as a formidable Yuanian cultivator, how can you bring your hand against my Jianfeng's mortal body? Do you not fear that my master will ascend to Kanglin Peak with sword in hand? However, gazing at the looming dragon before you, you instinctively prepare to unleash a drop of fresh snow from your fingertips, the second sword, Snow Shark. At this moment, Qin Ling, who was carelessly blabbering, felt a sudden jolt in his spirit, and he tumbled headlong to the ground. Zhao Kuo hastily extended his hand to examine Qin Zhao's injuries. Apart from a wound on his shoulder, Qin Xiao bore no other external injuries. The sword that severed the thoughts had evidently struck somewhere. Zhao Kuo felt as though he were on the brink of madness. It was the first time in his long life that he had encountered such a formless sword. Yet before he could continue to assess Qin Zhao's condition, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, as if the very essence of danger was approaching him. At this moment, the young disciple, Yu Li, along with the old man, arrived at Square 7. Upon witnessing Qin Shao being struck down by a single sword, the old man, neglecting his drink, was utterly enthralled, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gestured animatedly. Yu Li could only witness the imposing dragon of anger surging forth, causing her heart to leap into her throat. "Elder, please save my senior brother." However, the old man abruptly seized the moon glass and ascended to the viewing platform of Sword Peak, questioning the need for his rescue. "I have yet to fully indulge in the spectacle," he remarked. Upon encountering the visitor, Bai Fei promptly bowed respectfully. Disciple pays respects to Elder Dao. Dao, he waved his hand and turned his gaze back to the fierce battle below. Bai Fei gazed intently at the square, while Dao Yi's heart was filled with different thoughts. It is rumored that in his youth, Chuanwen Dao was infatuated with the art of swordsmanship, so much so that he stirred up countless storms and bloodshed in his quest to gather the 10 most renowned swords in the world. Could it be that he was secretly imparting his sword techniques? The moment Dao Yi beheld Yu wielding the snow shark sword, he was so overwhelmed with excitement that he leapt into the air. Oh, the snow shark sword! It embodies itself as a blade, devoid of any trace of spiritual energy, presenting an essence of swordsmanship that is pure to the utmost degree. After unleashing the second sword strike, you let go of your seventh hand, while Zhao Kuo's chi collided violently with your torso, instantly tearing apart a patch of skin. You were merely an unrefined mortal body, utterly incapable of withstanding the formidable chi of a nascent soul stage. Yet in that moment, the chi unexpectedly dissipated. At this moment, in the distance, Zhao Kuo was pinned to the seven-spirit platform by a snow-white sword. Should this sword advance any further, it would pierce through his spiritual platform and penetrate his primordial infant. Hence, he had no choice but to dissipate his vital energy. If he were to be ensnared by a furious hammerhead shark, Xue Jinxing would undoubtedly lose control, and Zhao Kuo would be left with no doubts whatsoever. You are indeed gambling with your life. How long can a mortal's lifespan be? Yet Zhao Kuo, as a practitioner in the nascent soul stage, possesses a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. Thus, one might consider it not a loss. The youth. All our fellow disciples, how about taking a step back? At this moment, Zhao Kuo's tone had lost its previous assertiveness. After tearing away the tattered strips of cloth from your body, you slowly approached the two individuals. My senior sister, effortlessly confronting her adversaries as if it were as simple as eating or drinking. How could she possibly be defeated by this fool? You delivered a gentle kick to Qin Shao, who lay on the ground and squinted at Bai Fei. Zhu assisted her senior sister as she approached. Zhu hurriedly lifted Bai Fei and brought her to the stands. They truly cared for their senior sister. That old man Lan even dared to strike at her during the competition. You grasped Bai Fei's arm, checking her pulse. The heartbeat was steady. It appeared she was merely suffering from severe blood loss. At this moment, Bai Fei's delicate face flushed slightly. Although she had grown up alongside you since childhood, this was the very first instance of such intimate contact. I'm fine, she stammered. It is of little consequence. Your face has become disheveled. You gaze at Bai Fei with a heart full of sorrow. To witness my senior sister being subjected to such mistreatment. What would Master say if you were to see this? In the next moment, you turned your head and glared fiercely at Zhao Kuo, wishing you could silence him on the spot. Do you truly believe that my sword peak is devoid of capable individuals? Zhao Kuo lowered his head, unable to utter a word. Today, he felt utterly humiliated, having lost to a mere 7th-level disciple despite being a member of the Elders' Hall. At that moment, the remaining 5 judges also rose to their feet. The formidable prowess of the nascent soul stage manifests simultaneously, as 3 practitioners at the initial phase of the nascent soul exude an overwhelming aura that engulfs the entire venue. Let this matter conclude here. Upon witnessing this scene, you squint your eyes at the 5 individuals. Are they planning to cover for each other, or are they perhaps all in cahoots? The third sword rises with the wind. In an instant, the entire Tianshu square was engulfed by a tempest. This sword strike was unlike the previous 2, which had been serene instead. It was extraordinarily grandiose. Countless sword intents surged with the mountain winds, tearing the earth of Tianshu Square as fissures emerged. The 5 infant elders hastily summoned a protective barrier of spiritual energy to defend themselves. It was the first time they had encountered such a terrifying sword, intent unyielding and capable of shattering gold and stone alike. At the same time, tens of thousands of disciples in the square were scattering in all directions. Although this sword strike was not aimed at them, it was inevitable that such a tempestuous sword technique would inadvertently cause harm. Originally engrossed in the narrative, he found himself unable to remain still after the emergence of this sword. At that moment, within the bamboo cottage of Jianfeng, Mu Qingyi was enjoying tea with her old friend, Huitian. Suddenly, the tea in the cup began to ripple as if stirred by the wind. She hastily set down her cup and gazed towards the direction of Tianshu Square. Such formidable sword intent, it seemed to be harnessing the very might of heaven and earth. Huitian likewise nodded in appreciation. I heard that you have taken on another disciple. Mu Qingyi took a sip of tea, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. The innate sword body, seeing Huitian's eyes widen in astonishment, filled Mu Qingyi with delight. This was precisely the reaction she desired. As the two were engrossed in their conversation, Mu Qingyi suddenly rose to her feet. The Tianshu Square was not merely a venue for the clash of swords, but had even attracted the intervention of a formidable, star-picking expert, none other than senior brother Dao Yi. Huitian has also made some mistakes. After all, Dao Yi has been silent for an extended period. His last act was to descend the mountain and seize the Thunder Sword from the Lei family fortress, only to be reprimanded by the sect leader. Could it be that brother Dao Yi has once again stirred up trouble? Mind your own business and prosper. Feign ignorance. The two conversed until the rooster crowed at dawn. After Huitian departed, Mu Qingyi realized that Yuli had yet to return. She was just about to step out in search of her. Suddenly, a streak of brilliance rushed forth from the horizon. It is none other than Huitian returning once more. In haste, the figure clad in azure urged, "Quickly proceed to Bai Mu Hall. Your disciple has stirred trouble." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyi's heart skipped a beat. The first thought that crossed her mind was whether Bai Feifei had harmed someone during the sect competition. Without hesitation, she swiftly took to the skies on her sword, directing her flight towards the Hundred Eyes Palace. Along the way, she even prepared her excuses. After all, in the chaos of battle, swords are blind. Bai Feifei, so kind and endearing, could never intentionally cause harm to another. Within the Hall of 100 Eyes, the 10 elders of the Elder Council and the stewards of the Hall of Justice convened. The former master of Mi Feng Mountain, nearly at the pinnacle of his power, sat solemnly in his robe, a middle-aged man. His countenance appeared tranquil, yet beneath this calm facade lay tumultuous waves of unrest. As Mu Qingyi arrived, she immediately sensed the gravity of the trouble she had stirred. The assembly was bustling with a throng of people. Qingyi respectfully greeted her senior brother, the sect leader. Lu Qingshan nodded slightly. Upon seeing Mu Qingyi arrive, the tension in his clenched fist eased somewhat. "Junior sister, you have truly trained a remarkable disciple." The tone is serene and calm, yet Mu Qingyi can still sense the anger emanating from her senior brother. "Master brother, my young Bai Feifei is still quite immature and lacks discernment in her actions. I kindly ask you to exercise your judgment." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan's eyes widened in astonishment. It turns out that this junior sister remains oblivious to the situation at hand. Perhaps you should take a look at who is kneeling below. Upon hearing these words, Mu Qingyi was momentarily taken aback. She had just entered the hall and made a beeline for the sect leader, neglecting to observe the two individuals kneeling in the center of the grand hall. At this moment, she turned her head, only to find that one of the kneeling figures was none other than Dao Yi. Beside him knelt a young man, his tattered garment stained with snow and dirt, yet his head was bowed exceedingly low. Mu Qingyi approached with suspicion, extending a delicate finger to gently grasp your chin. She had finally discerned the true nature of this snowy-haired Yuan Pingon. Mu Qingyi has completely lost control over Qiqing. When did this rascal become entangled with Dao Yi? Moreover, what kind of trouble can a mere child incapable of refining qi stir up? You shook your head and brushed away Mu Qingyi's fingers, then fixed a gaze filled with fury upon Dao Yi. Dao Yi also refused to back down, glaring at you with defiance. Given the circumstances, if it were not for the restraints binding us, a fierce confrontation would undoubtedly ensue here. Master brother, what on earth has transpired? Is it possible that the wrong person has been apprehended? Though uncertain of the circumstances, it is evident to her that you are undoubtedly a victim of injustice. Lu Shan let out a cold snort, his temper barely contained. Do you not recognize your error? As the esteemed Grand Elder of the Elder Pavilion, who oversees the laws of the countless sects, you have audaciously disrupted the fairness of the sect's grand competition. With a tilted head and an expression that exudes fearlessness akin to that of a three-legged cat unafraid of boiling water, I possess my own considerations. As the head of the Elder Hall, do you think I am incapable of orchestrating a few subtle maneuvers? Upon hearing these words, you were instantly filled with rage. You sprang to your feet, intent on confronting the offender. How dare you? It is a disgrace that I, who have referred to you as my brother, find you betraying my esteemed senior sister. I demand justice. Seeing this scene, Mu Qingyi hurriedly stepped forward to restrain Yang. This is indeed the Hall of 100 Eyes. How can one behave so recklessly here? At this moment, Lu Qingshan pointed at you, consumed by anger. And you, Lil Huandan, what pretense of grievance do you display? Do you have any comprehension of how many fellow disciples were harmed by that single strike? Over 10,000 disciples suffered minor injuries, while 3 elders sustained severe wounds. The Tianshu Square is a treasure of the Wandao sect, and it has been halved by your actions. Do you still dare to speak now? He spoke as he delivered a fierce kick to you. Since its inception, the Heavenly Pivot Square has served as the prestigious face of the 10,000 Path sect. Whether it be grand competitions or the reception of sect visitors, various significant gatherings are held in the Heavenly Pivot Square. Now, this square resembles a mere remnant of its former grandeur, no longer exuding its previous majesty. After delivering a kick to you, Lu Qingshan directed another blow towards Dowie. Dowie, you speak first. Why did you conspire against Bai Feifei? Upon mentioning this, a smug expression appeared on his face. This fellow spends his days boasting in the mountains, claiming he possesses a sword capable of cleaving the northern plains from the Green Hills. I urged him to demonstrate, yet he hesitated and procrastinated. I pressed him again, but he continued to delay. Consequently, he ended up ensnaring his senior sister. Hearing this, Lu Qingshan furrowed his brow. Is that truly all there is to it? At this moment, Dao Yi's gaze suddenly became somewhat evasive. Isn't the spirit testing 7 approaching? Boasting so grandly, yet still unable to cultivate qi. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Now he understood the underlying cause of the matter. The Wandao sect conducts a spiritual assessment. Every 8 years, those who are unable to establish their foundation are destined to be expelled from the mountain. Yet you're unable to cultivate your energy. Thus Dao Yi is compelling you to take action. He seeks to demonstrate your worth. Do you wish to keep him? With a cold snort, Dao Yi uttered a sound of disdain. The old man merely felt that the rules were excessively rigid. Such a pursuit of the sword is indeed regrettable. After casting a glance at you, Lu Qingshan returned to his seat in the 7th row. With the body of an ordinary person, he wielded a sword that could rival thousands of disciples, severely injuring 3 elders at the nascent soul stage. This was not merely a quest for a sword, it was a prodigy the likes of which had never been witnessed in millennia. Yet, such a prodigy possesses no spiritual root. No matter how astonishing you may be, a century hence you shall turn to dust. All present, save for Mu Qingyi, fell into silence. At this moment, Mu Qingyi felt somewhat dazed. Was there a misunderstanding regarding the sword? Her second disciple appeared rather foolish. Lu Qingshan sighed. Let Guan Xian and Chun Pingyan discuss the matter of spirit measurement again after half a month. You two have caused such a great calamity. A penalty is unavoidable. All of you, go to the sword prison for confinement. At this moment, Mu Qingyi returned to the bamboo cottage in a rather disheveled state. At this moment, Bai Feifei's injuries had completely healed. Upon seeing her master return, she hurriedly inquired, Master, where is my junior apprentice? Mu Qingyi gently stroked Bai Feifei's long hair. Your junior apprentice, brother. He has gone to prison. Upon hearing this, Bai Feifei was taken aback. Master, you must save my junior brother. He acted solely to assist me. It was not his intention. At that moment, Mu Qingyi's hand abruptly halted. She suddenly recalled that she had a little disciple. Yueli has not returned since she departed last night. She had set out to seek Chen Pingyan. Given her cultivation level and qi refinement, it is unlikely that she would have been defeated amidst the chaos. Obedient disciple, tend to your wounds first. I shall seek out your junior sister. With that, she soared into the skies on her sword, vanishing from sight. Only the disheveled self of Fei Fei remains in the wind. This signifies the loss of the junior disciple. Thus, has the master taken on a new junior sister? The sword prison of Wandao Mountain is unfathomably deep. It is said that a millennium ago, an invasion from the northern plains occurred. At that time, the demon lord was unparalleled, directly descending upon the 7 sword prisons. However, in the next moment, he glanced down and felt a chilling dread, as if the abyss itself was fixated upon him. Yet, in that moment, the demon lord, consumed by a fierce determination, vowed to venture into the sword prison to uncover its mysteries. The consequence of that decision was that he entered, never to emerge again. As Dao descended the stone steps, he spoke to you eloquently, nearly transforming this sword prison into the most revered realm of all time. Yet the sight of this old man fills you with irritation. Who has the leisure to engage in idle chatter with him? You let out a cold snort. After all, it is merely a vertical hole. In a moment of confrontation, I found you still harboring resentment, voicing your grievances. You lack a spiritual essence. Life is but a fleeting century, and one ought not to squander precious time. Upon hearing these words, the corners of your lips slightly curled upwards. Who says that one cannot cultivate their own path without innate talent? Initially, you believed that this life would likely remain as it is. Until yesterday, you encountered the moonlight, witnessing the golden essence within. A sudden thought ignited in my mind. If only one could implant a sword imbued with ethereal grace within oneself, then one could also become a natural-born sword body. Once the notion of this predicament takes shape, it becomes inescapable. What you lack most at this moment is a spiritual sword. Contemplating this, you cast a glance. This fellow has indeed amassed quite a collection of fine swords, yet the old man wields them rather poorly. Those exquisite blades are utterly squandered in his possession. In order to prevent further conflicts between the two of you, Lu Qingshan confined Dao to the 7th level, while you were imprisoned in the 2nd level. From the moment you entered, you have been lying at the cell door, gazing at this vertical fissure. The entire opening boasts a diameter of 10,000 meters, and the rock walls are remarkably smooth. No matter how one looks at it, this place resembles a colossal sword piercing through the earth. Yet, how could such a grand blade exist in this world? Although the two of you are confined, the affairs of the sect are escalating dramatically within the myriad paths. The influence of the sect is intensifying, and the matter of mortals wielding swords to slay the nascent soul surpasses even the most sinister of enchantments. Aside from those who have been thwarted, no one else believes. In fact, some have already ascended Sword Peak, intent on challenging you. The once desolate Sword Peak has been forcibly carved with several narrow paths. This is the challenge letter from my senior, Yi Zhantian, inviting your senior to a duel at the Tianshu Square. Upon hearing this, Yuli skipped over to take the challenge letter. This marked the 28th one. He then turned to a young man beside him. And you? Have you also come to deliver a challenge letter? The youth hesitantly placed a letter in the delicate hands of the young Yuli. It was not a challenge, but rather a letter of goodwill. Instantly, little Yuli's mouth gaped in astonishment. Is this for my second elder brother? The young man shook his head. It is meant for your master. Chapter 6. Do not stand at the mountain pass. What if it rusts? Within the quaint bamboo cottage, the 3 disciples gazed at the love letter sprawled across the table. Their expressions a tapestry of emotions. The pink stationery, adorned with whimsical hearts, bore sentimental phrases that made the air thick with intrigue. Yu Yao's petite face radiated curiosity, while Bai Xian appeared somewhat flustered. Master Mu Qing, on the other hand, cast her eyes downward, her ears tinged with a rosy hue. Bai Xian timidly suggested, Master, should Yao I step outside for a moment? Mu Qing waved her hand dismissively. Step outside for what? Some matters are meant to be witnessed collectively. We wouldn't want to boast later only to be disbelieved. After decades, I wonder which mountain peak's Lord has finally opened his eyes. Stay put. I feel a bit anxious. Please, open it for me. Bai Xian, filled with skepticism, tore open the letter. Receiving such correspondence monthly, she could not fathom her master's nervousness. As she unveiled the contents, the penmanship was robust and vigorous, revealing the extraordinary character of the writer, likely a dashing young gentleman. Moving suizit herpalms. Feeling a rush of emotions as she read the letter, To my beloved Master Qing, I do not wish to remain in the sword prison. I wish to descend the mountain. Please intercede with the sect leader on my behalf." Upon reaching the signature, Wang Huitian, Mu Qing found herself frozen in disbelief. She had speculated it might be a letter from her senior brother or the renowned swordsman Li Xiaoyao, even entertaining the idea of a childhood friend, Hua Yunxiu. Yet never did she expect this from the wayward disciple. "I shall sever ties with him today," Mu Qing declared. Overturning the table with a swift kick and seizing a long bamboo stick, she made her way toward the sword prison. From a distance, Yu Yao, unable to discern the letter's contents, caught a glimpse of Wang Huitian's name, her eyes widening in astonishment. How scandalous! Second senior brother has written a love letter to Master. The sword prison cells were constructed against the rocky cliffs, spiraling downward in a series of chambers. Inside, one could gaze at the sky, though ill-fated prisoners might find rainwater seeping into their confines. Wang Huitian sat quietly, staring at the heavens, while two fellow disciples from the Wandao sect occupied adjacent cells. Their crimes unknown. "Stop staring. No letter has ever escaped this sword prison since its inception," one grumbled. "Indeed, I find myself incarcerated here monthly, and have yet to witness anyone leave early," replied the other, disheartened. Wang Huitian, however, was unfazed. He understood his master well. Once the letter was dispatched, she would surely come for him. "Hey, can't you see Yao Ge is talking to you?" Old Lu enlightened this newcomer on the rules. Yao Ge signaled to a nearby disciple, who smiled knowingly as he picked up a metal rod and approached Wang Huitian. What luck to encounter a prison bully while imprisoned. As old Lu drew near, he furrowed his brow. "You are a mere mortal?" Mortal beings were a rarity in the Wandao sect, where prodigious talents flourished at the tender age of 16 or 17. However, a mere mortal of the same age was an anomaly. He tossed the iron rod aside, somewhat apathetic. "Yao Ge, he is a mere mortal. I fear a single strike might prove fatal." "How unfortunate," Yao Ge remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Huitian. He was unconcerned about the potential demise of a mortal, but preferred not to sully the premises. Through it all, Wang Huitian remained oblivious to the two. His thoughts solely focused on his urgent desire to escape. Through inference, he seems to have conceived a solution to the dilemma of the spiritual roots. Yet it requires an abundance of medicinal herbs and spiritual stones. Over the past 8 years, his desire to cultivate has surpassed that of anyone else. And now he finally glimpses the light of hope. Peering into the abyss towards the 10th level, Dao Yi appears to be examining the blood sword drawn upon his chest. "If I cultivate my qi, I could sever the divine. Should I establish my foundation, I could easily dismantle your star-picking legs." "Whose legs are you aiming to dismantle?" A delicate voice rings through the air as Mu Qingshi descends gracefully, her azure gown billowing in the wind, exuding an ethereal aura. "Give me a reason to let you leave," she demands. Wang Huitian retorts, "If one is struck, one must retaliate. This is what you taught me." Mu Qingshi's face turns pale. Is she to blame for this? Did you truly injure those disciples? Even now, Mu Qingshi cannot believe that someone incapable of harnessing a shred of spiritual energy could achieve such feats. There must be someone targeting Jianfeng. Nearby, the onlooker Yao Ge, bewildered, turns to ask old Lu, "What are they talking about?" "I don't know, but that girl outside is quite beautiful." "Hey, young lady, come in and entertain Yao Ge." Wang Huitian turns to old Lu, giving him a thumbs up. Impressive. Even the notorious tigress of the Wandao sect dares to flirt. Mu Qingshi's expression turns icy. Raising her hand to unleash a flurry of sword energy that pierces the limbs of the two men, their anguished screams echoing through the sword prison. "Are you scoundrel? My father is the leader of Baihua Peak. How dare you treat me this way?" Wang Huitian from Baihua Peak is unheard of. The Wandao sect is too vast. Some lesser-known areas simply cannot be remembered. Enraged, Mu Qingshi seizes Yao Ge by the collar and slaps his face repeatedly, blood and teeth flying in a gruesome display. "You still wish to descend the mountain? Dream on." Discarding the unconscious duo, Mu Qingshi gently pats Wang Huitian's face, the threat unmistakable. Wang Huitian does not flinch, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Mu Qingshi's eyes. "If you do not allow me to descend the mountain, I shall fight my way out." Hearing this, Mu Qingshi remained silent. But Dao Yi, confined to the 10th level, grows anxious. Although the distance between the 2nd and 10th levels is great, it cannot hinder the gaze of a star-picking expert. He shouts desperately, "Wang, don't act impulsively. That's treason. I will plead for you." Wang Huitian shoots him a glare. "You can hardly protect yourself? Who are you trying to fool?" Mu Qingshi grits her teeth in anger, realizing for the first time how obstinate her disciple has become. "Master, I have not asked you for anything in the 8 years since I ascended the mountain, and you have scarcely cared for me. I implore you this once." At this, Mu Qingshi feels a pang of guilt. Considering how extreme the child's behavior is, it is apparent he lacks companionship, and her heart softens. That day, Mu Qingshi ascended to Bai Mu Hall, engaging in a fierce battle with Master Lu Qingshan. Pleading for mercy was out of the question. After all, how could one send the beloved little sister to plead for the elder brother? Poor Lu Qingshan. The Tianshu Square had yet to be repaired, and a corner of Bai Mu Hall was destroyed in the fray, ultimately requiring the intervention of the Grand Elder to separate the two. Wang Huitian was successfully released ahead of schedule, only to be met with a reprimand from the Grand Elder upon his emergence from seclusion, who reportedly shattered a wine gourd in the process. Upon hearing of Wang Huitian's early release, Yu Yao eagerly awaited him at the mountain gate, captivated by the brilliance of his swordsmanship, which she yearned to master. "Senior brother," she exclaimed, leaping up from a distance to wave at Wang Huitian. Upon seeing Yu Yao, Wang Huitian was equally exhilarated, and his previously timid demeanor transformed as he swiftly traversed the mountain path, reaching her in just a few bounds. Just as Yu Yao was about to speak, she felt her small hand being grasped. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she found herself at a loss for words, feeling a wave of nervousness. "What are we doing standing here in the cold morning breeze? What if we rust? Is my senior brother concerned for me?" Her breath quickened as she hurriedly withdrew her hand, lowering her gaze to her toes in silence. Bai Xian, upon hearing Yu Yao's call, rushed over upon realizing Wang Huitian had returned. Just as she crossed the bamboo grove, she witnessed him teasing the younger disciple. "Junior brother, do not bully the little sister," Bai Xian admonished, her tone laced with concern. Wang Huitian quickly composed himself. "Senior sister, how is your injury?" Bai Xian felt a warmth in her heart at his concern. "It is no longer an issue. Thank you, junior brother. However, might you lend me some spirit stones?" Chapter 7. Qin Shuang's Misfortunes. Yi Bai's visit Yu Yao bore witness to the emptying of Bai Xian's plump little purse, a sight that left her with a twinge of anxiety as she clutched the lotus leaf wallet at her waist. "Junior sister, what are you so flustered about?" "I'm not. I have no money." Upon returning to their bamboo cottage, Wang Huitian carelessly tossed the challenge letter into the rubbish bin. Bai Xian stood nearby, sneering. "They've heard you're merely immortal. They wish to trample you to gain fame." Wang Huitian pondered for a moment before retrieving the challenge letter. He was currently in need of spirit stones, and perhaps there was room for maneuver. Soon, those eager to challenge Wang Huitian received a response. Submit 100 low-grade spirit stones to accept the challenge. For 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, victory can be claimed within 100 moves. The Supreme Package. Pay 5,000 low-grade spirit stones to overpower the second disciple of Sword Peak solely through sheer momentum. An additional 50 spirit stones will grant you a cheerleading squad from Sword Peak's junior sister. Clearly marked prices, fair for all. After waiting an entire day, not a single challenger appeared. However, Dao Yi did arrive. Observing Wang Huitian's bruised visage, he finally felt at ease, though the fellow had resorted to dubious methods. His intentions were ultimately for Wang Huitian's benefit. "My young friend, do you not possess 8 swords? What are the remaining 5? Having heard of Wang Huitian's 8 sword techniques, Dao Yi had been itching to learn more and thus escape from confinement. After all, there were few capable of managing him atop Mount Wandao. Wang Huitian cast him a sidelong glance, dismissing him. Such secrets were not meant for casual discourse. "The 8th sword? That is all I wish to know. I'll trade you treasures for it." With that, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Master Muqing was absent, and Bai Xian was engaged in instructing Yu Yao in her cultivation. The environment felt secure. Warily, He retrieved 2 swords from his storage pouch, his expression one of vigilance, as if someone might leap forth to seize his blades. One was as black as ink, its blades swirling with crimson mist. Emanating à terrifying aura, ressembling à demonique sword. The other, upon its emergence, frosted the ground beneath it, its chilling brilliance piercing to the soul. Among the 10 renowned swords of the realm, the heavenly demon and the frostlight, choose one. Wang Huitian reached out to caress the blade, acknowledging its rarity. Yet, in comparison to Yu Yao, it lacked a certain spirit. He shook his head in mild disdain. Take your sword back, they are mere scrap. Suddenly, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The frostlight sword began to tremble violently, unleashing a wave of sword energy that caused the forest to resonate with a fierce sound. Ha! It seems it refuses to be dismissed. Wang Huitian grasped the hilt firmly, pressing the quivering frostlight sword back into submission. Dao, he cast a reluctant glance at the frostlight sword before reclaiming the heavenly demon sword into his storage ring. The frostlight sword ranks second among the renowned swords. I was pursued over 3,000 miles to obtain it, losing a shoe in the process. Wang Huitian shot a glance at the old man, finding his dedication to swordsmanship mediocre, yet his penchant for collecting renowned swords a sheer waste. Seeing Dao Yi's resolute intent, Wang Huitian ceased his objections. He was about to descend the mountain in search of medicinal herbs, and possessing a sword would simplify many matters. With the frostlight sword secured, Wang Huitian carefully retrieved a bamboo leaf from his bosom. Very well, allow me to recount the tale of the 8th sword, which remains unnamed. When the sword is forged, it dances with the wind. Have you ever released a kite? It is akin to a kite soaring against the wind. When the sword is complete, it resembles a small boat concealed within the mountains and rivers. Dao Yi patiently listened, though the words were somewhat fantastical and beyond his comprehension. Is its power formidable? Wang Huitian resolutely replied, it can cleave through the northern plains from the Green Mountains. Dao Yi swallowed hard. The northern plains were countless miles away, requiring even the strongest of star harvesters half a year of relentless flight. Such boasting seems exaggerated. Furthermore, it appears to be merely a piece of bamboo leaf, abundant in these hills. Elders, do not heed the ramblings of this foolish child. His vision is surely clouded by hatred, remarked Elder Muqing, who had just returned from the 100 Eyes Hall and had overheard their conversation. Dao Yi offered no retort, bidding farewell to the gathered disciples of the Sword Peak before returning to the Sword Prison, from whence he had stealthily escaped and now faced the prospect of punishment. In the Grand Hall of Kanglin Peak, Qin Shuang's countenance darkened ominously. His son, Qin Shao, remained in a state of unconsciousness, while Wang Huitian had been inexplicably released. It was utterly infuriating. Have you discerned the nature of his injuries? He inquired. The surrounding elders of Kanglin Peak shook their heads. They had taken turns examining him. Aside from the penetrating wound on his shoulder, he bore no other injuries. His breathing was steady, his golden core normal, yet he remained unresponsive. A most peculiar occurrence in the realm of cultivation. Master of the Peak, why not seek out Wang Huitian for treatment? Surely, he possesses a method to remedy this, suggested one elder. Qin Shuang clenched his fists. It was already humiliating to be defeated by a mere mortal. Now he must go begging for assistance, a situation that would tarnish his reputation within the myriad paths of the sect. Zhao, cool will remain. Others may attend to their affairs. Qin Shuang instructed in a hushed tone once the others had departed. Tomorrow, carry Xiao to Sword Peak and leave him on the mountain path. Whether he is saved or not shall be at the discretion of the Sword Peak. Zhao Kuo was rendered speechless. Was this not an utter abandonment? If they chose to save him, all would be well, but should he perish, Qin Shuang vowed to drag the entire Sword Peak down with him. The murderous intent in Qin Shuang's eyes was palpable. He had reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm and feared no challenge from Elder Muqing. Moreover, Kanglin Peak boasted numerous talents, with several elders at the transformation stage and even more at the nascent soul stage. What could Sword Peak possibly offer in opposition? On the following morning, Zhao Kuo and 2 disciples bore Qin Shao to Sword Peak. Upon traversing the bamboo forest, they beheld by Xian and Yu Yao practicing their swordplay before a bamboo cottage. Let's drop him here. The trio unceremoniously cast Qin Shao to the ground and hastily retreated. When Bai Xian and Yu Yao approached, they found Qin Shao lying unconscious on the ground. Senior sister, what are they doing? Bai Xian inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. I fear they are wagering our lives against his, Yu Yao replied, her face paling in fright as she rushed into the bamboo cottage to seek Elder Mu Qing. Upon examining Qin Shao, Elder Mu Qing's expression turned perplexed. His vitality was robust, entirely uncharacteristic of a patient, yet he remained in a deep slumber. Where is Huitian? Yu Yao hastily replied. The second senior brother has gone to observe the entrance trial early this morning. He mentioned that there are too few people at the Sword Peak, and he is seeking suitable disciples for a master. Mu Qing, suppressing the anger simmering within, noted that this usually reclusive disciple had recently become rather restless. Below the Wandao Mountain lies Wangshan City, which has seen an influx of visitors due to the commencement of the Wandao sect's entrance trials. Have you heard? Yesterday, a genius with a water spirit root was accepted as a direct disciple by an elder from the Shaoyao Peak. What's more, the latest news, this morning, a person with a thunder body was detected. In the inn, all present swallowed hard in unison. The physique said to gain strength from lightning had indeed manifested. In a corner, a young man disdainfully shook his head, his countenance as refined as jade, exuding a somewhat aloof demeanor, seemingly disinterested in the discussions that had just transpired. At that moment, a young lady entered the inn, and all conversations abruptly ceased. The reason was her unparalleled beauty, which captivated the gaze of all, rendering it impossible to avert one's eyes. Her figure was flawless, a true embodiment of allure. She walked directly to the young man, offering a gentle smile. Little girl Huitian has met the esteemed sword immortal Yi Bai. A wave of astonishment rippled through the inn, and everyone hurriedly lowered their heads, refraining from further conversation. Yi Bai nodded in acknowledgement. I have come for but one matter. Is it true that a young man from the Sword Peak has, with a mortal sword, slain a nascent soul? Chapter 8. Young man, draw your sword. Huitian, not daring to be negligent, hurriedly relayed the information she had acquired. The news, originating from disciples of the Wandao sect who had descended the mountain for training, was so astonishing that it quickly reverberated throughout the entire Great Qin dynasty. It was even rumored that the third prince was heading south, eager to engage in a sword duel at Wandao Mountain. Indeed, it was true. A fervent excitement surged in Yi Bai's eyes as he hastily paid for his meal and rushed towards Wandao Mountain. In the dilapidated Tianshu Square, a throng of elders excitedly surrounded a young man clad in fine garments. Marvelous! A heavenly thunder body is a rare find in a millennium. Would you care to take me as your master? Zhuo Lungfeng, stay away. You, with your knife skills, have no place here. Young man, my Lei Yin Peak is in dire need of talent like yours. If you join my Shaoyao Peak, I assure you that you will attain the divine transformation within 3 years. Wang Huitian desperately squeezed into the crowd. At Jianjian Peak, my master is beautiful and kind-hearted, and she is yet to be wed. One elder noticed Wang Huitian and lightly shoved him aside, pushing him back out of the group. Wang Huitian, feeling anxious, thought to himself how shameless these elders were, bullying him for his lack of strength and continuously excluding him. Young man, I advise you not to be ungrateful. After much contention, the heavenly thunder body ultimately chose to enter Lei Yin Peak. Wang Huitian pounded his chest in frustration, glaring fiercely at the elders, contemplating whether to unleash a sword strike, as his abilities were already exposed. What did it matter now? From a distance, Bai Xian observed the heated argument involving Wang Huitian. Junior brother, master has summoned you to return. Feigning ignorance, Wang Huitian continued to watch the crowd assessing their spiritual roots, his heart steady as a rock. To cultivate his own spiritual root, merely referencing Yu Yao's was insufficient. If he could observe other spiritual roots, his understanding would deepen significantly. Among the throngs in the square, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, only 1% possessed spiritual roots, and those of the heavenly grade were even rarer, existing only in a myriad. Are you ignoring me? Bai Xian yanked Wang Huitian from the crowd and kicked him twice on the backside. Realizing it was his senior sister, He had not noticed her amidst the crowd. "Forgive me, senior sister, I was unaware." Disregarding his excuses, Bai Xian pulled Wang Huitian back to the sword peak. Qin Shaoxing's vitality had begun to wane, and Mu Qing's concern grew that he might perish on the sword peak. Several elders from the Baichao hall shook their heads as they regarded Qin Shaoxing, indicating their impotence. They could treat broken limbs, but this condition was beyond their capability. Suddenly, Mu Qing turned her gaze towards the horizon, sensing an overwhelming sword intent approaching, an intent so domineering that it seemed capable of crushing all in its path. "Yi Bai, I seek an audience with you," he declared, and with that, a sword descended from the heavens, shattering the sky. Mu Qing's expression shifted dramatically as she, too, unsheathed her sword, causing the entire sword peak to tremble. When the tremors subsided, a young man in white stood in the center, disregarding Mu Qing as he extended his hand to assess Qin Shaoxing's condition. "Interesting," he remarked. Mu Qing's face turned ashen. No one in the Wandao sect dared to disregard her in such a manner. Not even the sect master, Lu Qingshan, would be so brazen. When had she ever endured such indignity? Amidst the chaotic sword energy, the two clashed fiercely. While the elders of the Baichao hall hurriedly shielded Yu Yao and Qin Shaoxing. As the star-plucking technique unleashed its power, spiritual energy ravaged the surroundings, altering the very colors of the heavens and the earth. After dozens of exchanges, Mu Qing gritted her teeth. "Are you a star-plucking mirror?" With a swift stroke of her sword, she broke away from Yi Bai and soared towards the Hall of 100 Eyes. Unable to contend, she thought of seeking help from her senior brother. "Lu, someone is bullying me. Where on earth are you?" Yi Bai, who had pursued her, hastily withdrew, realizing the gravity of the situation. If not handled properly, he feared he might not leave the 10,000 Dao sect today. Shaking his head, he returned to the bamboo hut to continue examining Qin Shao, his brow slightly furrowed. This person was beyond salvation. His spirit had already departed, leaving merely a shell. After stating this, Yi Bai planted his sword into the ground, no longer paying attention to Qin Shao, and instead gazed towards the Hall of 100 Eyes. Soon, Master Mu Qing arrived with Lu Qingshan. "Sword Immortal Yi Bai, have you perhaps gone too far?" Yi Bai bowed respectfully, his face remaining impassive, devoid of any superfluous emotion. What of Lu Qingshan? Yi Bai, having established his foundation at 6 and formed his core at 12, had already reached the peak of his prowess at 40, plucking stars with ease. He held little regard not only for the 10,000 Dao sect, but for the entirety of southern wilderness. Feeling a twinge of boredom, he decided to test Master Mu's swordsmanship. Lu Qingshan narrowed his eyes slightly, his hand, adorned with a storage ring, tapping lightly. "What brings you to the 10,000 Dao sect?" Yi Bai did not conceal his intentions. "I came to observe that sword-wielding mortal." He then cast a glance at Master Mu Qing, adding, "If the rumors are true, I believe Master Mu cannot teach him. Only I can." His words dripped with disdain, bolstered by an overwhelming confidence. Master Mu's fingers, gripping the sword, turned pale. Was he here to brazenly snatch a disciple? Yet, she refrained from immediate rebuttal. Pondering for a few seconds before responding, Huitian possesses no spiritual roots. Does Sword Immortal Yi have a method to guide him on the path of cultivation? If Yi Bai could indeed assist him, Master Mu would not advise relinquishing this disciple. Yi Bai shook his head. Historically, those without spiritual roots could not cultivate. This was an immutable law. While he may not cultivate, I can ensure his next century is extraordinarily brilliant. As Bai Xian and Wang Huitian approached the sword peak, they were taken aback by the disarray of the bamboo forest, with sword marks scattered throughout the mountainside. Exchanging glances, they both suspected that the Kanglin Peak had launched an attack, but upon reaching the bamboo hut, they found several individuals embroiled in a dispute. Bai Xian hurriedly approached to greet Lu Qingshan, while Wang Huitian brushed past the crowd to grasp Yu Yao's small hand. "Yao Yao, are you all right?" Yu Yao, confused, shook her head. Wasn't she supposed to greet her master and the sect leader first? Was her second senior brother harboring ulterior motives? "Second brother, I'm fine." Yu Yao awkwardly withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushing. From the moment Wang Huitian landed, Yi Bai's gaze remained fixed upon him. In his eyes, This youth appeared unremarkable, leading him to doubt the veracity of the rumors. "Young man, draw your sword against me," Yi Bai commanded softly, pointing his sword at Wang Huitian. Neither Lu Qingshan nor Master Mu spoke. They too were curious about Wang Huitian's sword, having only heard tales of the previous events at the Tianshu Plaza in their absence. Wang Huitian shook his head. "You will die." Yi Bai chuckled. What a jest! He was a star plucker, a sword immortal in the eyes of the world. Wang Huitian smirked, recalling his earlier statement that should he cultivate qi, he could slay gods. If he established his foundation, he could slay star pluckers. Now he wished to add, if that person stood still, allowing him to strike, there would be no need for foundation establishment to slay a star plucker. "Draw your sword. I am eager to see how you shall bring about my demise." Wang Huitian abruptly unsheathed his dazzling sword and struck. There was no sword energy, no sword intent, merely the casual swing of an ordinary mortal. Yi Bai's form instantly retreated, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloping his heart as his consciousness swiftly encompassed the entire sword peak. He could sense nothing, not a single thing. Yet, the sixth sense inherent to sword cultivators could not be mistaken. What sort of sword is this? A smirk graced Wang Huitian's lips, a prideful expression unfurling across his face. A level of arrogance unseen by those on the sword peak, as if the entirety of the world lay within the sweep of his blade. "Weakling, I shall inform you once you have managed to block my strike." With that, Wang Huitian charged forward, relentlessly swinging his sword at Yi Bai. Lu Qingshan glanced at Master Mu Qing, his eyes filled with astonishment. He remarked that Yi Bai, the sword immortal, was a weakling. Yet, even if others do not retaliate, this is still too much. Does he truly believe that the star plucker is devoid of temper? Master Mu Qing gripped the hilt of her sword anxiously, fearing that Yi Bai might not restrain himself and would draw his sword to slay Wang Huitian. Chapter 9, Disciple. Follow me to retrieve the sword. Yi Bai found himself forced back to the mountainside, beads of cold sweat adorning his previously serene visage. Just as he was about to call for a halt, a tremor coursed through his heart. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had crossed into the realm of death, with an old woman presenting him a bowl of soup before his eyes. "No, Abakin." With a spurt of fresh blood, Yi Bai steadied himself against a nearby bamboo, gasping for breath. The sensation of dying was hauntingly vivid. Had it not been for his unwavering resolve, he would have surely succumbed to despair. Wang Huitian sheathed his sword and stepped forward to scrutinize Yi Bai's face. The outcome of this duel had deviated from his expectations. He had not anticipated that someone could forcibly awaken from such a state. Indeed, his aptitude was remarkable. This was Wang Huitian's assessment of Yi Bai. Both his temperament and swordsmanship surpassed that of his unworthy master. Enduring the excruciating pain, Yi Bai implored, "You possess one more sword. Please, unleash it." Wang Huitian understood he referred to the third sword, Wind Rising, a blade infamous for offending thousands of disciples and incapacitating 3 nascent souls. "I possess 7 swords, yet what compels me to reveal them to you? Best seek solace elsewhere," he retorted before retreating to the bamboo cottage to amuse the young Yuan. Yi Bai wiped the blood from his lips and pursued him. His once placid gaze now ignited with fervor, bowing deeply before Wang Huitian. "Your swordsmanship is unparalleled. I beseech you to accept me as your disciple." The onlookers were taken aback, never having anticipated such a turn of events. "Yi Jianxian, Wang Huitian's cultivation is shallow." Before Mu Qing could finish her sentence, Yi Bai had already bowed his head before her. "I pay my respects to my great master." Wang Huitian pointed at Yi Bai. "I cannot accept you. Refrain from such titles, lest you age me prematurely. If my master refuses to accept me, I shall remain kneeling indefinitely," Yi Bai declared. Lu Qingshan attempted to dissuade him, but to no avail, ultimately returning to the 100 Eyes Hall on his sword. At the hall's entrance, Luo Wujing awaited him, concern etched on his face. "Master, have you avenged our little master ant?" Lu Qingshan recounted the events at the sword peak before entering the hall. Luo Wujing pondered deeply, growing increasingly intrigued by Wang Huitian. Those from the Wandao sect referred to him as the supreme of all techniques, for there was nothing he could not master: alchemy, talismans, formations, and even swordplay. And yet, practitioners of the sword were the most contentious. Thus, he was eager to discover what sort of swordsmanship could achieve such heights. Luo Wujing mused aloud. System, if Ghost Shadow Flash were to confront his severing thoughts, who would prevail? The system's voice resonated in his mind. Do not doubt, host. You're the strongest. Ghost Shadow Flash cannot surpass me, for I possess an even mightier technique. One sword flow, Iaido, death, lion song. Turning back into the hall, Luo Wujing realized he had been unnecessarily anxious. With the system by his side, who could possibly rival him? Moreover, Wang Huitian was merely a mortal incapable of cultivation. On the Sword Peak, Yi Bai diligently constructed a modest wooden cabin for himself and registered as a disciple of the Wandao sect at the 100 Eyes Hall, asserting his own agency in all matters. Meanwhile, Wang Huitian secured the door and discreetly retrieved a money pouch from beneath the bed, containing a staggering 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, all borrowed from Bai Xian. Yu Yao seemed to possess considerable wealth. He had calculated that in order to purchase sufficient spirit root herbs, he would need at least 1 million, and most crucially, he was missing a sword that could serve as a spirit root. Although the Han Guang was remarkable, it was unsuitable. Alas, the lament barely escaped his lips when Yi Bai hurriedly pushed the door open and rushed in, depositing a large pile of spirit stones onto the table. There were indeed 2 million high-grade spirit stones, the entirety of a Zhaixing mirror's fortune. Wang Huitian's expression darkened, his tone laden with reproach. Disciple, you arrive unannounced in the dead of night. Is there something amiss? Yi Bai's face brightened at the inquiry, realizing that it was simpler than he had anticipated. Had he known, he wouldn't have spent half the day kneeling. Master, I have some uncertainties regarding that sword from earlier today. Wang Huitian gestured toward Qin Shao, who lay outside the bamboo cottage. Foolish child, if you cannot perceive the spiritual energy or divine consciousness, then endeavor to feel it with your heart. If you manage to save him, you shall comprehend that sword. Overjoyed, Yi Bai bid farewell to Wang Huitian and dashed out to study Qin Shao anew. What it meant to ascend in one step, this was it. Wang Huitian clutched the spirit stones on the table, unable to suppress a laugh that erupted with a pig-like squeal. Ah-ha-ha! In the adjacent bamboo cottage, Yu Yao felt an involuntary shiver run through her as she listened, prompting Bai Xian to pat her on the head. Steady your mind. Do not let external matters sway you. Wang Huitian cackled. I have struck it rich, 2 million high-grade spirit stones. If used as a betrothal gift, I could marry 10 senior sisters or 100 masters. With a thunderous crash, several bamboo cottages were suddenly uprooted. Wang Huitian's precious spirit stones scattered across the ground as Mu Qing, stepping on his waist, pulled down his trousers and raised a bamboo stick to strike. Bai Xian swiftly covered Yu Yao's eyes. Little junior sister, avert your gaze. Yet, despite her words, she could not resist stealing glances. It had been many years since she had seen her junior brother in such a state, and she marveled at how much he had grown. Time in the mountains passed swiftly, and before they knew it, half a month had elapsed. Wang Huitian, who initially planned to descend the mountain, remained still. He was waiting for Bai Xian to leave. Without her departure, he could not approach Yu Yao, and there were still matters he had yet to clarify. Patience was Wang Huitian's greatest virtue. He could not afford to lose, for one misstep could lead to irretrievable consequences. At 5 in the morning, Wang Huitian rose punctually to practice his breathing technique. Yet, as always, he was unable to store even the slightest trace of spiritual energy. At 6, he went to the bamboo forest to contemplate the sword, not emerging until noon to seek food. The dining hall was predominantly filled with servant disciples. As most inner disciples had already begun fasting, Wang Huitian ascended to the second floor upon entering the hall. There was no choice. He could afford to indulge now that he had wealth. Zhu, please bring me the menu. The young girl joyfully presented a jade tablet crafted menu before Wang Huitian. Senior brother Wang, I heard that the third prince of the Great Qin has arrived in Wangshan City to challenge you to a duel. The menu slipped from Wang Huitian's grasp, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Zhu, just bring me a couple of dishes. Once Zhu Zhu exited the room, Wang Huitian clenched his fists, the flames of fury swiftly rising to his cheeks. The third prince, Wang Yuan, a prodigy of the great Qin's swordsmanship, was also Wang Huitian's cousin. Once he arrives, he shan't return. Wang Huitian rose, exiting the room and tossing a high-grade spirit stone to Zhu Zhu. The dish is no longer served. I am in urgent need. On the first floor, several intoxicated disciples caught sight of Wang Huitian and mocked him. Oh, that irredeemable waste, unable to cultivate. Indeed, such extraordinary talent in swordsmanship is utterly squandered on him. What are you staring at? This is not Tianshu Square. Do you think you can cut me? Wang Huitian's gaze darkened. Those incapable of cultivation have fleeting lifespans. Even if one possesses extraordinary strength, they remain but a fleeting comet in the night sky. He could not afford to wait any longer. He required a sword worthy of his prowess. Upon returning to the sword peak, Yi Bai was seen striking Qin Shao across the face. Disciple, accompany me to retrieve a sword. Yi Bai hesitated momentarily. What sword shall we retrieve? Wang Huitian directed his gaze toward the sword prison. If his suspicions were correct, a legendary sword capable of rivaling Yu Yao was confined there. Chapter 10. The abyss of the sword prison. Luo Wuji sat languidly at the threshold, yawning. The elevation was considerable here, allowing one with keen sight to gaze upon the 32,000 peaks of the Wandao sect. Recently, some peak masters have been rather unruly, so Lu Qingshan had assigned him to keep watch. It was an exceedingly tedious task, and just as he was about to close his eyes for a brief respite, a brilliant sword light suddenly illuminated the direction of the sword prison. What on earth? Who dares to cause trouble? Luo Wuji stepped forward, his figure vanishing in an instant. His mastery of the art of shrinking space surpassed even that of sword travel. In mere moments, he arrived at the sword prison, only to find the 10 elders stationed at the entrance in disarray, gravely injured. These elders were all at the transformation stage of cultivation. It was barely enough time to relieve oneself, since he had spotted the sword light approaching. Who was intruding upon the sword prison? Struggling to rise, an elder replied. Yi Bai. Luo Wuji narrowed his eyes and descended the stone steps of the entrance. To comprehend the sword domain was to be deemed a sword immortal, and Yi Bai possessed unparalleled prowess. Few had witnessed his sword domain. System, do you believe that the one sword style could breach his sword domain? Upon reaching the second level, he beheld Yi Bai, the revered sword immortal, bullying 2 foundation establishment cultivators. Yao Ge and old Lu knelt on the ground, trembling. Just recently, the two had endured a beating from Mu Qing, and their injuries had yet to heal when that man returned with accomplices. Release me. My father is the master of Baiwa Peak. Once I escape, I have 1,000 ways to kill you. Yao Ge blustered, all the while receiving slaps from Yi Bai, who glanced up at Luo Wuji. This area is off limits. Do you understand what you are doing? You wish to act recklessly within the Wandao sect, yet your cultivation is insufficient to reach for the stars. Without further ado, Yi Bai raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike. As he was not one for idle chatter, Luo Wuji hastily retreated and formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted within the confines of the second-level prison, engulfing the area in a cloud of smoke and dust. Open your eyes. Wang Huitian looked up towards the second level, where myriad spells flickered. Elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth all appeared in succession. His eyes brimmed with envy. Such was the disparity. Others possessed full attributes while he had none. Dao Yi, reclining on the 10th level, lazily turned over and took a sip of wine. What a splendid sword technique. Come on, Luo Wuji, don't be cowardly. Yi Bai, strike a shell. Wang Huitian cast a disdainful glance at Dao Yi. This fellow exhibited no semblance of a master. If anyone descends, kindly assist me in fending off attacks. Should I not return in half an hour? Please report my demise at the sword peak. Without awaiting Dao Yi's response, Wang Huitian continued his descent. If his conjecture was correct, the sword prison was aptly named for it served to confine that sword. This indicated that the sword was fearsome. Attempting to wield it recklessly could very well lead to death. Lacking the extraordinary talent of sword immortal Yi Bai or the versatile aptitude of Luo Wuji, an unfathomable abyss. From the 20th level onward, the prison no longer held members of the Wandao sect, but rather an array of bizarre and grotesque demons. The demons are ensnared by the formation, yet their roars still manage to instill fear within the heart. Wang Huitian, with unwavering determination in his gaze, continues onward. Upon reaching the 100th level, he finds no path ahead. Instead, a locust tree stands tall at the end, its leaves exuding a faint luminescence. Before him, forbidden by the tree's branches, a young girl parts the foliage and raises a finger towards Wang Huitian. Wang Huitian speaks, "I require a sword." The girl remains resolute. "That sword does not belong to this world." Wang Huitian chuckles, finding her reasoning absurd. "I was outside the cave, and now I am at its bottom. Do you claim I belong to the exterior or the interior? If the sword exists in this world, it rightfully belongs here." The girl furrows her brow, deep in thought, feeling perplexed by his argument. Meanwhile, the third prince, Wang Yuan, ascends the sword peak. Observing the overgrown entrance, he clicks his tongue in disdain. What a dilapidated sight. Truly a remote and impoverished place. "Master, what do you think Wang Huitian will feel upon learning that His Majesty has arranged a marriage between me and Xian?" The elder beside him strokes his beard, a smirk playing upon his lips. To kill is to strike at the heart. Wang Huitian, a mere wastrel, can harbor no significant feelings. Indeed, when his family perished in the northern plains, he showed no emotion. What sentiment could a mere junior sister possess? Passing through the bamboo grove, they arrive at the bamboo house, finding Master Mu Qing absent, having gone out with her old friend Huixiang. Only Yu Yao, panting heavily, practices her swordplay. "Child, where are your elders?" Yu Yao casts a wary glance at the group and, feigning fierceness, retorts, "Who are you? Why do you trespass upon the sword peak?" Wang Yuan surveys the surroundings, realizing that Mu Qing and Xian are not present. He turns to the elder, saying, "Master, since Mu Qing is away, let us first visit Mu Hall to pay our respects to Lu Qingshan." The elder nods in agreement. "Very well, child. If your elders return, instruct them to meet the third prince at Mu Hall." With that, the two, along with their retinue, depart on their swords. Yu Yao, stamping her foot in frustration, has never encountered such impudent individuals who completely disregard the sword peak. At the base of the sword prison, numerous branches from the locust tree rapidly extend towards Wang Huitian, the girl growing anxious as she struggles to respond. "No one shall pass while I am here." Wang Huitian evades, his skin marred by the lashes of the branches. His greatest vulnerability lies in his lack of defense, rendering him incapable of striking back. You refuse to reason. If you cannot debate, then resort to violence. Here, my logic is the only truth. The girl, arms akimbo, commands the branches to attack. As time passes, Wang Huitian's anxiety mounts. With Bai Wei and Dao Yi delayed, the experts from other peaks will soon arrive. With preparations in place, it will be increasingly difficult to plot for the sword. Ignoring the encroaching branches, Wang Huitian presses a hand to the ground. Fourth sword, mountains and rivers. Countless sword intents soar dramatically, this strike lacking power on the surface. But here, at the expansive pit's depths, the very ground trembles with its force. You wretch! The girl can no longer afford to focus on Wang Huitian, hastily extending the branches to stabilize the crumbling cliffside. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Huitian leaped over the locust tree, plunging into a deep abyss behind him. The water was frigid, each descent revealing a chilling embrace as the temperature plummeted. After descending merely a few dozen meters, he felt a bone-chilling cold envelop his entire being, consciousness waning. Before him lay an unfathomable darkness. Continuing this way would surely lead to his demise. How powerless mortals truly are. Wang Huitian sputtered, choking on water, and drew his frostblade, striking downward. The water parted with a violent cleft, only to close again in an instant, and a childhood memory flickered through his mind. That year, at the tender age of 8, he had accompanied his father to battle in the northern plains. It was a journey that claimed his father and countless soldiers, leaving only him to be rescued by Master Mu Qing. The Qin Empire still stood. The northern plains remained. How could he allow himself to perish? With a resolute swing of his sword, he severed his thoughts. Wang Huitian struck again, this time directing his blade toward himself. This act of severing thoughts was intended to plunge his consciousness into slumber, allowing his body to enter a state of hibernation. In this dormant state, the body's consumption of air would diminish, a sacrifice of awareness in exchange for prolonging existence for a fleeting moment longer. Chapter 11. The Formless Sword in the Hundred Eyes Hall. As Lu Qingshan sensed the tremors of the sword prison, he was preparing to investigate when the third prince unexpectedly paid a visit. Over the years, the Wandao sect had established its stronghold in the southern frontier, remaining aloof from worldly affairs, yet it was still situated within the vast territory of the Great Qin. Not merely an ordinary dynasty, Great Qin boasted an extensive expanse and a population of 100 billion, with every town guarded by formidable cultivators. The imperial family, possessing the secrets of dragon qi cultivation, wielded tremendous power. Upon entering the main hall and observing the elder beside the third prince, Lu Qingshan's pupils constricted. It was none other than the Snow Demon, one of the 4 divine generals safeguarding the nation. Unaware of the esteemed Snow Demon's presence, Lu Qingshan felt remiss in not offering a proper greeting. The Snow Demon rose in salute. "Master Lu, I apologize for the intrusion." Seeing Lu Qingshan seated, Wang Huitian then personally presented a decree. "Master, my father has heard of by Xian's extraordinary talents in the capital. He wishes to bestow a marriage between me and Miss Bai, and I hope you can acquiesce." Lu Qingshan's expression darkened. Before he could respond, the Snow Demon added, "His Majesty understands the challenges faced by the Wandao sect in guarding the southern frontier. He has dispatched Cold Xiao to lead a contingent into Yilong City, to join forces with the Wandao sect in resisting the demon beasts." Lu Qingshan's demeanor turned icy. The simultaneous deployment of the Snow Demon and Cold Xiao, 2 divine generals, served as a blatant intimidation of the Wandao sect. Should he decline the marriage proposal, it would likely result in an impending military threat. Conversely, agreeing would signify the sect's capitulation, leaving them at the mercy of the Great Qin. "Bai Xian is my junior disciple. I must discuss this with her." At that moment, a disciple burst into the hall. "Master, someone has forcefully breached the sword prison." Lu Qingshan sprang to his feet, casting a glance at the third prince and the Snow Demon. The moment they arrived on the mountain, trouble had ensued, leading him to suspect a scheme by the Great Qin against the Wandao sect. "We shall postpone the marriage discussion. You 2 may take your leave. I have matters to attend to." By the time Lu Qingshan reached the sword prison, Yibai had already been subdued, surrounded by a throng of peak masters and elders. Ignoring Yibai, he soared directly into the abyss. On the 10th level, Dao Yi waved enthusiastically. "Master, though he was merely a junior, how could an elder of the punishment hall engage in such folly?" Lu Qingshan frowned at Dao Yi, realizing that the combination of an elder known for troublemaking and a rebellious youth could only lead to disaster. Dao Yi, clutching his sword tightly, bore a pleading expression. "Master, I beseech you this once. As the head of the punishment hall, I guarantee he will retrieve that sword, if you would permit it. Do you comprehend the dire consequences should that sword breach the sword prison?" Dao Yi hung his head in silence, yet his body resolutely obstructed the path. "If the evil sword wreaks havoc as the head of the punishment hall, it is my duty to suppress it with my life." Hearing this, Lu Qingshan could only laugh in exasperation. It was as if he were wagering his life. "Very well, I shall witness just how much capability a mere mortal like Wang Huitian possesses." At the bottom of the pond, water filled Wang Huitian's lungs, awakening him abruptly as he plunged into darkness. It felt as though he were lost in an infinite cosmos, with 7 chaotic black holes swirling in the firmament, devouring all light. He sensed his soul quivering, as if being drawn into the void of chaos. With a resounding crash, he finally plummeted to the bottom of the abyss. Here, there was no pool of water. At the center stood a straight, long sword, ensnared by countless chains that firmly bound it to the depths. The Wuxiang sword. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Wang Huitian's eyes. This sword, with its perfectly straight blade, concealed sharpness, and intricately curved hilt inscribed with the characters Wuxiang, was indeed an unparalleled treasure, rivaling even the legendary Wei Yao. Yet, upon closer inspection, he noted 7 empty sockets along the blade, which were meant to house 7 precious gems. If he could recover these gems, this sword would surpass Yao in magnificence. A wave of elation surged within Wang Huitian. Possessing these 2 swords would render him unimaginably formidable in due time. A fervent desire urged him to approach and attempt to wield this power, as if he could cleave the heavens with a mere flick of his hand. At that moment, countless voices clamored in his mind, urging him to sever the chains binding the sword. This voice was irresistible, imbued with a profound temptation. Indeed, Wang Huitian was unable to resist any allure, and before the inner voice could further implore, he had already stepped forward to grasp the iron chains. "Wait, I shall set you free," he declared, gripping the iron links with both hands and exerting all his strength to pull upward. After a pause, the chains remained unyielding. Wang Huitian fell silent, and the voice within him quieted as well. "Bah, what a useless fool! Exert yourself." From the hilt of the sword, a dark spirit manifested, its crimson eyes ablaze with fury. This was the spirit of the Wuxiang sword, appearing exceedingly wrathful. It had been imprisoned in this abyss for far too long, yearning to see the light of day. Now, after finally encountering a fated individual, it found that this person could not even budge the chains. Feeling as though Wang Huitian was mocking it, Wang Huitian narrowed his eyes at the sword spirit, his gaze revealing unmasked intent to kill. If he was to integrate this sword into his being as a spiritual root, then the spirit could not be spared. Sword 1. Sever the thoughts. Without hesitation, he struck, a flash of cold light surging forth. The sword spirit dodged swiftly, only to turn around to see Wang Huitian had already sheathed his sword, leaving the cavern resonating with a gentle breeze. "Is this all?" The sword spirit stared, astonished, at Wang Huitian, who stood there in a daze, perplexed. "I scoff. I thought a master had arrived, yet here stands a mere mortal. Devoid of spiritual energy, bereft of sword intent, he had merely stirred a whisper of wind. To call him immortal felt like a slight to mortals. He was akin to an insignificant ant. Just as the breeze wafted toward the sword spirit, an inexplicable sense of impending danger surged within it. Yet, by the time it sought to evade, it was already too late. The gentle wind passed, and the dark sword spirit dissipated like mist. This sword, silent and stealthy, struck at the very core of thought, making it a nemesis to spiritual entities. Having vanquished the sword spirit, Wang Huitian set about hacking at the chains with a long sword, achieving notable success. Truly, the second-ranked Hongguang sword lived up to its reputation for sharpness. In Mount Shan City, Mu Qing and Huixiang were selecting jewelry by the roadside. Though these mortal trinkets lacked spiritual essence, their exquisite craftsmanship had naturally attracted the admiration of celestial masters. Behind them, Bai Xian followed closely. As the steward of the sword's edge, it was her duty to handle the payments for her master's purchases. "Qing Shi, I have heard that Qin Shao lies beneath your sword, covered by a white cloth. You should be cautious. If he perishes, Qin Shuang will surely seek vengeance." Mu Qingshi set down her jade hairpin, a playful smile gracing her lips. "What is there to fear? If it comes to that, I shall simply offer my second disciple as a substitute for his life." As she spoke, she picked up a vibrant red flower from the stall and adorned her hair with it. "Xiang Xiang, do you think I look beautiful?" Huixiang rolled her eyes in response. Indeed, she was beautiful, yet at her age, she remained unmarried. Behind her, Bai Xian promptly supported her master. "Truly beautiful, master. You are the most stunning." Mu Qingshi held her head high. She was renowned as the beauty of Wandao Mountain, the beloved little sister among her senior brothers. A universally acknowledged paragon of grace, she had reached for the stars at a tender age. Just then, a beam of sword light swept across the horizon. "Shi Shu, your disciple has caused trouble. The sect leader requests your immediate return. He warns that if further issues arise, he shall sever your skull." Zhang Jinyuan descended on his sword. Urgency etched across his face. It appeared this transgression was no trifling matter. Otherwise, their affectionate sect leader would not utter such harsh words. Mu Qing's lively countenance shifted to a stormy disposition, and without needing to ponder, she knew. That foolish second disciple had stirred up trouble once more, and she had only just emerged from seclusion a few days prior. The sword's edge was nearly shattered by the chaos at the mountain gate. Damn it! No one shall stop me. I'm going back to deal with her. Chapter 12. The blade cuts the flesh. The heart cuts the soul. At the bottomless cold pool of the sword prison in Mount Wandao, a group of individuals stood by the water's edge. Their expressions varied. The sect leader, Lu Qingshan, remained inscrutable, while Dao Yi bore an unmistakable joy on his face. The peak masters, including Qin Shuang, wore expressions laced with sarcasm. Yet the sword immortal Li Xiaoyao appeared remarkably composed. Mu Qingshi's face was marked by fury, but her mind was racing with thoughts of how to exonerate herself. Qingshi, when that wretch emerges, you should prostrate yourself at the feet of the sect leader and weep bitterly, claiming how arduous it was to raise this child. It was no easy feat, rest assured. I shall stand by to cover for you. Huixiang whispered softly into Mu Qingshi's ear, offering her counsel. The latter nodded slightly, their eyes meeting in silent agreement. Bai Xin, filled with concern, had overheard her master and uncle's plan, but that was a strategy for ensuring her junior brother's survival. The current situation was unclear. She had no idea what dangers lurked at the bottom of the cold pool. Yet the vigilant gazes of the elders made it evident that peril was imminent. As they waited, the moon rose high in the sky, and Dao Yi's joy gradually faded into desolation. Some elders and peak masters began to arrange formations around the cold pool. This sword spirit is ferocious. How could it acknowledge a mortal as its master? Moonlight streamed down the vertical crevasse of the abyss as Mu Qingshi suddenly thrust her sword into a massive rock at the shore, preparing to leap into the cold pool to uncover the truth. Junior sister remained calm. Lu Qingshan rushed forward to obstruct her. My temper is fiery. Let me drag him out. Plop. Although Lu Qingshan had halted Mu Qingshi, a splash echoed nearby as Huixiang dove into the cold depths. The water was icy and penetrating. Even the protective spiritual energy could not stave off the chill. Make way for me. Huixiang suddenly struck downward with a punch, conjuring a violent swirl of spiritual energy that surged straight to the bottom of the pool. Her body followed suit, creating an impressive momentum. Lu Qingshan, wishing to intervene, found that she had already vanished from sight. Words of persuasion lodged in her throat, her mouth agape in helplessness. Junior sister, there are 7 black holes at the bottom that absorb spiritual energy. Mu Qingshi's eyes widened. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Isn't this a death trap? Just as anxiety filled the air, the water surface erupted once more, and Huixiang emerged, cradling a bloodied figure, which she tossed on the shore before Mu Qingshi. Qingshi, is this the one? If not, I shall dive again. Lu Qingshan's eyes grew wide. Did you encounter the energy-absorbing black holes? Black holes? What black holes? I have a hole that devours vital essence. Would you like to see? Lu Qingshan shook her head in exasperation, crouching down to check the breath of Wang Huitian. There is still some life. Huixiang cast a disdainful glance at Lu Qingshan, clearly unimpressed. Look at your pitiful self. Qin Shuang stepped forward, his tone slightly somber. Regardless of the circumstances, the sword peak must provide an explanation. With that, he flicked his sleeves and departed. Were it not for the fact that his son had yet to be revived, he would have taken the life of that wretched creature today. Days later, Wang Huitian slowly awakened in the wooden cabin of Sword Peak. He raised his hand to touch his spine, feeling a chill coursing through him. On that day, while everyone believed he had failed to acquire the Wuxiang sword, they were oblivious to the fact that it had already been assimilated into his very spine, molded into the essence of his bones. The Wuxiang sword energy permeated within him, incessantly piercing every inch of his skin with pain. Moreover, the 7 black holes along the sword's body were autonomously absorbing spiritual energy, and he had a foreboding sense that once the Wuxiang sword had absorbed sufficient energy, its overwhelming force would rend his body asunder. Cursed be it! Why does Yi Yao's sword bone nourish itself, while mine leads to destruction? Wang Huitian, in his frustration, struck the bed with his fist. At that moment, Yu Weiyao entered, holding a small bowl. Senior brother, it's time for your medicine. Upon seeing the delicate figure of the enchanting Yao, a glimmer sparked in Wang Huitian's eyes. "Xiao Yao, come here. Let your senior brother check your health." Yao's petite frame trembled at his words, and she hastily placed the bowl on the table before fleeing through the door. With a brother who constantly eyed her with desire, who could remain unafraid, especially a girl of merely 12 or 13? Wang Huitian struggled to rise, gulping down the medicinal concoction. He needed to seek spiritual herbs to mend his fracturing body, striving for equilibrium with the wuxiang sword. He pushed open the door, and warm sunlight streamed through the bamboo grove, illuminating his face like shards of scattered sword energy. The air was still, save for the occasional chirping of cicadas. The bashful Yao seemed to have vanished, while Yebai sat beside Qin Shao, lost in contemplation, resembling a mere puppet. Further away, Baixin danced with her sword along the path, the blade weaving gracefully through the emerald bamboo, careful not to harm a single stalk. Everything appeared serene and beautiful. Wang Huitian pressed a hand to his chest, while the other retrieved a withered bamboo leaf from his bosom. The leaf, though yellowed, stood remarkably straight. At that moment, the sword was born. He gently released it, and a breeze stirred the leaf into a dance in the air. The bamboo leaf fluttered down the mountainside, eventually landing in a brook at the foot of the hill, drifting along with the current like a tiny boat. The water surged, sometimes submerging the leaf, other times allowing it to float, occasionally tossing it into the air against the rocks. It sped northward, gaining momentum. Occasionally, disciples of the Wanshan sect wandered by, stopping intermittently, yet none took notice of the ordinary, withered leaf. Dao, he reclined on a stone by the stream, his gaze somewhat unfocused as he poured barley wine into his mouth, glancing at the floating bamboo leaf, succumbing to yet another sip. This bamboo leaf resembled the one that foolish lad held. He rose, reaching into the water, and the leaf drifted past his fingertips. Ha ha, what a paragon of a sword. Surely, that lad is weaving tales to deceive me. Wang Huitian watched the leaf vanish, his murderous intent subsiding. This sword had been a calculated endeavor for many years, and now, having finally severed the ties within his heart, he felt a weight lift. As he coughed, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Xiao Yao, where have you hidden away? Your senior brother is bleeding. Come take a look." Half of Mu Qing's head peered out from the wooden house, vigilant as she glanced this way. Yabai turned around, noticing Wang Huitian hurriedly rise and bow. Wang Huitian smiled gently, stepping forward to stand before Qin Shao, his finger poised at the latter's brow. "The blade cleaves the flesh, while the heart severs the soul. The strike I delivered was aimed at his very thoughts. The sword was unsheathed without a trace, yet the essence of his mind became the edge of the blade, compelling the heart, extinguishing desires, and severing emotions." With this gesture, Qin Shao suddenly opened his eyes, yet they lacked vitality, filled instead with a sense of world-weariness. Akin to a transcendent monk resigned to fate, Yibai seemed to grasp something profound and fell once more into contemplation. Wang Huitian turned, hands clasped behind his back, and slowly made his way down the mountain. "I shall take a stroll. If you find enlightenment, do use it to test your sword. But be cautious not to cause any harm, for it would be difficult to explain to my master." In the forest by Exine, practicing her swordplay, noticed Wang Huitian's departure and hurriedly stepped in front of him. "Where are you going?" "Master instructed you to remain by the sword's edge to recuperate. I am merely going to wash my face in the stream below. I shall return shortly." By Exine, her expression laced with skepticism, gradually stepped aside to allow him passage. Chapter 13. The calamity descends the mountain in the Hall of Tasks at Wandao Mountain. One can accept missions to descend the mountain. Many accomplished disciples undertake these tasks, not only to earn cultivation resources, but also to carve out a name for themselves. "Look, a mere mortal has arrived." "Hush, speak softly. This is a ruthless individual. He slays without a second thought." Recently, the prices of herbs at the herb hall have surged. As onlookers caught sight of Wang Huitian, they promptly retreated. In Wandao sect, few were unaware of his legendary exploits. With a mortal body, he defied the yuan, injuring thousands of disciples with a single sword strike. "What are you discussing?" Wang Huitian approached the gathering, only to have everyone disperse at the sight of him. feeling quite dejected. He had never taken on a task before and had hoped to seek information from his fellow sect members, yet it seemed they held him in disdain. Esteemed elder, I wish to accept a task. The elder in charge of task assignments lifted his gaze, his brow furrowing in disapproval. The trials for Wandao sect disciples are categorized from level 1 to level 5, corresponding to the 5 major realms of cultivation: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, yuaning, and transformation. However, Wang Huitian possessed no cultivation, rendering him ineligible for any corresponding tasks. One cannot participate in the tasks without the appropriate cultivation level. What business does a mere mortal have here? Unwilling to concede, Wang Huitian pressed on. Are there truly no tasks without cultivation restrictions? The elder, engrossed in his scrolls, suddenly looked up. There is indeed one task that does not require a specific cultivation level, and it just arrived this morning. He tossed a bamboo scroll to Wang Huitian. Read for yourself. Wang Huitian opened the scroll, his pupils constricting sharply. It detailed that there had been disturbances at Watch Mountain, suspected to be caused by demonic cultivators from the northern plains, necessitating an investigation. Have there been any previous tasks without cultivation restrictions? The elder shook his head. None. This is the first time I've seen such a task. Consider yourself fortunate. Fortunate, my foot, Wang Huitian thought to himself, convinced that this task was specifically aimed at him. It seemed some individuals were aware that he was no mere waste of space and could no longer contain themselves. In Wangshan City, Prince Wang Yuan of the Great Qin Kingdom flicked his folding fan, his gaze icy. Beside him stood a maid, her face marred with old and new scars. Your Highness, the task has been accepted. Wang Yuan pinched the maid's cheek, a bloodthirsty smile gracing his lips. Excellent. We shall await his arrival here. It has been quite some time since I last saw my cousin. Peering through the window at the distant green hills, his thoughts drifted to memories of childhood. In those days, Wang Huitian had been quite simple-minded, often fixating on an object for an entire day. He would count the ants in their nest or tally the leaves fallen from the money tree in front of the schoolhouse. He had been very lonely, a misfit. How could such a person possibly be a peerless genius in sword cultivation? As he traversed the mountains, Wang Huitian walked slowly, unable to wield a sword due to his lack of cultivation, thus unable to hasten his pace. The sword's edge was not far from Wangshan City. However, if he were to walk, it would take him at least 10 days to half a month. Where has he reached? Wang Yuan inquired, frowning. Your Highness, he has arrived at the Rose Grove on Baihua Peak. Wang Yuan's hands clenched the windowsill, the wood creaking under his grip. It had been half a month, and this fool had yet to emerge from Wandao Mountain. He felt as though he had waited long enough for spider webs to form around him. Although cultivators enjoy extended lifespans, such time should not be squandered. At the pace Wang Huitian was moving, by the time he traversed from Sword Peak to Watcher Mountain, the demon cultivator he had dispatched would likely have perished long ago. On Baihua Peak, couples occasionally paused to admire the flowers. Wang Huitian raised his hand, plucking a beautiful rose and tossing it aside, his gaze fixated on the thorns entwined on the vine. He found these thorns to be mesmerizing, exquisitely sharpened by nature's craftsmanship. The graceful curvature was utterly captivating. He could not help but linger for several days before resuming his journey. Whenever hunger struck, he would pluck roses to accompany his dough, providing a unique flavor. At Sword Peak, a continuous stream of complaints flooded in. Mu Qing, will you manage your disciple? He passed through my rose garden and ravaged all the flowers, leaving only bare stems. Old Tiger Mu, come forth and compensate me for Tianyue Peak's ancient welcoming pine. Mr. Mu, my peak's Jiang Xuanyu demand accountability today. What nonsense is this, scraping all the fish meat to admire the bones? Bai Xin stood on the mountain path, drenched in sweat, her delicate features glistening with perspiration, a look of apology etched upon her face. Esteemed elders, my master entered seclusion yesterday. I kindly ask for your understanding. Understanding? This calamity leaves not a blade of grass untouched. How can we be understanding? Nearby, Yi Bai cast a cold glance at the irate crowd, his sword humming softly in his grasp. My master's actions are guided by his own considerations. Are you all here to cause a ruckus, believing my sword lacks efficacy? The peak masters widened their eyes in disbelief. Were they truly causing trouble? Was reason no longer applicable? Yubai, this is Wandao Mountain, not a place for your recklessness. We are justified, and we fear you not. Yubai could no longer contain himself, asserting his own prowess, declaring his master's capacity. He drew his sword to strike. Though the elders and peak masters who came to complain were not formidable opponents, chaos erupted in an instant. Reason? My sword is the very embodiment of reason. Today, those who lose shall leave behind their swords. Uncle Huitian, step aside. You might get splattered with blood. Unbeknownst to Wang Huitian, who was engulfed in the turmoil at Sword Peak, he had already reached the chaotic realm of the demon cultivators at Watcher Mountain. The sect leader, Lu Qingshan, personally escorted him on his sword, making it difficult for him to decline such goodwill. Watcher Mountain, situated on the periphery of Wandao Mountain Range, was exceedingly remote, rife with wild beasts and fraught with peril. Additionally, it lay perilously close to the Valley of the Starving Dead, where human presence was scarce, with only a few scattered villages dotting the mountainside. Old man, open the door. I am a celestial being from the mountain. Wang Huitian knocked on the door of the nearest house at the village entrance, hoping to inquire about the situation. However, after knocking for some time, the door remained firmly shut, with no sign of movement. Inside, an old man tightly shielded his young granddaughter behind him, warily staring at the door. He could not fathom the claim of a celestial being from the mountain. It was evident that the visitor had merely walked here, having just leaned against the old locust tree at the entrance to catch his breath. Seeing no response, Wang Huitian turned to examine the yoke standing beside the well in the courtyard. Hearing footsteps outside the courtyard, he grasped his shoulder pole and stepped out to investigate. Beneath the locust tree, a woman in a crimson dress had mysteriously appeared, her flowing skirt billowing in the wind like an ink-wash painting. The woman wore her long hair up, fastened delicately with a slender sword at the tips. Her features were exquisite, with red lips and dark eyebrows, exuding an enchanting beauty. She belonged to the kind of woman who captured one's gaze instantly. Indeed, there was a bewitching presence in these mountains. Upon hearing Wang Huitian's voice, the woman turned her attention to him. Young sir, has anything noteworthy transpired in your village recently? Hong Lu queried, assuming him to be a local resident. However, Wang Huitian had already diverted his gaze, now examining the shoulder pole in his hands. Hong Lu was momentarily taken aback. Her confidence in her beauty was unwavering, and she had never encountered anyone who could glance at her and then look away so quickly. Once, a nearly breathless gentleman from the town, after casting a single glance her way, had risen from his coffin and pursued her for 3 miles. Young sir, are your eyes unable to see? Hong Lu stepped closer, waving her hand in front of Wang Huitian's eyes. Chapter 14. The Search for the Evil Cultivator. Young lady, I implore you to step aside. I am a celestial being descended from Wandao Mountain, here to investigate the disturbances caused by an evil cultivator. Wang Huitian set down his burden and strode past the red willow, making his way deeper into the village. The red willow, once again overlooked, stood rooted in place, her exquisite visage momentarily dulled with confusion. Young lady, he seems to mistake me for a widow of the village? Wang Huitian paid no heed to her thoughts, his brow furrowing deeper as he surveyed the village. This place, with merely a dozen households, showed no signs of life. From the footprints outside the houses, it appeared the villagers had not ventured out for quite some time. What have you discovered, young celestial from Wandao Mountain? Surely you haven't found nothing? Red Willow trailed behind Wang Huitian, her tone laced with sarcasm. Wang Huitian narrowed his eyes at her. The villagers' fear of stepping outside indicated that the evil cultivator was still lurking within the village, and this woman's peculiar demeanor rendered her highly suspicious. What do you stare at me for? Are you unable to find the evil cultivator and intend to capture me as a substitute? Wang Huitian's right hand slowly moved towards the hilt of his gleaming sword, the very thought crossing his mind. The evil cultivator was hiding. Searching for them like this was a waste of time. Perhaps it would be more efficient to simply apprehend someone at random. I must inform you, I am a disciple of Hongfeng Valley, also here to investigate the evil cultivator. And the notion that an untrained mortal like you could challenge me is utterly laughable. The sound of a resonant sword cry pierced the air as Red Willow's hair was swept aside, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. Quick, too swift. Despite her mid-stage golden core cultivation, she had not perceived the draw of his sword, nor sensed any fluctuation of spiritual energy. Her long hair swirled as the delicate sword, entwined within its strands, soared to guard her. Freed from its binding, her hair danced in the wind, accentuating her breathtaking beauty. Wang Huitian extended his fingers, capturing a single, delicate strand of her hair, swiftly piercing it into her brow. Her spiritual energy, which she had just summoned, fell silent. This strike sealed her consciousness from controlling her golden core. What? What do you intend to do? I'm a disciple of Hongfeng Valley. Wang Huitian shook his head. No, from this moment forth, you shall be regarded as a demonic cultivator from the northern plains. You have concealed yourself in the Watcher Mountain, luring young villagers and passing cultivators with your beauty, siphoning their blood for your own cultivation. Wang Huitian pondered further. He had the characters and the narrative, yet he required fabricated evidence. He pressed his finger into Red Willow's cherry-like lips, leaving a bite mark upon it. You were subdued during your surprise attack on me. Gulme, take another bite on my neck for authenticity. Shameless. Scoundrel. You forced me into such indignity. As the two engaged in this rather amicable negotiation, layers of thick fog began to envelop the village. The mist swiftly obscured the entire settlement, the scattered houses appearing ethereal within the haze. In the mountains, crows cried mournfully. A potent scent of blood wafted through the air. Wang Huitian gazed into the distance, realizing the stench emanated from the neighboring village. The evil cultivator had made their move. Upon witnessing this, Red Willow hastily spoke up. Release me at once. The malevolent cultivator is across the way. Wang Huitian casually brushed aside the strands of hair from the opponent's forehead. Now that this impostor had indeed materialized, their utility had diminished significantly. Go and apprehend him. Should you fail, I shall still use you as a substitute. Lacking any cultivation, he was particularly inept at traversing distances. The two villages, though separated by mountains, appeared deceptively close, and the onset of night would not guarantee their arrival. In a fit of exasperation, Hong Lu flung her sleeves and took flight on her sword. Wang Huitian observed the crimson light streaking across the sky and proceeded at a measured pace towards the neighboring village. It was evidently unrealistic to expect a golden core practitioner to subdue a malevolent cultivator. He would need to undertake the journey himself. Moreover, the mist surrounding the area was clearly a trap, necessitating that Hong Lu venture forth to probe. At the village entrance, the household that had previously knocked on the door had a little girl seated upon a wooden horse in the courtyard. Wang Huitian reached out and gently stroked her hair. Child, where are your guardians? My parents are devoured by monsters. My grandfather is inside the house. The dark stone dwelling obscured the interior, yet it exuded a chilling atmosphere. Continuing down the mountainside, he could see the flickering lights of the opposite village from a distance, with each household draped in white mourning cloths. Paper money danced in the wind along the mountain path. Scattered along the road were several dilapidated coffins, and some were merely covered with a mat of grass. The villages in this vicinity were indeed impoverished. Wang Huitian lifted a corner of a mat and discovered a withered corpse lying beneath, its blood entirely drained, presenting a ghastly sight. Already, he could hear the sounds of battle between Hong Lu and the malevolent cultivator. Hong Lu's slender sword darted through the mountains like a nimble green serpent, causing trees to shatter and houses to collapse in her wake. The malevolent cultivator wielded a long spear, exhibiting remarkable agility and destructive power, leading to an evenly matched confrontation that had reached a stalemate. Upon noticing Wang Huitian observing from the ridge, Hong Lu urgently called for assistance. Come quickly. This malevolent cultivator is too formidable. With blood-red teeth, the malevolent cultivator grinned maliciously. Ha ha ha, little girl, is this your ally? Lacking any cultivation and appearing utterly daft. Are you jesting with me? Wang Huitian, lost in contemplation, abruptly halted and turned his gaze towards the previously observed village, his eyes narrowing. Every household in the vicinity had hung white mourning cloths, indicating death. Why then was the earlier village so immaculate and tranquil? He pivoted and departed swiftly, his steps quickening. Damn it, this fool is deceiving me. On lui faz d'arcaned. Her grip on the sword quivering slightly, as her irritation reached its peak. In the distance, a figure cloaked in black regarded the fleeing silhouette with a grave expression. Muttering to himself, he truly possesses no cultivation. The man removed his hood, revealing a handsome visage, none other than Luo Wuji, renowned as the foremost practitioner of the myriad paths at Wandao Mountain. System, assess Wang Huitian's fortune value. A voice resonated in his mind. Assessment complete. Human Wang Huitian owes the heavenly Tao a fortune of 10 million. Current fortune value, negative 10 million. Luo Wuji stood in bewilderment, exclaiming, "What on earth? How can fortune have a negative value? What heinous act has he committed to incur such a debt? I wonder, when he faces tribulation, will the heavenly Tao strike him down?" The system fell into silence. Logically, the lower the fortune, the more displeased the heavenly will becomes, resulting in increasingly terrifying retributions. Yet, in this paradox of negativity, should one truly be struck down, who would repay the debts of fortune incurred? Resolving not to dwell further on this conundrum, Luo Wuji ascended on his sword, seizing a rare opportunity to behold Wang Huitian's sword. Ghost, shadow, flash. As the words fell, Luo Wuji's form, merely just having taken flight on his sword, abruptly vanished, akin to a streak of lightning crossing the sky, unleashing a series of sonic booms. Wang Huitian hurried back to the village, leaning against the old locust tree, gasping for breath. Damn it, once I am wealthy, I will hire 4 transcendent beings to carry me. Stumbling into the courtyard, the little girl on the wooden horse had vanished without a trace. He pushed open the ajar wooden door, revealing a room shrouded in cobwebs, devoid of any semblance of life. Entering another household, he kicked open the door, only to find the interior equally desolate. Earlier, when he had come to inspect, although the villagers had not opened their doors, it was evident that the presence of people lingered in the village. In the briefest of moments, an entirely different scene unfolded before him. Wang Huitian turned, and the echoes of countless laughs filled his ears, adding an eerie layer to the already desolate village. Chapter 15. The sword that cleaves all paths in a tempest of fierce winds. The chilling light of the sword emerged from its sheath, shattering the wooden houses and earthen walls of the village into a cloud of dust. When faced with the incomprehensible, one must strike with a sword. If one strike fails, then 2 shall suffice. With a swift descent of the sharp blade, earth and stone were sent flying. The very ground trembled as mountains quaked. Trees on the hillside toppled and shattered, yet the ancient locust tree at the village entrance stood resolute. "I have found you," Wang Huitian declared, raising his sword to cleave down upon the old locust tree. A crescent of sword energy descended, startling a pitch-black crow perched upon its branches. Calling an alarm, the crow vanished into the sky as the tree was split in 2. Wang Huitian furrowed his brow. The methods of this malevolent cultivator were indeed peculiar. The vastness of the world still held many mysteries to behold. Feathers shed by the crow released tendrils of dark energy, tainting the earth beneath into an inky abyss. This sinister aura distorted the very fabric of space, causing stones to melt away as if they were ice under the sun, and clouds to tumble downwards. With a flick of his wrist, Wang Huitian unleashed a stream of vibrant crimson blood, transforming it into a lethal blade that shot forth with deadly precision. The ground, once tainted by darkness, now split open, stained with fresh blood. Luo Wuji, suspended in mid-air, hastily retreated several hundred meters, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and concern. It seemed this village harbored no malevolent cultivators. Rather, it lay ensnared within a realm of ravenous specters, cursed and forbidden. Did he truly intend to confront this ominous domain head-on? Observing the rampaging sword energy, the quaint village had vanished, replaced by treacherous ravines. System, can I truly prevail against him? After all, he lacks spiritual energy. The system pondered for a moment before responding resolutely. Please do not doubt, host. You're the strongest. At that instant, Wang Huitian, amidst his wild slashes, suddenly lifted his gaze towards Luo Wujing. He had sensed the whispers of humanity and the presence of a cultivator. His eyes glinting with murderous intent, a grotesque smile creeping upon his pale visage. I have found you, malevolent cultivator. In that fleeting moment, Luo Wujing felt a chill run down his spine, akin to a hapless golden retriever being stalked by a rabid dog. Calm down, junior disciple, it is I, Luo Wujing of the main peak. Despite his protest, Wang Huitian was swifter. A blood-red sword, no larger than a thumb, surged towards him. Trailing a streak of urgent crimson light, Luo Wujing hastily raised his sword. One sword style, Iado. For heaven's sake, I cannot block this. Before he could even draw his weapon, the blood sword had already pierced through his chest. How swift! From the moment he was detected to the instant the blood sword struck, scarcely a second had passed. As the head of the 10,000 paths of the 10,000 Paths Mountain, he had sustained grievous injury without even unsheathing his sword. Wang Huitian narrowed his eyes. Though he could not discern the details, the figure clad in black was undoubtedly a sinister cultivator. As he gazed at the silhouette plummeting from the clouds, he leaned against his knee to catch his breath, his strength waning, and the formless sword within him incessantly tormenting his nerves. Nevertheless, he staggered towards the direction in which the dark figure fell, recalling only his previous encounter with the sword bones of Yu Yao. He believed that the spiritual root was akin to the sword's essence. Yet only after integrating the formless sword into his being did he realize the stark difference. He required more materials and needed to find that shadow to dissect it piece by piece. He yearned to witness firsthand what the spiritual root truly was. With a resounding thud, Luo Wujing crashed into the forest, startling countless birds into flight. He let out a gasp, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. Yet, it was not the physical wounds that tormented him, but rather the grievous damage to his Tao heart. Since the awakening of his system, had he ever faced such utter defeat? Amidst the trees, a flash of crimson light darted past, and a figure clad in white suddenly materialized before Luo Wujing. Hif, I have stumbled upon a core formation stage cultivator. The newcomer wore a gentle smile, his long hair cascading casually behind him, exuding an air of elegance and a hint of celestial grace. Li Shanliang, the scattered cultivator, had encountered the revered sect of the Immortal Mountain. Luo Wujing narrowed his eyes. Do you know me? Li Shanliang adjusted the strands of hair at his temples, his smile growing warmer. Of course, my brother. You are the chief disciple of the Wandao Mountain, renowned for your mastery of myriad paths. I'm merely curious whether your skills extend to the art within this abode. Luo Wujing furrowed his brow. He was gravely injured, lying on the ground, and a gnawing sense of foreboding tugged at his heart. What do you intend to do? Ha. What I desire is Li Shanliang spoke without hesitation, casting aside his sword and reaching for Luo Wujing's garments. Panic surged in Luo Wujing's eyes as he raised his hands to shield his chest. In that moment, he realized he had encountered a malevolent cultivator. However, in his severely weakened state, he could do little to preserve his integrity. Soon, his outer robes were stripped away, leaving him in mere undergarments. This could be deemed the most perilous moment of his cultivation journey. System, save me. Why the hell are you playing dead at this moment? From the depths of the underbrush, the red willow, concealed behind a tree, furrowed her brow as she observed the scene, clutching a severed head from which blood dripped steadily. Beside her stood a man, her senior brother Jiang Yi, who had come to assist her. They had just slain the malevolent cultivator and rushed over, only to witness this absurd speck, a mere mortal, seemingly frail and sickly, produced a portrait from his bosom and approached, comparing it to Wang Huitian's visage. The resemblance was striking. The target had been identified. He raised his hand, intent on seizing Wang Huitian by the throat, his gaze imbued with disdain and indifference. The bounty for slaying a mortal was a staggering 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. A most lucrative transaction indeed. Suddenly, a resonant sword cry pierced the air as Wang Huitian, acting with swiftness, pointed his finger at Li Shanliang's brow. In an instant, sword energy surged through the forest. Unable to wield the cold gleam of his sword, he resorted to his index finger as a blade, sufficient to dispatch a freshly ascended Yuan stage practitioner. A radiant beam of light shot forth from the tip of his finger, piercing through all obstacles in its path, embodying pure sword intent, as pristine as the sharp edge of a polished blade. From Li Shanliang's energy sea, a phantom Yuan emerged, eyes wide with panic and disbelief. Escape. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. In an instant, the Yuan had fled the mountainous woods, darting northward. Wang Huitian merely lifted his eyelids. The Yuan was no longer within sight. However, it mattered not. Knowing the direction was sufficient. Jian Wu pursue. Casting a glance at Li Shanliang's fallen form, Wang Huitian's palm glided along his spine. Then, with a flourish, he directed his hand towards the fleeing Yuan Ying's trajectory. In an explosive surge, the spine transformed into a formidable sword, racing forth with ferocious intent. Wang Huitian observed the fearsome blade, his heart filled with awe. A mere mortal sword possessed such might. If he had summoned the Moon Yao, what a weapon it would have been. At that moment, he could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed to the ground. Before losing consciousness, a flash of red silk danced before his eyes. Ah, you scoundrel! Now you have fallen into my grasp. Chapter 16. Captured as the blade of the sword glimmered, Yu Yao, diligently honing her skills, suddenly shivered. Master, I have reached the 7th level of qi refinement, she exclaimed joyfully, leaping with delight. Mu Qing, her master, affectionately ruffled her hair. Next, I shall impart to you the falling star sword technique. You must practice it diligently, for it is my closely guarded secret. Mastering it will enable you to pluck stars and slash the moon, becoming invincible. Yu Yao gazed upward, her face alight with anticipation. Is it more powerful than second senior brother's sword? Of course. Your second senior brother wields a mere mortal sword, one not worthy of emulation. No sooner had she spoken than Yi Bai, who had been in a stupor, burst into laughter, as if afflicted by madness. Ha ha ha! I have attained enlightenment. Master, I have comprehended. He raised his hand and executed a sword strike, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that tore the very fabric of space. A colossal rift emerged, swallowing the clouds and light, imparting a profound sense of dislocation to the azure sky, as if it had been shattered into countless fragments by that single blow. This was the insight he had achieved, and with the augmentation of spiritual energy, it was terrifying indeed. The master was not mistaken. Should he cultivate his qi, he could sever the divine. Mu Qing shot Yi by a stern glance, and turned to re-enter the dwelling when a beam of sword light swooped in from beyond the mountain. From afar, Lu Qingshan called out, Junior sister, your second disciple has been detained by the Red Maple Valley. They demand your sincere intent to negotiate for their release. With a resounding bang, the wooden door slammed shut. Negotiate for what? My second disciple, Yu Yao, is perfectly obedient within the confines of Red Maple Valley. Wang Huitian lay bound and bandaged like a zongzi, with only his pair of eyes fixated intensely on the beam of the room. The beams here were sturdy and straight, unlike the crooked ones at the sword peak. A gathering of elderly men encircled him, their eyes occasionally flashing with glimmers of insight. Strange indeed, one mused. The second son appears to possess an innate sword body, yet how can a sword body only inflict harm upon itself? Every injury he bore was inflicted by the sword bones within him. Lu Ruyen, the master of Honglu, furrowed her brow and extended her delicate hand to press against Wang Huitian's back. It seemed as if he had fused a spiritual sword within his body. Yet this was erroneous. His dantian was empty. Even we, the great cultivators, would perish from the sword energy were we to attempt such a feat. How has he accomplished this? Hong Lu cast a disdainful glance at Wang Huitian. She held no interest in these matters. Her heart ached for her dwindling purse. To revive this fool, she had nearly exhausted her savings on spiritual medicines, now merely hoping for Mu Qing to arrive and compensate her for the trouble. At that moment, a young man rushed into the room, his face alight with excitement. Sister, I heard you've captured a man. Where is he? Let me see. The youth, around 15 or 16, possessed striking features reminiscent of Hong Lu. Upon spotting Wang Huitian, who lay there in a daze, he hurried over to inspect. Why is he just immortal? Wang Huitian's eyes flickered as he regarded the young man. What being immortal? If I could move, I would thrash you 10 times over. Oh, quite the temper you have. The young man was clearly skeptical. In such a feeble state, could he even wield a sword? Hong Lu hastily intervened, pulling the youth away. Xiao Luo, keep your distance from him. Do not be deceived by this fellow's mortal appearance. He possesses a fierce temperament. Hong Luo's eyes glimmered with skepticism. He had encountered martial artists among mortals before, yet none had exuded such an aura. Wang Huitian, disinterested in the squabbling siblings, turned his gaze back to the wooden beams above. His recovery was astonishingly swift. Within merely 2 days, he was able to rise and walk. He did not venture far, instead spending his days idly contemplating a maple tree in the courtyard, sometimes lost in thought for hours on end. Hong Lu propped her chin on her hand, observing the contemplative figure in the yard who appeared to be dozing off. A week had elapsed, yet there was still no sign of Mu Qingshi coming to redeem him. Lu Qingshan had already taken Luo Wuji away 2 days prior, leaving this boy seemingly abandoned. Alas, this foolish lad, I wonder if he has been forgotten. Hong Luo, however, remained undeterred by such musings. Each day, he would engage in a spirited debate with Wang Huitian, only to storm off in a huff afterward. True to form, he made his appearance at noon, arriving punctually by Wang Huitian's side. Brother Wang, are you admiring the tree? Have you discerned its secrets? Wang Huitian chuckled lightly, his gaze fixed on the unturned leaves of the maple. Do you find this maple leaf beautiful? Brother Wang, the most exquisite things in the world are right beside you, yet you fixate on a mere leaf. How laughable! Hong Luo pointed at Hong Lu, his eyes fixed intently on Wang Huitian. The debate commenced, and he took the first shot. Just a red-skinned skeleton, parading in front of me daily, quite the eyesore. Brother Wang claims my sister is a red-skinned skeleton, yet little does he know that what you admire is merely a withered leaf. When you gaze upon her, I cannot believe your eyes are devoid of emotion. Wang Huitian shifted his stance, his expression placid as he regarded Hong Lu, his eyes betraying no hint of tumult. I shall observe her for 10 breaths. Let us see if my eyes remain void of feeling. Brother Wang, you are blushing. Luo brother, do not provoke me. My heart is tranquil, unperturbed. How could I possibly blush? Across from him, Hong Lu clenched her teeth, veins bulging on her forehead. This is too much. To call me a red-skinned skeleton in front of me. Can you not see my unparalleled beauty? Have you developed a special vision just to scrutinize the bones beneath my skin? Her grip on her sword tightened, nearly slipping from her hands. She surged forward, seizing Wang Huitian by the ear and dragging him outside. Since your master has not come to redeem you, you shall work for me, earning your keep to repay your debts. You cannot simply lounge at my abode, indulging in free meals and daring to slander me. That is truly audacious. Behind them, on lui avoir à Michivou Grand. He often found himself bested by Wang Huitian in their debates, but it was evident that his sister was formidable. With a direct confrontation, she would swiftly put him in his place. Alas, sister, wait for me. I shall accompany you both. Wang Huitian was forcibly taken to the Hall of Tasks in Hongfeng Valley, where numerous disciples gathered, casting curious glances his way. It was well known that Hong Lu, the favored daughter of heaven, though exuding charm and allure when she spoke, never showed such intimacy with men. Yet today, she held Wang Huitian's hand, appearing remarkably close. Amidst the multitude of gazes, Wang Huitian sensed a few hostile stares, likely from Hong Lu's admirers. He gazed through the throng, his attention drawn to a crimson-haired man, whose formidable cultivation had reached the zenith of the golden course stage. Clad in a striking scarlet robe, he exuded an air of dominance, his expression dark and brooding at that moment. My dear brother, do not regard me thus. My relationship with Miss Hong Lu is entirely innocent. The only reason she holds my hand is due to a debt I owe her, as she fears I might abscond. Wang Huitian was acutely aware of the jealousy that could arise from misunderstandings, grasping the age-old adage of beauty being a source of calamity. He felt compelled to elucidate his situation to every passerby, striving to prevent misinterpretations that could lead to unnecessary troubles. Suddenly, The forward-moving Hong Lu turned back and forcefully stepped on Wang Huitian's foot. Silence. The task office of their sect served as a crucial economic hub, cataloging bounties from far and wide. These assignments range from capturing monsters and exterminating malevolent cultivators to tracking down cases and engaging in battlefield skirmishes. Hong Lu promptly selected the most lucrative task available. Fully aware of Wang Huitian's capabilities, such missions posed little threat to him. Wang Huitian craned his neck to inspect the task scroll. A special task, to escort the second prince of the Great Qin. Chapter 17. The beautiful disaster. Upon reading the task details, Wang Huitian's pupils constricted. It was rather peculiar that a prince of the Great Qin sought the protection of individuals from the immortal sect. Hong Lu's eyes sparkled at the sight of the reward of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. This had great potential. A single endeavor could yield substantial returns. Moreover, being a multi-person task, bringing along Hong Luo and Wang Huitian would surely lead to even greater profits. "Elder, I shall accept this task," she declared. At that moment, a red-haired man stepped forward from the crowd. "Sister Hong Lu, may I accompany you?" Hong Lu furrowed her delicate brows. The newcomer, named Hua Chenfei, ranked among the top 10 disciples of the Hongfeng Valley. With his presence, she worried about potential disputes over the distribution of rewards. "Hua Xixiao, I have already brought Hong Luo and this junior brother from Wandao Mountain. They will also partake in the distribution of spirit stones." Hua Chenfei waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance. "No matter, I'll lack for spirit stones. I merely wish to venture out and gain experience." With that, he turned his gaze towards Wang Huitian, his expression darkening. The last of the group, Hong Luo, poked Wang Huitian in the back and whispered in his ear, "You see, the beauty you perceive as a mere skeleton is regarded as a treasure by others." It was evident to those with discerning eyes what Hua Chenfei's intentions were. Nevertheless, with a peak golden core cultivator joining them without claiming a share of the spoils, Hong Lu did not refuse. The four of them arrived at the mountain gate, where Hua Chenfei raised his hand to summon a flying boat, his face beaming with pride. "Sister, this vessel is crafted by the Grand Elder of the Refining Pavilion. It travels 1,000 miles a day. The journey to the Great Qin Imperial City will take merely 3 days." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Wang Huitian. The latter's eyes betrayed no surprise. He had encountered flying boats before. During his expedition to the northern plains with his father, he had seen countless vessels, none of which were inferior to this one, all manifestations of the Great Qin dynasty's deep-rooted heritage. Alas, all were lost in a single battle in the northern plains. Once everyone boarded the flying boat, Wang Huitian remained behind, his expression somewhat awkward as he looked towards Hong Lu. "Is it possible for me to abstain from going?" Hong Lu grasped his ear and pulled him onto the boat. "Are you attempting to shirk your responsibility?" "No. I fear I may be unable to restrain myself and might level this Great Qin." Seeing the intimacy between the two, Hua Chenfei's eyes flashed with a fleeting malice. His heart filled with discontent. A mere mortal dared to covet the prized daughter of Hongfeng Valley. Such audacity to speak of leveling the Great Qin. What audacity indeed. He snorted coldly, activating the formation, and the flying boat shot forth like a streak of light. Wang Huitian's gaze grew profound as he continually suppressed the sword energy within his body, generated by the Wuxiang sword. More crucially, he sought to restrain the 7 orifices on the sword. These orifices whirled like vortices, perpetually absorbing spiritual energy. Now, as he achieved a unity between man and sword, allowing further absorption would lead to a breakthrough in his qi refining stage. Yet it also meant that the sword's emitted energy would become even more formidable, a power he might not be able to contain. Curiosity sparkled in Hong Lu's eyes as she scrutinized Wang Huitian. "Huitian, previously, I expended 13,000 spiritual stones to procure medicine for you. Upon the completion of this transaction, I shall retain 3,000. How about you repay me by laundering clothes, folding quilts, and tidying the courtyard for a year?" Wang Huitian drooped his ears, feigning ignorance. Cleaning the courtyard? He had been on the sword edge for 8 years and had never once touched a broom. Seeing Wang Huitian's indifference, Hong Lu stomped her foot in frustration and retreated into the cabin. Meanwhile, Hua Chunfei, who was maneuvering the flying vessel, revealed a cruel smile upon realizing that both Hong Lu and Hong Luo were absent. With a flick of his fingers, a wisp of faint red sword energy silently penetrated above Wang Huitian's head. Wang Huitian, who had been deep in contemplation, suddenly opened his eyes and turned sharply to regard Hua Chunfei. How audacious! To strike at me even before reaching the Grand Qin Imperial City. Are you seeking death? Hua Chunfei's expression froze. He had not anticipated that a mere mortal could detect that wisp of sword energy, let alone dare to threaten him. Boy, do not presume that because you are under Hong Lu's protection, you can act recklessly before me. With a chilling clang, Wang Huitian unsheathed his sword, for he was a man of action rather than words. From within the cabin, Hong Lu and Hong Luo rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Hua Chunfei, what are you doing? Upon hearing Hong Lu's inquiry, Hua Chunfei appeared bewildered. Here was Wang Huitian pointing his sword at him, and she had the audacity to question him. Junior sister Hong Lu, please keep an eye on this insignificant insect you brought along. Hong Luo shook his head in dismay. Alas, the beauty is often a source of calamity. Hong Lu shot a glare before turning her attention back to Wang Huitian. What is happening? Wang Huitian's expression remained cold as his eyes bore into Hua Chunfei. I wish to kill him. Who dares to stop me shall perish. Hua Chunfei found Wang Huitian's declaration utterly ludicrous, unable to contain his laughter. You intend to kill me? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? What? Do you think you can do so with that sword in your hand? Wang Huitian loosened his grip, allowing the sword to drop and pierce the deck. He stepped forward, pointing his index finger. I need not a sword to slay you. Seeing Wang Huitian's movement, Hong Lu rushed forward to embrace him. Hua Chunfei was someone she had brought along, and he was the grandson of the Grand Elder of the Red Maple Valley. Should he perish here, the consequences would be dire. In that moment, Wang Huitian's pointed finger slightly deviated, and a pure beam of sword light flashed past Hua Chunfei's ear. With a tremendous roar, a distant mountain peak crumbled under the impact. Amidst the rising dust, a colossal python writhed and fled in terror, having been inadvertently struck in the abdomen. Hua Chunfei, with a few strands of red hair falling, stiffly turned his head to witness the panicked retreat of the giant serpent. That was a creature comparable to one at the nascent soul stage. With a thud, his legs buckled, and he knelt upon the deck, cold sweat trickling from his forehead. Had it not been for Hong Lu's intervention just now, that sword strike would have obliterated his head. Wang Huitian advanced 2 more steps, his fingertip resting against Hua Chunfei's forehead, the icy sensation causing the latter to shiver involuntarily. No, please don't kill me. I was wrong. Hong Lu rushed forward once again, embracing Wang Huitian, her eyes filled with panic. Huitian, spare him this once. If you kill him, I will have no way to explain to the sect. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, and feeling the softness behind her, Wang Huitian slowly lowered his fingers while gazing at the strands of Hong Lu's hair drifting in the air. Hold me a little longer, he said softly, causing Hong Lu's delicate form to shudder. At that moment, Hong Luo hurriedly ran forward to lift Hua Chunfei, who was equally shaken by the sword strike. Although Hong Lu had previously warned him about Wang Huitian's formidable strength, this was beyond comprehension. Senior brother, do not linger here. Come back to the cabin with me, he urged. When Hua Chunfei was pulled up, his legs still trembled, and the ground beneath him was damp. He felt as though his body was no longer under his command. The pinnacle of the core formation stage seemed utterly ridiculous at that moment. As the two departed, silence enveloped the deck. Hong Lu continued to embrace Wang Huitian from behind, her body gradually softening. She felt his warmth, a deep blush spreading across her cheeks as she pressed her face against his back, her eyes gently closing. How strange it was that someone with such an icy demeanor could possess an inexplicably warm body. Wang Huitian turned his head to glance at the strands of Hong Lu's hair, swaying beside him, a rare smile blooming on his face. The 9th sword. I comprehend it now. Let this sword be named after Hong Lu. The 9th sword, Hong Lu. Chapter 18. The Imperial City of Qin. As Wang Huitian's words fell, Hong Lu swiftly turned and fled into the cabin. Moments ago, they had shared tender moments, her heart filled with boundless fantasies. But now she felt as if Wang Huitian intended to cast her aside like a sacrificial blade. Recalling the fate of the malevolent cultivator Li Shanliang, whose spine had been drawn out as a sword, despair enveloped her. Wang Huitian raised his arm, fingers grazing the flowing hair of Hong Lu, causing her scalp to sting as a few strands were yanked free. The sound of a blade slicing through the air echoed as those strands soared towards the distant giant serpent. The hair danced gracefully through the air, but the colossal beast, sensing impending danger, lashed its tail upward, cleaving through towering trees effortlessly. Yet, despite such formidable power, the strands twisted and entwined around the serpent's body. Approaching the bow of the vessel, Wang Huitian observed the writhing serpent on the ground, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. With his fingers raised, the struggling giant snake abruptly ceased its convulsions. A nascent soul beast, vanquished, he noted, his brow furrowing slightly. The strike was not entirely flawless. It lacked a touch of finesse. Turning his gaze to Hong Lu, she instinctively took a couple of steps back, clutching her hair protectively. No more pulling. I shall be left bald. The flying vessel glided over mountains and forests, revealing villages ahead, and in the distance, a city emerged. They had entered the direct jurisdiction of Daqin, and everything appeared to flourish harmoniously. Wang Huitian surveyed the splendid landscape, swallowing a snake gall the size of his thumb. Though bitter, it would aid in mending his injured physique. As the flying vessel approached, cultivators ascended from the city. Upon arrival, they presented documents. Hong Lu tossed forth a brocade letter, which was accepted by one of the cultivators as he boarded the vessel to verify the identities of the 4 occupants. Although all the immortal sects belonged to the Daqin domain, the dynasty remained vigilant regarding these factions. The man's gaze swept over Hong Lu and the others before resting upon Wang Huitian's face. Wang Huitian of Wandao Mountain, is it? How could you possibly be unknown? Wang Huitian's cold voice rang out, causing the man to tremble slightly. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee, astonished. I am Li Jing of Tianshuang City, paying my respects to the Northern King. A flicker of reminiscence crossed Wang Huitian's countenance. The title of the Northern King. It had been a long time since he had heard that designation, originally belonging to his elder brother, who had perished in the 10,000 mountains. Their father had inherited it, only to meet his demise in the northern plains. Now was it his turn? In many families, a noble title could be passed down through generations. Yet in his own, the kingship had rotated within merely 2 generations, a rather amusing circumstance. Indeed, my royal uncle knows how to manage affairs. After 8 years in Qingshan, he has even preserved this royal title for me. Li Jing kept his head bowed, not daring to meet Wang Huitian's gaze. Once, the Northern King held immense power, but now this position seemed little more than a mere ornament. Are you a former member of the Northern Army? Wang Huitian inquired. Li Jing nodded respectfully. During the Northern Expedition, I served as the 10th commander of the 3rd Battalion. Very well, you may withdraw. As the group successfully entered the city, the gazes of the others aboard the vessel toward Wang Huitian had transformed entirely. In Red Willow's eyes, there was a scrutinizing gaze. The Northern King of Daqin, although a fallen figure in exile, was he truly incapable of repaying his debt of 30,000 spirit stones? Yet, this time, she had indeed guessed correctly. Wang Huitian possessed a staggering 2 million spirit stones, acquired from Yibai. As for Hua Chenfei, his gaze towards Wang Huitian was now tinged with terror. He had never anticipated that an ordinary mortal could harbor such a convoluted background. Cursed fate. He felt ensnared in a treacherous situation. Hong Luo, however, did not ponder too deeply. He eagerly approached Wang Huitian, resembling a naive rustic. Brother Wang, heavens! The Northern King, does he not possess vast territories? Of course, Wang Huitian responded with a grin. The Northern King's domain stretches for thousands of miles. From Xingyue Pass to Tianling Mountain. Hong Luo's face was awash with astonishment. How immense must that be? Xingyue Pass served as Daqin's bulwark against the northern plains, while Tianling Mountain was a sacred site for the demon cultivators of the north. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Why was the northern king's territory situated in another nation? Wang Huitian flashed a smile. Traditionally, the northern king's domain encompasses all lands not incorporated into the Daqin territory. Hong Luo scoffed, inwardly dismissing Wang Huitian's claims as mere fabrications. Yet, Red Willow remained silent. She had heard tales of the northern king's former glory when the emperor had bestowed upon him 1,000 cities in the northern frontier, only for the northern king to refuse. He had audaciously demanded dominion over the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses beyond Daqin. An imperial edict had followed, and henceforth, the northern king embarked on campaigns across the seas, conquering numerous neighboring nations, traversing the 10,000 great mountains and the western desolate of the north. At that time, the northern king was still Wang Huitian's elder brother, known for his unrestrained nature, reputed to possess unparalleled prowess and invincibility in battle. Reflecting on this, she could not help but steal a glance at Wang Huitian, realizing why this young man had such a foul temper. It must be hereditary. The flying vessel sped directly towards the imperial city. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. In the distance, a colossal city emerged, cradled by the undulating mountains, resembling a great dragon encircling and safeguarding the metropolis. Atop the mountain peaks, towering pillars had been erected, forming the protective array of Qin Huang City. As flying was prohibited in Qin Huang City, the vessel was compelled to halt at the base of the mountains. A series of stone steps descended in a staggered formation. To enter the city, one must first ascend the mountain. Wang Huitian, gazing at the towering stone steps, felt a shiver run down his spine. As a mere mortal, he feared he might perish on the ascent. Red Willow, carry me up, he requested. Red Willow, taken aback, pointed incredulously at herself. Me? Here, there are 2 strong men, and I'm the only weak woman. Why must it be me? Wang Huitian cast a disdainful glance at Hong Luo and Huatian Fei. Hong Luo, with his youthful exuberance, would surely bounce around, and his body could not withstand such antics. As for Huatian Fei, that fellow was already trembling with fear. Carry me up, and I shall repay you with spirit stones, he insisted. Red Willow, fuming, squatted before Wang Huitian, her mind rife with curses. It seemed that those who owed money always acted like lords. Was it not only right to repay her spirit stones? Yet now, he dared to use her as a means of coercion. No man was worth trusting, especially this sickly wretch, who seemed rotten to the core. Wang Huitian gently settled onto Red Willow's back, the subtle fragrance wafting from her presence enveloping him. He maintained a serene demeanor, savoring the softness of the woman. Today, you carry me up the mountain. In the future, I shall take you to ascend. Hong Lu felt a surge of indignation. Is this ascension truly serious? It has been over a millennium since anyone has ascended in this land. What audacity does a mere mortal possess? The stone steps, though lengthy, posed no challenge to a practitioner. Within half an hour, the group reached the summit, where a woman clad in crimson battle armor awaited them. Are you the comrades from Hongfeng Valley? Hong Lu presented the mission scroll, which the woman took, glancing over briefly before stowing it away. And why is there a mere mortal among you? Wang Huitian raised an eyebrow, the blade of his cold light sword suddenly extending by an inch, causing several strands of the crimson-clad woman's hair to fall. You may not recognize me, but you must acknowledge the sword I wield. The woman in red narrowed her eyes, hastily clasping her fists in respect. I am Qin Ran, honored to meet you, senior. The cold light sword was, of course, well known to her. Once, Dao, he had lost a shoe in his fervent pursuit of it. This was a tale known to all. Now, with the cold light sword in the hands of this young man, how could he be anything but extraordinary? Chapter 19. The Northern King's mansion, a few individuals were escorted into the city. The second prince did not reside within the imperial palace, but rather in a private residence situated nearby. The abode appeared grand and elegant, imbued with an ancient charm, replete with opulence, featuring winding streams and artificial hills. Sprawling over our Bench. Please take a moment to rest here today. I shall arrange tasks for you all at dawn, said Wang Huitian. Upon entering the garden of the residence, he became entranced by the artificial hill, while Hong Lu trailed closely behind, equally lost in thought. As the sun dipped low in the west, the distant mountain shadows cast a slanting silhouette over the two figures, creating a scene of inexplicable harmony. The two remained motionless, resembling tranquil monks in meditation. Hong Luo rested a hand on Huitian Fei's shoulder, a toothpick dangling from his lips. "Do you think my sister has truly taken a liking to this lad?" he mused. To be honest, they do seem quite compatible from this angle. Huitian Fei dared not respond. He simply wished to complete this task swiftly and return home, for the outside world was exceedingly terrifying. As dusk settled, Wang Huitian finally shifted his gaze from the hill, reluctantly unfastening the storage bag at his waist and tossing it to Hong Lu. 30,000 spirit stones. Not a single one less. With a disdainful snort, Hong Lu accepted the bag, meticulously counting its contents before turning to leave. Wang Huitian rose and made his way outside the mansion, feeling compelled to visit the Northern King's mansion now that he was in the imperial city. As he stepped out, shadows flickered in the alley beyond the estate. A casual glance sufficed. They were mere ants, unworthy of concern. Inside the mansion, in the grand hall, the second prince Wang Hao paced anxiously. Despite being in the imperial city, beneath the emperor's feet, he felt no sense of security. Damn it, why have the reinforcements from Hongfeng Valley arrived? Yet the commotion outside only intensifies. I have relinquished my claim to the throne. Must they not let me be? His countenance reflected despair, as if he were ensnared in a quagmire, sensing his demise was imminent. At that moment, a guard rushed in, breathless. "Your Highness, for some reason, the number of personnel monitoring outside has suddenly diminished. How many have departed?" Wang Hao inquired, concern etched on his face. At the guard's solemn reply, "At least 9, a shadow of dread crossed Wang Hao's features. Simultaneously, the third prince, situated in Wandao Mountains, Wangshan City, enjoyed a life of indulgence. His table overflowed with delicacies and fine spirits, accompanied by 2 enchanting maidens playing the zither and reciting poetry, creating an atmosphere of pure bliss. Yet his mind wandered beyond the sumptuous feast and beautiful companions, his gaze frequently drifting towards the distant Emerald Mountains. Suddenly, the door burst open and a guard rushed in. "Your Highness, news from the imperial city. Wang Huitian has appeared in the capital." Wang Yuan's wine cup fell from his grasp as he turned, stunned, to the guard. "What did you just say?" His anger erupted, sending the delicacies on the table crashing to the floor, his arm trembling with rage. "I have awaited him here for half a month, and you now tell me he has arrived in the imperial city? Fool, incompetent. Go. We shall return to the capital. This time, I shall seek Father's permission to marry Yu Yao, and then I shall thrust the marriage documents in his face." In the imperial city, Wang Huitian remained oblivious to the happenings in Wangshan City. He had arrived at the residence of the Northern King, pushing open the gate, only to find that the interior had changed significantly, no longer resembling its former self. "Are you the young master?" inquired the elderly steward, straightening his back, his voice trembling slightly. Wang Huitian cast a glance around the expansive estate, noting the absence of anyone else, save for this solitary old steward. "Nb, where's my mother?" The steward, quivering, stepped forward to scrutinize Wang Huitian, tears glistening in his eyes. 8 years ago, upon receiving the news from the northern plains, the lady moved back to the residence of the princess. Later, upon hearing that you were rescued by Wandao Mountain, I even urged the lady to bring you back, but she refused. At that time, all the retainers and advisors of the Wang residence were dismissed by her, and I, despite my good intentions, could do nothing but leave you in the safety of Wandao Mountain. Wang Huitian was not surprised by NNB's words. It was perfectly natural for the loyal followers to scatter when the tree fell. From a young age, he had disagreed with the development strategy of the Northern King's residence. The notions of recruiting advisors, befriending retainers, and commanding 1,000,000 soldiers to seize the world were utter nonsense. In his view, it was far better to coerce than to befriend, and to wield a single sword was preferable to commanding countless troops. He proceeded directly to the ancestral hall, gazing at the tablets within, where his father and elder brother's memorials had gathered a layer of dust. Wang Huitian's fingers gently brushed over the name inscribed on his father's tablet. Yi Xiangbing. NNB, Please inform Wang Huitian to come to the Northern King's residence to see me. If I do not meet her tomorrow, she shall bear the consequences." How dare the esteemed Northern Princess return to the residence of the princess without permission? Behind him, NB trembled, his frail body shaking. He slightly turned his head to observe Wang Huitian's somewhat youthful visage, feeling a bitter taste in his mouth. Although he was unaware of what the young master had experienced over the years, this domineering demeanor seemed unprecedented, even during the most glorious days of the Northern King's residence. "Young master, the princess is, after all, your mother. You cannot simply call her by name." Wang Huitian snorted coldly and exited the ancestral hall, causing NNB to hurriedly follow. "Young master, will you not light an incense stick?" Wang Huitian paused, glancing at the numerous tablets that filled the hall, and replied nonchalantly, "Common paper and incense are unworthy offerings to our ancestors. I shall return to pay my respects only after I have gathered the blood of countless beings from the northern plains and the souls of the myriad demons from the mountains." The old steward, NNB, was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at Wang Huitian with a complex expression, sensing that the boy's return had brought about a peculiar change. It seemed the years of hardship had left him somewhat deranged. Nevertheless, he dared not neglect the task assigned by Wang Huitian and hastily made his way to the princess's residence. The residence of the princess was situated within the palace, not far from the Northern King's estate. However, the old man walked slowly and only arrived at the palace when the moon was high in the sky. After the gatekeepers relayed the message, they reported that the princess was not to be seen. It was already late, and she had retired for the night, advising that any matters could be addressed the following day. Despite NNB's persistent insistence that Wang Huitian had returned and sought an audience with the princess, he was unable to gain entry through the palace gates and could only leave, sighing in resignation. After a prolonged absence of NNB, Wang Huitian pushed open the gate of the residence, preparing to depart. At the very moment the gate swung open, a sudden and fierce gust of acrid wind swept through the cobblestone street. At the far end of the shadowy path stood a young man, gun in hand. With formidable cultivation at the mid-stage of a nascent soul realm, he stirred the fallen leaves into a whirlwind, scattering them in the air. Such prowess would make him a respected elder even in the Qingshan sect, making his appearance as a youth all the more extraordinary. The Tianqing lieutenant, Wu Qi, had come to summon the Northern King back to the mountains. Wang Huitian yawned and sauntered off toward the residence of the second prince, indifferent to the danger. "There's a mother tiger in the mountains. If you do not return," as their figures drew closer, Wu Qi swung his spear, positioning it before Wang Huitian. "If you refuse to return, you will perish. Your mother cannot protect you. You must understand this." Wang Huitian's fingers glided along Wu Qi's spear, then, with a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to Wu Qi's face. "Do you truly believe the Northern King fears death?" Chapter 20. To end killing with killing. As Wang Huitian slowly made his way away, Wu Qi's hand holding the gun trembled slightly. The Northern King once held immense prestige, attracting numerous enemies. The moment Wang Huitian set foot in the imperial city, the assassination plot that had been secretly prepared commenced. He did not believe Wang Huitian had any chance of survival, at least not without the intervention of the Grand Princess. The identity of a disciple from the Wandao Mountain Sword sect could not safeguard him. Wang Huitian proceeded at a leisurely pace, his movements languid. The street enveloped in an eerie silence that allowed the sound of footsteps from those watching him to be distinctly heard. It was indeed quite loud. Just as he was about to reach the residence of the second prince, Wang Huitian suddenly halted. He turned and walked back towards the imperial city. The numerous cultivators trailing him exchanged glances, puzzled about what this scion of the Northern King intended to do. Where was he going? Regardless of his destination, he was doomed to die tonight. The Great Qin did not require a Northern King who could instigate turmoil. Have you forgotten that without the Northern King, the demonic cultivators of the Northern Wilderness would have long ravaged the Central Plains? Great Qin needs a Northern King, but not one so feeble. The Watchers belonged to various factions, each with their own conflicts. All were masked, as they were strangers to one another, freely expressing their thoughts. Their footsteps were light, akin to ghosts of the night, all skilled in the art of concealed assassination. At that moment, the lead follower abruptly stopped. A look of deep confusion etched on his face. How did he manage to enter the palace? I shall wait here. I do not believe he will remain inside forever. A few shadowy figures dared not to follow him within the palace, but could only watch as his silhouette grew ever distant. Wang Huitian arrived at the guards by the palace gate, glancing at Nan Bo, who was dozing against the wall, and shook his head. Indeed, how far he had fallen. These minor guards dared to obstruct the steward of the Northern King's residence. Step aside, Wang Huitian bellowed, startling the dozing Nan Bo into action. He hurried forward, his expression filled with urgency. Young master, what brings you here? The head of the gate guards raised his spear, pointing it at Wang Huitian, glaring fiercely. Who goes there? Daring to be reckless before the palace gate? Wang Huitian narrowed his eyes slightly. In his childhood, none dared to impede his entrance to the palace. Who did not know he was the beloved son of the Grand Princess and the Northern King, Yi Xiongbing? The palace was merely his playground. Upon hearing Nan Bo call him, the guards undoubtedly guessed his identity, yet still dared to block his path, showing utter disregard for him. With a sharp sound, the cold light of the blade erupted, and several heads soared into the air. These guards were merely at the foundation establishment stage, utterly no match for him. He did not even require sword intent, as the unparalleled sharpness of the second-best sword in the world was sufficient to effortlessly dispatch them. In the Grand Princess's residence, a eunuch hurriedly burst in to report. Inside, a beautiful woman was embroidering, her figure voluptuous, adorned in a lavish robe, exuding elegance. Her gaze conveyed confidence and composure, each smile and frown radiating a unique charm. Oh no, oh no, the young master has stormed into the palace with a sword. The woman gently set down her embroidery, rubbed her brow, and then spoke calmly. Disregard him, eliminate the palace guards, and the emperor will manage the aftermath. With that, she resumed her work with a needle and thread, and with a flick of her wrist, the gates of the princess's residence sealed shut. I am on the verge of transcending to the star-plucking realm. If it weren't for the fall of the Qin, I would prefer solitude. To pluck the stars with a single hand and ascend to immortality. What a splendid world it would be. How ludicrous are mortals, how laughable are the ants. Forever ensnared by mundane affairs, truly absurd. Wang Huitian wielded his sword as he entered the imperial palace, where the atmosphere was decidedly eerie. Apart from a few guards on duty earlier, he encountered no one else. Casting a disdainful glance at the princess's residence, he let out a cold snort and turned toward the eastern palace. The palatial grounds were eerily tranquil, resembling a somber, forbidden zone, while danger was not overtly visible. An undercurrent of menace pervaded the air. Wang Huitian dragged the cold light of his sword behind him, vigilant against any ambush from the shadows. His hair danced in the wind, with a few strands drifting off into the unknown. Ahead, a black-clad guard obstructed his path, gripping a cerulean longsword and adorned with a fearsome mask. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, a half-step to divinity. Please take another route. O King of the North, for this is a forbidden ground, the guard intoned. Wang Huitian scoffed. I have already rolled upon the emperor's dragon bed. What forbidden ground is there in this world? Atop the resplendent golden throne hall of the palace, two men were leisurely sipping wine while observing the eastern palace. The man in white, intrigued, inquired of the man in gold, Did he truly roll upon your dragon bed? The man in gold paused momentarily before nodding. Indeed, I even granted him a generous red envelope. A young boy rolling on the bed is how one begets sons. The man in white erupted, spitting out his drink. So that is how he gained access to the dragon bed. Look, the action is about to commence. Both men, captivated, set down their wine flasks as a brilliant sword light erupted from the direction of the eastern palace. Wang Huitian unsheathed his sword, his speed not particularly swift. Compared to the nascent soul cultivators, he moved as slowly as a tortoise. Yet before he could fully extend his blade, the figure of the black-clad guard had already appeared before him. A torrent of spiritual energy surged, causing his robes to flutter violently. The cerulean longsword was aimed directly at Wang Huitian's throat, and the guard's figure seemed to materialize out of nowhere. With a gust of wind, a tempest arose. and countless sword energies howled within it. Wang Huitian stood motionless, for his speed rendered evasion futile. It was impossible to dodge. However, should the guard take another step forward, he would undoubtedly be cleaved to pieces by the tempestuous sword energy. Madman! The black-clad guard retreated, sheathing his sword. A smile crept onto Wang Huitian's lips. The guard had squandered his solitary chance of victory. Now, prepare to meet your demise. First sword, severing thoughts. As the words left his lips, the gale ceased abruptly. The black-clad man's heart constricted. He sensed an unseen sword intent slicing towards him. He could see nothing, yet the danger loomed ominously, ringing alarm bells in his mind. Damn it, what kind of sword is this? He summoned all his cultivation to flee towards the eastern palace, for the unseen peril was even more treacherous. He had no idea how to counter or evade it. Your Highness, save me! A terrified cry echoed through the eastern palace as countless candles within the hall extinguished in an instant. Prince Wang Huitian stepped out from the eastern palace, raising his finger to inscribe a spell in the air, though he had only completed half of the incantation. Suddenly, with a thud, a figure clad in black collapsed, sliding a considerable distance across the ground. Wang Huitian's hand, poised for spell casting, trembled slightly before coming to a halt. Who grants you the audacity to slay my people before my very eyes? Wang Huitian countered, his gaze betraying no hint of fear. Who dares to obstruct my path? Wang Huitian bit down hard on his teeth, his eyes gleaming with unmasked murderous intent. However, with the loss of the black-clad guards, he felt uncertain of his ability to escape unharmed. Moreover, the imperial guards remained inactive, and the stance of the emperor was evidently clear. The matter concerning the Lord of the North was one he chose to observe with detachment, allowing the others to act as they pleased. He had initially thought that a mere mortal could be easily dealt with, but to his astonishment, he found himself facing a formidable adversary. The audacity to commit murder within the palace was a grave misstep, one that could prove catastrophic. Clenching his fists, he swept his sleeve in agitation and spoke with indignation. Very well, speak. What business do you have with this prince? Chapter 21, Long Time No See. Second cousin Wang Huitian's gaze remained tranquil as he softly inquired. Are those who have been following me your arrangements? Wang Huitian, fully aware of the implications, responded with indignation, no. Wang Huitian turned and strode towards the palace exit, his voice lightly drifting back. Oh, then there's nothing to worry about. With a sharp crack, Wang Huitian's teeth shattered as he bit down, blood gushing forth, mingled with the remnants of his broken teeth, nearly causing him to faint from rage. All of this turmoil stemmed from a singular question, resulting in the demise of the peak yuan he had painstakingly courted. Such insufferable arrogance was beyond comprehension. By the way, I have recently taken on the role of a guard at Wang Hao's residence. Please show some consideration and refrain from causing trouble. I prefer solitude. With that, Wang Huitian spat another mouthful of blood, his vision darkening as he collapsed to the ground. After a moment, Wang Huitian arrived once more at the crossroads leading to the princess's residence, his icy gaze fixed upon the tightly shut palace doors, pausing for a considerable time. Cultivating immortality. Ascending? When the autumn arrives on the 8th day of September, I shall trample upon the celestial realm at the edge of the broken immortal cliff. Once I have eradicated this immortal world, I will ensure that none can cultivate, and all shall obediently till the fields in the mortal realm. Having uttered these thoughts, he felt no lingering attachment and turned to exit the palace grounds. Outside, those who had once trailed Wang Huitian had long since vanished. They had witnessed the flash of sword light within the palace and heard the news emanating from within, naturally deterred from lingering further. As dawn broke, the first light of day emerged. Hong Lu pushed open her door, stretching leisurely, her crimson gown accentuating her enchanting silhouette. In the courtyard, Wang Huitian crouched by the base of a rockery, staring vacantly at an oval pebble. His expression was grave, as if a realization was dawning upon him. Yet, upon deeper contemplation, it felt as though he was enveloped in a fog, unable to discern the truth. Hong Lu silently joined him, frowning at the pebble on the ground. Reaching out to turn it over, it was merely an ordinary pebble, smooth and white, commonplace in appearance. At this moment, Hong Luo also emerged from his chamber, raising his gaze to spot the two lost in thought beside the rockery. He grinned and asked, "Sister, are you two engaged in some sort of business?" With a sudden bang, a door swung open, revealing Huitian Fei's eager face, scanning the surroundings. "You little rascal, I shall tear your mouth apart." The playful banter between the siblings did not faze Wang Huitian in the slightest. He remained fixated on the pebble. In Wang Hao's sleeping quarters, the once mighty second prince jolted awake from a nightmare. Ever since losing favor at court, he had been plagued by restless nights, feeling as though a blade hovered over his throat, poised to strike at any moment. Qin ran. "What is the situation outside?" From the shadowy recesses, the crimson-armored figure of Qin Ran emerged, the most trusted confidant of Wang Hao, who had kept vigil outside his chamber throughout the night. "Your Highness, for reasons unknown." All the spies departed in the early hours. Wang Hao furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the situation. His faction had faced exile and confiscation, and now, the entire imperial city lay shrouded in darkness, leaving him oblivious to the events unfolding beyond his residence. In the realm of immortals, far too many princes had met their silent demise within their own abodes. "Hasten, take me to meet the foreign aid summoned for this occasion." The emperor may, at any moment, attain the threshold of transcendence and retreat into the realm of eternal life. It is then that true chaos will ensue, leading to countless families facing ruin within the imperial city. Upon arriving at the villa, the first figure that caught my eye was that of Huitian Fei. Adorned with flowing red locks and dressed in resplendent purple robes, exuding an air of distinction. "Huitian Fei of Red Maple Valley, I have the honor of meeting your highness." He acknowledged, his aura emanating the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Wang Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart and nodded appreciatively. "Ha ha ha, truly worthy of the prodigies of Red Maple Valley. Your prowess is indeed remarkable." After exchanging a few pleasantries, he turned his gaze towards the siblings, Hong Lu and Hong Luo, feeling a renewed sense of composure. One was at the early stage of the golden core, and the other at the mid-stage, a commendable pairing. "Did your esteemed sect not send for prodigies? I wonder where the other young talent is at this moment." At that instant, all eyes in the courtyard turned towards Wang Huitian, who was crouched beside the rockery. Wang Hao's expression faltered upon entering. He had mistaken Wang Huitian for a mere gardener tending to the grounds. He approached slowly and placed a hand on Wang Huitian's shoulder. Wang Huitian turned his head slowly, a faint smile adorning his face. "Long time no see, second cousin." Wang Hao's hand froze mid-air, his expression shifting from joy to sheer terror. He staggered backward a few steps, nearly losing his balance. Although Wang Huitian's visage had changed slightly, remnants of his former self were unmistakable. "Second cousin, do you seem to fear me?" Wang Huitian rose, resting a hand on Wang Hao's shoulder. "Do not be afraid. I shall not harm you." Wang Hao frantically waved his hands and fled the courtyard in a panic. Wang Huitian sighed. Among the 5 princes, the most lacking in ambition was indeed this one. The crown prince was inherently ruthless, backed by a strong maternal lineage and numerous supporters, making him the most formidable. The third prince was bolstered by the national guardian, the snow demon, possessing considerable strength as well. Although the fourth prince lacked a powerful clan backing, his extraordinary talent earned him the title of the greatest prodigy of Great Qin. He had already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage and now guarded the Star Moon Pass in the Northern Territories. As for the fifth prince, that young child was oblivious to the complexities of the world, yet he lived with carefree abandon. With little else to occupy his time, Qin ran. Upon learning of Wang Huitian's identity, refrained from assigning him any protective duties. He relished the leisure and wandered aimlessly through the imperial city. The streets were bustling, with mundane wares being a rarity. Most vendors offered items pertaining to the cultivation of immortality. Few ordinary individuals resided within this imperial city. As he searched in vain for any rejuvenating elixirs, Wang Huitian found himself deep in thought, pondering how to resolve his current predicament. Having gone to great lengths to feign a false spiritual root, yet still being unable to cultivate was somewhat intolerable. "Dear guest, perhaps the elixirs you seek may be found at Xianbao Tower," a vendor suggested. It is said that Xianbao Tower possesses countless miraculous potions, many of which are unseen in this realm. The vendor glanced around and leaned closer to Wang Huitian, whispering conspiratorially. It is rumored that the items sold at Xianbao Tower originate from the celestial realm. Wang Huitian cast a dismissive glance at the vendor's stall, where an elderly man was selling fried potatoes at the roadside, clearly a source of ludicrous tales. Ascension is arduous, and descent even more so. It is utterly implausible for celestial beings to descend into this world. However, it is indeed worthwhile to visit the Xianbao building, for there may be treasures needed within. Navigating through the bustling crowd, the path ahead becomes remarkably spacious, with pedestrians dispersed leisurely. The shops here are a stark contrast to those in the previous alley, adorned with opulent decorations, intricate carvings and painted beams, artificial hills and flowing waters, and precious spiritual trees create an enchanting scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. On a pink-bricked second floor, a young gentleman leans against the railing, one hand gesturing toward Wang Huitian while the other playfully teases the woman in his arms. Ha ha ha, look at that rustic fellow. It must be his first time in Fei Xian realm. Utterly bewildered, he remarks. Wang Huitian glances up at him. The man appears to be in his late 20s, barely at the foundation building stage, clearly a privileged scion from a powerful family. Without pausing, he strides deeper into the street. As he passes beneath the building, a cascade of liquor spills from the second floor, drenching Wang Huitian's shoulder. Chapter 22. The Plunder of the Celestial Realm. Dear guest, come in and enjoy. The madam at the entrance beckoned, accompanied by several alluring women clad in revealing attire. Wang Huitian cast a sidelong glance at his shoulder, dampened by spilled wine, his expression revealing no sign of joy or anger. Young man, this cup of wine is on me, came a voice from above, where raucous laughter echoed. Situ withdrew his wine cup, refilled it, and extended his hand over the railing. Open your mouth, for if I spill it again, there shall be no more. As he poured the wine down below, he simultaneously caressed the soft bosom of the beauty nestled in his embrace. His guards, with eyes sharp as hawks, kept a vigilant watch on the scene below, their swords subtly humming, as if ready to unleash their fury at any moment. The other patrons within the establishment kept their distance. After all, this was the son of the Grand Marshal Shui Yao, the most notorious libertine of the royal city. Wine dripped from Wang Huitian's long hair, cascading down in droplets. He lifted his arm, catching a drop on his fingertip, savoring the exquisite flavor. Indeed, it was fine wine. Casting a glance at the sign above the small building, inscribed with elegant celestial abode, he pondered the poor judgment of the poet who had named such a brothel. Wang Huitian entered, unyielding to any intimidation, and ascended to the second floor, with the madam hurrying after him. Dear guest, weapons are not permitted in the elegant celestial abode. Dear guest, if you do not heed my warning, I will summon assistance. Clang! The long sword swept through the air, and a flash of crimson illuminated the madam's neck as her head rolled down the exquisite wooden staircase, her golden and silver ornaments scattering across the floor. Ah, murder! A scream erupted from a nearby young woman, prompting several others to flee in panic. Wang Huitian sheathed his sword and stepped confidently onto the second floor. The guards of Situ, alerted by the commotion at the staircase, drew their swords as Wang Huitian ascended. Amidst the fierce brilliance of their blades, crackling with violent energy, they struck with blinding speed. Wang Huitian sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, yet the long sword grazed his waist, leaving a crimson mark. As the guard attempted a horizontal slash, he suddenly felt his body weaken. Bewildered, he glanced down to see Wang Huitian's fingers embedded in his dantian, gripping tightly around his nascent soul. Boom! In an instant, the nascent soul was forcibly crushed, exploding his body into a mass of gore. Wang Huitian shook his aching arm and continued towards Situ, the splattered blood and flesh coating his face, with remnants of internal organs sliding down his clothing, presenting him as a specter risen from the depths of hell, causing Situ to pale in terror. What do you intend to do? My father is the Grand Marshal Shui Yao. Wang Huitian seized Situ's throat, rendering the foundation building cultivator momentarily paralyzed with fear. Just as he prepared to strike down this libertine, a resounding voice echoed from deep within the elegant celestial abode. "Impertinent fool, who dares to cause a ruckus here?" A glint of cold light flashed as a protective barrier formed before Wang Huitian, golden orb striking against the cold blade with a crisp clang. An elderly man with white hair, appearing frail as if on the verge of death, emerged. Wang Huitian narrowed his eyes, a tempestuous sword energy coalescing between his fingers. "Vice Commander Xian, do you intend to stop me?" The old man was momentarily taken aback, astonished as he spoke. "You are the young master?" With a swift motion, Wang Huitian crushed Situyu's neck and casually discarded him aside. "Haha, it has been a while. Vice Commander Xian, you truly have a charmed life. You survived the bloody battle in Beiyuan." Xian Tian, in a state of shock, gazed at the lifeless Situyu on the ground, the son of the national marshal. Shui Yao, so carelessly slain. "Oh dear, young master, you have landed yourself in trouble," he exclaimed in a flurry, rushing to Situyu's side, desperately attempting to channel spiritual energy into him, hoping he had not yet succumbed. Shui Yao's prowess was formidable, commanding hundreds of thousands of troops. This was a calamity indeed. Wang Huitian kicked the limp Situyu twice, unfazed. "We are in the right. What is there to fear? He splashed me with wine first." Xian Tian felt utterly speechless. Was this truly a matter of right and wrong? The heavens themselves had been pierced. The four national marshals were not to be trifled with, and even a royal family would hesitate to provoke them. A moment of carelessness could plunge the world into chaos. "Vice Commander Xian, what brings you here? Do not tell me that at your age, you still frequent brothels." Xian Tan, seated forlornly on the ground, realized that Situyu was completely lifeless. "This flying immortal realm is the property of my lady. We old fellows usually guard it." Wang Huitian's eyes brightened. So it belonged to his household. No wonder the name was so elegantly chosen, replete with sophistication. He immediately pulled out a storage bag, stuffing anything he fancied inside. The account as million spirit stones, ornamental spirit wood bonsai, and precious vessels. Nothing was left behind. Xian Tian attempted to intervene, but only pretended to resist, sensing that Wang Huitian was preparing to flee with his ill-gotten gains. How could one fear a national marshal, reminiscing about the glories of the Northern King's residence? After surveying the remaining few maidens in the establishment, Wang Huitian shook his head in lament. They were adorned in exquisite celestial garments. It was a pity to see them in such a place. Xian Tan, sensing the impending calamity, hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. "Oh dear young master, you cannot escape with a few burdens weighing you down." "Escape? What are you talking about?" Wang Huitian was utterly bewildered. He exited the Yashin residence, moving on to the next establishment. The Northern King's treasury had once been quite substantial. What had Wang Huitian left for him upon his return? "I merely intend to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me." In a long princess mansion, the old eunuch rushed in to report, "Not good, not good. Your Highness, the flying immortal realm has been plundered." Wang Huitian, seated at the dais, slowly opened her eyes, her gaze as serene as water, as if nothing in this world warranted her concern. "What has transpired?" The old eunuch wiped the sweat from his brow. "Today, the young master rampaged through the Yashin residence, murdering the national marshal's son, Situyu. Upon realizing that the flying immortal realm is your property, he harbored malicious intent and looted dozens of shops along the street. I've heard that even the maidens within Yashin residence were nearly abducted." Wang Huitian inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing her rage. Her cultivation was immensely resource-intensive. The prospect of ascending to the immortal realm hinged upon the income from the flying immortal realm. This unfilial son was becoming increasingly reckless. "Convey my decree. From this moment forth, he is forbidden to set foot in the realm of the immortal ascension." Beneath the vaulted ceiling of the imperial palace, a man clad in golden robes gazed towards the residence of the Long Princess, speaking softly. "My sister, indeed, possesses remarkable composure. Despite my 6 decades of reign, I have yet to harness the dragon chi of the great Qin to ascend to the celestial realm. Her aspiration for ascension is nothing short of a deluded fantasy." Beside him, A figure in white chuckled lightly, placing a piece upon the chessboard that rested under the eaves. Your Majesty, this piece appears somewhat unruly. Shall we remove it? The golden-robed man shook his head. If she remains unperturbed, then so shall I. Upon returning to the residence of the third prince, Wang Huitian surveyed the resources amassed from this haul, a smile creeping across his lips, revealing a hint of madness. Today marks the day I step into the realm of Qi refinement. Chapter 23. Ascending to the first level of refinement. Power Surge. Hong Lu. Guard for me. Hong Luo, you shall stand watch outside the courtyard. No one is to enter without my command. Hua Qinfei, take your position at the entrance. Today, the estate is closed to all visitors. Those who dare intrude shall face death without mercy. Wang Huitian issued his commands one by one. And Wang Hao, along with his beautiful little guardian, were expelled from the courtyard. Both felt a sense of despondency, yet dared not voice their frustrations. Hong Lu observed Wang Huitian's unusually grave demeanor, a flicker of excitement in her eyes. To witness a powerful being's breakthrough up close could yield profound insights. Huitian, have you concealed your cultivation? Are you on the verge of breaking through to the star-plucking stage or entering the Tao? Wang Huitian swallowed hard, a gleam of pride in his gaze. Watch closely, you shall soon find out. His arrogance was suffocating, as if everything lay within his grasp, merely awaiting the opportune moment for a seamless breakthrough. Hong Lu also swallowed hard, her expression laced with anticipation. The pre-breakthrough Wang Huitian was already immensely powerful. It was difficult to fathom the extent of his strength following the breakthrough. Wang Huitian ceased further words and, with a flick of his wrist, began to arrange rare, spiritual herbs from his storage bag upon the ground. These were truly exceptional treasures. The 9-core heavenly lotus, the mother and child orchid, the guanine vine, and the transcendence herb. Why is there poison among them? Hong Lu muttered to herself, though she dared not speak aloud for fear of disturbing Wang Huitian. After laying out all the spiritual herbs on the table, Wang Huitian proceeded to retrieve elixirs. These were all pilfered from Xianbao Tower. Among them were numerous top-tier 5th and 6th grade pills. However, it mattered little to him. As long as he knew they would aid his cultivation, that was sufficient. The elixirs and spiritual herbs filled 2 large tables. He inhaled deeply, and Hong Lu beside him felt an equal measure of tension. I shall begin. Wang Huitian gritted his teeth, seizing the elixirs and herbs from the table and stuffing them into his mouth. His cheeks bulged, and many herbs were swallowed whole before being chewed. The violent potency surged within him, and at that moment, he relinquished his control over the wuxiang sword. A wave of excruciating pain enveloped him, akin to swallowing molten iron, searing through his entire being. His eyes turned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet his hands showed no sign of ceasing their frantic work. Like a terminally ill patient, faced with the inevitability of death, he resolved to gamble with fate, embracing the risk. Witnessing Wang Huitian's anguished roar, Hong Lu panicked and rushed forward to embrace him. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Yet she did not impede his grasp for the spiritual herbs. Stay away from me. If this explodes, blood will splatter all over you. Wang Huitian forcefully pushed her aside. Trembling, he crawled to the edge of the bed, gripping the bedding tightly. If I perish, wrap me in this bedding and find any place to bury me. Then, take Hong Luo and leave the imperial city at once. Wang Huitian understood all too well that given the troubles he had stirred, Hong Lu and Hong Luo could not bear the consequences. Leaving behind only remains would be their fate. Hong Lu stood helplessly at the doorway, her eyes reddened. She yearned to speak but found herself at a loss for words, ultimately turning away, unable to bear the sight before her. Wang Huitian clenched his teeth, desperately suppressing the potent essence from spilling forth with his blood. With great difficulty, he raised his index finger to his brow, severing his consciousness with an ethereal blade to procure a fleeting respite. However, this proved futile, as the excruciating pain swiftly returned, jolting him back to a state of awareness. The formless sword hole voraciously absorbed the tumultuous spiritual energy, causing a cacophony of forces within him to tear at his flesh. His skin began to crack, resembling a dense spider's web, If this continued, it would inevitably rupture. Sword 9, Red Willow. In a critical moment, he forced his body upright, his index finger dancing through the air, weaving translucent sword energy across his shattered skin. He utilized his finger as a needle and the sword energy as thread, forcibly stitching together the impending rupture of his skin. Yet, blood continued to seep from his pores. Sword 2, Blood Slaughter. The freshly spilled blood was once again drawn back into his skin, intertwining with the formless sword energy. Get back. A new round of confrontation commenced. With his body embodying the cosmos, Sword 4, Mountains and Rivers. The once violent sword intent that had been directed at his foes now relentlessly assailed him, a process that seemed to endure for an eternity. Red Willow leaned against the door, her delicate form trembling incessantly. She could hear Wang Huitian's voice diminishing, until it became nearly inaudible. As dusk fell, the moon ascended beyond the treetops, and the croaking of frogs echoed in the night. She had not heard his voice for a long time, yet she dared not turn away. Sobbing, in the depths of the night, Red Willow's stifled cries reverberated through the courtyard. Outside, Hong Luo stood frozen, having not heard his sister weep in ages. The sound pierced his heart like the sharpest of blades. Time flows unceasingly, indifferent to anyone. Red Willow's quiet weeping persisted throughout the night. Her body weakly slumped against the doorframe. Thud! The somber chime of the palace bell rang out, signaling the court assembly of the Qin dynasty, which convened every 9 days. The next assembly was today. Thud thud. The second and third tolls of the bell sounded, accompanied by a soft voice echoing through the palace. Announce, all officials enter the hall to deliberate on the world and assist the common folk. Wiping away her tears, Red Willow stood up, mustering her courage to turn around. Suddenly, a slender, pale arm rested upon her shoulder. Startled, she turned to find a handsome face devoid of color, yet radiant with a brilliant smile, as if sunlight had kissed the snow. This was a smile she had never witnessed on Wang Huitian's face before, genuine, unlike the forced expressions of the past. Hey, how's it going? I've broken through to the Qi training stage. His previously frozen sorrow melted away, as if he had been reborn. You're alive, you're alive, Red Willow exclaimed, throwing herself into Wang Huitian's embrace, her suppressed cries erupting into a loud outpouring of emotion. Wang Huitian inhaled the fragrant scent of her hair, grinning foolishly, while simultaneously waving at Hong Luo, who stood bewildered at the courtyard entrance. Greetings, Brother Hong Luo. I have successfully transcended the Qi refinement stage. Comfort Red Willow. He strolled leisurely within the estate of the second prince, while ahead, Qin Ran was tending to the greenery. Lady Qin, what are you up to? Qin Ran glanced at him with a gentle smile. The prince has a fondness for flowers and plants, so I take care of them whenever I find myself with free time. Oh, that sounds quite pleasant, but do not neglect your own cultivation. That is what we, as cultivators, should prioritize. Qin Ran nodded slightly, puzzled as to why the usually reticent king of the north would engage in idle chatter today. You are correct, Your Highness, Wang Huitian remarked, his expression revealing a sense of mentorship, his gaze piercing as it remained fixed on Qin Ran. This caused the latter to feel somewhat flustered. Is there anything else, Your Highness? Wang Huitian summoned the scant spiritual energy within him, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Your Highness, are you hungry? Qin Ran inquired softly. What? Hungry? As cultivators who have entered the Qi refinement stage, we have transcended the need for food. Do not slander me, young guard. Behind him, Red Willow stifled a laugh, worried for Wang Huitian's health as she followed closely, witnessing his prideful display of cultivation to everyone he encountered. His demeanor had shifted from the previous coldness to a more endearing charm. Lady Qin, where is your prince? Qin Ran's face reflected concern. Today, court assembly. The prince entered the palace early this morning, Wang Huitian replied, his eyes sparkling with resolve. For how could the court of the great Qin proceed without the king of the north? Red Willow, let us also attend the court assembly. Chapter 24. The great assembly of the Qin dynasty. Hong Lu intended to stop Wang Huitian, for the great assembly was a gathering of the princes. Although Wang Huitian bore the title of hereditary prince of the north, she felt it was self-proclaimed. Could she truly attend the assembly? Unfazed by such considerations, Wang Huitian dragged Hong Lu along, gravitating toward the throngs of people. The streets of the imperial city were bustling with officials arriving for the assembly, and the carriages lined up in an extensive queue. "Hey, you up ahead! Clear the way, don't block the path," shouted a coachman at Wang Huitian. Naturally, Wang Huitian would not take such insolence lightly. "What audacity, daring to shout at me! Huitian, don't stir up trouble. This imperial city is teeming with formidable figures, far beyond the likes of Qingshan," cautioned Hong Lu. Throughout their journey, Wang Huitian displayed an ostentatious demeanor, her qi radiating boldly, her displeasure apparent. She yearned for someone to provoke her so she could test her prowess in the qi refining stage. Initially, Hong Lu tolerated her antics until Wang Huitian kicked the wheel of the carriage belonging to the chancellor, Wei Zhuang, nearly causing Hong Lu to faint from fright. Fortunately, the chancellor merely lifted the curtain to glance at them, not pursuing the matter further. Hong Lu tugged at Wang Huitian's ear, forcibly leading her aside. Her face flushed with anger. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? You were walking just fine. Why provoke Wei Zhuang?" Wang Huitian, unfazed, replied, "Whether I live or die is uncertain, but I know that I have broken through to the qi refining stage, and many here are destined to perish." The Great Assembly was an extraordinary event, with over 1,000 attendees entering the hall. Outside, there were even more, numbering in the tens of thousands, listening to the sacred words. The 9 palace gates opened simultaneously, each representing a strict hierarchy. The central gate was reserved solely for royal relatives. The side gates were designated for the 3 dukes and 9 ministers, while the smallest gate was crowded with lesser officials, forming the longest queue. Wang Huitian, however, pulled Hong Lu towards the grand central gate. What a bunch of fools, their minds are addled. Why push through that narrow entrance when the space is so open? The surrounding officials cast scornful glances at the pair, yet none dared to intervene. Under the weight of so many scrutinizing eyes, Hong Lu trembled slightly. These were the officials wielding power in the Qin dynasty, exuding a pressure that ordinary folk could scarcely bear, especially in such numbers. Their gazes resembled that of a pack of ferocious wolves, fixated on 2 unsuspecting lambs. A guard at the palace gate blocked their path with his spear, his icy gaze sweeping over Wang Huitian's face. "The central gate is prohibited. Entry is restricted to royal relatives. Huitian, should we perhaps join the queue over there?" Hong Lu suggested in a voice barely above a whisper, her head bowed, unable to meet the stares around her, feeling a cold sweat trickle down her back. Wang Huitian scoffed, pointing to her own face as she boldly questioned, "Do you not see? I am the biological son of Wang Jinxian, the nephew of Wang Daoyang. Am I permitted to enter or not?" As the guard contemplated his response, he suddenly received a slap to the head. Wang Huitian raised her hand and repeatedly struck the guard's head, her arrogance palpable. "I ask you, can I enter? Can I enter? Can I enter?" Upon entering the imperial palace, Hong Lu remained apprehensive. Since her arrival in Qin Huang City, it was her first occasion venturing out with her companion, and she felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Each step was akin to traversing a tightrope over a precipice fraught with peril. Glancing at the ascending Qian Kuan Hall, Wang Huitian's gaze bore an unusual gravity. "Do not move," he commanded, seizing Hong Lu's arm. He pricked his finger, using his blood as ink to inscribe 3 vertical swords upon her brow. "I shall engage with the princes of the Qin. You may meander within the palace. Should you encounter any trouble, seek refuge at the princess's manor. Remember, if Wang Jinxian does not intervene, berate her for her ingratitude, for neglecting her duties as a mother. Should she attempt to strike you, claim that you carry my child, that a single mother faces a wicked stepmother." Wang Huitian's instructions were meticulous and detailed, leaving Hong Lu bewildered amidst the swirling winds. As the courtiers entered the hall, the soft yet commanding voice echoed once more. Wang Huitian ascended the stone steps with deliberate poise. The officials stood in formation along the sides, while 3 princes occupied the forefront. The moment he stepped inside, Wang Huitian sensed a formidable aura of hostility directed towards him. Lifting his gaze, he recognized the imposing figure of the national commander, Shui Yao. At the center of the grand hall, the emperor of the Qin, adorned in a resplendent dragon robe, sat regally, surrounded by a faint mist, as if in a celestial realm. Beside him stood a man clad in white, the enigmatic national master, Jing Huashuiyu, whose origins remained shrouded in secrecy, known to few. Wang Huitian positioned himself conspicuously at the forefront, exuding the energy of a qi refinement practitioner. Who dares enter the hall without permission? An official bellowed, his eyes glinting with authority. Who are you to not recognize this prince? You insolent child. The lineage of the northern king has been obliterated in the North Plains. What are you, that I should acknowledge you? A minister hastily retorted, escalating the confrontation. Once the court session concludes, I shall ensure your family is likewise extinguished, another official threatened. Wang Huitian, undeterred, countered with equal fervor. Back and forth they went, increasingly drawing in other officials into the fray. You have wreaked havoc in the city for days. Your crimes warrant death, and yet you dare to appear here? Do you think I fear your Qin-s officials? Shui Yao spat in anger. I have dispatched a few scoundrels. What of it? How dare you slay my virtuous son, who is pure and benevolent? To slay an insect is nothing I need to report to you. As the din within the hall escalated, the aggrieved crown prince, unwilling to be sidelined, voiced his grievances regarding the death of his late-stage nascent soul guard. With such arrogance, you presume to call yourself a prince, yet the name of the northern king has long turned to dust. How can a mere qi refinement cultivator dare to claim such a title? It is utterly laughable. Whether it is laughable or not, I care not. Should you question my cultivation again, I shall knock out your teeth. The tumult within the hall grew ever more chaotic, with profanities and insults flying in all directions. Wang Huitian single-handedly engaged in a war of words, relishing the exchange, even stepping forward to spit in delight, completely disregarding decorum. The emperor, observing from his dragon throne with chin propped thoughtfully, appeared thoroughly entertained by the unfolding spectacle. After listening for a while without hearing any novel words, he nonchalantly waved his hand. From behind the dragon throne, a venerable eunuch emerged, carrying a lush, striking cactus, which he placed directly before Wang Huitian. After setting the cactus on the ground, he turned and returned to the side of Emperor Qin. Suddenly, Wang Huitian, who had been embroiled in a heated argument, found himself momentarily stunned, his gaze captivated by the cactus at his feet. He crouched down before it, his expression bordering on madness, reminiscent of an irate cat that has caught the scent of catnip, or a barking wild dog that has spotted a sausage. The cactus seemed to cast a powerful enchantment, rendering the entire hall silent in an instant. A smile crept across Emperor Qin's lips as he burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, just like when I was a child. He laughed with unrestrained joy, completely disregarding the red-faced crowd arguing within the hall. Well then, let us commence our deliberations. What shall we discuss first? Perhaps we should consider who will take charge of the great Qin after I depart. Chapter 25. The peril in the imperial court. As the words of the Emperor Qin resonated through the grand hall, a palpable silence fell, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. This was an exceedingly sensitive topic, now thrust into the open by the emperor himself. Observing the lack of response from the gathered officials, the emperor languidly reclined upon his dragon throne. I am aware that each of you harbors a preferred candidate. Thus, let those who favor the crown prince stand to the left, those who favor the second prince stand in the center, and those who favor the third prince stand to the right. His voice suddenly grew somber as he continued, those who support Princess Jin Xian step forward to stand before me. Let us vote. May the majority's choice prevail. With his final proclamation, a formidable aura of imperial authority surged through the hall, causing every heart to tremble as all present fell to their knees. We do not dare. The emperor abruptly slammed his hand upon the armrest of his throne and stood. Dare you not? In the realm of the immortal cultivation dynasty, what is there to fear? As long as one possesses sufficient strength? I have already established the crown prince. Yet these officials and princes continue their petty maneuvers, as if they do not regard me. However, he merely intended to issue a warning. As long as the eternal forest remains intact, the foundation of the great Qin shall not waver. For countless generations, Each emperor of Qin who ascended to the Tao realm entered the eternal forest, which is the true essence of the Great Qin. No one knows the extent of the powerful beings concealed within, not even he himself. You had better temper your ambitions, otherwise. I shall not hesitate to cleanse this court before entering the eternal forest. He descended the stone steps, walking slowly past each minister and noble, his icy gaze sweeping over them. The officials averted their eyes, their expressions betraying no emotion. After surveying the room, the emperor returned to his throne, and the matters presented were considerably more mundane. There were reports of incursions from the northern plains, the fourth prince lamenting poverty. A flood in Sangzhou prompting the governor to request resources for disaster relief, and disturbances from sects in the Qingshan region, leading Coldshao to request military action. The emperor sat poised upon his throne, meticulously addressing each issue. Just when everyone assumed the court session would conclude peacefully, the third prince, Wang Huitian, unexpectedly rose. "Your Majesty, I beseech you, I have encountered a lady during my visit to Wandao Mountain and request your permission for marriage." The emperor looked on in astonishment. He had just granted Wang Huitian a marriage to Bai Xian, and Wandao Mountain had yet to respond. Now he sought another? Who is this lady? Wandao Mountain, Jianfeng. Yu Yao. As he spoke, Wang Huitian, who had been examining a cactus, suddenly lifted his head, a chilling glint in his eyes. Before him, spiritual energy coalesced into a 3-foot-long sword, and the temperature in the Qian Kuan Hall plummeted. An overwhelming intent to kill transformed into a faint crimson mist surrounding him. Kill! Clang, clang! As Wang Huitian's roar echoed, the hall erupted with the sounds of weapons unsheathing. A minister's hairpin morphed into a long sword. A general's soft sword sprang forth from his belt, and a prince, startled, brandished a shield to protect himself. In myriad forms, each reacted differently, yet all simultaneously cast wary glances toward Wang Huitian. Their responses were instinctual, driven by the profound threat evoked by that single word, kill. Wang Huitian fixed his piercing gaze upon Wang Huitian, instilling a sense of dread within the latter. Wang Huitian, a pivotal figure in the Qian Kuan Palace, will not tolerate your insolence. The snow demon, with a chilling demeanor, advanced step by step towards Wang Huitian, unable to contain his murderous intent any longer. If heaven desires to bring about one's demise, it must first incite their arrogance. Today, I shall purge the disgrace from the North Guardian's estate. As the Grand Marshal of the nation, wielding considerable military power and having fought countless battles, he was no stranger to formidable foes. Yet he had never encountered such an audacious individual. Wang Huitian remained composed, speaking in a measured tone. "I possess royal blood and can command the dragon energy of the imperial city. I am also the current North Guardian king. Even the great formation of the imperial city was established by my estate. Well, my arrogance. What do you do to me?" In that moment, every individual present felt their pupils constrict. The magnitude of his proclamation was staggering. The ability to command the royal dragon energy and oversee the imperial city's formation. No one could discern the truth of his statements. Not even Emperor Qin, who furrowed his brow, his expression heavy with concern. Wang Huitian paid no heed to their thoughts, striding directly to Wang Huitian, who recoiled in terror. A resounding slap echoed as his hand struck Wang Yuan's face. "If you dare to harbor intentions towards Yu Yao, I shall flay you alive." Having delivered his warning, he returned to his original position, picked up the cactus from the ground, and offered a slight bow to Emperor Qin. Huitian thanks the royal uncle for the gift. As he stepped out of the palace, a rare silence enveloped the hall, with no one daring to obstruct him. The minister's expressions shifted between shades of pale and green. They were all high-ranking officials, accustomed to wielding immense power over life and death. Never before had they been so openly oppressed by someone of the Qi refinement stage. Such a scenario was utterly preposterous. The only one present who maintained a semblance of composure was the left chancellor, Wei Zhuang. In comparison to the others, he felt as if he had merely been kicked by a wheel, unscathed and essentially unfazed. Outside the Qian Kuan Palace, on the stone steps below, Hong Lu awaited anxiously. Given the gravity of the imperial palace, she dared not wander aimlessly. Upon seeing Wang Huitian emerge, She rushed forward, her face etched with concern. The heir to the North Guardian's title, returning after 8 years, faced a daunting predicament amidst the assembly of the Qin dignitaries and the emperor's capricious decree of life and death. Huitian, are you well? Her voice was soft and soothing, like a balm for the heart. Wang Huitian flashed a grin. I'm splendid. Look, I even received a gift. He presented the cactus to her, his joy evident. Hong Lu felt a pang of sorrow, reaching out to grasp Wang Huitian's arm in an attempt to offer solace. Yet, he swiftly evaded her touch. Be careful now. We wouldn't want the cactus to fall. Once outside the palace gates, Hong Lu's face blossomed with joy. The cactus held in one hand while the other intertwined with Wang Huitian's, disregarding his evident reluctance. It mattered little. When dealing with such obstinate men, it was best not to grant them the opportunity to be obstinate. Hurry up. If you continue to dawdle, I shall cast your precious treasure to the ground. The moment it plummets, the spines will snap, and I will stomp on it with great force. The thought alone is exhilarating. Wang Huitian nervously craned his neck, fixating on the cactus in Hong Lu's grasp, fearful that she might inadvertently let it slip. Watch where you're going. Hong Lu's voice echoed angrily through the streets. Just then, Wang Huitian abruptly halted. In the center of the road ahead, a figure clad in a flowing white gown approached gracefully, her countenance serene and her demeanor strikingly elegant, exuding an aura of solitary beauty. Senior sister, what brings you here? The newcomer was by Xin, who cast a surprised glance at the two interlinked figures. TSK, what a stunning flower juxtaposed against manure. My master sent me to escort you home. Where is Yu Yao? Has she expressed any longing for me? By Xin mused internally. Little Yu Yao has only been on the mountain for a few days. It seems your relationship isn't that profound. No, with you absent from the mountain, Yu Yao has become much more cheerful. Then I shall not return, by Xin replied, her brow furrowing. Yet her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Hong Lu. Why not? Wang Huitian retorted. Here is joyous revelry, unmindful of the past. There is a fierce tigress on the mountain. At that moment, Wang Huitian felt a chill run down his spine as a familiar voice resonated from behind him. Who are you calling a tigress? Chapter 26. Left Chancellor Wei Zhuang. Wang Huitian stiffly turned his head, only to see the elegant figure of Mu Qingshi, clad in a cerulean robe, standing behind him unbeknownst to him. Her gaze flickered with barely contained fury, and her exquisite features were marred by a twisted expression. The bamboo stick in her hand emitted a soft crackle in the air. You little rascal, what on earth have you done in the imperial city? Do you realize that the men from Kinyansi are on the verge of trampling my sword edge? All they do is report you. Wang Huitian received the written reprimand that Mu Qingshi had flung at him, wearing a bewildered expression. I haven't done anything. Yesterday, I had a bowl of spicy chicken. The day before, I went to Yashin Pavilion for some flower wine, and the day before that, I admired the blossoms in the palace. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Hong Lu. Right, Hong Lu? From the moment Mu Qingshi appeared, Hong Lu had frozen in place, akin to a bride encountering her mother-in-law, her face flushed and utterly flustered. She could only vaguely nod her head in response to Wang Huitian's inquiry. At that moment, Mu Qingshi's attention shifted to Hong Lu, her gaze scrutinizing. Are you the talented Hong Lu of Hongfeng Valley? Yes, indeed. It's me, Hong Lu stammered. Are you the one who sent a letter to Wandao Mountain, instructing me to fetch spirit stones to redeem someone from Hongfeng Valley? Yes, that was me. No, it wasn't me. Seeing Hong Lu's crimson complexion and panicked demeanor, with her hands fidgeting aimlessly, Mu Qingshi shook her head with a hint of exasperation. This talented individual from Hongfeng Valley seems to be a lost cause. Wang Huitian also noticed something amiss with Hong Lu and quickly took the cactus from her hand, fearing she might inadvertently drop it. Bai Xin and Mu Qingshi exchanged sympathetic glances with Hong Lu, shaking their heads and sighing. Ah, so this is the man you have taken a fancy to. Upon returning to the residence of the second prince, they found that many servants had departed. The commotion caused by Wang Huitian had frightened the second prince, who had just returned and was hastily relocating with his head guard, Qin Ran. He felt that staying here was now far more perilous than before. In the courtyard, Three women sat sipping tea, while Wang Huitian had seemingly disappeared. Master, are we not returning? Mu Qingshi's expression darkened slightly. Through the personnel she had placed in the imperial city, she had a rough idea of her second disciple's misdeeds. Return? How can we return? Remaining in the city allows others to fear the city as protective formation and refrain from taking action. Once we leave Qinhuang City, we will likely face an overwhelming pursuit. Even I would struggle to protect myself. We cannot leave, you rascal. As night fell, the entire residence grew even quieter with the second prince's relocation. The lights in each room were extinguished early, leaving only the flickering flames in the courtyard's living room swaying in the night breeze. Wang Huitian, with a silver needle in hand, was poking at the wick, appearing utterly bored. How vexing. My master hasn't even noticed that I've entered the qi refining stage. This made him feel as though he had returned in glory, only to find himself cloaked in anonymity. Claiming to be in the star-picking realm. Their observational skills are terribly lacking. I suspect their cultivation relies solely on the consumption of drugs. In the dead of night, the candlelight in the hall abruptly extinguished. In the dimness of night, a tall figure slowly emerged from outside the dwelling, merging seamlessly with the shadows, his countenance appearing ethereal. Wang Huitian remained focused on the wick, seemingly oblivious to the arrival of a guest. My young friend, do not linger on that. I am quite occupied and time is fleeting, he remarked. The figure casually selected a chair and took a seat. You may come as you please, but why extinguish my candle? Upon Wang Huitian's words, the candlelight flickered back to life, illuminating the resolute and imposing visage of a newcomer, none other than Wei Zhuang, whom he had previously kicked during a carriage incident. What brings you to me? Wang Huitian turned to face Wei Zhuang, a slight smile gracing his lips. I seek the whereabouts of the golden elixir born of the great Qin's dragon vein. Wei Zhuang's brow furrowed deeply. That elixir was a national treasure of Qin, alongside the Qin king's sword. In the millennia since the establishment of the great Qin Empire, only 3 such elixirs had been produced. The first was refined by the inaugural Qin emperor, allowing him to ascend to the sacred realm and thus establish the vast great Qin. The second was shattered and scattered across the verdant mountains, inciting a series of bloody conflicts that led to the demise of numerous powerful cultivators from various sects, ultimately absorbed into the great Qin's territory. The third elixir, serving as the foundation of the Qin state, was hidden within the imperial palace. After a prolonged silence, Wei Zhuang let out a sigh. Even if you were to discover the elixir's location, your cultivation level would prevent you from accessing it. Wang Huitian remained unfazed. 9 years ago, when we first met, I discerned your struggle with inner demons when I was merely 7 years old. Now, 9 years later, I have entered the qi refinement stage, while you stand on the brink of being consumed by your own torment. Such is the unpredictability of fate. Hearing Wang Huitian's lament, an unusual expression crossed Wei Zhuang's face. How can you utter such words with that tone? One might mistake you for having reached the sacred realm. Merely a qi refinement stage, he scoffed, and your arrogance is nearly soaring to the heavens. Wang Huitian shot him a glance and continued, I possess a sword named Yuan, designed to sever souls, malevolent thoughts, and all manner of unseen afflictions. The inner demons that have plagued you for countless years, in my eyes, can be dispelled as easily as one consumes food or drink. Their discussion persisted until the crowing of the rooster, at which point Wei Zhuang took his leave. In the guest quarters, Mu Qing's gaze pierced through numerous buildings, watching the direction in which Wei Zhuang departed. Even among the star-picking realm practitioners in the imperial city, there are few. She mused, realizing she had encountered one on her very first night. Bai Xian dutifully remained by Mu Qing's side, pouring her tea. Master, were you observing? I see your junior brother causing mischief again. This troublemaking fool. Had I known, I would not have allowed him to descend a mountain. The following days in the imperial city were relatively tranquil, yet an undercurrent of impending storm loomed. Wang Huitian had long since quelled his initial joy at breaking through the qi refinement stage. He noticed that others in the qi refinement stage had reached the 10th layer, while he remained at only the 7th. Within his body, the wuxiang bone harbored merely 7 orifices. The first was filled with spiritual energy. leading to his breakthrough at the first layer and the second orifice filled, granting him access to the second layer. By this reckoning, he could only aspire to 7 layers. Damn it! Will this not undermine my foundation? Yet to Wang Huitian's grievances, those around him chose to remain silent. A mere mortal can slay a nascent soul. Yet one still harbors concerns about the instability of their foundation. This is nothing short of a display of ostentation. In the palace, the second prince, Wang Hao, has returned, residing adjacent to the crown prince's estate, where he is daily subjected to the heart-wrenching wails emanating from within. He is acutely aware that these lamentations are the result of the crown prince's practice of forbidden arts. Initially, the crown prince was exceedingly discreet, yet for reasons unknown, he has recently become utterly unrestrained. It appears that some unseen force compels him to act in such a manner. The crown prince is anxious, and so too is Wang Hao. Qin Ran, what do you suppose the crown prince fears? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Ran replied, what the crown prince fears. Your Highness fears. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow at Qin Ran, regretting his inquiry. What would he possibly fear? His greatest dread is the crown prince. Just then, the agonizing howls from the crown prince's residence abruptly ceased, instantly heightening Wang Hao's alertness. These cries, though typically chilling, rendered a profound sense of dread in their sudden absence. Knock, knock, knock. After a pause, a sound of knocking resonated through the royal residence. Chapter 27. The crown prince seeks assistance. Wang Hao was startled into a shiver by the sound of knocking. Reluctantly, he rose to peer outside. The gate swung open to reveal a disheveled figure standing before him, hair unkempt and cascading behind, bloodshot eyes glaring out, the upper body bare, revealing well-defined muscles, while the lower half was clad in a blood-soaked gown. Brother, what has happened to you? Wang Hao's voice quivered. He had never seen the crown prince venture out in such a state of undress. Though Wang Xiu was known for his ruthless demeanor, he typically presented himself as a paragon of virtue. Now, however, he appeared extraordinarily haggard, half-naked, which struck Wang Hao as deeply unsettling. Brother, if you are enraged, you may act as you wish with the eunuchs and maidservants in my palace, but please do not target Qin Ran or my own interests. Despite his inner trepidation, Wang Hao hastily shielded Qin Ran behind him, momentarily forgetting that it was Qin Ran who was tasked with his protection. Wang Xiu's scarlet gaze swept over the numerous maidens in the courtyard before landing upon the trembling Wang Hao. He strode into the courtyard with a steady gait, raising a hand to command the palace gate to slam shut behind him. Just as Wang Hao resigned himself to his impending doom, Wang Xiu spoke. Leave the palace to find the king of the north, and tell him I demand to see him. No matter the cost, I must see him immediately at once. His voice was a near scream, sending tremors through Wang Hao's legs. Outside the palace, Wang Huitian was taken aback to learn that the crown prince sought an audience with him. After all, on his very first day in the city, he had slain the crown prince's subordinate, a formidable nascent soul cultivator. By all accounts, they should be sworn enemies. Now, the crown prince's request suggested he was cornered, but who had driven him to such desperation? In the courtyard, Hong Lu was instructing Hong Luo in swordsmanship, while Hua Qinfei ingratiatingly sliced watermelon for Bai Exine. Mu Qing was out shopping. Wang Huitian called out, Hong Lu, come in for a moment. Taken aback, Hong Lu regarded the room. It was unusual for Wang Huitian to summon her unless there was a matter of consequence, as he typically spent his days gazing vacantly at a cactus by the window. Upon entering, she observed the calm demeanor of Wang Huitian, who remained silent. Onyu, now that the second prince has returned to the palace, your mission is complete. Take Hong Luo and Hua Qinfei back to Hongfeng Valley. He spoke in a tranquil voice, devoid of emotion, yet with an air of detachment. However, Hong Lu discerned an underlying meaning. And you? As for me, did you not see that my master has arrived? Once you leave, I too shall return to Wandao Mountain. Hong Lu stubbornly shook her head. No, I wish to accompany you back to Wandao Mountain. Let little Luo and Hua Qinfei return on their own. Wang Huitian rose, towering over her by a head despite being slightly younger. He ran a hand through Hong Lu's long hair, his tone turning icy. You are the prodigy of Hongfeng Valley, destined to reach for the stars and ascend to the Tao, while I am cursed with a frail body, devoid of spiritual roots. Even my own mother looks down upon me. Do you understand? She looks down upon me, despite the fact that I have painstakingly fought for my cultivation of qi. Do you have any idea how perilous my path ahead will be? Allow me to inform you. The moment my royal uncle attains enlightenment, I shall infiltrate the grand palace of the Great Qin in search of the foundation-building method. And this is not the conclusion, merely the commencement. I advise you to depart swiftly, otherwise this imperial city shall become your resting place. Hong Lu stood frozen, taken aback by Wang Huitian's audacity. She intended to seize the opportunity during the Qin Emperor's breakthrough to plunder the palace. It was akin to walking a tightrope over a precipice. A single misstep could lead to utter destruction. What can I do to assist you? Wang Huitian's eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity. Help me deal with my master. Do not allow her to be a hindrance at a crucial moment. Outside the door, Bai Xian's wide eyes stared in disbelief. Junior brother, I heard that. Be careful. I might report you to our master. Wang Huitian was taken aback. In her moment of distraction, she had forgotten to close the door, and now not only Hong Lu was aware, but Bai Xian and Hua Qinfei had also overheard. While Hong Lu and Bai Xian remained relatively calm, Hua Qinfei was now sweating profusely. He felt like an outsider in this precarious situation. With such sensitive information at hand, he feared for his life. Wang Huitian scoffed, striding towards the exit. Oof. Those who report on others have foul tongues. With that, his figure vanished from the doorway, eager to discover what the prince desired of him. Inside the courtyard, several individuals exchanged glances, bewildered by the malicious curse. Bai Xian gritted her teeth in anger. The statement was clearly a threat directed at her. Although devoid of genuine power, it left a bitter taste in her heart. On the way, Qin Ran continually informed Wang Huitian about the prince's condition, seeming quite alarmed herself. Practicing forbidden arts was strictly prohibited in the Great Qin, which upheld its own lineage of cultivation methods. The 9 dragons returning to origin technique, when mastered, was said to allow one to transform into a dragon, wielding boundless combat prowess. The royal family primarily practiced this technique, and the palace guards and military forces possessed their own corresponding methods of inheritance. One could say their foundation was exceedingly rich. It was inconceivable that they would resort to forbidden arts. Throughout their journey, the presence of palace guards had evidently increased significantly. Upon arriving at the prince's residence, Wang Huitian pushed the door open and was met with the sight of a frenzied prince. Cousin, what is it that you seek from me? Wang Xiao turned to face her, his expression fluctuating between gloom and brightness. Tonight, my father will attain enlightenment. I require your protection for the night. Wang Huitian frowned. Who seeks to harm you? Wang Xiao's gaze deepened as he spoke slowly. Wang Jinxian will strike during my father's enlightenment. The national master and all palace guards will be occupied with safeguarding him. At that moment, the palace's grand formation will activate, preventing officials from entering. Wang Jinxian will certainly make her move then. What does she intend to do? Wang Xiao's eyes darkened, a flicker of fear crossing them. She desires to eliminate all the princes and claim the throne for herself, hoping to refine the dragon's essence in a bid for ascension. Several years ago, my father fought her and was defeated. His early attainment of enlightenment is his only chance, yet it also presents the perfect opportunity for Wang Jinxian to seize the throne. Wang Huitian fell silent, pondering the implications. After all, Wang Jinxian had only one son. Did this mean she was destined to become a crown prince? Moreover, adopting my mother's surname and assuming the role of a grand emperor of the Qin dynasty seems entirely reasonable. Alas, the more I ponder, the more absurd it becomes. This crown prince indeed possesses remarkable insight and knowledge. With my cultivation at the qi refining stage, do you truly believe I can protect you? Wang Xiao's tone was laced with resignation. You managed to slay my peak nascent soul guardian with your mortal form. Now that you have entered the qi refining stage, your strength will only amplify, perhaps enabling you to hold her at bay until the emperor completes his tribulation. Yet, the minister's ambiguous attitudes leave me with no one I can trust. In the midst of this, Wang Huitian fell into silence. He too wished to test the strength of his qi refining self, But to select a star-picking realm opponent for the inaugural battle seemed exceedingly difficult. After all, that biological mother of his would show no mercy toward her own subordinates. He vividly recalled the first words spoken by Wang Huitian upon his awakening of consciousness. It is one thing for this emperor to descend to the mortal realm, but how could there be born a rootless commoner? Disdain. From the moment of his birth, he had been surrounded by disdain. Had it not been for the affection showered upon him by his father and brother, he might have long been discarded by his biological mother to be fed to wolves in the mountains. Very well, I can offer you protection. Now, speak of your remuneration. The crown prince inhaled deeply. The second-generation king of the north wields a treasured sword, yuan. Chapter 28. The emperor's tribulation upon hearing the news of the yuan sword. Wang Huitian's expression froze. This was no ordinary weapon. It possessed a formidable sword spirit, far beyond the capabilities of a mundane item like the cold light. Of course, cold light had its own merits. It was not discerning and could be wielded by anyone fortunate enough to possess it. In contrast, spiritual weapons, even the most rudimentary treasures, required a master, let alone Tao artifacts. As for the more exalted holy and imperial weapons, should their master fall, these spiritual artifacts would seek vengeance of their own accord, their sentience rivaling that of living beings. Very well, it's a deal, he declared without hesitation, eager to test his current strength. The two reached an agreement, both in high spirits. The second prince stood dumbfounded beside them, his expression shifting between shock and panic. He never anticipated the depths of the situation. Your Highness, please save me. I do not wish to die. Wang Huitian cast a disdainful glance at Wang Hao. Despite being princes, how could the disparity between them be so vast? Well, what reward do you propose? Wang Hao pondered for a long while, ultimately biting the bullet and reluctantly suggesting, what do you think of Qin Ran? Qin Ran blushed deeply at the implication. Your Highness, how can you say such a thing without considering my feelings? Guards are not mere servants. They possess rights too. After a brief discussion, the Crown Prince and the second prince decided to utilize the Crown Prince's residence as their defensive stronghold, a preparation that Wang Xiu had initiated long ago. From the outside, the estate appeared unremarkable, but upon entering, one would find the walls and windows adorned with peculiar and eerie runes. Wang Huitian lost interest in these symbols after a mere glance. Relying on such esoteric methods to thwart a star-picking realm practitioner was undoubtedly a fool's errand. My lord, may I inquire how formidable your strength has become since breaking through to the Qi refinement stage? Although Wang Xiu had placed his bets on Wang Huitian, he was still uncertain of the latter's true prowess. Wang Huitian flashed a confident grin, brimming with unprecedented self-assurance. I possess a technique called Ghost Shadow Flash, allowing me to instantaneously appear before my enemy to deliver a lethal blow. Additionally, I have a move known as the Lioness Song in One Blade Flow. It is quite powerful indeed. Upon hearing Wang Huitian's confident declarations, the atmosphere lightened considerably. After all, they were preparing to confront a practitioner of the star-picking realm, and the pressure was palpable. At that moment, Wang Hao finally recalled something. My lord, is the Grand Princess not your mother? Wang Huitian gazed towards the Grand Princess's residence, his tone indifferent. No, she is merely an emotionless cultivation machine, akin to a shattered consciousness of a spiritual weapon. An abrupt silence enveloped the room. It was a weighty topic. All present were born into royalty, where familial bonds were inherently tenuous. Even Wang Xiu and Wang Yuan were unaware of their motheress identity. Women of the Daqin royal family were but vessels for childbirth. As for their father, he regarded them merely as pawns to be placed at will. Outside the palace, Mu Qing returned to her residence after a day of shopping. A sweep of her spiritual sense revealed Wang Huitian's absence. Bai Xian, where is your junior brother? Bai Xian appeared awkward and fidgety. Master, he said if I told you, I would have a loose tongue. Speak quickly. Mu Qing shot a glare at Bai Xian, her irritation palpable. None of you make things easy. The junior brother has entered the palace, Bai Xian lamented, her voice tinged with grievance, while Mu Qing's expression changed dramatically. Bai Xian, Hong Lu, you all must leave the city at once, she instructed swiftly, her figure rapidly making its way toward the imperial city. Due to the city's protective barrier, she flew at a low altitude, her flying sword stirring the air and igniting a trail of crimson flames along the streets. Simultaneously, the imperial city trembled from multiple directions. On the mountains surrounding the city, towering stone pillars abruptly illuminated with blinding white light. A colossal, transparent energy shield began to contract inward, aimed directly at the royal palace. This maneuver concentrated the protective formation of the entire city into a singular point, amplifying its potency. Blue radiance enveloped Mu Qing's flying form, ultimately coalescing into a vast, deep blue barrier before the palace. She came to a slow halt in midair. Realizing it was too late, no one could enter the palace now. Her beloved disciple, whom she had nurtured for 8 years, was likely to perish. Foolish disciple, you have underestimated the star-plucking technique. Within the palace, upon witnessing the immense barrier encircling it, Wang Huitian rose to his feet, a proud smile curling upon his lips. Ha ha! Wang Daoyang, Wang Jinxian, the princes of the Great Qin, you have all gravely underestimated me. He cackled. Now no one can come in, nor can anyone escape. The hunt begins now. Observing Wang Huitian's sudden arrogance, the two princes trembled slightly. Wang Xiao even took 2 cautious steps back. Wang Huitian cast a glance at them before stepping outside. Where are you going? Wang Xiao frowned and inquired, for their previous strategy was to engage within the formation. Of course, ambush strike first. As swordsmen and cultivators of the Qi refining stage, we cannot cower here and tarnish our resolve. The moment he stepped out, his figure instantly blurred, leaving only an afterimage behind. This was the ghost shadow flash he had stealthily learned from Luo Wuji. Though its power was lacking, it was an extraordinary technique for swift movement. Boom! At that moment, dark clouds gathered ominously above the palace, rolling and piling upon one another. A golden dragon shadow coiled upwards, roaring toward the heavens from within the Qiankuan Hall. Intense flashes of white light danced within the clouds, as violent thunder rolled and exploded amidst them. In the princess's residence, Wang Jinxian, seated in meditation, suddenly opened her enchanting phoenix eyes. A formidable pressure surged forth from her being. Have I finally entered the Tao? Each Qin emperor could only ascend to the Tao once before abdicating. Thus, this was the pinnacle of the Qin dynasty's fortune. At last, I have awaited this day. The celestial court shall witness me reclaim all that I have lost. Her gaze turned fierce, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Raising her right hand, a golden longsword flew into her grasp. Surrounding the sword were countless colorful mechanisms, resembling a scepter signifying supreme authority. With a gesture of her right hand, a water-blue tome floated to her, swirling around her in motion. In that moment, Wang Jinxian appeared as a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm, exuding an aura of sanctity and otherworldliness that rendered onlookers unable to gaze directly upon her. The grand palace gates opened automatically, and she stepped forward, her figure vanishing. When she reappeared, she found herself atop the palace's lofty pavilion. With another stride, her presence suddenly materialized in the courtyard alley. It was as if a flickering flame, ethereal and remarkable. If she were to eliminate those 2 princes, perhaps it would amplify the dragon's aura even further. Her figure shimmered as she hastened towards the prince's residence. In the distance, a silhouette clad in white floated in the air. He was the national master of the Great Qin, Mirror Flower Water Moon, reputedly the most formidable figure in the realm. It was rumored that his prowess surpassed even that of Wang Daoyang, summoned specifically by Wang Daoyang after his defeat to Wang Jinxian. One can only hope those 2 princes can buy her some time, for this woman is exceedingly enigmatic. Her methods truly unprecedented. Wang Jinxian cast a sidelong glance at Mirror Flower Water Moon, her expression cool and indifferent, as if observing an insignificant insect. What are you gazing at, my dear? At that moment, a furious roar echoed in her ear. Sword 3, The Wind Rises. Chapter 29. The Emperor enters the Tao, a fierce wind roared, sweeping away fragments of azure tiles. Suddenly, Wang Huitian's figure emerged, raising his sword to deliver a swift and powerful horizontal strike. This blow was executed with such speed and surprise that Wang Huitian sensed not a trace of its approach until Wang Huitian's words echoed in the air. The surging sword light pierced through Wang Huitian's form, soaring toward the heavens. However, there was no hint of triumph on Wang Huitian's face. The tempestuous winds stirred by his sword scattered Wang Huitian's silhouette. It was as if his sword had cleaved through a tapestry of starlight. Indeed, it was not so simple. In the distance, the tower's starlight coalesced, and Wang Huitian's figure reappeared, her indifferent eyes glinting with curiosity. To achieve such mastery with a mortal vessel is indeed a rarity. Yet it seems this is where it ends. A mortal vessel? Wang Huitian spat disdainfully. He could scarcely tolerate Wang Huitian's haughty demeanor, as if all that existed in the world were but fleeting clouds in her eyes. "Dear mother, today I beseech your guidance," he declared, the wild wind tousling his flowing hair, revealing a pallid visage devoid of vitality. In that moment, the tumultuous winds became his sword, his billowing hair transformed into a blade. The swirling palace walls morphed into weaponry, and even his furious thoughts coalesced into a sword. Battle. Wang Huitian's figure vanished, and the shadows danced, obliterating the palace walls and pavilions along his path into nothingness. Countless sword techniques were unleashed simultaneously, evoking a sense of world-ending calamity. In the distance, Jinghua Shuijing summoned a water mirror with a raised hand, blocking the residual waves with astonishment etched upon her face. Such dominance at the Qi refinement stage, truly a prodigy. His Majesty has indeed underestimated him. Within the prince's residence, the residual waves merely brushed past. Yet the meticulously arranged formations laid by Wang Xiu were utterly dismantled by the sword Qi, sending the two princes scurrying about like startled kittens. "We must flee to the rear palace." Yet, their father had forbidden anyone from entering the rear palace. Although Wang Hao feared retribution from Wang Daoyang, he understood there was no other course of action. Thus he followed closely behind Wang Xiu, with Qin Ran in tow. The palace maids and eunuchs, largely caught off guard, were reduced to a mist of blood, with only a few higher cultivators narrowly escaping calamity. This was merely the power of the residual waves. At the very heart of the battlefield, only the sound of swords remained, devoid of all else. Amidst the cacophony of countless sword strikes, a soft voice resonated. "Starlight, freeze." The water blue tone before Wang Huitian fluttered, and wondrous ripples emanated from her, halting all sword Qi and dust in their tracks. She gracefully lifted her golden longsword, as if wielding it with effortless ease. A cascade of resplendent starlight poured forth from the blade, illuminating the surroundings, causing all things to wither, including the water mirror of Jinghua Shuijing, which trembled violently. Wang Huitian raised his hand, and a colossal black hole materialized, drawing in the starlight towards him. Yet, this could only hold for a moment. The formless bone's black hole would eventually reach its limit. The cold gleam of the sword lay before him. With a flicker, he vanished, reappearing before Wang Huitian, his cold gleam piercing into the starlight. The blade glowed a fierce red from the intense heat, yet pressed forward, aiming directly at Wang Huitian's heart. Just mere inches away, the water-blue magical tome rose to block the cold light. As the sound of metal clashing reverberated, the cold light sword shattered, scattering countless sharp fragments. Wang Huitian gripped the remaining hilt with his right hand, while his left swept across the broken blade, blood coalescing into a crimson sword once more. The blood-red long sword cleaved through the air, tearing a page from a cerulean spellbook. "Oomph!" An ant shaking a tree. Wang Huitian's golden sword blazed with brilliance. The myriad gems swirling at its tip abruptly halted, coalescing into a fiery phoenix totem. The sword transformed from gold to red, unleashing a torrent of flames. The sword forged from blood was instantaneously incinerated, and Wang Huitian's body was reduced to charred remains. The protective water mirror of Mirror Flower. Water Moon erupted with a multitude of cracks as he withdrew it with a flick of his sleeve, anguish evident in his eyes. Truly monstrous, yet alas, it ends here. At that moment, the thunderclouds above the hall of heaven and earth began to dissipate, a golden dragon soaring through the remnants, emanating a powerful aura of ascendance. Wang Daoyang was on the verge of enlightenment. Wang Huitian turned her gaze away from the scorched figure on the ground, focusing instead on the direction of the hall of heaven and earth. It matters not. The absence of two princes bears little consequence. With a graceful step, her figure seemed to extinguish like a dying flame, a flicker of fire igniting beside mirror flower, water moon. The latter swiftly formed hand seals, a deluge of water cascading towards the flame, extinguishing it, and a fiery red long sword emerged from the depths, its gems swirling to transform the phoenix totem into a mystical tortoise. The two formidable beings of the star-plucking realm unleashed their might, reducing the once majestic hall of heaven and earth into a vast pit, which subsequently morphed into a lake. On the ground, the charred figure's fingers twitched slightly. Such pain! Wang Huitian struggled to rise, his skin cracked and his body nearly unrecognizable. Yet, a broad smile revealed a set of pristine white teeth. His dark hand opened to reveal 7 lustrous gems, akin to stars, grasped tightly within. With so many gems adorning her sword, she surely won't notice if a couple are missing, he murmured, swallowing the gems whole. I'll stash them away for now, and sort it out later. With his other hand, he clutched a page of the cerulean paper he had severed. This item seemed quite extraordinary, likely a valuable treasure. Contemplating this, he crumpled the paper and swallowed it as well, deeming it unsafe to store in a pouch, especially after that recent battle nearly shattered his storage bag. While other cultivators would typically store such treasures in their chi si, as a novice in the chi refinement stage, he had no such luxury, resorting to these rudimentary methods. The aerial battle raged on, with Mirror Flower, Water Moon being relentlessly pressed, barely managing to hold its ground. Observing from afar had given him little sense of her power. But now, engaged in combat with Wang Huitian, he recognized the true extent of her strength. Completely unreasonable. This is far beyond what one of the star-plucking realm should possess. He drew the water mirror to defend himself, only for it to shatter into fragments, the frame melting into molten iron. Subsequently, the precious treasure, the celestial conch, provided protection, yet the colossal snail was reduced to ashes by the stellar flames. His silken garment, woven from the threads of a white silkworm, was riddled with holes from the inferno. A tumultuous force swirled through the heavens, and at that moment, the ominous clouds finally dissipated. Wang Daoyang stood in the void, his gaze piercing as he looked down. Sister, it is time to conclude. With the saints absent, the path to immortality remained closed. Entering the Tao was akin to embracing the celestial expanse. He was filled with immense confidence, his spiritual energy surging like an inexhaustible tide. With a mere gesture, the laws of the universe unfolded naturally, each action resonating with the essence of the Tao. Wang Huitian swallowed hard, a look of envy crossing his face. The Tao. How many heavenly prodigies longed to reach this realm, mastering the cosmos and subduing the universe. It was so magnificent. Though consumed by envy, Wang Huitian reluctantly shifted his gaze towards the massive golden dragon coiled above the hall of the universe. I sensed the pulsation of the dragon's essence within the golden elixir. Chapter 30. Bloodlines exhausted with Wang Daoyang joining the fray. The forces on both sides finally reached a state of equilibrium. No one anticipated that Wang Huitian could contend with the Taoist Wang Daoyang, while also bringing along a mirage of ephemeral beauty. Although the three engaged in an intense and indecisive battle, the prospect of stealing the golden elixir from beneath their vigilant eyes remained exceedingly daunting. This golden dragon appears to possess formidable strength as well, Wang Huitian mused, choosing to refrain from any rash actions. Instead, he wielded the red willow sword energy to begin mending his injuries. As the saying goes, 3 years of new, 3 years of old, stitch and patch for another 3 years. This exterior must not be discarded. To endure such trials without succumbing is truly a testament to your resilience. A coarse and raspy voice resonated behind Wang Huitian, belonging to an individual cloaked in a pitch-black trench coat, with even his visage concealed within its folds. You can indeed manipulate the city's protective array. If that is the case, why not allow your master to enter instead of me? The fierce winds caused the coat to flap audibly, revealing Wei Zhuang's resolute countenance as a corner of his hood was lifted. He was the ally Wang Huitian had summoned. "My master is timid and cannot bear such scenes," Wang Huitian replied, his gaze fixed on his wounds, his demeanor grave and solemn. "What shall we do next?" Wei Zhuang inquired, casting a serious glance at the aerial conflict. Were it not for Wang Huitian's plea for assistance, he would not have deigned to involve himself in such a debacle. Regardless of who ultimately emerged victorious, he remained the left chancellor of the Great Qin, wielding unparalleled authority. "In a moment, you shall intercept them while I slay the golden dragon and seize the dragon pearl." Wei Zhuang's eyes widened in disbelief, internally chastising Wang Huitian for his audacity. One is a Taoist, and two are at the pinnacle of star plucking. One of them can even suppress the Taoist. "You expect me to intervene?" Seeing the resistance etched across Wei Zhuang's face, Wang Huitian regarded him with disdain. Have the star pluckers of this era become so timid? Relying on others is far less dependable than relying on oneself. "Then I shall intercept, and you shall slay the dragon and procure the pearl. Remember, you have merely 10 breaths of time." With that, Wang Huitian rose, having rested long enough. He strode towards the Qian Kuan Hall, while Wei Zhuang remained rooted in place, observing the limping figure. "What is your level of certainty?" Wang Huitian did not turn to respond. Certainty? What certainty could there be? Yet what does it matter if certainty is absent? When he initially consumed the elixir to refine his energy, he lacked assurance as well. Everything requires some measure of certainty. Otherwise, what differs from feeding others their meals? "Rest assured, my lord, I possess ample confidence. The dragon elixir lies within easy reach. I merely require your assistance in gathering it." Wang Huitian's tone exuded arrogance and self-assurance, as if the achievements of star plucking and Taoism were trivial in his eyes. Were it not for his charred form and his limping gait, one might have believed him. "I have boarded a pirate ship." Wang Huitian paid no heed to Wei Zhuang's thoughts as he approached the Qian Kuan Hall, gazing upwards at the tumultuous battle above. Fight valiantly, for only the victor may challenge this immortal. At that moment, he had clearly positioned himself as the ultimate adversary, awaiting the time to reap the rewards when the three would clash to mutual destruction. Upon hearing Wang Huitian's arrogant words, the three remained unmoved, perhaps believing that he could not stir any waves. To avoid alerting them, Wei Zhuang concealed himself once more. However, Wang Huitian was aware that he had already entered the Qian Kuan Hall. In the sky, Wang Daoyang summoned the Great Qin Seal, while Wang Jinxian conjured a water blue tome. The two formidable artifacts collided, unleashing a tempestuous force that resulted in a stalemate. The illusionary figure of Jinghua, Shueishui, emerged from behind Wang Jinxian, striking toward her. In response, Wang Jinshuan's golden sword transformed into an endless cascade of starlight, adorning Jinghua, Shueishui, in a shimmering golden garment. The stars erupted with a thunderous roar, scattering countless sparks. The bloodied figure of Jinghua, Shueishui, plummeted from the heavens. With a flicker, Wang Huitian sprang into action. As Jinghua Shueishui descended, she felt a sudden weight in her abdomen. Wang Huitian had already positioned himself atop her. With his feet planted firmly on her midsection, hands clasped behind his back, he looked down upon her. "Master Wisher, it has been a long time." Jinghua Shueishui's heart sank in terror. She had just been wounded by Wang Jinxian, her spiritual energy completely depleted. At this moment of utmost vulnerability, Wang Huitian chose to strike. "Jian Wu, pursue." Wang Huitian grinned, his seemingly warm smile appearing to Jinghua Shueishui like the grin of a demon baring its fangs. As his fingers pressed against her chest, her ribcage twisted within, transforming into a blade that pierced toward her energy core. "Beast, how dare you!" With barely a moment to cry out, both figures crashed to the ground, a cloud of dust billowing up. Simultaneously, Wei Zhuang, concealed within the Qian Kuan Hall, also made his move. A colossal manifestation rose behind him, lunging toward the golden dragon. Roar! The golden dragon writhed in agony from the assault. Sensing the danger to the dragon, both Wang Daoyang and Wang Jinshuan's expressions changed dramatically. They were at an impasse. Any reckless cessation of their actions would result in severe repercussions. It could be said that Wang Huitian had seized the moment with exceptional precision. Wei Zhuang, do you dare to defy me? Wang Daoyang's furious roar echoed ominously. Your Majesty, I am also a victim of circumstance, Wei Zhuang replied while violently striking the golden dragon. Boom, boom, boom. Surrounding the Qiankuan Hall, countless doors swung open, and thousands of imperial guards surged forth. This was Wang Daoyang's final bastion, his most trusted loyalists. Both the commander and deputy commander of the imperial guards possessed the cultivation of the transformation stage, with their soldiers all at the foundation establishment level or above, charging forth in a formidable tide. Jinbei Wang blocked them. Wei Zhuang bellowed, his expression grave. Even with his cultivation at the star-plucking level, he knew that a swarm could overwhelm an elephant, and if entangled by the imperial guards, the consequences would be unimaginable. All right, you are at least a star-plucking expert, yet you shout and bellow daily. Wang Huitian emerged from the dust, standing nonchalantly on the stone steps before the hall, facing the legion of imperial guards with an air of tranquility. Recently, I have been contemplating the cactus gifted by the royal uncle, and I have gained some insights. I now invite you all to witness my newfound skill. With that, he slightly pulled down his charred garment, revealing his well-defined collarbone. Between the two collarbones, a silvery thread emerges from the flesh, forming a delicate bow. As Wang Huitian raises his hand to untie the knot, his skin begins to at the point where the silver thread emerges. This thread is, in fact, the red willow sword intent he employed to stitch together his skin. In an instant, the skin, now liberated from the constraints of the sword intent, becomes riddled with. Gradually, patches of skin begin to fall away. Beneath the shedding skin, no flesh is visible. Instead, a crimson sword intent flows languidly, resembling blood. This is the blood-killing sword intent. With a resounding explosion, the overburdened skin bursts apart entirely. The blood-killing sword intent surges forth, spreading in all directions, leaving behind nothing but a skeletal form akin to jade. Yet, this is not true human bone, but rather a manifestation of the hunting sword intent. The hollow skull, with two glimmers of red light flickering in the sunken eye sockets, now emanates a profound cold light, once formless. As the skin's restraint fades, black strands of hair transform into silver, dispersing. Some fall upon the eaves, while others scatter on the ground, flowing with the blood-killing sword intent. Mother, from the moment of my birth, you have regarded me as ordinary, a disgrace to the celestial lineage and imperial blood. The gifts you bestow upon me today are all relinquished. I owe you nothing. Chapter 31. The Dragon Vein Golden Pill. As Wang Huitian's words fell, a pitch-black long sword slowly materialized behind him. The sword was elongated, its blade adorned with 7 mesmerizing black orbs that spun languidly, greedily consuming the essence of the surrounding world. In the sky, Wang Huitian beckoned, and a water-blue scripture flew back to her. In an instant, she evaded Wang Daoyang's lethal strike, her expression complex as she gazed at the figure before the Qiankuan Hall. In her eyes, she was the reincarnation of the celestial court empress. Everything in this world was but a tribulation, all that was seen mere passers-by. Yet now, she felt her emotions tumultuously shift, her Tao heart subtly wavering. I shall not partake in this matter, she spoke softly, the water-blue scripture swirling around her, exuding a divine and elegant aura. Before the Qiankuan Hall, tens of thousands of imperial guards had already surged into Wang Huitian's sword domain. At this moment, the winds began to stir. Within the seemingly tranquil sword domain, the atmosphere turned deadly. Soldiers stepped into pools of blood, their bodies instantaneously dissolved by the blood-killing sword aura. Others were sliced into pieces by drifting silver strands, and some even perished abruptly in the chaos without encountering anything at all. Everything appeared eerie and terrifying. Even the wind could scatter flesh and blood. In this moment, Wang Huitian established a forbidden zone with himself as the boundary. The two divine transformation commanders trapped within the sword domain could barely defend themselves, finding it increasingly difficult to act. All imperial guards retreat. One divine transformation commander shouted. fending off the sword aura that assailed from all directions while commanding a withdrawal. In such a sword domain, no matter how numerous their forces, it was futile. This was the nemesis of military formations. To enter the domain of this king and hope to emerge alive was nothing short of a delusion. Wang Huitian's voice echoed from all directions, each strand of sword aura a part of his very being. At this moment, his existence became ethereal, nearly impossible to trace. Wang Dayang's expression grew grave. Throughout history, he had never heard of anyone who transformed their entire corporeal form into pure sword aura. If such a being were to perish, the place of their demise might indeed become an absolute forbidden zone. After all, sword aura has form, yet sword intent leaves no trace and is difficult to dissipate. Wang Huitian, you have strayed from the path. Today, I shall slay you here, Wang Daoyang declared, wielding the Qin Emperor seal as he pressed down upon the vast sword domain. The seal resembled a mountain before it landed. A fierce wind stirred up rolling dust and debris. Golden runes, ordained by heaven, manifested upon the seal, dispersing and extinguishing the approaching sword aura. Before the hall, Wang Huitian raised his gaze to the celestial seal, gripping the black long sword with hands devoid of flesh and bone as he ascended. With a thunderous clash, the long sword collided with the seal. The formless sword was sent crashing back to the hall, and his skeletal form, composed of hunting sword aura, shattered explosively. As Wang Daoyang's figure landed alongside the seal, he furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings. Next to the formless sword, countless blood-killing sword auras coalesced into a figure clad in crimson. Your Highness, hold on a little longer. I shall be ready soon. The guardian behind him, Wei Zhuang, proclaimed, riding upon the golden dragon, one hand pressing on its head while the other sought the location of the dragon pill on its body. Wang Huitian withdrew the formless sword and charged towards Wang Daoyang with his blood-red form. With a surge of fierce wind, the earth trembled and the red willows danced wildly. As the surging sword energy surged forth, the entire imperial city trembled, and the remaining structures of the palace were reduced to ruins. The two figures engaged in a relentless battle, with dust swirling around them and the sound of clashing swords echoing continuously. For a fleeting moment, it seemed a stalemate, yet Wang Huitian's sword energy was steadily diminishing. Perhaps, when his power waned to the point of being insufficient to sustain his form, he would vanish entirely. You wretched beast! Your death is inevitable today, Wang Daoyang declared, forming a sword seal as he summoned the Qin King's sword. Its blade swept through the air with a merciless edge. Only the Wuxiang sword could contend with it. At that moment, a sorrowful cry erupted from the golden dragon behind him, its immense body twisting and collapsing to the ground. My lord, we have obtained the dragon essence. Let us depart, Wei Zhuang shouted, hastily making his way towards the palace's exit. Outside the palace, Mu Qingshi crouched against the azure shield of the Great Formation, shielding her eyes from the light with one hand, her large eyes fluttering as she peered inside. She could only faintly hear the violent clashing of swords within, yet saw nothing. Suddenly, the protective barrier began to retract into the palace once more. Oh no! Losing her support, Mu Qingshi stumbled forward, landing unceremoniously. She quickly regained her footing and scanned her surroundings. Thankfully, although the area outside the shield was crowded with officials eager to witness the commotion, none seemed to notice her presence. As the formation contracted, a flash of crimson light emerged, halting before Mu Qingshi. It coalesced into a figure entirely enveloped in red sword energy, its visage obscured, yet evoking a sense of familiarity within her. What are you dawdling for? Take the senior sister and evacuate the imperial city. With those words, the bloodlight transformed once more into a torrent of sword energy, rushing towards the city's exit. The officials stationed outside the palace took note of the sword energy shooting forth from within, but were too astonished by the scene revealed by the formation to pay it any mind. The once towering and majestic palace walls had crumbled completely, and the opulent halls within had been reduced to an endless expanse of debris. When the formation contracted to the extent of the Qiankuan Hall, it halted once again, and Wang Daoyang's furious and pained roar resonated from within. Mu Qingshi glanced around, ensuring no one was watching her, and quietly retreated. The sight of the collapsed palace stirred memories of her own blade. "Goodness, that startled me," she exclaimed, patting her chest as she hastily returned to the residence of the second prince. At that moment, Bai Exin, Hong Lu, and the others were seated together, their expressions tense. Upon seeing Mu Qingshe return, Bai Exin rushed forward to inquire, "Master, where is junior brother?" Mu Qingshe shot Bai Exin a glare. "Always asking about junior brother, never inquiring about your master." Yet, she had no time to explain further. "He has left the imperial city. We must hurry, or we risk being trapped here," she urged. "Hong Lu, you little ones should come with me to avoid any ambush on the way." The group swiftly departed the residence without alerting the servants left by the second prince. Meanwhile, the crimson sword energy wafted through the mountain winds, ultimately coming to a halt by a stream nestled within a dense forest outside the city. Wang Huitian knelt by the water's edge, gazing at his reflection for a long while in silence. In this moment, he appeared sinister, having lost the innocence and gentleness of his former self. "Perhaps this is the price one must pay for growth," he murmured softly, his fingers gently dipping into the water. In an instant, the stream erupted, and countless fish flipped onto their backs, floating away. Behind him, Wei Zhuang emerged from the forest, gazing at the fish that danced upon the surface, unable to suppress his astonishment. "Your sword energy is akin to a plague. It is not only difficult to dissipate, but also possesses a frighteningly strong contagion." He flicked his wrist, casting a golden elixir into Wang Huitian's hands. The elixir shimmered with radiant light, and within its smooth shell, a golden dragon's silhouette seemed to writhe. "What are your plans next? Surely, you cannot wander the world bearing such a countenance," Wang Huitian remarked, stowing the elixir away, his gaze sharp and piercing as it met Wei Zhuang's. The latter took a step back. "What do you intend to do?" The icy words fell from Wang Huitian's lips. "Leave the item behind, or face death." Chapter 32. Waiting for a fated encounter in the dense forest, Wei Zhuang concealed himself within a hidden cave, trembling uncontrollably. His predicament was rather dire. He was clad only in a pair of undergarments, clutching his storage pouch in hand, as he lacked a belt to secure it. "Cursed be the northern king, who even robbed me of my garments. Such a despicable family, utterly shameless. How am I to face the world in this state?" Wang Huitian, however, cared little for his plight. With Wei Zhuang's attire, he had effectively concealed his figure, rendering him unrecognizable from the outside. It must be said that the ample cloak and hood seemed almost tailor-made for him. Upon reaching a higher peak along the mountain path, he gazed skyward, hoping to encounter a kindred spirit. After all, the distance from here to Qingshan was considerable. He could not perpetually rely on transforming into sword energy for flight. Should a reclusive powerhouse spot him, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a demonic cultivator and dealt with accordingly. Over 100 miles away, above the forest, a flying vessel approached rapidly, seemingly on a course parallel to Wang Huitian's. Inside the vessel, Luo Wuji sat comfortably, his handsome visage exuding calmness and confidence. Surrounding him were several disciples from Wandao Mountain, all gazing at their esteemed senior with admiration. "Brother Luo, having attained such fortune, you have successfully broken into the nascent soul stage. It must be difficult to find a rival among your peers now," one disciple remarked. Luo Wuji humbly waved his hand. "Dear junior brothers and sisters, one must bear in mind that the world is vast and talents abound. Who dares claim invincibility among peers?" The younger disciples gazed at him with increasing reverence, marveling at how not only was brother Luo highly skilled and powerful in battle, but also remarkably modest, a rare combination indeed. As Luo Wuji observed the swiftly passing mountains below, a surge of ambition welled up within him. He rose to his feet and approached the bow of the ship, eager to recite a poem. "Ah, the scenery is simply breathtaking." At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Host, please refrain from attempting to tread in areas beyond your expertise. Such ambitions may tarnish your illustrious reputation as the foremost disciple of Wandao." Luo Wuji coughed twice to mask his embarrassment. "System, please dispense the rewards for this task. Task rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the sword spirit's ultimate technique, Phantom Sword Dance." Luo Wuji's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was well acquainted with the phantom sword dance, a formidable skill from a mobile game he had played in his past life. Just a slight sensing of it left him astounded. This technique was extraordinarily powerful. Unlike in the game, where it merely produced illusions, the phantom sword dance would unleash countless phantoms simultaneously wielding swords, making it nearly impossible to discern the real from the fake. Moreover, the sword energy released by the phantoms carried significant damage. Ha ha ha! With this skill, Wang Huitian poses no threat. Please do not compare yourself to someone burdened with negative fortune of 10 million. The child of destiny remains your greatest adversary. At that moment, Luo Wuji squinted as he gazed toward the mountains. He spotted a barren peak where a figure in a black robe appeared to be waving towards the flying vessel. Brother, it seems there is someone below, a soft-voiced junior sister murmured in surprise. Disregarding the matter, it seems that the individual was merely a wandering practitioner hastening their journey, perhaps hoping to hitch a ride on a flying vessel. Although Lu Wuji made such observations, an acute sense of vigilance stirred within him, for he sensed an overwhelming danger emanating from the other party. It is worth noting that he had already attained the yuan stage, capable of effortlessly slaying those at the transformation god level. For him to feel threatened, the opponent must possess at least the prowess of a star picker. The flying vessel darted past Wang Huitian's head, its speed increasing beyond its previous pace. Wang Huitian slowly lowered his raised hand, instinctively reaching for his cold light sword, only to grasp at emptiness. Alas, the cold light sword was indeed quite sentient. Had it not been shattered, it might have one day evolved into a formidable Tao artifact. In the brief moments of his days, the flying vessel had already soared far away. Wang Huitian did not press the issue. If it departed, so be it. The next one might be more compliant. The location he had chosen was optimal. He had little doubt that another fated encounter awaited him. This time, he refrained from raising his hand, allowing crimson sword energy to flow from his sleeve, transforming into a resplendent red longsword. Soon, another flying vessel approached from the distance. This vessel was grander than the previous one, its hull gleaming pure white, adorned with countless radiant gemstones, exuding an air of opulence. On board, a woman sat gracefully, her features obscured by a veil of blue beads. Her exquisite silhouette was draped in a flowing white robe, the hem trailing long enough to nearly cover the entire deck, even cascading over the vessel's edge. Near the cabin, four maidservants stood, each wielding a long sword, their expressions solemn and remarkably dignified. As the flying vessel neared the mountaintop where Wang Huitian stood, a flash of sword light streaked across the sky, causing the vessel to halt abruptly. Who dares to obstruct the way? The four sword-wielding maidservants drew their blades, revealing themselves to be at the golden core level. Yet, before they could make their next move, bang, 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 each of them collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Unbeknownst to them, a figure clad in black had appeared at the bow of the vessel. The seated woman opened her eyes, revealing striking emerald irises. Wang Huitian glanced at the lavish setup aboard the vessel, and then at the veiled woman. Incredulity etched upon his face. Is this place some sort of cult? Why is it so extravagantly adorned? The woman rose gracefully, her hands forming delicate gestures that shielded her before her. Stepping forward with her left leg, she bowed slightly, exuding an air of elegance. Qing Baiwa of Wandao Mountain pays her respects to the esteemed elder. Wang Huitian furrowed his brow, his mind racing. Does Wandao Mountain truly boast such a figure? After a prolonged contemplation, a spark of realization ignited within him, prompting him to step forward and scrutinize Qing Baiwa, albeit her veil obscured a clear view. Are you the disciple of the enigmatic sorceress, Li Xiaoyao, clad in green and white? Qing Baiwa offered no response, her gaze fixed intently on Wang Huitian's feet. Elder, you are stepping on my robe. Should it become soiled, Lady Tian Nu will bestow her wrath upon you. Intrigued, Wang Huitian inquired, Who is Lady Tian Nu? Qing Baiwa replied in a languid tone, Ah, who indeed is Lady Tian Nu? I am the celestial lady, and all women in this world are celestial ladies. Those who possess self-reliance and self-love, and who revere the celestial lady, may also become celestial ladies. So, why not impose a punishment? The atmosphere on the deck fell into silence at Wang Huitian's remark. He stood upon the scattered garments, awaiting the so-called celestial lady's decree. After a considerable pause, Wang Huitian, growing impatient, tossed a spirit stone at Qing Baiwa. Enough, I see that you, the celestial lady, are rather cowardly. Here as your fare, take me to Wandao Mountain. Beneath her veil, Qing Baiwa indignantly sniffed. Wang Huitian continued to tread upon her garments, which filled her with profound irritation. Yet, unable to retaliate, she could only resentfully retreat to her original position. Damn it, just a single spirit stone, what a miser. She fumed. How dare you tread upon my attire? Once I have perfected my cultivation, I shall douse you with disdain. You cowardly old fool, hiding behind a black robe, bullying a defenseless woman. How despicable, she muttered under her breath, her lips moving as if reciting some arcane incantation. Chapter 33. Phantom Sword Dance. Wang Huitian turned and cast a sharp glare at Qing Baiwa. Since boarding the vessel, his sword aura had permeated the entire flying ship, making every subtle movement aboard impossible to escape his notice. Why are you rambling? He snapped. There's another flying ship ahead. Pursue it immediately. Qing Baiwa quickly fell silent, not wishing to meet an untimely demise at such a tender age. You must have misheard. Esteemed guest, I was merely reciting a spell from the Heavenly Maiden sect. She continued, in the primordial era, the very first being was a woman. She used the heavens as her blanket and the earth as her bed, invoking this incantation to successfully conceive the second human. Can you guess whether the second being was male or female? Wang Huitian, growing increasingly impatient, raised his hand to interrupt. He regretted boarding this vessel, which only deepened his resentment toward the ship that had previously disregarded him. Enough with the nonsense. Just pursue them. Such a lack of romance. Qing Baiwa muttered under her breath, though she did hasten the ship's speed. Esteemed guest, my spring white colorful moon is a treasure of the highest grade. Not only exquisite in appearance, but also unparalleled in speed. Once I caused a ruckus, and my master chased me for 3 days before catching up. You must know my master, the sword immortal Li Xiaoyao, who is not only a renowned figure in our Wandao Mountain, but also possesses swordsmanship that is nothing short of divine. After pursuing this heavenly maiden for 3 days, he was left bedridden with tuberculosis. She spoke incessantly, transitioning from tales of her master to the gossip surrounding the female cultivators of Wandao Mountain, and from there to the exploits of their disciples. Initially, Wang Huitian could ignore her, but his irritation grew increasingly palpable. Every cultivator should embody a temperament of cool detachment and pride. How could one indulge in such trivial chatter? Enough, Wang Huitian exclaimed, rising in anger. In a flash, he appeared before Qing Baiwa. Her expression turned to one of shock. Were you planning, esteemed guest? Though I possess unparalleled beauty, I am still young, and many aspects of me have yet to fully develop. Before she could finish, Wang Huitian swept his hand, casting aside the green-beaded curtain that concealed her face. Indeed, as she claimed, she was breathtakingly beautiful. However, her incessant prattle was regrettable. A wisp of white sword aura floated towards him, which he pinched between his fingers. He then brushed the sword aura across her crimson lips, sewing her mouth shut as if it were mere thread. No matter how she struggled, Wang Huitian remained unmoved. He flickered back to the ship's bow, feeling even more vexed despite having sealed her lips, yearning to distance himself from her. Meanwhile, the 4 sword attendants, clutching their long swords, trembled at the cabin's entrance, hesitant to intervene and rescue Qing Baiwa. After half a day's journey, the silhouette of the previous flying ship finally came into view. A smile crept across Wang Huitian's lips. At last, I have caught up to you. How dare you refuse to carry this king? I shall cleave you in 2. The crimson sword aura transformed into a grand bow. He drew the bowstring, and a bony spike slowly emerged from his fingertip, morphing into an arrow. Meanwhile, on the flying ship ahead, Luo Wuji was entertaining his junior disciples with stories. Beyond the verdant mountains lies a realm not of martial heroes, but of cultivators. Fraught with peril, the experiences of my senior brothers and sisters navigating this treacherous world constitute an invaluable treasure. The path of cultivation is fraught with dangers, far more acute than those found within the mountains, where acts of murder and treasure-seeking, as well as the kidnapping of individuals for alchemical purposes, are commonplace. Just as he spoke, the cultivator atop the mountain might very well be a highwayman, although I possess the strength to contend with this adversary. Who knows what other malevolent cultivators may lurk within the hills? As he animatedly recounted his thoughts, a sudden sense of impending doom enveloped him. Brother, trouble approaches from behind. A flying vessel is in pursuit. Do not panic, junior sister. Let me investigate. Luo Wuji leaped atop the cabin's roof to gaze back, recognizing the familiar white vessel. His expression eased into a calm smile. No worries, it is merely junior sister Qing's ship. Just as he released a sigh of relief, an arrow shot forth from the vessel, hurtling towards him with the speed of thunder. The arrow stirred the air, creating ripples as it advanced. Alarmed, Luo Wuji unsheathed his sword. Phantom sword dance. Luo Wuji's figure split into three, both his doppelgangers and his true self drawing their blades simultaneously. This technique was executed with such swiftness that the sword appeared to leave only fleeting shadows in its wake. Countless crescent-shaped sword energies coalesced before him. With a resounding shout, all the sword energies were unleashed. A thunderous collision ensued as the crescent sword energies struck the arrow mid-air, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that resonated throughout the heavens, igniting the surrounding space in a brilliant blaze. Amidst the dazzling aftermath of the explosion, a broken arrow fragment emerged, piercing through the remnants. Luo Wuji's expression shifted drastically. He had no time to employ any further techniques. The arrow, having been slightly deflected by the phantom sword dance, veered downward and struck the back of his foot at an angle. Ouch! My heavens, that hurts! Luo Wuji grimaced, clutching his foot and glaring at the white vessel behind him. From the very first clash, he realized that he was outmatched. System, analyze the opponent's combat power. Scanning. Name, Swordmaster Wang Huitian level. Qi training second layer combat power. 18 cultivation technique. None emotional state. Confused yet eager. Damn it, system. You dare tell me this combat power is merely 18? This is utterly absurd. Luo Wuji fumed internally. Once again, it was Wang Huitian. Every encounter with this individual seemed to bring misfortune. Moreover, this fellow always acted rashly, striking without discerning who the opponent was. Fortunately, he possessed considerable strength. Had it been someone else, they would have long since met their demise. Despite his intense displeasure, a smile crept upon his face as he clutched his foot and gestured toward the vessel. Oh no, the flood has swept away the Dragon King's temple. Brother Huitian, it is I, Luo Wuji. At this moment, Wang Huitian had already lowered his longbow. Upon striking Luo Wuji, he had sensed his identity through the sword energy. He swiftly appeared aboard Luo Wuji's vessel. Brother Wuji, we were once detained together by the Red Maple Valley. We have shared hardships. Wang Huitian remarked. Regrettably, you departed in haste, and we did not have the opportunity to reminisce properly. Luo Wuji's heart sank. Though the words were pleasant, they concealed a subtle mockery, subtly reproaching him for leaving without bringing Wang Huitian along. Alas, this matter rests solely upon my master, who stated that Brother Huitian would naturally find a way to persuade Master Shu to expend funds for redemption. Just a moment ago, Brother Huitian's technique of traversing the flying vessel bore a striking resemblance to a swordplay I employ. Wang Huitian was undoubtedly aware of what Lu Wuji referred to. How could it not be similar? It was practically identical. Wuji, the swordplay you just demonstrated was quite splendid. May I inquire its name? Upon mentioning the illusory sword dance, a sense of pride flickered across Lu Wuji's countenance. A product of the system is assuredly of exquisite quality, capable of both efficacy and aesthetic appeal. This sword technique is known as the illusory sword dance, a creation of mine. The sword moves as if in a dance, and the blades manifest as phantoms. It is merely a fleeting insight, hardly worth mentioning. The illusory sword dance, you say? Wang Huitian silently noted the name, ensuring he would not miscall the technique in the future. The two engaged in a casual conversation, while Lu Wuji's fellow disciples maintained a respectful distance, casting anxious glances at the arrow lodged in his foot. Chapter 34. The resonance of the summit bell at the rear, the flying vessel, with its azure and white floral fa finally managed to open its mouth. Enraged, she hastily picked up a mask from the side and donned it. Cursed wretch, the celestial maiden, shall not let you go unpunished. The vessel slowed its pace, allowing that scoundrel to depart first, thus avoiding his return to meddle with this fairy. Wang Huitian cast a disdainful glance at the stationary vessel behind. Who would still care for that loquacious woman after boarding Luo Wuji's ship? As the vessel sailed past the final city of the Great Qin, it entered the verdant expanse of Qingshan, where the scenery transformed dramatically. Although the territory of the Great Qin featured mountains and forests, villages and towns were spaced throughout. Upon entering Qingshan, one was greeted solely by lush greenery, with occasional pavilions nestled among the peaks. Numerous sects thrived in Qingshan, the most formidable being Wandao Mountain, Tiandao Gate, and Huifeng Holy Land. As they neared Wandao Mountain, Wang Huitian's longing for home intensified. It felt like ages since he had last seen Yueyao, and he yearned for her presence. On the Sword Peak, Mu Qin and the others had returned, but Watch and Fei had departed for Hongfeng Valley after entering Qingshan, leaving only the Honglu siblings as guests at the Sword Peak. On a bamboo-lined path, Yueyao was sweeping fallen leaves with a broom when she spotted the group soaring in on their swords. She quickly set the broom aside and rushed to greet them. Master, senior sister. They landed gracefully among the trees. Honglu regarded Yueyao with mild surprise, noticing the young girl shyly hiding behind Baixin, peeking out with just half her little head visible. Is this Yueyao? Honglu pondered, looking around in confusion. The Sword Peak appeared quite desolate, with only a few bamboo huts. Apart from the little girl before her, there seemed to be no one else around. Is there really only one Yueyao at this Sword Peak? Seeing Baixin nod, Honglu still found it hard to believe and inquired once more. What's the matter, junior sister Honglu? There is indeed only one Yueyao at the Sword Peak. In nothing, Honglu replied, somewhat embarrassed, shaking her head. In the imperial city, she had often heard Wang Huitian speak of Yueyao and had imagined her to be a stunning beauty, but she never expected her to be a mere girl of 12 or 13. As this thought crossed her mind, her expression darkened slightly, and a ludicrous notion flitted through her mind. Could it be? Damn it, Huitian is definitely not that kind of person. Not what kind of person? Baixin inquired curiously, leaning closer. Honglu glanced at Yueyao, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Observing the expressions and mannerisms of the two, Baixin understood. It seemed that this individual had not been preoccupied with thoughts of her and her master while away, but rather had turned his attention towards little Yueyao. Junior sister Honglu, my junior brother is indeed that sort of person. You must keep your eyes wide open. Thus, the siblings settled into the Sword Peak. With Yi Bai having taken Qin Shao to Kanglin Peak, only Mu Qin and the other two remained, which alleviated any sense of restraint. Moreover, Mu Qin often mingled with her old friend, while Baixin focused intently on her cultivation, rendering the mountain even quieter. Every day, Honglu anxiously watched the mountain path, worrying whether Wang Huitian would return safely. Until 7 days later, feeling somewhat bored, Honglu wandered along the mountain trail, when suddenly her delicate frame froze in surprise. In the distance, within a clearing of the bamboo grove, a figure clad in black robes was crouching on the ground, staring vacantly at the bamboo leaves. Although the man was enveloped in his dark attire, that intense expression could only belong to one person, the dog of a man. Anger surged within her, veins bulging on her forehead. She could hardly conceal her fury. I have been anxiously waiting for you on the mountain for 7 days, and here you are, idling away your time below, admiring the flowers. How utterly disgraceful. When did you return? Wang Huitian turned her head and was greeted with a joyful expression from Honglu. Ah, it's you, Honglu. Come quickly, see what I've discovered. A remarkably straight and elegant bamboo leaf. I ask you, when did you return? I came back 3 or 4 days ago. Damn it. Honglu could no longer contain herself. She genuinely wished to raise her sword and smite this scoundrel. With the return of the group to the Qing Mountain, news of the upheaval in the court of the Great Qin began to spread. Wang Daoyang suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Wang Huitian, who subsequently sealed his powers and cast him into the eternal life forest. Wang Huitian ascended to the throne, while the first and second princes were placed under house arrest, and the third prince managed to flee. On the night of her coronation, the fourth prince sent a letter from Xingyue Pass to congratulate her, expressing his willingness to submit while also lamenting his plight to his aunt. In a bid to stabilize the situation, Wang Huitian distributed a significant amount of spiritual stones. Thus, the power of the great Qin began to wane, and the cries of despair from the old ministers outside the eternal life forest echoed endlessly, yet none of the former emperors made an appearance. Wang Huitian refrained from commenting on the matter, believing that everyone has their own destiny. However, he had influenced the fates of countless individuals. The dragon Dan was affixed to the first hole of the Wuxiang sword, bestowing upon this wicked blade a considerable amount of might. As for the 7 gemstones stolen from Wang Jinshuan's scepter, they were refined and now floated behind him, forming a rotating ring, appearing quite extraordinary. These gems contain the powers of 7 attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, starlight, and thunder. Ha ha ha, Mu Qing, come and fight. Presently, Wang Huitian felt an overwhelming sense of strength, bursting into his master's bamboo hut to challenge him. Bai Xian and Yu Yao trembled at the sight of the hut's destruction, while Hong Lu and Hong Luo had already returned to Hongfeng Valley, unaware of the monumental clash. On the shattered floor of the bamboo hut, Huixiang was atop Wang Huitian, raising her fist to strike. Meanwhile, Mu Qing was holding Wang Huitian's hands down to prevent a counterattack. How despicable! You 2 against 1? Lacking martial virtue. Let me go, you scoundrels. What if 2 of us take on 1? My senior brother is the head of Wandao Mountain. With a single word from me, I could summon a host of star pluckers. What do you have to contest with me? In this world, one must have background and power to survive. This brutal beating persisted until deep into the night, leaving him battered and bruised, his flesh infused with the essence of sword energy, rendering him remarkably resilient. The 2 elder sisters relished the spirited tussle. The following day, upon a massive rock at the foot of the mountain, Wang Huitian chastised Huixiang and Mu Qing for their reckless behavior. Dao Yi, standing to the side, could not help but click his tongue in admiration. Young friend, why did you not unleash the power of the sword domain at that moment? Wang Huitian scratched his head in frustration. The realm of the sword domain extends far and wide. Should I wield the formidable sword of terror, my safety would be jeopardized. Recently, I have acquired a technique capable of vanquishing the second tier, yet the abilities of Huixiang are enigmatic, infused with the power of sealing. I have heard that Wang Huitian possesses another sword technique, which instantly ignited a spark of fervor in Dao Yi's eyes, compelling him to fervently seek a glimpse of it. With a deft gesture, Wang Huitian traced intricate crescent shapes upon the stone, summoning several arcs of sword energy that coalesced in the air. Both men became entranced by the crescent imprints upon the rock. After a brief interlude, Wang Huitian's expression suddenly shifted to one of solemnity. This sword energy possesses an unusual quality. It seems to emanate from a realm beyond our own. As his words faded, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. The downpour cascaded from the heavens, washing away the sword energy from the stone until it vanished completely. Wang Huitian rose, narrowing his eyes towards the direction of the main peak, contemplating whether the master of myriad arts truly possessed such extraordinary prowess, adept in all forms of techniques. A resounding clap of thunder tore through the sky, followed by the tolling of a bell from the summit. There exists an ancient adage in Wandao Mountain. When the main peak's bell tolls, the cycle of life and death cannot be obstructed. This signifies a call for the leaders of the 30,200 peaks to convene for matters of great importance. Such a summoning is rarely undertaken unless the situation is dire. Chapter 35. The invasion of the Demon Clan in the Grand Hall of Tianfeng. Tens of thousands of individuals took their seats, creating a sea of heads as far as the eye could see. At the forefront, seated in the main chair, was Lu Qingshan, his expression grave. Beside him were 2 additional chairs belonging to the Elder Council and the Punishment Hall. The seating arrangement behind him was based on the strength of each peak. Luo Wuji, stood in front of Lu Qingshan, casting a glance at the bustling assembly below before bellowing, "The time has come. We will now commence the roll call." The disciples of Tianfeng began to file out in an orderly manner to register their attendance. Given that it was common for peak masters and elders to be away on journeys or secluding themselves at critical moments, attendance was paramount. Report: among the 30,200 peaks of Wandao Mountain, 3,180 were expected, but only 28,000 have arrived. The absent peaks will be briefed by the Elder Council on the outcomes of this meeting. As the meeting commenced, silence fell over the hall. At the very back, where the peak masters still enjoyed the luxury of chairs, others were left to settle for small stools. Wang Huitian sat on a small stool, his gaze darting around the room, feeling quite anxious as it was his first time attending such a gathering. "Brother, do you have any insider information on what will be discussed at this meeting?" he inquired, tapping the shoulder of an elderly man beside him, who had reached the golden core stage. The old man gestured for silence, indicating that Wang Huitian should lower his voice. "Recently, Lung Xiao has been amassing troops in Qingshan, and with the ascension of the Empress of the Great Qin, I suspect it pertains to this matter," he whispered, casting an appraising look at Wang Huitian, who was clad in peculiar black attire and masked. "May I ask which peak you preside over?" the old man queried, his tone laced with caution. "Brother, I am Wang Tianwei, the newly appointed master of the Saddle Mountain Peak," Wang Huitian replied. After a moment of contemplation, the old man struggled to recall the Saddle Mountain, but, perceiving Wang Tianhui's youthful voice, he was eager to forge a connection. So you're the master of Tianhui Peak. I have long heard of you. I am Liang, master of the Niuoi Peak. A pleasure to meet you." The two found common ground in their conversation, with Wang Huitian sharing his thrilling encounters with the lethargic donkey that served as his master, while Liang recounted the trials and tribulations he faced on his path to immortality. As their discussion deepened, they felt an urge to solidify their camaraderie. However, in their fervor, they failed to notice a figure standing nearby. "Esteemed peak masters, I must implore you to maintain silence. My master is speaking," came the cold voice of Luo Wuji from behind. Upon turning to face him, their gazes intertwined, causing Luo Wuji to swallow back the reprimand he had intended to deliver. "Brother Huitian, this is a peak master conference. What are you doing here? Since you are permitted to attend, why should I not?" Wang Huitian retorted, disinterested in Luo Wuji's admonitions as he turned back to continue conversing with Liang. However, the old man had already assumed a dignified demeanor, attentively listening to Lu Qingshan's address, diligently taking notes. Luo Wuji sighed, realizing that he could not expel Wang Huitian at this juncture, especially since this individual was unlikely to heed any counsel. "Very well. Brother Huitian, remain seated and listen attentively. Do not engage with others." As he observed Luo Wuji's retreating figure, Wang Huitian narrowed his eyes, feeling increasingly that something was amiss with Luo Wuji. In front of the grand hall, Lu Qingshan, after a formal introductory process, finally arrived at the crux of his discourse. It was revealed that the saint son of the demon clan had inexplicably perished within the realms of the human race. Under the pretext of avenging his son, the White Tiger Demon King had launched an incursion against humanity, already clashing with the Hui Feng sacred land. Wang Huitian, stroking his chin, recalled that when he had vanquished the mirage of flowers and water, the adversary had seemingly transformed into a white tiger. What a coincidence! Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he continued to listen attentively. At that moment, Lu Qingshan's rhetoric grew increasingly fervent, his aura of the star-picking realm fully unleashed, exuding an astounding presence. As a sect of the human race, how could the Wandao Mountain allow the Hui Feng sacred land to fight alone? Henceforth, the entire sect would prepare for war. Should the demon clan dare to breach the 10,000 great mountains, Wandao Mountain would serve as the second line of defense, steadfast in its commitment to hold the line. From within the crowd, Luo Wuji and numerous disciples of Tianfeng echoed the rallying cry. "Hold the line! Hold the line!" Sensing the atmosphere swell beautifully, Lu Qingshan raised his hand to calm the fervor. From today onwards, the mission hall will open tasks for exterminating demons. Any disciple above the foundation establishment stage may undertake these missions. Wang Huitian's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was well known that demons were treasures in themselves, and coupled with the rewards from the mission hall, it was a double delight. Although battling demons was perilous, what aspect of cultivation was devoid of danger? Even if one sought refuge behind the sword's edge, peril lurked everywhere. Just yesterday, he had nearly been incapacitated by Huitian, while his own tiger mother only seemed to assist others. Were it not for Yu Yao, he could hardly endure a day within the sword's edge. With this thought, Wang Huitian immediately rose, raising his fist in a fervent shout. Slay the demons, earn spirit stones. Slay the demons, earn spirit stones. In the distance, Lu Qingshan felt a sense of gratification upon hearing the peak masters respond within the hall. As long as the backbone of Wandao Mountain's cultivators remained strong and their killing intent unwavering, the demon clan would never set foot beyond the 10,000 Great Mountains. This world still belonged to the human race. Turning to the source of the shouts, his smile abruptly vanished, and he shot a fierce glare at his nearby companion, Mu Qing, leaving the latter in a state of confusion. The assembly continued until dusk, primarily driven by Lu Qingshan's mobilization efforts. Should the demon clan breach the Huifeng sacred land, Wandao Mountain would confront them head-on. Thus they approached the matter with utmost caution. The following morning, Wang Huitian arrived at the mission hall to accept an extermination task. The hall was abuzz with voices, indicating the effectiveness of Lu Qingshan's impassioned speech from the previous day. Wandao Mountain boasted 1 million celestial beings and 10 million disciples, most of whom were at the foundation establishment and core formation stages, making for a veritable sea of heads. After struggling all morning without success, he could only return to the sword edge disheartened. Competition was exceedingly fierce in these times, no matter the endeavor. That night, Bai Xian and Mu Qing departed from the sword edge, leaving only him and Yu Yao atop the mountain. Yao Yao, do you feel afraid sleeping alone at night? Should I tell you a story? Yu Yao, nestled within her bamboo cottage, buried herself beneath the blankets, trembling. She was not afraid of the dark or ghosts. Her primary fear was Wang Huitian. That fellow had been muttering outside her door all night, only to depart dejectedly by morning. Only half a day later, he returned to the sword's edge, his countenance brimming with indignation. Clad in a voluminous black robe, his visage shrouded in a swirling crimson mist, he instilled such trepidation in Yu Yao that she dared not even venture outside her door. The audacity! They target me, claiming that only those in the foundation establishment stage are worthy of undertaking tasks, looking down upon my chi refinement stage. I can still vividly recall the disdain in his gaze. He truly belittled me. Yu Yao, open the door. I must discuss the true nature of those people with you, he implored. Yet, Yu Yao, too frightened to even lie in bed, curled up at the foot of it. Senior brother, I have already fallen asleep, she replied. Outside, Wang Huitian gritted his teeth in frustration. With Yu Yao refusing to open the door, he had no choice but to depart in resignation. However, midway through his retreat, he suddenly paused. Although Yu Yao was an unparalleled sword, the myriad prodigies of Wandao Mountain were countless. Perhaps it was not imperative to draw comparisons solely from her. With this thought illuminating his mind, his eyes sparkled, and he immediately conceived a new goal. Chapter 36. The harassment of Luo Wuji in the Hall 100 Eyes at Tianfeng. Luo Wuji, having spent an entire day managing affairs, stretched languidly. The conflict between the demon clan and the sacred land of Huifeng had placed him in charge of internal coordination, resulting in an overwhelming array of responsibilities that had left him quite fatigued over the past few days. Upon returning to his quarters, he collapsed onto his bed, yearning for sleep, utterly drained. Ding! An intrusion has been detected. Please be vigilant, host. Startled, he sprang upright, a flicker of severity crossing his countenance, accompanied by a surge of apprehension within. It was inconceivable that such a prominent figure as the Hall of 100 Eyes would be subject to a clandestine incursion. Had it not been for the system's warning, he might have fallen victim to the threat. Who dares to reveal themselves? He scanned the room with his spiritual sense, but found nothing amiss. Rising, he circled his dwelling, yet despite the absence of any discernible anomaly, he dared not lower his guard. How peculiar, he murmured after pacing twice, returning to his bed. Perhaps the tension of recent events had induced a hallucination. He mused to himself, lying back down and closing his eyes, soon succumbing to a gentle snoring. After a while, the candlelight before his bed flickered unexpectedly, and a shadow emerged slowly from behind the curtain. A towering figure cloaked in black robes, adorned with a comical panda mask, stepped forth. Luo Wuji's eyebrows twitched slightly as he concealed his left hand beneath the covers, forming a hand gesture, ready to act, only to feel a sudden rupture in his consciousness. Alas, I've been ensnared, he thought in alarm, the system's alerts echoing chaotically in his mind. Yet to no avail, his awareness had succumbed to a haze, halting all coherent thought. Is this what death feels like? It is strangely familiar. The mist-laden mountains at dawn resonated with the sounds of early morning exercises. As a disciple curiously inquired, "Oh, has Senior Brother Wuji not risen yet? He is usually the earliest among us." Hush! I awoke in the middle of the night and noticed that the candle in Senior Brother Wuji's room still flickers. It seems he has been under considerable stress lately. Hearing his name in the distance, Luo Wuji jolted awake, gasping for breath, frantically assessing his condition. To his dismay, he found himself utterly stripped, with calligraphic annotations inscribed on his abdomen and chest. Moreover, an overwhelming weakness engulfed him, as if his bones had been shattered. "System, what transpired?" The voice in his mind stammered, "This, that, please accept my condolences, host." After a prolonged silence, an anguished roar erupted from Luo Wuji within the Hall of 100 Eyes, its intensity resonating far and wide, even reaching the ears of disciples fetching water at the foot of the mountain. "Wang Huitian, I shall not rest until we meet again." Yet, despite the ferocity of his outcry, Wang Huitian was oblivious. Having just ascended from Thunderflame Peak, his brows furrowed deeply, increasingly convinced that something was amiss with Luo Wuji. It appeared that the latter's spiritual root was also of a postnatal nature, bearing subtle distinctions from those of other prodigies. One must not jump to conclusions. Further investigation is warranted. As the war with the demon clan intensified, the number of disciples within the mountains dwindled, with severely injured individuals frequently being returned from the front lines. Wang Huitian stood upon the mountain path, observing the departing warships. The fact that the Great Qin had yet to make a move in this ongoing conflict felt distinctly peculiar. At that moment, a sparrow flew up from the valley below, circling around the sword's edge before alighting on Wang Huitian's shoulder. The sparrow chirped incessantly, its chatter incomprehensible to him. Turning away, Wang Huitian ascended the mountain, intent on conveying a message. There was no need for haste, for everything was arranged by the heavens in the best possible way. He offered the little sparrow a few pine nuts, and once it was satiated, the creature took flight again, vanishing into the forest. "Yu Yao, your senior brother has returned. Did you miss me?" The mountain air was still and quiet, devoid of any response, a silence to which Wang Huitian had grown accustomed. After days of conducting examinations on the many prodigies of Wandao Mountain, he had gained considerable insights, resolving some previous confusions he had harbored. If he were to further scrutinize Yu Yao's spiritual roots, perhaps he could entirely resolve his own dilemmas. Yet, being his junior sister, it was prudent to proceed gradually. Within the main hall of Tianfeng, a group of prodigies was gathered, brandishing placards with fervent indignation. "We demand to see Senior Brother Wuji. We wish to meet the sect master." I, Yi Zhantian, formally accuse Wang Huitian of despicable treachery, striking me while I slumbered and committing unspeakable acts against me. I, Li Ju, must also lodge a complaint. He stealthily entered my quarters at midnight and stripped me of my garments. Luo Wuji wore a countenance akin to a bitter melon, for though all were eager to report grievances, none possessed any evidence. Each had been ambushed, rendered unconscious, and left to be stripped bare for examination, only to awaken and see Wang Huitian's carefree figure descending the mountain. Luo Wuji found himself at a loss regarding this matter, and thus resolved to ascend to the peak to report to Lu Qingshan. On the rear mountain, a dense growth of green willows lined the path, their branches casting shadows over a hidden courtyard, where a pavilion emerged in the distance. Within the pavilion sat two individuals engaged in a game of chess. One was Lu Qingshan, while the other was an elderly man with a full head of white hair, whose gentle demeanor and amiable expression radiated warmth and approachability. Master, my junior sister has gone too far. Last time, she vandalized my 100 Eyes Hall, and subsequently mingled with that herb, stealing liquor from my spiritual medicine pavilion. I have heard that she has been causing trouble at the Huifeng sacred land as well. Just days ago, an elder from there complained to me, insisting I appoint a different peak master to lead the team. The elderly man chuckled softly, stroking his beard with a fond smile. Among you, she is the youngest and naturally a bit mischievous. As her senior brother, you must practice patience and not lose sight of a larger picture. Lu Qingshan's face betrayed his frustration. It was evident that his junior sister was the one causing chaos. Yet Master chose to chide him for lacking perspective. Where could he seek justice for this? Just then, Luo Wuji approached, bowing respectfully to the two. Disciple pays respects to Master and Grandmaster. The elderly man regarded Luo Wuji with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. A fine young man indeed, possessing such cultivation at your age. Wuji, have there been new developments at the Huifeng sacred land? Luo Wuji shook his head. There is nothing significant on that front. The exchanges have been reciprocal, with each side suffering losses. However, domestic troubles are proving quite vexing. Master, all the prodigies from various peaks have gathered in the 100 Eyes Hall to lodge complaints against Wang Huitian, Luo Wuji reported. Complaints? Why not go to the law enforcement hall? Master, the newly appointed head of the law enforcement hall, Qin Xiao, has yet to fully awaken since being injured by Wang Huitian. The head of the punishment hall, Master Dao Yi, is shielding Wang Huitian, leaving the disciples lamenting their grievances with no avenue for redress. The old man furrowed his brow slightly, pondering when the Wandao sect had become so chaotic, where one could find justice for their grievances. Luo Wuji lowered his head awkwardly and revealed the crux of matter. The primary issue is that no one has managed to capture evidence against this scoundrel. The old man's face was filled with curiosity. The Qingshan region seldom witnessed anything novel, typically rife with conflicts of strength, murder for treasure, or romantic rivalries among companions. What extraordinary abilities does Wang Huitian possess to have offended the elites of various peaks simultaneously? Unable to contain his inquisitiveness, he inquired, what exactly did he do? Chapter 37. Winning over Yu Yao with charm. Upon hearing the elder's inquiry, Luo Wuji's face flickered with indignation. This scoundrel took advantage of the disciples' relaxed vigilance, employing various insidious tactics, whether ensnaring them in sacks, striking them unconscious, or directly sealing their souls, before stripping them bare to probe their depths, a truly despicable act. Observing Luo Wuji's expression of fury, Lu Qingshan wore a bemused look. Disciple, are you? Before he could finish, Luo Wuji erupted. How could that be? I am innocent. No matter how foul the means of Wang Huitian may be, he cannot ensnare me. Seeing his desperate attempt to conceal his panic, Lu Qingshan refrained from further questioning. Who is this Wang Huitian? He inquired, pursing his lips. He's my junior sister's disciple, Luo Wuji replied. The old man couldn't help but chuckle as he stroked his beard. What a coincidence! Having just received a complaint from my disciple, now another comes from a disciple regarding their peer. Noticing his master's interest, Lu Qingshan recounted the situation regarding Wang Huitian. In summary, he was not particularly skilled, but possessed formidable strength, with a character that was heedless of consequences, a true calamity for Qingshan. Master, upon investigation, it appears that the saint's son of the demon clan was likely slain by Wang Huitian. Therefore, I deliberately excluded him from this mission of support to Feng Xingdi. The old man snorted in disdain. Just the saint's son of the demon clan. Let him be slain. However, this Wang Huitian piques my curiosity. He then rose, stretching languidly. You two may continue discussing matters of the mountain. I shall take this rare opportunity to wander about. With that, his figure vanished, leaving no trace. On Jianfeng, after a flurry of activity in the bamboo grove, Wang Huitian called out, Yu Yao, come out. I made you a swing. When silence greeted him, he pondered for a moment. Yu Yao, I caught a beautiful butterfly. If you don't come out, I shall release it. With a sigh, Wang Huitian resigned himself to sitting on the stone path, having exhausted all his efforts. Alas, Yu Yao was as skittish as a startled bird, leaving him with no opportunity to seize. His authority as a senior brother had waned. How difficult it would be to restore it. Just when he felt all hope was lost, a small head peeked out from behind the bamboo. "Senior brother, your current appearance frightens me," Yu Yao said, her voice sweet yet trembling. Wang Huitian was taken aback. Was it his visage that frightened her, or was merely a shattered skin that appeared somewhat crimson? Moreover, he wore a panda mask. How adorable was that? With a flick of his hand, he discarded the panda mask, revealing a fierce countenance woven from the crimson aura of sword energy, which indeed looked somewhat unsettling. With a delicate motion of his fingers, countless white threads intricately wove across his face. These threads were finer than any before, intertwining like fabric to craft a pallid visage. As his hood slipped back, 3,000 silver strands cascaded down his back, creating an eerie yet captivating allure. In that moment, little Yu Yao was utterly mesmerized. He was simply too handsome, as though he had stepped forth from a painting. Witnessing her expression, a slight smile graced Wang Huitian's lips. Indeed, relying on the bond of brotherhood was utterly unreliable. When it came to women, charm was paramount, beauty was justice. Ha ha ha, what a graceful sword energy that transforms into silk. What a handsome sword face. What a remarkable swordsman. Suddenly, a powerful voice of approval echoed through the mountains. Wang Huitian turned towards the sound and was astonished to find an old man with white hair appearing on a mountain path. As the applause rang out, the old man shifted his gaze to Yu Yao, and his laughter intensified uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, my little apprentice indeed possesses exceptional skills. Not only has he taken in a prodigy of the sword path, but he has also acquired an innate sword body. Wang Huitian furrowed his brow at the old man, who addressed his master so intimately as little apprentice. Could it be that this gentleman is my master's paramour? The old man's laughter abruptly ceased. Such a cheeky brat. How can you speak so recklessly? Youngster, I am your master's master. You ought to refer to me as your grandmaster. The old man stepped forward, scrutinizing Wang Huitian carefully. His cultivation was on par with that of Mu Qin and others, and he could naturally discern the state of Wang Huitian's body. The old man's brows knitted tighter and tighter until his entire face contorted in concern. Strange, the sword energy gathers but does not dissipate, yet your bloodline is utterly scattered. How is it that you are still alive? Wang Huitian paid no heed to the old man's remarks. Death? He was a debtor to the heavenly Tao, burdened with debts aplenty. Would the heavenly Tao permit him to perish? Here, catch. This may prove useful to you. The old man tossed a yellowed book to Wang Huitian. He caught it and focused his gaze. Fundamentals of refining tools explained. To use oneself as a tool and spirit energy as fire. You might carve out an entirely new path. Wang Huitian opened the book, which detailed various foundational methods of tool refinement, exceedingly diverse in nature. Another money-consuming endeavor. Just practicing the techniques for refining tools would require an immeasurable amount of spirit stones, and he was currently quite impoverished. When he looked up again, the old man had already departed. Wang Huitian's eyes swept over the verdant bamboo scattered across the mountains, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Perhaps he could begin with the most inferior materials. This mountain bamboo would suffice. Without hesitation, the following day, he commenced chopping bamboo, practicing engraving refining formations upon it. This was a meticulous task, but for Wang Huitian, it posed no challenge. Weaving sword energy through his skin made inscribing formations on bamboo child's play. Senior brother, you've cut down the bamboo that Master cherishes most. Will she be angry upon her return? Of course not. Master cultivates bamboo to comprehend the sharp energy of bamboo shoots breaking through the earth. These bamboos are merely superfluous to her. Upon hearing this, Yu Yao found it quite reasonable. Indeed, the growth of bamboo shoots, bursting forth from the ground, resonated profoundly with the principles of the sword path. Then, senior brother, allow me to assist you. Yu Yao joined in chopping bamboo, while he practiced the formation engravings with remarkable efficiency. The discarded, ruined bamboo could effortlessly furnish hundreds of bamboo houses for the sword's edge. Days passed, and the sword's edge became utterly bare. What was once a modest height now resembled a round, plump egg, while the bamboo houses on the mountain grew increasingly conspicuous. Dao, he leaned against a massive rock, sipping a small drink, a look of contentment upon his face. "Youngster, are you not afraid your master will return and put you to death?" As Wang Huitian wove bamboo strips into baskets, he replied nonchalantly, "Humph. Whether she returns to find the sword's edge is a trivial matter. Moreover, it was Qing Zhu who was severed by Yu Yao, which has nothing to do with me." As Yu Yao, blissfully carrying a bamboo tube, heard these words, her delicate face froze in astonishment, causing the bamboo tube on her shoulder to clatter to the ground, and tears swelled in her eyes, unable to be restrained. Wang Huitian shot a disapproving glance at Dao Yi, hastily rushing over to comfort Yu Yao. "Do not be afraid, Xiao Yao. When the master returns, I will intercede for you." Tears streamed down Yu Yao's cheeks as she sniffled, looking at Wang Huitian with a sense of injustice. "What do you mean by interceding for me? I was clearly helping you cut bamboo." Dao Yi cast a disdainful glance at Wang Huitian, thinking him utterly inconsiderate. How could he bully such an adorable and gentle junior sister? It was then that a beam of sword light illuminated the horizon, suggesting the arrival of a visiting cultivator. Chapter 38. The senior brother returns to the mountain as the radiant sword light descended. A figure clad in a blue official robe appeared. His complexion was pale and devoid of facial hair, and his voice carried the effeminate tone characteristic of a eunuch. He cast a fleeting glance at the sword's edge before finally resting his gaze upon Wang Huitian. "Oh, young master, at long last, I have located you. His Majesty the Empress has issued a decree. Kneel and accept it swiftly." Wang Huitian straightened his posture, a hint of surprise stirring within him. After severing ties with Wang Huitian, he had not anticipated that she would pursue him to the verdant mountains. Warily eyeing the imperial edict clutched in the old eunuch's hands, Wang Huitian waved dismissively. "My apologies, esteemed eunuch, but do seek out my guardian for the decree. I am still quite young and unable to comprehend such matters." Dao Yi, standing nearby, beckoned the eunuch over. "Let me have a look." Without hesitation, he snatched the decree from the eunuch's grasp. "Goodness, the Empress has commanded you to return home and assume the throne." Wang Huitian stepped closer, casually glancing at the contents of the edict. Its essence mirrored Dao Yi's words, summoning him to the imperial city to be conferred the title of crown prince in the Eastern Palace. He let out a cold laugh and tossed the decree back, realizing that Wang Huitian harbored ulterior motives. Her ascension to the throne was fraught with controversy, despite having garnered a faction of court officials. A significant number of nobles and seasoned ministers opposed her. By declaring him the crown prince, she could deflect criticism, asserting that she had but one heir, thus consolidating her power. Though Wang Huitian held the title of princess, he bore the surname Yi, a fact not to be overlooked. This was a calculated stratagem. Her decree was a diversion, indicating to dissenting officials that Wang Huitian was her sole successor. Eliminating him would ensure that the Qin dynasty remained under the Wang lineage's dominion. The old eunuch tucked the edict into his sleeve, dismissing the returned document as inconsequential. "Regardless, the decree has been delivered. Whether you return to the imperial city is a decision for you alone, and I shall take my leave now." As he watched the figure ascend on his sword, a subtle smile graced Wang Huitian's lips. "It matters not. Strength is the ultimate determinant. What Wang Huitian dares not do, I shall." The Qin has yet to hear the song of the sword from the verdant mountains. "Xiao Yao, go to the nearby Tianfeng and collect some clay. We shall craft pottery today." "Senior brother, will digging for clay anger the sect master?" Wang Huitian regarded the young girl, gently ruffling her slightly disheveled hair. "Silly girl, he is the sect master, overseeing the entirety of Wandao Mountain. Do you grasp the vastness of Wandao Mountain? 32,000 peaks. Who would concern themselves with your little bit of clay? Off you go." Feeling the warmth of his hand atop her head, Yu Yao momentarily became lost in thought. Senior brother is truly kind. His hand is warm, his smile radiates warmth, and even his tone is gentle. "Very well, senior brother." Yu Yao promises to complete the task. In the ensuing half-month, Wang Huitian immersed himself in the art of crafting. Known for his unwavering focus, he navigated the multifaceted realm of pottery. Over this period, he fashioned bamboo swords, wove baskets, created pottery, and even brewed wine using the pottery he had crafted. The foundational manual on weapon forging has been largely mastered by him. At this moment, the entire sword peak is filled with jars of various sizes. Some can change dimensions, some can store items and create their own space, and others can cultivate spiritual herbs, accelerating their growth. Observing the densely packed pottery, Wang Huitian nodded in satisfaction. If all these were taken down the mountain to sell, he would undoubtedly reap immense profits. These are all artifacts of the celestial realm. Just considering the jars used for storage, selling them to farmers for grain would suffice for a lifetime of labor without ever filling them entirely. After surveying the jars, he lifted a slightly larger one to find Yuan nestled inside, her face smeared with yellow mud, her ethereal dress also stained with dirt. As she secretly slumbered within the jar, Yuan, a new task awaits. We need to go to the Bliss Peak and chop some pine trees. Yuan pouted, feeling somewhat displeased, as her senior brother seemed to treat her like a beast of burden. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the distance, akin to a landslide, shaking the heavens and trembling the earth. Steadying himself, Wang Huitian turned to see a cloud of dust rising ominously from the direction of the heavenly peak, with half of the mountainside having collapsed. He swiftly pushed Yuyao's head back into the jar and covered it with a lid. Umaba, little Yao, guard the sword peak well. I must ascend the mountain to explore. Upon hearing this, Yueyao, hidden within the jar, immediately realized that something was amiss. Senior brother, you can't leave me behind. She leapt from the jar, hastily following Wang Huitian. They moved quickly, yet did not take to the skies on their swords, not because he could not, but because flying down the mountain at this moment would attract too much attention. After traversing the desolate sword peak and crossing 2 more mountains, they arrived at Kanglan Peak, where a wide stream flowed directly towards Wangshan City. Upon reaching the stream, Wang Huitian tossed a jar into the water. Despite its unappealing appearance, the jar proved to be quite useful, expanding upon contact with water. He embraced Yueyao and leapt into the jar. Senior brother, is this truly going to work? She inquired. Of course. This is a traveling artifact I crafted, harnessing the power of nature, allowing us to traverse dozens of miles in a day. The jar floated downstream, swirling in the current, inevitably colliding with stones along the way. Thud! Yuyao's small head bumped against the side, leaving her feeling a bit dizzy. Before she could ponder further, the water suddenly became tumultuous. Shortly after departing from Sword Peak, dozens of sword lights shot down from the heavenly peak, sweeping across the mountaintop for a moment before veering back. They circled the summit, confirming that this indeed was Sword Peak. Lu Qingshan and Luo Wuji halted their swords above 2 large jars, surveying the scene where the entire Sword Peak was cluttered with jars of all sizes, leaving no space to set foot. Master, is this truly Sword Peak? Lu Qingshan inquired, his expression grim. The once picturesque Sword Peak now resembled a blemish atop the head of the Buddha. Initially furious over the collapse of a mountainside at the heavenly peak, his anger subsided significantly upon witnessing the dismal state of Sword Peak. Scanning the area with his divine sense, he found nothing but jars, baskets, and bundles of bamboo, swords, and longbows. Yet there was no sign of Wang Huitian or Yueyao. Wuji, do not disclose this matter to your master Mu and Bai Exan. Wuji nodded and gazed at the bamboo house where Mu Qing and the others resided. Several ceramic kilns had been excavated, and the bamboo houses were shrouded in a layer of soot. From this day forth, the disciples of Tianfeng would take turns patrolling. After speaking, Lu Qingshan soared away on his sword, a suppressed smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, Mu Qing, how the tables have turned for you. Serves you right. The ceramic jar floated for an entire day, finally arriving beneath Wangshan City. Yu Yao struggled to lift the lid and crawled out, leaning on the edge of the jar while retching. Brother, is this what you meant by harnessing the forces of nature? She lamented. It sounded so grand, yet in reality, it was merely drifting down with the current. I cannot fathom what I was anticipating. Despite having seen through my brother's true nature, I still fell for his trick. Oh, Yu Yao, how foolish you are. Wang Huitian emerged from the bottom of the jar, positioning himself beside Yu Yao, his expression marked by indifference and severity. Ugh. Chapter 39. Waiting for fate. Senior brother. Where are we headed? Yu Yao gazed at the medicinal fields beyond the city and the distant Wangshan city, feeling momentarily bewildered. Having never ventured outside since childhood and remaining on the mountain after joining the Sword Peak, she was both curious and apprehensive about the world beyond. Wang Huitian gently ruffled Yu Yao's hair, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Cultivation in the mortal realm is not akin to that on the mountain. It requires seizing opportunities and vying for fortune, unlike the tranquil and ascetic life we lead up here. The 10,000 great mountains are off limits. Our master and senior sister are there. We cannot go to the Great Qin Imperial City either, but recently, there will be a secret realm of saints emerging in Sangzhou. We should join in the excitement. Yu Yao furrowed her brow in contemplation, daring to believe only a fraction of her brother's words. With a skeptical tone, she inquired, Senior brother, you spend all your time forging weapons on the mountain. How do you know about the secret realm of saints in Sangzhou? Wang Huitian grinned broadly, shrinking a clay jar to hang at his waist, his silvery hair dancing in the wind. Of course, I know because I was the one who set the fishing trap. His smile was wild, and a divine light seemed to flicker in his eyes as 7 resplendent gemstones appeared behind him, slowly revolving. The black cloak he wore shimmered with red sword energy. Little Yu Yao was once again captivated. The cultivators she usually encountered were all elegantly attired, none with the flair that her brother possessed in his speech. Truly magnificent. If I am deceived, so be it. My brother would never harm me, she thought to herself. Senior brother, Sangzhou is so far away, and we cannot ride a sword. How will we get there? In an instant, Wang Huitian grasped Yu Yao's hand, and they vanished from their original spot, only to reappear hundreds of meters away. Did you see that? This technique is called Ghost Shadow Flash, useful for traveling. However, the journey to Sangzhou is long, and Ghost Shadow Flash consumes a great deal of energy. Let me teach you a method of travel that incurs no cost, he added. Yu Yao clutched Wang Huitian's black robe, still awestruck by the earlier display. She dared not let go, fearing he might suddenly disappear without taking her along. Senior brother, the no-cost travel technique, is it not another borrowing of the Earth's might? She asked, recalling the drifting clay jar with a shiver. No, this time we shall draw upon the power of the mortal realm. Yu Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The notion of harnessing the power of the mortal realm sounded extraordinary, and she found herself eagerly anticipating it. Meanwhile, high above the earth of Sangzhou, a sparrow flew far and wide, unable to find a place to land. Below, the land was engulfed in tumultuous floods, with countless remnants of walls floating in the water. On slightly elevated rocks, crowds of people huddled together, their faces etched with sorrow and despair. In lower regions, where the floodwaters surged, those who had once cried for help had vanished without a trace. The sky occasionally lit up with streaks of sword light, indifferent to the plight of the common folk being swept away by the torrents. When the floods recede, we shall salvage the medicinal fields, gathering as much as we can, commanded a cultivator, his tone cold and resolute. By order of the state shepherd, from this day forth, the surviving citizens of Sangzhou are not permitted to leave their designated areas. Each individual may collect 1 pill of abstinence from the government office each week. As the floodwaters began to recede, Remnant the little sparrow soared over countless dilapidated villages, finally perching atop a colossal stone beam that towered several meters high. The floodwaters were still receding, gradually revealing the full grandeur of the stone beam, adorned with ancient and magnificent carvings of dragons and phoenixes. Beneath it lay a closed stone door, through which a slender crack had been forced open by the flood, allowing glimpses of mountains and rivers beyond. It seemed to lead to another world. On a hillside outside Wangshan City, Wang Huitian gazed intently at the sky, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Brother, what are we waiting for? Let us wait for news to arrive, he replied. This was the route from Qingshan to Sangzhou. Once the news of the Sangzhou sage's secret realm spread, it would undoubtedly attract numerous cultivators, and many flying vessels would soon pass by. Brother, I'm hungry. What about the fasting pill master gave you? I've eaten it all. Then let's forage for some wild grass to satisfy our cravings. It won't be long before someone passes by. Yu Yao glanced at the hilltop, but found not a single wild fruit. Ultimately, she could only stare longingly at the sky, hoping for a fateful encounter. They waited for 3 days until a pure white, flying vessel gradually approached. Yu Yao excitedly scrambled to her feet, her eyes sparkling with hunger, much like a starving wolf spotting its prey. "Brother, let us seize it." Wang Huitian frowned at the familiar vessel overhead, feeling a profound reluctance. "Little Yao, let us find another. We cannot resort to such desperation." "No, brother. I'm about to faint from hunger." Seeing the little girl's desperate demeanor, Wang Huitian could only sigh in resignation. "Fine. Who else would I spoil if not my little sister?" Suddenly, the sound of swords ringing echoed through the air, illuminating the sky as countless beams of sword light shot up. "Halt!" The expression of Qing Baihua aboard the flying vessel changed dramatically. She hurriedly commanded her sword attendants to turn the vessel around. Today was not a suitable day for travel. However, it was already too late. In a flash of starlight, 2 figures materialized before her. One had long silver hair and a strikingly handsome face, while the other was a frail little girl, her eyes sunken, hair withered, and skin pallid, streaked with dirt. "Hand over the food." The little girl glared fiercely, causing Qing Baihua's heart to shudder. "Have we really been robbed at our doorstep?" Clang! 4 sword attendants drew their swords simultaneously. Qing Baihua also produced a slender, delicate sword from her sleeve, determined to fight back. After all, she was a prodigy from Wandao Mountain and would not be easily subdued. Yet, as beautiful as dreams may be, reality can be equally harsh. Wang Huitian's fingers flicked out, effortlessly pinching her delicate sword, while a silver strand of hair entwined around its blade, piercing through her brow and targeting her divine platform. "Hero, spare me. I was wrong." She quickly capitulated, hastily retrieving a storage bag and carefully unlocking its spiritual seal. Wang Huitian tossed a spirit stone into her hands. "Go to Sangzhou." A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Qing Baihua's mouth, realizing she had once again encountered that rogue. "Senior, could you perhaps choose someone else to bully?" Wang Huitian cast her a sidelong glance. "Do not take advantage of the situation while feigning innocence. This time we are entering the sacred sage's realm. If fortune favors you, perhaps you will acquire numerous opportunities." Qing Bai's face bore skepticism. The so-called sacred sage's realm had scarcely produced a handful of sages within the Great Qin territory. Moreover, the floods plaguing Sangzhou were severe, and there might be water demons causing havoc. She felt an overwhelming reluctance, yet circumstances were beyond her control. "Esteemed senior, let us establish 3 rules. You must not unveil my veil, for I am a woman of considerable beauty, and without it, I would feel utterly vulnerable. Once, at Xiaoyao Peak, my veil accidentally fell, leaving a lecherous individual utterly stunned. Those days I could not find peace in sleep, always feeling." Yue Yao clutched a fasting pill, curiously leaning closer to see this so-called beauty. Silence. Wang Huitian shot a glare at Qing Bai, effectively silencing any further comments she intended to make. "Continue to prattle, and I shall stuff little Yao's socks into your mouth." Chapter 40. Invitation to the trap. Not long after the crowd dispersed, news of the emergence of the sage's secret realm spread throughout the Green Mountains. Suddenly, the allure of the demon clan battlefield diminished. What rewards could be gleaned from slaying a demon? In contrast, entering the sage's secret realm could yield priceless treasures with merely a casual pick of a spiritual herb. Countless prodigies from various sects hastened to Sangzhou, fearing they would arrive too late to partake in the bounty. On the flying vessel, Qing Baihua meticulously studied the talents from various sects heading to the sage's secret realm. Her celestial maiden sect was well established in the Green Mountains, possessing an abundance of intelligence. The foremost rival was Zhang Cheng from the Huifeng Holy Land, rumored to have reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, endowed with a divine body, capable of battling beyond his rank, and having slain 3 transformation stage cultivators. Qing Baihua exaggeratedly extended 3 fingers before Yu Yao, emphasizing her point. Next was Li Hanyan from the sword sect, whose sword could sever streams. She could effortlessly slice off the antennae of an ant from 3 miles away. Mimicking the ant's form, she curled 2 fingers atop her head. Yu Yao's expression was one of shock, her mouth agape in disbelief. However, these were mere trifles compared to the most formidable adversary, the son of the Grand Marshal of the Qin dynasty, known for his cunning. It was said that he possessed a divine-level dark spiritual root, mastering the night, capable of emerging from one shadow to launch a surprise attack in the darkness. Anyone could fall victim to him. Even the star picker would be powerless against his prowess. As she spoke, she discreetly manipulated a white ribbon to extend from behind Yu Yao, gently tapping her shoulder, causing Yu Yao to gasp in fright. "Ah, senior brother, save me." Wang Huitian turned his head, visibly annoyed. "If you dare to frighten my junior sister again, I shall strip you bare and hang you from the bow of the ship. But fear not, I shall leave you a veil for modesty." Qin Baiwa shivered, now fully aware of Wang Huitian's identity, the nightmare of many male cultivators from the 10,000 Path Mountain, the architect of Tianfeng's downfall. While others might jest, he was a man capable of anything. How had she fallen into the hands of such a rogue? It was indeed the heavens' jealousy of beauty. As the flying vessel approached Sangzhou, the number of vessels increased, all heading in the same direction. It was evident that many sects had already received the news and were en route. Ahead, in the territory of the Great Qin Sangzhou, the prefect had decreed that entrants must pay a toll of 1,000 spiritual stones. Wang Huitian cast a cold glance at the cultivators blocking the way. The Great Qin had allocated considerable disaster relief funds to Sangzhou, yet these shameful individuals resorted to extortion. "Stand aside or perish." A few cultivators scoffed at Wang Huitian from the bow, their eyes filled with disdain and indifference. Naturally, they believed themselves capable of taking on such a task. "Ah, we have a fearless one among us. Gentlemen, we have work to do. Keep the women, but eliminate the men." Wang Huitian's gaze grew increasingly icy. He was the only male aboard the vessel, and their disdain felt personally directed at him. "You dare to look down upon me?" 7 radiant gemstones materialized behind him, the red gem shining brilliantly as a blazing greatsword coalesced in his grasp. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent, the cultivators blocking the path changed their expressions drastically and began retreating in a frenzy. The crimson sword light ignited from the bow of the ship, and a torrent of flames descended with a single slash. As the radiant light of the sword swept through, everything in its path was vaporized. Even the hastily raised weapons were seared into nothingness. Once the flames dissipated, only a vast expanse of azure remained. "Ah, how beautiful is the sky," Wang Huitian sighed, turning to glance at the side, where a colossal warship was approaching. This ship was immense, manned by over 100 individuals clad in uniform black armor. At the ship's bow, a man dressed in black slightly cupped his fist in greeting towards Wang Huitian. "I am the Dark Knight, honored to meet the Prince of the Northern Territory." Wang Huitian flicked his sleeve and turned to enter the ship's cabin, dismissing the son of the National Marshal as trivial and unworthy of his attention. Noticing Wang Huitian's indifference, a shadow of gloom passed over Dark Knight's eyes. "Humph, merely a stray dog. How long can you maintain your arrogance? Inform the capital of the Prince of the Northern Territory's presence in Sangzhou," he commanded. He was well aware that within the Great Qin dynasty, whether supporters or detractors of Wang Huitian, all desired Wang Huitian's demise. Once news of his presence in Sangzhou spread, this place would become his hell, subjecting him to the relentless pursuit and blockade from the entire court of the Great Qin. Even if he were a celestial being, his fate would be sealed. "Young master, shall we take action?" A soldier inquired from behind. Dark Knight smiled indifferently. "No need. We shall merely observe the spectacle. If he hides in the mountains, the ministers may still harbor some caution, but he seems oblivious to his peril. I wish to see how he struggles to survive in this quagmire, and I desire him to kneel before me in supplication." "Ha ha!" The flying vessel traversed mountains and rivers until a colossal gate loomed before them. This gate stood in the void, adorned with intricate carvings that spiraled around its pillars, while the smooth, luminous door radiated a gentle glow. The gate itself was a rare treasure. If deconstructed, it could yield an extraordinary weapon. "Senior brother, is this the secret realm of the saints?" Moon Yao exclaimed, astonished by the gate's mystique. "It appears to contain a world within." Wang Huitian scoffed lightly. Little Yao, wipe the drool from your mouth. It is merely a gate. Observe the earthen jar at my waist. With sufficient ritualistic practice, it too can encompass a small world. No less than this door. Moon Yao cast a glance at the shabby jar, her disdain evident. Scanning the surroundings, nearly 100 flying vessels hovered in the air, representing sects from the mountains, noble families from the court, and even the demon tribes that had stealthily emerged from the 10,000 great mountains. A veritable assembly of diverse individuals. Seeing Moon Yao's wide-eyed wonder and distracted gaze, Wang Huitian pulled her closer, imparting careful counsel. Silly girl, do not stare aimlessly. In times like these, a scattered gaze betrays insecurity, making others perceive you as a soft target easily manipulated. Moon Yao obediently nodded, her wandering eyes finally focusing. Fixated on the crevice of the gate. Senior brother, how can I make others perceive me as formidable? Just watch closely. I shall demonstrate once. And how much you grasp depends on your own understanding, Wang Huitian said, gently ruffling Moon Yao's hair, his expression suddenly turning sharp and cold. In the initial step, he seized the moment, stepping forth beyond the confines of the flying vessel, his gaze sweeping over the multitude of craft before him. Ah, how splendidly they have gathered. A collection of wretches daring to contend with me for this opportunity, utterly oblivious to their impending doom. Behind him, gemstones whirled into a vibrant halo, his black cloak billowing in the air, while the scarlet sword energy radiated a perilous aura akin to a luminous ribbon. The individuals aboard the surrounding vessels turned their eyes towards him, their expressions laden with gravity. Yu Yao, with her wide, blinking eyes, exhibited a blind adoration. Ants, upon entering this gateway, prepare to flee for your lives. I delight in witnessing your desperate screams. Ah, 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 ah. With another step, he arrived before the stone gate, lifting his palm to press against the massive door. A resounding boom echoed as the slender crack widened gradually. Wang Huitian turned to the side, one hand resting upon his abdomen while the other slowly gestured towards the threshold. Ladies and gentlemen, please enter the trap. Chapter 41. Closing the door casually upon the fleet of flying vessels, none dared to stir. Most of them had arrived earlier than Wang Huitian and had previously collaborated to no avail in attempting to budge the stone door. Today, however, with just a nonchalant gesture, their adversary effortlessly opened the stone gate, revealing a truly terrifying disparity, which rendered all the prodigies present too intimidated to act rashly. Seeing the inaction of others, a mocking glint flashed across Wang Huitian's face. He turned and stepped back onto the flying vessel, retrieving a recliner from the cabin and reclining upon it. King Boa wiped the cold sweat from her brow. Her heart had raced to her throat moments ago. Everyone present hailed from top-tier factions, their pride immense, and any confrontation could spell dire consequences. Brother, isn't this a tad too arrogant? Arrogant? I haven't even killed many to establish my authority. I have been quite restrained, he replied. As time slowly passed, no one dared to take the first step. Those who arrived later hesitated, observing the open door, yet remaining motionless, until darkness enveloped the sky, when suddenly a shadow darted past the entrance of the secret realm. It is the son of the Grand Marshal of the Qin dynasty, Dark Knight. He has entered. With a collective gasp, countless cultivators surged towards the secret realm, among whom a few figures were remarkably swift. Zhang Cheng from the peak sanctum barreled through like an ancient titan, his massive form crashing into some slower cultivators, reducing them to mere mist of blood. Meanwhile, Li Hanyan from the sword sect moved like a streak of lightning, astonishingly fast. Hearing the commotion, Wang Huitian lazily opened his eyes and yawned. These cultivators are indeed cautious. They stood idly for an entire day. He glanced at the throngs of people below and mused. There are a few star pluckers among them. I wonder if any possess hidden pathways. Xiaoyao, come here, he beckoned. Yue Yao obediently approached. Senior brother, aren't we going in to seize treasures? What is the rush? Wang Huitian pulled her hand and traced a circle in her palm with his finger, conjuring a gentle breeze that began to swirl slowly. If you can comprehend the essence within this sword intent, it may slice through anything in its path. Should danger arise, Unleash it. By the way, where's that fortune teller? He inquired after instructing Yue Yao. Qing Jie has already taken her group to seize opportunities, Yue Yao replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Huitian's eyes sparkled. He wrapped an arm around Ye Yao's waist, tucking her under his armpit, while lifting a ceramic jar towards the enormous flying vessel. Collect. Instantly, the entire vessel transformed into a stream of light and was drawn into the jar. After pressing his lips together, he surveyed the remaining floating vessels. Those individuals had left in haste, leaving only a few guards to protect their ships. These factions, accustomed to their lofty demeanor, had chosen to leave their vessels stationary to ensure a swift exit from the secret realm. This is a grand opportunity. With a crimson longsword summoned, he forcefully cleaved through the shield of one flying vessel, sending numerous guards scurrying in fear. How audacious! Do you wish to oppose our general? One guard exclaimed. When our young master emerges from the secret realm, you shall not fare well. Wang Huitian remained unfazed, forcibly driving the guards off the vessel before drawing it into the ceramic jar. What fear could he possibly have of such a trifling young lord? It remains uncertain whether he can even escape the secret realm. Even if he does, he would only be able to return on foot. The flying vessels in the sky, though shielded, are as fragile as paper beneath his sword, easily shattered with a single strike, rendering them helpless lambs awaiting slaughter. Those who attempt to flee by ship are met with his swift blade, brought crashing down. If I cannot possess it, then neither shall anyone else. In merely a few short minutes, the once crowded entrance to the secret realm was left desolate, devoid of life and vessels. Yu Yao stood agape, her expression one of astonishment. How many spirit stones could they possibly earn from this? It is known that many peaks of the 10,000 Dao mountain could not even muster a single complete flying vessel. It seems that my senior brother had already orchestrated this scheme long ago. When did it all begin? Perhaps it was during the crafting of the clay pot that he plotted everything. This is the true strength of my senior brother, compared to his swordsmanship. This mastery over the situation fills her with even greater admiration. Senior brother, could you perhaps gift me a vessel? Wang Huitian playfully pinched her small nose. Ha ha. Choose as you please. It matters not if you find anything to your liking. Within the great Qin realm, I hold the final say. Now, let us venture into the secret realm. He led Yu Yao through the entrance, and upon crossing the threshold, they were met with an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. Before them lay a vast plaza, larger than the Tianshu Plaza of the 10,000 Dao Mountain, with 8 stone pillars rising majestically, continuously channeling spiritual energy into the entrance. What a splendid place! Wang Huitian exclaimed, turning to close the door behind them. He retrieved the clay pot. With a thunderous roar, the 8 stone pillars were uprooted and absorbed into the clay pot, sealing the entrance and causing it to vanish from the plaza entirely. Senior brother, how can this clay pot hold so much? Wang Huitian secured the treasured pot back at his waist. Of course it can hold a great deal. It took the excavation of half a mountain from Tianfeng to forge such a vessel. Little Yao, go and seek your own adventures. I shall take a nap. He produced a reclining chair from the pot, finding a sheltered spot to lie down. On the vast lands of Zhangzhou, where the stone door once stood, a slender figure emerged, its gaunt arm brushing against the vanished entrance, eyes filled with deep-seated resentment. Ha ha! Wang Huitian, did you truly believe that by forcibly borrowing the heaven's fortune, you could suppress me? I have returned. I have come back. A manic grin spread across his face as he suddenly turned his gaze toward the horizon, where a flying vessel approached rapidly. On board, Luo Wuji furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an overwhelming intent to kill emanating from the distant figure. What madness is this? I have just arrived, and I have not wronged anyone. Why am I being targeted? Ding! Luck of the Child of Destiny detected. Current luck value, 300. Luo Wuji's expression shifted. The Child of Destiny, favored by the heavens. Yet, this one seemed rather meager, with only a luck value of 300. He wished to investigate further, but the figure had already vanished, seemingly wary, as if evading something. Not wishing to dwell on it, Luo Wuji refocused. He had come in pursuit of the saint's secret realm and did not wish to complicate matters. Hey, down there, brothers. Do you know where the saint's secret realm is located? He bent his waist and shouted at a group of men below. The men exchanged glances, worried about how to explain to the young master that they had lost the flying vessel. Now, unexpectedly, someone had come to their aid. It was indeed a stroke of fortune, a glimmer of hope. Fellow cultivator, we are also eager to journey to the sacred sage's secret realm. If you could transport us, we would gladly guide you along the way. Luo Wuji was overjoyed. Having circled this area twice without a single lead, he was more than willing to accept assistance. He promptly lowered the protective shield of the vessel to welcome them aboard. Esteemed guests, please indicate the direction, and we shall set off immediately. Once aboard the vessel, the atmosphere turned ominous. Fellow cultivator, we are here to rob you. Chapter 42. The Adventures of Moon Yao. The martial world is fraught with peril, and the moral fabric of society is in decline. Luo Wujian had searched for half a day, but had yet to glimpse the so-called secret realm of the sage. Instead, he was besieged by countless low-ranking cultivators. In a mere span of time, his flying vessel had been plundered 8 times. What a wretched place this is, so utterly chaotic. Though these cultivators lacked strength, they were relentless in their pursuits, showing no bounds in their desperation for his vessel. Some resorted to deceit and lured him with treasures. Others employed the allure of beauty, while some, from a distance, attacked his vessel's barrier with flying swords. They spared no effort, and eventually formed an alliance to seize it by force. In stark contrast to Luo Wujian's frantic evasion, Wang Huitian enjoyed a rather pleasant existence. As the formless bone within him voraciously absorbed the spiritual energy of the secret realm, his cultivation had already ascended to the 3rd level of qi refining. Such rapid advancement was once thought unattainable, and the thrill of his progress was utterly intoxicating. Ah, my dear Moon Yao, you are indeed my lucky star. As he marveled, he sensed Moon Yao's presence through the gentle breeze. She was still moving, alive and well. What a relief! In the forest, a diminutive figure was darting through the trees. Clutching a sprig of red spiritual herb, her forehead beaded with sweat. Behind her, a colossal foundation-building python was relentlessly pursuing her. Moon Yao gasped for breath, desperately fleeing. She had now reached the 8th level of qi refining, 5 whole levels above Wang Huitian, rendering her formidable. The battle between her and the python wreaked havoc upon the forest, sending leaves and branches flying and causing great trees to bend. The azure bamboo sword swept through the air, staining it with blood as she struck the serpent down. Suddenly, applause echoed through the woods, and 2 foundation-building cultivators emerged from the underbrush. Little sister, you are truly a prodigy, slaying a foundation-level beast with late-stage qi refinement. Impressive. Having concealed themselves nearby, they had witnessed the battle unfold, and now, with the beast slain and Moon Yao exhausted, it was the perfect moment to capitalize on her vulnerability. Pray tell, what spiritual medicine did you procure from that beast? Might we take a look? Moon Yao's expression turned cold, her small hands hurriedly hiding the red spiritual herb behind her back. She withdrew the bamboo, sword embedded in the python, and faced the 2 foundation cultivators with unwavering resolve. Ah, what a gathering we have here! A bunch of worthless trash dares to vie for the treasures of this realm. How naive. This was the first lesson her senior had taught her, to seize the initiative with a commanding presence. Word for word, she faithfully executed it. Sensing her fierce determination, the 2 foundation cultivators cursed under their breath and retreated. Such bad luck. I was hoping for a rare treasure, but it turns out to be a century-old heartbreak grass. Indeed, what a waste of my anticipation. Seeing their disdainful expressions, Moon Yao furrowed her brow. Heartbreak grass? A mere training herb? The older cultivator turned back. Foolish girl, it signifies a heart-wrenching loss. As she watched the 2 depart without a backward glance, Moon Yao felt a pang of disappointment. She had exerted herself to acquire that spiritual herb, only to have it dismissed. No, I cannot let my senior down. Clenching her teeth, Moon Yao pressed on in search of further opportunities. Upon exiting the thicket, she beheld a thatched cottage in the distance. Several foundation-building practitioners were relentlessly assaulting the formation of a thatched cottage. Yu Yao immediately crouched down. Her petite frame lay concealed among the grass. With only a single tuft of hair bobbing in the wind, rendering her nearly undetectable without the use of spiritual sense. This time, she intended to play the role of the opportunistic fisherman, the ultimate hunter. With a tremendous boom, the defensive array of the thatched cottage shattered under the continuous efforts of the 4 foundation-building cultivators. The force of the explosion was immense, sending the practitioners hurtling backward, while the cottage was reduced to mere fragments. Countless clumps of foul, blackish-yellow mud scattered everywhere, adhering to the bodies of the 4 cultivators, releasing a noxious stench. Damn it! This place is a latrine. Look what I've discovered. A stepping stone for saints in the lavatory, seemingly crafted from glazed jade. Nonsense. Saints do not require such facilities. It must have been used by their disciples. The group climbed to their feet, gathering around a slightly yellowed stone slab, engrossed in discussion, while Yu Yao lay nearby, retching incessantly. Who goes there? One practitioner turned their gaze toward her, their keen perception instantly discerning Yu Yao's concealed figure. Not good. Someone intends to seize our opportunity here. Let us act together. Panic surged within Yu Yao as she sprang to her feet and fled, simultaneously calling out, "Fellow cultivators, I have no intention of claiming your stone slab." However, the others paid little heed to her protests. Her presence in the grass was all too revealing, their motives clear. They refrained from attacking only because they were still in peak condition. Had they been severely injured moments ago, they might have already lost their chance. Surround her, lest she divulge our hard-won opportunity. A fierce battle loomed, as the foundation-building cultivators were capable of flying on their swords, easily capable of pursuing a chi-refining practitioner. Yet, Yu Yao possessed an innate sword body, her offensive prowess formidable. After a prolonged struggle, they were reluctantly forced to withdraw. Pooh! Yu Yao coughed up a mouthful of blood, leaning against an ancient tree to catch her breath. The recent conflict had drained her energy and left her wounded. She needed a secure place to recuperate. Taking a deep breath, she excavated a hollow in the tree and concealed herself within. Her senior brother was indeed correct. The outside world was fraught with peril. After a moment of reflection, she activated her cultivation method, retrieving 2 healing pills from her pocket and swallowing them, grateful for the gift of the Qingbai flower. Without it, her fate would surely have been dire. As night approached, Wang Huitian yawned and stood up, casting a glance at the eerily silent secret realm. He furrowed his brow. How could a saint's secret realm be so tranquil? It was time to raise the stakes for these talented individuals. Behind him, a crimson gem flickered as a scarlet longsword sliced down into the jungle, igniting a fierce blaze that swiftly engulfed the foliage. The inferno surged forward with the wind, causing countless ferocious beasts to roar and flee, plunging the secret realm into chaos. After delivering that strike, he reclined once more in his rocking chair, a small sparrow alighting on his shoulder, chirping as if to voice its grievances. Very well, keep an eye on my junior sister. She is indeed my precious darling, and we must ensure that no harm befalls her. The little sparrow pecked fiercely at Wang Huitian before taking flight, darting towards the jungle in an attempt to cross the fiery barrier. Countless flames erupted around it, and the thick smoke caused it to spiral in distress, presenting a perilous scene. Little one, do not fear the flames so. You possess the bloodline of the vermilion bird. Perhaps a few burns will awaken your potential. I encourage you. I have faith in your capabilities. The little sparrow chirped anxiously, its feathers singed and curled, on the verge of being scorched thoroughly. Awakening the vermilion bird bloodline? What a jest! At that moment, Yu Yao, concealed within a tree hollow, slightly opened her eyes. Although her injuries had mostly healed, the sky in the secret realm had darkened, and nightfall belonged to the ferocious beasts. She resolved to remain hidden until dawn to seek her opportunities. Above her head, a tuft of hair danced, and a gentle breeze swirled around her. This was the supreme sword intent bestowed by her senior brother, and she had grasped a thread of its essence. Should she encounter those 4 foundational cultivators again, she was confident in her ability to repel them all. Just then, Yu Yao caught a whiff of a scorching scent. It was the fervent spirit igniting within her heart. Chapter 43. The Adventures of Yu Yao 2 with a sudden explosion. Yu Yao emerged from the tree hollow, gasping for breath. Her fair complexion was now smudged with soot, and her hair was slightly tousled. A fierce determination ignited within her. The forest was ablaze. Countless beasts fled through the underbrush, pursued by towering flames, and those who lagged behind perished, reduced to charred remnants. A flicker of panic glinted in Yu Yao's eyes. She had never encountered such chaos before. The air was filled with the roars of wild animals intermingled with the furious shouts of cultivators, all desperately escaping. Some cultivators, unable to keep pace, were trampled into the ground by ferocious beasts, the scene resembling a hellish nightmare. Instinctively, she sprinted in the direction of the fleeing creatures. To hesitate for even a moment might mean being crushed or consumed by fire. Above, she spotted a core formation cultivator locked in battle with a beast and swiftly altered her course, wary of the residual shockwaves from their clash. In the midst of the turmoil, she witnessed a core formation cultivator torn asunder by a beast, while a nascent soul cultivator conjured a tempest, obliterating a horde of feral creatures in an instant. The chaos was overwhelming, and Yu Yao felt increasingly disoriented, unsure of where to run, merely swept along by the tide. Beside her, a seemingly clumsy giant bear fled in tandem, and she decided to follow it, reasoning that its local knowledge might lead them to safety. The bear, having been recently bullied by humans, was acutely aware of their cunning, and thus believed that staying close to this girl could ensure its survival. The inferno raged on until dawn, giving way to a gentle rain that fell within the secret realm. It was impossible to ascertain how many beasts and cultivators had met their demise amidst the chaos. After fleeing throughout the night, both Yu Yao and the bear were utterly exhausted, the other fleeing cultivators and beasts having scattered in every direction. Yu Yao curled up beneath a large banana leaf to shield herself from the rain. Her eyes were slightly reddened, filled with a sense of frustration. The world outside was perilous beyond measure. Without the path of cultivation, one might live to 70 or 80, yet she had barely survived a cataclysm at the tender age of 13. The bear plopped down beside her, clumsily tearing off a banana leaf to catch the rainwater. Each attempt yielded only a small sip. "Foolish bear," Yu Yao said, snatching the leaf from its paws and fashioning it into a makeshift cup, capable of holding a greater volume. "Open wide." "Ah." She poured the water into the bear's mouth, and its eyes brightened. Today, it had learned a rather practical life skill from a human. What a remarkable gain. Watching the bear fumble with the banana leaf, Yu Yao sniffled, then climbed a taller tree to survey her surroundings. They were in a canyon, surrounded by ominous mountains, casting a shadow over the area. As she scanned the depths of the canyon, her gaze landed on a flickering crimson light, mysterious and alluring. "Spirit herbs. It must be spirit herbs," she exclaimed with delight. Without hesitation, she leaped from the tree and made her way towards the source of the light. The bear hesitated for a moment before stuffing the entire banana leaf, along with its contents, into its mouth and following her. After a while, she arrived at the place where the red light flickered. It was a deep pool, and at the center of the water stood a proudly blooming lotus, its radiant glow illuminating the surroundings. However, beside the lotus stood a figure who slowly turned his head, and at that moment, Yu Yao felt as if she were being targeted by a venomous serpent. "Are you the little girl beside the King of the North?" Yu Yao's pupils constricted, and her hair stood on end. Without hesitation, she turned and fled. She had never imagined encountering an Yi here. Wang Huitian had previously offended him, and now, in this desolate place, their paths crossed. It was a matter of life and death. Another wave of peril was deftly met. A smirk crept across Ye's lips as he casually plucked the lotus from the pool and stored it away. Unexpected delight indeed. "Run. Do you think you can escape?" His figure blended into the shadows, and when he reemerged, it was from behind Yu Yao. She pivoted and executed a sideways kick, causing the shadowy figure to disperse instantly. Vigilantly gripping her bamboo sword, she scanned her surroundings, wary of potential ambushes. "Little girl, you cannot escape any longer. I shall crush you and present you before the King of the North." I am truly curious about his expression then. Suddenly, the shadows of the surrounding trees surged, resembling countless twisted hands striking the ground. The disparity in their cultivation was immense, and Yi, with his enigmatic dark attributes, was merely toying with her. Otherwise, she would not have been able to withstand even a single blow. Bang! A dark shadow lashed out at Yu Yao, sending her small frame crashing through 7 or 8 large trees. A gentle breeze swirled around her, dispersing the sharp shadows that sought to attack. It is the sword aura left by my senior brother. Yu Yao struggled to rise, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Hee, I hear the familiar sound of the wind. But so what? Even if Wang Huitian stood here today, I would not hesitate to strike. An ES figure coalesced once more, slowly advancing towards Yu Yao, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty madness. Just then, a sudden beastly roar echoed near his ear, causing him to momentarily freeze. A massive bear paw swept towards him, its sharp claws crushing everything in its path. And Yi was struck by the giant paw and sent crashing into the mountainside, while the great bear leaped forward, seizing Yu Yao and fleeing. Damn my lass. I have embarrassed my senior. Silly bear, let me go. I shall flee on my own, for we share little camaraderie. Suddenly, Wang Huitian opened his eyes in the square. I felt the stir of the wind and heard the lament of the sword. He rose to his feet, squinting slightly into the distance. Before him lay a scene of charred remains, obscuring all visibility. Yet, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that within this secret realm, there existed a sword he could command. He gently raised his hand as if grasping the hilt, closing his eyes for a moment, only to reopen them in resignation. He could not sense the happenings around the sword. Nevertheless, this too was trivial. A complete cover would suffice, and he hoped it would spare the innocent. Sigh, there are indeed few as merciful as I, Wang Huitian mused. The sword thrummed, and the wind began to rise. Chapter 44. The sword comes the great bear. Clutching onto Yu Yao in a frantic escape, suddenly felt a sharp pain in its palm. Unconsciously loosening its grip on Yu Yao, blood dripped from its paw. However, instead of falling to the ground, Yu Yao floated into the air as if she had lost control over her own body. What is happening to me? The pursuer, Dark Knight, cared not for her plight. With a swift motion, he struck towards Yu Yao's forehead, his hand infused with immense force. Dark, swirling energies crawled up his arm, causing the veins to bulge as the pressure of his impending strike shattered the trees below. The great bear instinctively shielded itself, its form curling into a ball, only to be hurled away by the force of the gust. Little girl, what do you think you're running? Die for me. Dark Knight sneered, his palm crashing down onto Yu Yao's forehead. Yet, the moment his hand made contact, his expression shifted dramatically. The sensation was amiss. Instead of the anticipated softness of a child, it felt as though he had struck a razor-sharp blade. The dark patterns enveloping his hand were instantly severed, half of his palm exploding into a mist of crimson, and unable to dissipate the force, his body careened toward Yu Yao. In a critical moment, he thrust his hand into the void, narrowly avoiding collision with her form, though the tip of his nose was still sheared off. Stumbling to the ground, he gazed at the airborne Yu Yao with terror. Damn it! How could a living person transform into such a sharp divine sword? Could it be that you have become the spirit of a divine sword? His questions went unanswered, drowned out by the resounding cries of the sword. Akin to a tsunami of wind, the overwhelming sword aura sent shivers down his spine. Such a divine weapon paired with this fierce energy was destined to claim the stars. Among the talents of his generation, none would survive. Shameless old thief, how dare you disrupt the contest among peers? Dark Knight was convinced this was not the work of his contemporaries, but rather a senior figure, unscrupulous and seeking to eliminate him in this opportunity. As he cursed, he activated his shadowy escape, his form gradually fading into the darkness. A distant, indifferent voice resonated in the wind. Sword 3, the wind rises. Suddenly, a tempest unleashed, stripping flesh from bone. As the wind swept through, leaf cascaded from the trees, shattering into wisps of green mist, followed by bark, trunks, withered grass, stones, and soil. In that moment, the wind took on color, green, pale pink, and soft yellow, dancing in the air like ribbons. The great bear, lying in the distance, felt its gray fur blown away, its layers of fat undulating like waves against the force of the wind. Fortunately, it had been propelled far away by Dark Knight's gust, or it too would have become a crimson ribbon. Dark Knight, however, was not as fortunate. His ethereal form was cast out by the gale. and before he could touch the ground, his garments lay in tatters, his skin stripped away in layers, revealing raw flesh beneath. At that moment, he recognized the source of the voice. King of the North. How could this young ruler, younger than himself, possess such terrifying power? Was there no sense of fairness? Fear gripped his heart as he roared with all his might. Wang Huitian, do you dare to kill me? My father is the marshal of the nation. Amidst the sound of the wind, whispers intertwine, a voice composed of the very elements, heralding the final death knell of the dark night. My mother is the empress of the great Qin. The wind ceased. Various hues of smoke and dust gradually descended, enveloping the jungle in a shroud of haze. Here comes a sword. Wang Huitian casually gestured, and the figure of Yu Yao transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the square. Atop a mountain palace, Qing Baiwa was exploring the area with her 4 maidens. Their harvest was substantial, having acquired formidable combat techniques along with some precious elixirs. Just then, the sword light, taking the form of Yu Yao, zipped past the heads of the 5. Qing Baiwa shielded her brow with one hand and gazed upwards. My heavens, my lady goddess, is that not Yu Yao? How is she flying without having formed her foundation? Sensing something amiss, she hastily led her companions to pursue. For Yu Yao was indeed her junior sister from Wandao Mountain, with whom she had shared a pleasant rapport aboard the flying vessel. Naturally, she wished to investigate further. In the square, Wang Huitian gazed at the approaching sword light, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. Truly, it was the world's foremost divine sword. Even in the Qi refining stage, it radiated such brilliance. If one day it were to ascend to the divine transformation, could it not cleave the heavens with a single strike? Clang! The sword light landed before Wang Huitian, its blade embedding itself into the floor of the square. Yu Yao, still in a daze, pondered what had transpired. How did she manage to counterattack the dark night, and why had she suddenly returned to her senior brother's side? Senior brother? Wang Huitian stepped forward, gently wiping the soot from Yu Yao's darkened face, his eyes filled with sorrow. What had transpired to tarnish the divine sword? Little Yao, what has happened? My heart aches for you. Feeling her senior brother's concern, Yu Yao's eyes reddened once more. After all, she was merely a 13-year-old child, and her pent-up grievances erupted, her voice trembling as she spoke. Senior brother, I was hiding in a tree hollow to heal when I encountered a forest fire. The flames chased me relentlessly, making my eyes unable to open. After escaping, I ran into your enemy, the Dark Knight. He sought to capture me to threaten you. Forest fire? Wang Huitian's hand froze momentarily. Who set the mountain ablaze? They deserve to die, and that Dark Knight, daring to bully my junior sister. I shall surely slay him. Wiping Yu Yao's face clean, Wang Huitian looked towards the distant mountains, where a colossal palace emerged, the fiercest of battles already underway. Numerous prodigies vied fiercely, each unwilling to concede as they rushed towards the heavenly palace, for who would not wish to grasp the creations of the saints? Senior brother, shall we not seize a chance to compete? Yu Yao said, brimming with excitement. As long as her senior brother was with her, she feared nothing. Wang Huitian shook his head. This sacred realm was originally a trap he had laid. There was truly nothing worth contending for. Yu Yao, it is time to depart. The true challenges await us outside. His brows furrowed at the thought of the malice stemming from the great Qin, pondering how many experts lurked therein. The decision to elevate Wang Huitian to the throne had been a grave error, one that had brought him endless trouble. Qing Baiwa, accompanied by her 4 sword attendants, hurried to the square. Upon seeing Yu Yao safe, she breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Shidi, are you preparing to leave? Wang Huitian cast a glance at Qing Baiwa. He almost forgot about this fellow disciple. It is essential to understand that once he departs, this place will be irrevocably sealed, and those so-called prodigies will remain confined until he advances northward, at which point they shall be released to serve as his vanguard upon his exit from the Star Moon Pass. Sister, shall we depart together? Qing Baiwa looked longingly at the distant palace of saints, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Wang Huitian was naturally aware of her thoughts. Sister, if you wish to obtain the saint's legacy, you might have to wait a considerable time before you can leave this place. What do you mean? It means I intend to take away the exit from here. Qing Baihua was momentarily stunned, and then her expression changed dramatically. This would sever the retreat of all those within the secret realm. How dare he, simultaneously offending so many sections? Wang Huitian raised a finger and traced a vertical line in the void, summoning a luminous gate. He took Yu Yao and stepped through. As the light gate began to fade slowly, Qing Baihua hurriedly rushed forward. "Wait for me." The gate connected to their point of entry, but as she stepped through, regret washed over her. The sky above and the ground below were crowded with cultivators, each wielding long swords, their murderous intent palpable, encircling the area tightly. Chapter 45. The star-chasing pursuit. Wang Huitian used the saint's secret realm as bait, lured the world's prodigies like insects, and manipulated the inheritance of the saints to cultivate your schemes. Do you plead guilty? A gaunt man stood before the assembly of cultivators, confronting Wang Huitian the moment he emerged from the secret realm. Wang Huitian squinted slightly at the man, who appeared emaciated yet seemed to be of a similar age. The man's visage bore a hint of familiarity, though Wang Huitian could not quite place him. "My lord, have we met before?" Upon witnessing the look of confusion on Wang Huitian's face, the man became increasingly agitated. "Ha ha ha! You do not recognize me? How dare you not recognize me? 8 years ago, yes. 8 years ago, you accompanied your father to the northern wilderness. Do you remember? It was I who personally killed your father. Tell me, where have you hidden my fortune?" The last words erupted from his throat like a roar, reverberating through the heavens with palpable fury and resentment. Wang Huitian narrowed his eyes, realization dawning upon him. However, the man's transformation was so drastic that it was challenging to reconcile the elegant, youthful figure from years past with the grotesque, almost cadaverous appearance before him now. "Oh, so it is you." Hearing the nonchalant tone from Wang Huitian, the man felt an acute anger wash over him, as if his fists were striking against cotton. "Shouldn't you despise me? Why are you so calm?" Wang Huitian scoffed lightly. The Wang family of the Northern Defense has faced countless battles throughout history, with many ancestors perishing on the battlefield. There are more enemies than I have hairs on my head. Should I be tasked with remembering each one? Who do you think you are? The man was rendered speechless, his arms trembling violently beneath his dark robe. At that moment, a robust figure stepped forward beside him, no longer wishing to listen to their recounting of grievances from 8 years prior. "Wang Huitian, you conspired to harm the prodigies of the human race. Such crimes deserve punishment." Wang Huitian glanced at the man who spoke, Li Qingtian, the right chancellor of the Great Qin, a stellar cultivator skilled with the spear. Once a battlefield general, he had transitioned to a civil role after losing his troops due to poor strategy. During a famine, he had resorted to mercilessly slaughtering an entire province to prevent the refugees from spreading. He was known as the martial chancellor. Surveying the surroundings, Wang Huitian noted that besides Li Qingtian, there were 3 other stellar cultivators and 7 or 8 transformation stage practitioners, all significant figures of the Great Qin, aside from the 4 national marshals, had gathered. "Have you all not slain enough prodigies over the years? What you speak of sounds so righteous. Yet it appears you merely wish to secure Wang Jinchuan's position on the throne. You wretched beast, we are not here to reason with you today." Su Shiji, the provincial governor of Tsangzhou, pointed his fingers at Wang Huitian, his voice icy. He could not comprehend why they were engaging in such lengthy discourse with someone at the Qi refinement stage. A mere act of suppression would suffice. Wang Huitian narrowed his eyes at Su Shiji, blood-red sword materializing in his hand. "Then what are you still chattering about?" In an instant, his figure dispersed, transforming into countless clones that surged towards the assembly, radiant sword light blossoming like a blazing sun. With a clang, Yu Yao unsheathed her bamboo sword and charged at a figure standing on the ground, only for them to ascend on their sword and join the chaotic battle in the air before she could even approach. Momentarily stunned while gripping her long sword, she quickly set her sights on a nascent soul stage opponent. "Kill!" she cried, redirecting her course as azure light flickered upon the bamboo sword. A gentle breeze beneath her feet lent her additional speed, but just as she surged forward, she was seized by Qing Baihua by the scruff of her neck. "Foolish girl, why aren't you running?" Qing Baihua, now pale with fright, could hardly comprehend the audacity of so many formidable beings unleashing their powers simultaneously. The surging spiritual energy threatened to annihilate everything in its path, and one misstep could lead to their utter destruction. She was baffled by what emboldened Yu Yao to charge forth with nothing but a bamboo sword. "Don't worry, senior sister. My brother is here. He won't let me come a harm," Yu Yao reassured. But no sooner had she spoken than a fierce gust swept over the mountaintop, sending both of them tumbling hundreds of meters away. Qing Baihua's robes were shredded into countless strips, her hair disheveled, and her face scraped against the ground. "Damn it, that was your brother's sword energy." Qing Baihua gritted her teeth, realizing that their own allies had inflicted more harm than the enemy. She had always known that unreliable man would bring trouble. The sword attendant who had been closely following them had vanished without a trace. This outing had turned into a significant loss. Yu Yao staggered out of a muddy pit, having collided with a stone, her head spinning. She shook it vigorously, searching for her bamboo sword that had fallen somewhere. "Oh, quite the gathering. A bunch of fools utterly oblivious to their fate," she muttered as she continued her search. After some time, she finally retrieved a half-broken green bamboo sword from a crevice. Gripping it invigorated her confidence, and she scanned her surroundings, noting only a panicked Qing Baihua rushing toward her while all enemies had already taken to the skies, joining the fray. None present were incapable of flight. With a fierce glare toward the heavens, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent, she hurled the sword skyward. Wang Huitian, with his white hair billowing, had crimson sword energy coalescing into two massive wings behind him. Fearless in the face of numerous powerful adversaries, his voice was laced with coldness and lethal intent. "A bunch of fools utterly oblivious to their fate. On the day I establish my foundation, I shall turn the capital of the great Qin into a river of blood." With a powerful flap of his wings, he shot forth like a streak of light toward the direction of the 10,000 great mountains, with countless cultivators trailing behind him, unleashing a dazzling array of attacks. The ground quaked, rivers and mountains collapsing under the onslaught as Wang Huitian soared, targeting those who dared to stand out. Meanwhile, Yu Yao's bamboo sword, having flown several dozen meters, fell to the ground. She utilized her agility to retrieve the sword and pursued forward. Yet, after only a few minutes, she halted once more. Her brother and the other cultivators were simply too swift for her to keep up. "Damn it, I've lost them." Qing Baihua, catching up from behind, rolled her eyes at this statement. This little girl, normally so docile, had such a strong killing intent despite her low cultivation level. "Xiao Yao, your brother will be fine. We should return to the sect," she suggested. At this, Yu Yao's heart trembled, recalling the dire state of the sword's edge. Unable to retreat, she found the burden too heavy to bear. Though it was indeed she who had severed the bamboo of the sword's edge, and the collapse of Tianfeng was of her own doing, her meager cultivation in the qi refinement stage could scarcely withstand such tremendous consequences. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded as Wang Huitian was struck, his form driven forcefully into the mountainside. The excessive use of sword energy had left his visage marred, with one side of his face revealing stark white bone. The four-star catchers proved to be quite formidable, and the luck-drained scion was no trivial adversary either. Their intent was clear. They sought to exhaust him to the brink of death. They encircled him, for his physical form was devoid of bloodline, his entire being composed of condensed sword energy. To vanquish him, they would either have to deplete his sword energy or extinguish his spirit. Rising to his feet, Wang Huitian's left hand shattered into dust, swirling around him as sword energy. These adversaries had discerned his vulnerabilities, intent on gradually devouring him piece by piece. Chapter 46. Who dares to draw the sword? Li Qingtian remained aloft, wielding his sword in the air, maintaining a prudent distance from the main battlefield to prevent Wang Huitian from using his sword aura to envelop and escape with his soul. The others formed a formation, with Zhaixing standing at the forefront, while the rest relentlessly engaged in ranged attacks. Can you guess why I dare to descend despite knowing I would be besieged? Wang Huitian's eyes radiated tranquility. Through the shattered skull, one could glimpse a swirling mist of white light within his mind. This was the essence of a cultivator's soul, bearing memories, emotions, and will, is the very core of a person. Once damaged, it signifies their downfall. The souls of cultivators at the nascent soul stage and above are safeguarded within their nascent souls. Yet, Wang Huitian was merely at the qi refinement stage. Despite his unparalleled prowess in battle, his vulnerabilities were glaringly evident. Jinbei Wang, cease your prattle. Today, your demise is inevitable. No one can save you. Su Shiji gripped a massive hammer, encircled by a colossal shield, as Wang Huitian's sword aura attempted to infiltrate, yet failed to breach this formidable barrier. This shield was as impenetrable as a pockball. You have certainly prepared well, Wang Huitian remarked, casting his gaze towards the gaunt, dark figure of the child of fate, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Years ago, I pilfered the fortunes of the heavenly path, leading to your own fortune's depletion. Those years must have been arduous for you, weren't they? Aren't you curious where those fortunes went? Come closer, and I shall reveal it to you. By the way, what was your name again? Li Changsheng, was it? A splendid name indeed. As Wang Huitian's words concluded, all attacks suddenly ceased. Not only did Li Changsheng seek to reclaim his fortunes, but the cultivators present were equally intrigued about the nature of this theft of heavenly fortunes and their current whereabouts. If one were to obtain such fortunes, would they not soar to unimaginable heights, acquiring whatever opportunities they desired? Oh, you desire them as well? A look of realization swept across Wang Huitian's face. But alas, there is only one reward. How troubling it is. His visage twisted into a manic expression, skin peeling away to reveal a crimson interior. Madman, he is nothing but a lunatic. Wang Huitian remained indifferent to the opinions of crowd. What did it matter if he was deemed mad or foolish? Without madness or folly, how could one endure? Born into the ceaseless conflicts of the Jinbei Wang estate, devoid of spiritual roots, he would have found refuge had his father and brother still lived. Yet both had perished in battle, leaving him with no choice but to grow stronger at any cost, even if it meant sacrificing everything. Kill. White hair transformed into a torrent of red willow sword aura, shooting forth, floating in the air, weaving an immense net that spanned 1,000 meters. The nascent soul cultivators found themselves ensnared within this web, unable to move an inch, with some being shredded into fragments, their souls dissipating into nothingness under the onslaught of the sword aura. The cacophony of crimson flesh echoed as the sword sang, peeling layers away, while fleeing transformation stage cultivators, caught in a moment of distraction, were pierced through the brow. Beasts, dare you to show your ferocity? Behind Li Qingtian, a magical ape manifestation rose mightily, its colossal hand descending to suppress, severing the sword auras with ease. A few transformation stage cultivators who narrowly escaped the domain of swords gazed in horror, their faces flashing with relief. This battle has transcended our capacity for involvement. Fear is etched upon their faces. They, the stalwarts of the great Qin, now find themselves cornered by a mere child. After exchanging glances, they retreated several thousand meters once more. The massive paw of the demon ape struck the ground, sending plumes of dust into the air, while countless sword energies surged outward, enveloping the area for miles around. Beneath such a dense onslaught of sword energy, the four-star pluckers refrained from probing the situation within the dust, knowing that among the sword energies was one specifically targeting divine consciousness. A moment's carelessness could lead to their demise. I shall take charge, declared one of the star pluckers, as he waved his sleeve, drawing the swirling dust into it. Ha! A splendid display of sleeve magic. He beamed at the accolades from the others. This was his signature technique, rivaling the Buddhist art of the palm of the Buddha kingdom. Let us see where he attempts to flee. Just as the onlookers believed that Wang Huitian had nowhere left to escape, the man suddenly felt a sharp pain in his armpit. A long sword had pierced through his shoulder. The sword was exceedingly sharp, its blade adorned with swirling black vortices that ravenously siphoned his spiritual energy. Alarmed, he attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The sword was thrust upward, sending his head flying. From a distance atop the mountain, Li Changsheng observed the scene with no hint of surprise. He had withdrawn after the sword domain was unleashed. Wang Huitian was not so easily slain. Had it been that simple, he would have perished on Sirius Mountain long ago. With a sigh, he continued to scrutinize the battle below. Once the dust settled, Wang Huitian's figure had vanished, as if he had melded into the very sword energy that now permeated the air. Was his soul extinguished? He mused, furrowing his brow. The longsword, having severed one of the star pluckers, fell to the ground, skewered and seemingly devoid of control. Li Qingtian and the others gazed in horror at the rolling head, as a torrential wave of attacks descended once more. The sword trembled under the barrage, yet remained inert. It was evident that the sword bore no traces of divine consciousness. With caution, Su Shiji approached the Wuxiang sword, grasping it from the ground. A fine weapon, yet regrettably, its spirit has been destroyed, leaving only a remnant of its edge, he remarked, before casting the Wuxiang sword back. Although it was a divine blade, it had once belonged to Wang Huitian, and he dared not carry it. No one could ascertain whether this sword genius had left behind hidden traps within its blade. Li Qingtian and another star plucker circled the sword domain, yet still found no trace of Wang Huitian's soul. Eventually, they too arrived at the Wuxiang sword. This sword is commendable, Pei Ming, given your mastery of swordsmanship. It may resonate with you. Upon hearing Li Qingtian's words, Pei Ming narrowed his eyes at the Wuxiang sword, which bore a dull yellow gem embedded in its blade, with 6 other holes emitting a profound black light. It was this very weapon that felled the star plucker. I dare not claim it for myself, he thought, perceiving Li Qingtian's suggestion as an attempt to ensnare him. This beast was vanquished through our collective efforts. I would not presume to seize it alone. The 3 exchanged glances, each hesitant to approach the Wuxiang sword. Although they all believed Wang Huitian to be deceased, a profound apprehension lingered regarding the sword he left behind. After all, no one had ever mastered the swordsmanship to such an extent, and none could fathom the extent of his remaining abilities. Observing Pei Ming's trepidation, Li Qingtian kicked a broken pottery jar on the ground and ascended with his sword. Let this sword remain here to accompany him in death, he mused. Once the 3-star harvesters departed, a group of divine transformation cultivators cautiously approached. They gazed at the long sword with avarice, yet none dared to seize it. Ultimately, after a fruitless search, they left in disappointment. As dusk descended, Li Changsheng entered the sword domain at a measured pace. He did not glance at the sword but proceeded directly to the shattered pottery jar. Bending down, he picked it up and probed inside with his consciousness, revealing hundreds of various flying vessels and 8 massive stone pillars. This rascal truly knows how to stir trouble, he thought. If I were to take these flying vessels, I would surely face the relentless pursuit of numerous factions in the future. After a moment's hesitation, he extracted the stone pillars and carelessly discarded the jar onto the ground. These flying vessels were akin to a hot potato. Unlike other magical artifacts that could be concealed, they would inevitably be discovered unless he decided to abandon the realm of the Great Qin altogether. Days later, after everyone had departed, a sparrow flew in, skillfully evading the errant sword energies before alighting upon the head of the star harvester. It chirped melodiously. Chapter 47. Nephew Yi Haozhou, the severed head of the star-gatherer, bore a fissure at the brow, from which a spirit emerged, drifting forth. The surrounding sword energy swiftly converged upon the spirit, and after a brief moment, it coalesced into the form of a boy, aged around 7 or 8. The damage to the sword energy inevitably caused a diminishment of the corporeal form. Wang Huitian gestured, and the formless sword seamlessly merged into his being. He retrieved a clay jar from the ground and secured it at his waist. Upon sensing his internal cultivation, his expression shifted dramatically. His once solid foundation of the 3rd layer of qi refinement had inexplicably regressed to the 1st layer. Cursed be this fate. Why has this transpired? A typical cultivator, even after a fierce battle, would not experience such a fall in their cultivation. Yet, he had squandered a significant portion of his prowess in a single confrontation. This realm appeared to be transient. No, surely, there must be other means. After much contemplation, he altered his course. There is no longer a necessity to venture into the vast mountains. Even if he were to amass countless spirit stones and materials, they would be of no use to him, rendering them mere waste. Traversing numerous mountains and rivers, he arrived at a small village inhabited by several dozen families. The majority of the houses were constructed from mud, many of the earthen walls coated with cow dung and palm leaves for wind protection. The village boasted but a single well, nestled beneath an ancient locust tree at its entrance. A woman, appearing to be in her 30s, approached the well with a wooden bucket. Though her face bore the marks of hardship, it could not conceal her inherent beauty, suggesting that in her youth, she must have been a stunning enchantress. Jean Widow, off to fetch water again, greeted a fellow villager, their eyes glimmering with warmth. "I've just returned from the mountains, and I'm fetching some water for Haozhou to take a warm bath," the woman replied, a smile gracing her lips, pride evident when she spoke of her son. As she traversed the stone path of the village and glanced toward the well, her smile abruptly vanished. By the well, beneath the old locust tree, a boy of 7 or 8 knelt at the edge, his expression serious and somewhat dazed as he stared into the water. The woman hesitated for a mere second before deciding to depart with her bucket, but as she lifted her foot, a youthful voice called out from behind, "Elder sister, are you well?" The boy was none other than Wang Huitian, and the woman was his sister-in-law, Zhang Yanru. "Do you seem to fear me?" Wang Huitian's voice was frosty, and in an instant he appeared beside Zhang Yanru, causing her to shudder slightly, her gaze evasive. How many in this world are not afraid of Wang Huitian? The members of the Wang family were all warriors of fierce renown. After her husband perished in battle, she had hidden here to protect her son, yet fate had led them to this encounter. "Huitian, I do not wish for Haozhou to meet the same fate as his father on the battlefield," she implored. Wang Huitian snorted coldly, well aware of Zhang Yanru's sentiments. One could only attribute this to a mother's compassion. "Elder sister, the endeavors of the Yi family serve the present and benefit generations to come. You have not ventured beyond Xingyue Pass and are unaware that demonic cultivators feast upon human blood and malice. You have not been born in the vast mountains, and thus do not comprehend the ferocity of the beasts. Take me to see Haozhou." Zhang Yanru dared not utter a word, merely carrying her bucket as she walked ahead, while Wang Huitian leisurely followed, surveying the village's surroundings. "Oh, Zhang Widow, have you found a child while fetching water? Ha! Could this be the illegitimate child of you and old Wang from the village? Why not have one for me as well?" A young villager jested, their gaze towards Zhang Yanru somewhat unrestrained, as it seemed that the widow and her child had faced considerable bullying in this village. Wang Huitian's expression turned icy. A red sword energy swirled in his hand as he contemplated an attack, but Zhang Yanru hurriedly cast aside a bucket and embraced him. "Huitian, this is how it is in the village. They're merely jesting. Don't take it to heart. If you were to harm them, how would I and Haozhou survive here?" Wang Huitian's fingers encircled the sword energy around Zhang Yanru's neck. "I hope it is not true." Zhang Yanru pushed open the gate to a modest courtyard, enclosed by mud walls, where some cabbage was growing, alongside clothes that were hung out to dry. A young man, around 17 or 18, was sorting through the clothes beneath the drying rack and turned upon hearing the door open. "Mother, you're back so soon. Whose child is this? So adorable." Yi Haozhou approached and took Wang Huitian from Zhang Yanru's arms, playfully pinching his cheek, only to find it surprisingly firm. "Little one, what is your name?" Wang Huitian gazed at the young man's face, noticing a resemblance to his elder brother, yet the young man's aura felt empty, clearly indicating he had not practiced any cultivation. Zhang Yanru seemed to wish for her child to live a mundane life, reflecting on his own physical condition, devoid of any bloodline. He realized that even if he found a partner in the future, the prospect of having offspring seemed bleak, causing his gaze towards the child to soften. After all, this was the last scion of the northern Wang lineage. "Don't you remember me?" Wang Huitian spoke softly, as their ages were not vastly different, having grown up together in the manor. However, his mature disposition had led him to dismiss playing with such young children. "Little friend, have we met before?" Noticing her son treating Wang Huitian like any other child, Zhang Yanru quickly took him back and placed him on the ground. For the descendants of the northern Wang were known for their tempestuous tempers. Having not seen Wang Huitian for many years, she was unaware of what manner of person he had become. For dinner, Zhang Yanru prepared some rabbit stew, a catch from the mountains by Yi Haozhou. However, Wang Huitian merely cast a glance before retreating indoors, as he had no need for sustenance. His body lacked the function to digest. After pondering in silence for a while, he moved to the window and beckoned. A little sparrow flew over and perched on the sill. Chirp, chirp, bring it forth. The previous path is no longer viable. The sparrow hesitated for a moment, then spread its wings and reached into its chest feathers, soon dropping 5 books onto the ground. Wang Huitian collected the books. The first titled Path of Slaughter, the origin of all his sword techniques, for which his sword energy evolved, primarily focusing on form and intention. Yet now, this path had reached its limits, not due to a lack of greater sword realms, but because his spirit was constrained. Everything before him had become the endpoint of what a mere mortal could deduce. The second book is titled Heavenly Manuscript, and now the myriad cultivation techniques throughout the continent are fundamentally derived from this tome. As Wang Huitian sensed the regression of his cultivation to the first layer of qi refinement, a flicker of resentment crossed his face. His previous third layer of qi refinement had been nothing but a facade, an illusion conjured by spiritual energy. Once that energy waned, his realm would inevitably plummet. Disdaining the ineffectual techniques, he kicked the heavenly manuscript away, barely managing to contain the surge of sword energy emanating from him. Taking a deep breath, he turned his gaze to the final 3 manuals: Demonic Delusion, Return, and Buddha's Heart. Each of these texts corresponded to the paths of demonic cultivation, ghostly cultivation, and Buddha's cultivation, respectively. With disdain, he stuffed Buddha's heart back into the little sparrow's embrace, his eyes drifting over the other 2 manuals. To pursue the path of the demon or the ghost, this was indeed a dilemma. Casting a glance towards the direction of Yuan, he seemed to realize that he had run out of options. Go tell him that this time I may not endure. He need not repay his debt to me. Chapter 48, Waiting again for the fated one, the little sparrow took flight, transforming into a dark speck against the sky until it vanished from sight. The method of ghostly cultivation undoubtedly requires one to first die before being reborn. The essence of a cultivator's spirit embodies vitality, whereas the body of a ghost harbors a sinister energy. However, the dissolution of the spirit and the fading of vitality do not necessarily give rise to ghostly energy. It may also result in an utter emptiness in the world. Moreover, most spirits wander aimlessly, struggling to discover their true selves, easily worn down by the passage of time, leading to the disintegration of their authentic essence. Wang Huitian gazed at the path home, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. The road ahead lay barren, and new paths were elusive. He felt a profound envy for those cultivators blessed with spiritual roots. Even the most insignificant mixed roots would suffice. Among them, he particularly envied Luo Wuji, a figure who incited admiration to the point of obsession, effortlessly mastering all forms of magic: wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Leaning against the window, he sat on the ground, engrossed in his book, The Journey Home, resembling a desperate wild dog fighting for survival. Perhaps the treacherous cavern of hunger could offer him a chance at rebirth. A night passed in silence. Wang Huitian remained in his position until dawn. Perhaps Zhang Yanru had made arrangements concerning Yihaozhou, as neither of them intruded upon his solitude. As the first rays of morning light broke, he stepped out of his room, finding Yihaozhou standing awkwardly in the courtyard. Upon seeing the youthful face, tinged with a hint of determination between the brows, Wang Huitian smiled, a smile filled with relief. The Wang family of Northern Town is not without heirs. What do I have to fear? Ha ha! It is mere groundless worry. Laughing heartily, he walked outward, leaving the tome, the heavenly book, behind. Whether Yihaozhou would embark upon the path of cultivation was entirely up to his own choices. After walking a considerable distance, Yihaozhou rushed out of the courtyard, calling out to the somewhat solitary and slender figure. Second uncle. Wang Huitian turned, his smile growing more carefree. Ha ha! Second uncle, where are you going? Foolish boy. What nonsense are you speaking? As the Prince of Northern Town, I am, of course, returning to my fief. Will you return? Wang Huitian's smile faltered, his tone turning serious. I shall not return. Remember this. The tradition of the Wang family of Northern Town dictates that any land not incorporated into the Great Qin territory, belongs to the fief of Northern Town. If you wish to find me, seek me in my fief." With that, he turned and departed without looking back. Zhang Yanru emerged from the courtyard, her gaze following the receding figure, which gradually overlapped with the silhouette of her late husband leaving. Except that this time, Wang Huitian was alone, unlike Yuan Xin, who had once been accompanied by 1,000,000 soldiers. In the Qian Kuan Hall of the Great Qin Imperial City, Wang Jinxian sat resplendent in a magnificent dragon robe upon the dragon throne, an aura of grandeur enveloping her. "Your Majesty, the Prince of Northern Town was assassinated at the border of Tsangzhou and Huangzhou. We beseech your Majesty to appoint a new crown prince." Wang Jinxian furrowed her brow, indifferent to who would assume the title of crown prince. The lower realms were insignificant. They were merely a stepping stone for her return to the celestial realm. She cared little for Wang Huitian's life or death. At her pinnacle, she could create millions of beings with a mere gesture. How could she concern herself with this son of hers? Since the death of the Northern King, let us appoint a new crown prince. You may discuss it among yourselves and report back to me. The courtiers exchanged glances, astonished at the emperor's apparent indifference. Upon returning to her palace, Wang Jinxian thrust her ever-changing sword into the ground, pinning a golden dragon shadow down and slowly advancing with anticipation in her eyes. Soon, it would not be long before she could ascend by harnessing the dragon's essence. Typically, a practitioner from the lower realms would need to achieve the status of an emperor to breach the celestial barriers. Yet, as an empress, she was exempt from such constraints. The dragon's energy was a manifestation of heavenly fortune. Thus, with its power, she could easily connect with the celestial realm. As she nurtured her hopes, the myriad gems swirling around her sword suddenly faltered. What was amiss? Furrowing her brow, she scrutinized the rotating jewels, and her expression shifted dramatically. Cursed be it! How could 7 gems be missing? Although these 7 gems were but a fraction of the multitude adorning her sword, they were crucial to the operation of the formation. After confirming their absence, she soared towards the eternal life forest, knowing that if anyone could have stolen the gems from her, it could only be Wang Daoyang. At the border of Tsangzhou, a flying vessel traversed the clouds. "Fly lower." Wang Huitian fumed. "That rascal dares to bring Yue down the mountain. She has barely mastered a few layers of qi. If my precious disciple loses even a single hair, I shall flay him alive. This is infuriating." Master Mu Qing's face was stormy, while Huoxiang stood beside her, attempting to calm her down. Take a breath, take a breath. Otherwise, I fear you may faint upon returning to the Sword Peak." Master Mu Qing furrowed her brows at Huoxiang. She had come directly from the holy land of returning peaks to Tsangzhou and had not returned to Sword Peak. Huoxiang's words suggested something had transpired at Sword Peak. "Huoxiang, are you concealing something from me?" Huoxiang turned her head away, her lips quivering, barely containing a laugh. "What are you saying, master? After several centuries of camaraderie, what could I possibly hide from you?" Bai Exin, standing nearby, eyed them suspiciously. Huoxiang's contorted face was clearly not right. "Master Uncle, is everything truly all right?" "Indeed, everything is fine." Huoxiang chuckled, her body shaking as she produced a clucking sound reminiscent of a hen. Master Mu Qing and her disciple exchanged dark glances. Their emotions could not be suppressed, and it was evident that Huoxiang knew something. They both seized Huoxiang, pressing her for answers, and amidst their playful scuffle, she relented partially. "Ha ha, stop scratching. I will tell you. Master Uncle gifted your second disciple a manual on artifact forging, and he, in a bid to create a ceramic pot, had your treasured Yue dig the Tian foam into ruins. Ha ha, you cannot imagine the fury on Qingshan's face. Furthermore, after the incident, the two had fled, and Qingshan personally led a team to Sword Peak, only to come back empty-handed." As Huoxiang recounted the tale, she mimicked Lu Qingshan's furious expression, delivering a performance of impotent rage that was strikingly vivid. Master Mu Qing listened, thoroughly entertained, as she recalled Lu Qingshan's furious visage, doubled over in laughter alongside Huoxiang. Indeed, at that moment, Brother Qingshan's lips twitched in such a manner. Bai Exin, observing the two who were laughing heartily, furrowed her brow slightly. as she harbored a lingering suspicion that Huitian was concealing something. She was well aware of this master's penchant for chaos, seemingly reveling in the disarray of the world for her own amusement. Atop a peak in Sangzhou, Yu Yao stood with her hands on her hips, gazing intently at the heavens. Qing Baihua and her four-sword attendants sat despondently upon a rock. Having initially intended to return to Qingshan after losing track of Wang Huitian and the others, only to discover that their flying boat had vanished. This flying vessel, crafted at great expense by Qing Baihua, adorned with railings perfumed with essence, was irreplaceable, and no one could fathom the depth of her heartache at that moment. She felt as though her very soul had been lost alongside the boat. Just then, Yu Yao proclaimed that she had a solution, leading the group to this small mountaintop. "Yao, what are we doing here?" they inquired. With a confident smile gracing her lips, Yu Yao replied, "We await a fateful encounter." Chapter 49. The Lair of Starvation. As Qing Baihua and her companions stood in bewilderment, a flying vessel drifted down from the heavens. This craft moved at a leisurely pace and flew low, but its trajectory was neither towards Qingshan nor the direction of the 10,000 great mountains that Yu Yao desired. Rather, it was approaching from the 10,000 great mountains towards Sangzhou. However, this was of little consequence, as she was confident that upon intercepting the vessel, the occupants would willingly alter their destination. "Stop! No passage allowed here," Yu Yao bellowed, brandishing her Qingzhu sword with a fierce countenance. Casting a meaningful glance at the oblivious Qing Baihua standing nearby. Upon witnessing Qing Baihua's lack of response, Yu Yao's expression turned to one of frustration. "Sister, why are you still dawdling? We must seize control of their main force. If not, use your flying sword to send me up." Qing Baihua was momentarily taken aback. "Is your plan truly to rob them? What audacity has your elder brother instilled in you, to dare such a thing in the late stage of Qi refinement?" "Do not fear, sister. My elder brother left me a sword that can summon the winds of Sangzhou to Qingshan," Yu Yao proclaimed, brimming with confidence. Qing Baihua, however, wore a look of despair. How had she, a celestial maiden, descended to the role of a bandit? As a flying vessel came to a halt, Qing Baihua's expression grew grave. She could not allow Yu Yao to take such risks. As her elder sister, she bore the weight of responsibility. Having already made her decision, she steeled herself and soared upwards on her sword towards the vessel. Four sword attendants followed closely behind, exuding an air of menace. Yet, as their flying swords leveled with the vessel, they were all taken aback. With a grimace, Qing Baihua turned to face Yu Yao below. "Sister, I fear I cannot save you this time. May the celestial maiden watch over you." On the flying vessel, Mu Qing looked down darkly at Qing Baihua and her companions. She was well aware of the identity of the sword immortal Li Xiaoyao's disciple. Huitian, standing beside her, stifled a laugh, her face flushed with mirth. "Haha, Mu Qing, your disciple is attempting a robbery. Look at her eagerness. She dares to intercept a flying vessel without even mastering sword control. If she ever learns to fly, she might just attempt to seize the celestial realm." "Ouch, my back." Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter while playfully slapping by Xian on the shoulder, causing the latter to stumble precariously. Noticing Mu Qing's unusual demeanor, Qing Baihua hurriedly approached the vessel and performed a deep bow. "I, Baihua, greet my esteemed uncle. May you be blessed with fortune as vast as the eastern sea, longevity surpassing the Qingshan mountains, everlasting beauty year after year, abundant spiritual stones month after month. Enjoy every day." "Stop." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Qing Baihua's brow. She was acutely aware of her uncle's formidable reputation. Even her master, Li Xiaoyao, held him in considerable regard. With a flick of her sleeve, Mu Qing summoned Yu Yao from the mountaintop. Dizzy, Yu Yao spun twice on the deck before losing her footing and tumbling before Mu Qing. "Ouch, where's my sword?" She scrambled to retrieve her Qingzhu sword, only to catch sight of Mu Qing, and her heart sank. Her first instinct was that her master had come to hold her accountable. "Master, what brings you here?" Mu Qing looked at her precious disciple, Yu Yao, whose hair was disheveled, face smeared with dirt, and clothes riddled with holes, as if she had crawled out from a coal mine. It was hard to believe that when Yu Kuan had sent Yu Yao up the mountain, She was pristine and plump, resembling a little princess. Oh dear, how am I to explain this to your uncle? The initial surge of anger dissipated instantly as she felt a pang of compassion, gently tidying Yu Yao's hair. It was evident that being with that troublesome Wang Huitian had brought nothing but misfortune. In just a few days, she had transformed into a beggar. With a flick of her fingers, a gentle breeze arose, sweeping away the dust from Yu Yao's garments. Bai Xian stepped forward, carefully combing Yu Yao's hair. Mu Qing's consciousness scanned the surroundings, her brow furrowing as she inquired, "Where's your senior brother?" Yu Yao shrugged nonchalantly. "Oh, my senior brother? He went out to walk the dog." King Beiwa tugged at Yu Yao's sleeve, recounting the events that had transpired in Sangzhou. The expressions of Mu Qing and her disciples, along with Huaxiang, grew grim. 4 star pluckers and a multitude of transformation and nascent soul cultivators pursuing them posed an extreme danger, especially since Wang Huitian was merely a mortal with superficial sword skills. Mu Qing immediately turned the ship in the direction of Wang Huitian's escape, though everyone present understood that they were likely already too late. Days had passed since the battle in Sangzhou, and the star pluckers, in their full flight, could have traveled an immeasurable distance. This time, it seemed Huitian was facing insurmountable peril. Mu Qing's expression darkened, and the atmosphere grew heavy as their consciousness continued to probe below. The landscape bore the scars of devastation. Mountains lay in ruins, and the ground was fissured with countless cracks, a testament to the ferocity of the earlier conflict. Huaxiang spoke up indignantly, "If that boy is lost, we shall exact revenge on those star pluckers for him." I refuse to believe that the Qin would dare to wage war against Wandao Mountain. That damned Lung Shao, always posturing at the border, has long been a thorn in my side. Unaware of Mu Qing's concerns, Wang Huitian had already arrived at the eerie cavern of the Star Corpses. The place appeared unchanged, and he selected a fine coffin from the mountain path, within which lay a grotesque, blackened corpse. "Brother, let us find another spot. I've taken a liking to this coffin." After replacing the corpse's covering with a mat of straw, he hoisted the coffin toward the forbidden ground. The atmosphere within the forbidden zone was ominously dark, layers of fallen leaves blanketing the ground, mingling with the stench of decay. Occasionally, he would step on charred bones, and a breeze whispered through the treetops, creating an eerie sound. After trudging for more than half an hour, ignoring the old man, Wang Huitian continued carrying the coffin deeper into the abyss. Not far ahead, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted behind him, scattering countless dark and foul substances like a grotesque blossom across the landscape. The nascent soul cultivator's stomach had burst from consuming too much, his body torn asunder, the upper half still desperately crawling to grasp at the rotting leaves. Truly a forbidden realm of humanity. Even Wang Huitian, gazing upon the shattered remains, felt a gnawing hunger stir within him, an insatiable craving that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul. Though his body had long since twisted into something inhuman, the pangs of starvation twisted his gut with visceral agony. Suppressing the sensation with sheer will, he pressed onward. The yin energy here was too feeble. To perish in such a place would mean utter dissolution. After traversing several more miles, faint specters began to emerge from the gloom, their hollow eyes brimming with ravenous hunger, drool dripping as they trailed behind him. "Hungry, so hungry. Young master, may I devour you?" Chapter 50. The gentle breeze fades. Wang Huitian clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, as he trudged forward with his head bowed. Upon hearing the reasonable demands of the restless spirits, he suddenly halted, slowly raising his head. I am quite hungry as well," he murmured, his voice tinged with greed, saliva cascading from the corner of his mouth like a silvery thread onto the ground. The surrounding famished spirits recoiled in fear, and Wang Huitian regarded them with a gaze akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. "Fellow Taoist, guard your heart, and do not be driven by desire." A stern admonition resonated within Wang Huitian's mind, momentarily suppressing his restless cravings. At the end of his line of sight stood an ancient, inverted giant bell. Squinting slightly, he was astonished to discover a living cultivator deep within this forbidden realm, although the raspy voice indicated that the individual was on the brink of exhaustion, barely clinging to life. After hoisting the coffin beside the giant bell, a smile broke across Wang Huitian's face. Ha ha ha. I am not alone on this path. May I inquire how you are dressed? The cultivator within the bell offered no response, seemingly drained from the earlier warning. Undeterred, Wang Huitian settled beside the bell and spoke leisurely. I am Wang Huitian, the foremost in the sword path of this world. Alas, heaven has cursed me with no spiritual roots, rendering me unable to enter the gates of immortality. Today, I abandon my divine cultivation and delve into the realm of ghosts. After a prolonged silence, a voice finally emerged from the bell. I am Zhao Jinchao, celestial master of the Tao, skilled in capturing spirits, vanquishing demons, and dispelling evil. Have you truly considered this? Wang Huitian cast a glance at the great bell, realizing the significance of a celestial master. They were the nemesis of the ghostly path. This sect, hidden in the shadows, lacked a designated sanctuary, its practitioners scattered throughout the world, their strength unfathomable. It was easy to obliterate the Qing Mountains, yet vanquishing the Tao sect was a formidable task. No one knew the number of disciples within the Tao, as each operated independently, constituting an immensely powerful lineage. In response to the Celestial Master's somewhat threatening inquiry, Wang Huitian resolved to demonstrate through action. I have made up my mind. He rose, producing a shovel to begin digging, unearthing the dark soil beneath the decaying leaves, which bore a faint crimson hue, as if stained with blood. Excellent. This is precisely the place I sought. What a pity. It appears you cannot emerge. Otherwise, someone would have to fill in this pit for me. Do you understand the determination it took for me to reach this point? I have wronged my beloved Hong Lu, and I wonder how she fares now. Let me tell you that Hong Lu is strikingly beautiful, and she surely harbors feelings for me. Alas, as a mere mortal, how could I dare to jeopardize such a maiden? While digging, Wang Huitian rambled on, laboring for half an hour to create a pit of moderate depth. His limbs began to wither under the curse of the forbidden place. For this was a body constructed of sword energy. True flesh and blood would scarcely endure a moment in such an environment. I'm so hungry in this wretched place, he lamented. This gnawing hunger, originating from the soul, was terrifying enough to drive countless resolute individuals to madness. Wang Huitian licked his cracked lips, placing the coffin into the pit and lying down beside it. Very well. Until tomorrow, esteemed master. As the sword energy surged, the excavated earth rolled before the giant bell, forming a tomb mount. Within the great bell, the celestial master sat cross-legged, a yellow talisman affixed to his brow, extending down to his neck. Below his head, his torso had been reduced to little more than skin draped over bones, presenting a scene of profound desolation and horror. I fear I may never escape from this cursed realm of the starving dead. His gaze was complex, penetrating through the bronze bell to glimpse the nearby grave mound. Oomph. This was the first time the Taoist had witnessed someone rushing toward death. Upon seeing Wang Huitian bury himself in the earth, the vengeful spirits that had lingered nearby gradually dispersed, their primal instinct for sustenance aimlessly wandering within this forbidden ground, lost in a daze, unaware of their fate. Silence enveloped the area, broken only by the whispering wind and the occasional sound of gnawing, sending chills down one's spine. During this time, a gray sparrow circled outside the forbidden ground for several days, ultimately too fearful to enter, taking flight instead. Everything and everyone maintained their original trajectories, as the continent continued to be rife with unfolding tales. For instance, Wang Huitian ventured into the eternal life forest in search of gemstones, only to be unceremoniously expelled. Or the fourth prince of the Great Qin, leading his troops out from Xingyue Pass, slaughtering 1 million beings of the North Plains, only to suffer a crushing defeat and retreat. There were also reports of a cultivator in Liangzhou witnessing an eerie mountain wind that scattered the clouds and bent the trees, a breeze propelled by a single bamboo leaf. Additionally, within the earthen jar atop Sword Peak, sharp bamboo shoots sprouted, piercing the sky like swords, while at the mountain's entrance, a little girl could often be seen waiting for her senior brother. The path of cultivation is long and time flows slowly. Goddess, do slay this insufferable man. I scoffed. After all, He is merely the senior brother of the main peak. What skill is there in bullying women? In the Tianshu Plaza, Qingbaiwa, adorned in an exquisite white gown and wearing a glazed veil, was engaged in combat with Luo Wuji, both having shed their youthful innocence for a newfound gravitas. Junior sister, though you cannot best me, must you incite your followers to launch personal attacks against me? Luo Wuji lamented. Recognizing that during this election for the peak master at Wandao Mountain, he had found no worthy adversary, yet facing the trickster Qing Baiwa left him at a loss. You cannot blame me, senior brother. Women are inherently a disadvantaged group. Can't you, as a man, show some chivalry? Well, that does seem somewhat reasonable, he replied. But what could possibly be the but? You, a grown man, lack any semblance of gentlemanly demeanor. I've heard that when you accompany the junior sisters on missions, you insist on splitting the costs. How utterly disgraceful. Luo Wuji was at a loss, for despite his formidable abilities and mastery of countless techniques, he found himself utterly helpless in this moment. Surrounding the plaza, the onlookers from various sects stifled their laughter as Luo Wuji, often celebrated as the foremost among the younger generation of Qingshan, now found himself in a most embarrassing predicament. Red Willow sat in the audience, her gaze icy, causing the surrounding cultivators to keep their distance. Only her younger brother, Hong Luo, remained by her side. Even from afar, one could detect the overwhelming scent of blood emanating from her, as though her entire crimson attire had been steeped in gore. Let us embark on a journey to the Sword Peak. Upon witnessing the departure of Hong Luo hastily rose to follow. The Sword Peak remained a lush green, with the bamboo swaying gently. The only change was the presence of a different individual atop the large stone at the mountain's entrance. Sister Hong Lu, you have arrived. Upon seeing her, Yu Yao joyfully stood up. She possessed a graceful figure, her azure attire shimmering with the ethereal glow of sword energy, and a ceramic jar hung elegantly at her waist, embodying a refined beauty. Had he not returned yet? Yu Yao was well aware of whom Hong Lu referred to. Not yet, but I can sense the joy and tremor of the sword energy, she replied, delighting in summoning a wisp of gentle breeze from the ceramic jar. This breeze danced around Yu Yao's fingers. However, just as she intended to retract the breeze back into the jar, it suddenly dissipated. Chapter 51. The Empress Wang Huitian. A sudden tolling of a bell echoed from within the depths of the hungry corpse's eerie cave, accompanied by the mournful wails of countless restless spirits. This was soon followed by the resigned sigh of the Taoist master. My friend, he remarked, I have warned you that you cannot gnaw at this bell. If your hunger is truly unbearable, you might as well consume your own coffin lid. Outside the colossal bell, dark mists swirled ominously, where a ferocious ghost with blood-red fangs was relentlessly gnawing at the bronze bell. Its demeanor was frenzied, with 9 obsidian sword-shaped markings emblazoned upon its forehead, arranged in a peculiar circular pattern that exuded an eerie charm. Ignoring the Taoist master's advice, the malevolent spirit continued its futile assault on the bell. Damn it, the master grumbled. Ever since this wretch arrived, I have known no peace. I cannot venture out, and my life hangs by this bell's toll. This scoundrel insists on striking the bell at the same hour every day, preventing me from concentrating on countering the curse of the hungry corpse's lair. After counting down to 5, the master was relieved to find silence outside. He had grown accustomed to the creature's routine. Each morning, it would sound the bell with the punctuality of the rising sun before seeking sustenance. Upon abandoning the bell, the ghost returned to its burial mound, lifting the coffin lid. Inside, the space was sparse, with only a broken pottery jar and 3 solitary gemstones in the corner. The ghost picked one up and, as if it were a sweet, bit down hard, shattering the gem before swallowing it. After replacing the coffin lid, it ventured deeper into the cave. It was time to hunt. Devouring the other wandering spirits would alleviate its hunger. However, over the years, the options for sustenance had dwindled, necessitating a journey further into the abyss. Alas, I have raised a great fiend, the master lamented, his forehead adorned with a talisman that had begun to fade. Time was running short. Should he perish, he would likely meet a gruesome fate of being devoured alive. What calamity! Oh, infinite celestial venerable! I have truly endured a lifetime of misfortune. Half a day later, the malevolent spirit returned, satiated from its feast. It struck the bell once more before lying down in its coffin, stirring the master from his fleeting tranquility. This cannot continue, he mused. I must restore its consciousness. Otherwise, I will inevitably be worn down to nothing. This was the solution he had contemplated for some time, yet he hesitated, uncertain of the creature's current state. There was no guarantee that even upon regaining awareness, its temperament would not drastically change, leaving him in dire straits. Foolish wretch, I have truly brought this upon myself, he thought, steeling his resolve. He began to recite the Taoist scriptures, but after several recitations, he felt it insufficient and switched to Buddhist texts. For the teachings of compassion might evoke a spark of benevolence. A successful Taoist master, of course, possesses a modicum of understanding across various doctrines. After reciting the Buddhist texts, he transitioned to the tenets of the Holy Church. Though he had never practiced them, recitation posed no challenge. Within the hungry corpse's eerie lair, the fog perpetually obscured the passage of time. The toll of the bell marked the passage of a day. The master felt blisters forming on his lips, and his reserves were dwindling. He suspected only a single copy of the celestial maiden's scripture remained. The heavens and the earth are divided into yin and yang, with the female embodying yin, capable of giving birth to yang. It is said that only women can bear children. The very first woman in existence was the heavenly lady. When a man was born, he fell headfirst to the ground, injuring his mind, and the heavenly lady referred to him as the downward man. As the celestial master chanted, his voice grew fainter until he ultimately faltered. What utter nonsense this so-called scripture is! It is utterly absurd. If the old Taoist could escape this wretched place, he would certainly capture those from the heavenly lady sect and force them to debate with that pitiful assembly of monks. Bong! The bell tolled, and Wang Huitian's restless spirit was summoned to rise. After the bell's toll, he returned to the grave mound and swallowed the last gemstone, even consuming the dilapidated pottery hole. At that moment, the coffin was entirely devoid of contents. His eyes, now crimson, led him deeper into the forbidden grounds, where no malevolent spirits lingered. For countless years, no entity had ventured to the core of the eerie abyss, not even ghosts. The closer they approached the core, the more intense their hunger grew, ultimately leading to self-consumption until they faded into a wisp of yin energy. Transformed into a malevolent spirit, Wang Huitian was ferocious, yet merely more fearsome than the muddled souls around him, remaining insignificant amidst the desolation of the hungry abyss. Uncertain of how far he had traveled, he began to gnaw at his own fingers. No existence could withstand such hunger. Fortunately, he had previously consumed enough. Starving, overwhelmingly so, his throat roared and his stomach burned. The contingency plans he had set in place seemed to have failed, leaving him to wander aimlessly. Outside the hungry abyss, Wang Huitian, adorned in a resplendent golden dragon robe, approached slowly. In her hand, her scepter glimmered dimly, the 7 colored gemstones stuttering in their rotation. "Diviner, are you certain that what I seek lies within?" A scruffy old man trailed behind her, clutching a broken bowl and chewing on half a roast chicken. "I would never miscalculate. But this hungry abyss is indeed a perilous place. Even the most revered saints would hesitate to enter. Are you certain you wish to take this risk, Your Majesty?" A hint of derision crossed Wang Huitian's face. Her perspective was not one that mere mortals could comprehend. Even in the celestial realm, she roamed freely. In this trivial underworld, shadow held no fear for her. "Humph, having taken my possessions, unless he can escape into the void, it is futile to hide anywhere. May your journey be fruitful, Your Majesty. The old man fears hunger, so I shall refrain from meddling." The diviner halted, unwilling to advance further. Wang Huitian was indifferent. Having reached her destination, the old man had become irrelevant. She ascended into the air, entering the realm of the blackened earth, her consciousness freely exploring the hungry abyss. Something is consuming my consciousness. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, yet she paid it little heed. Let it devour. Her awareness was vast as the sea, and even 10 years would not suffice for this anomaly, to consume it entirely. After flying a distance, she landed atop a rocky hill and retrieved some food-reducing pills from her storage ring. She felt a twinge of hunger. After consuming a few, she pressed onward. Yet the thick fog ahead obstructed her consciousness's probing. For safety, she opted to walk. The hungry abyss was nothing extraordinary. Once again, she produced several more food-reducing pills and tossed them in her mouth, sensing that the pills she consumed today seemed somewhat stale and less effective. Not long after Wang Huitian entered the desolate and eerie cave, another figure arrived at this forbidden place. Clad in flowing white robes, he resembled a celestial being, with a 3-foot-long sword slung diagonally at his waist, exuding an air of otherworldliness. The diviner nibbled on a roasted chicken, squinting his eyes. The sword immortal Yi Bai turned his head to glance at the diviner, his gaze tranquil. Even if this person recognized him, it stirred not the slightest interest within him. For many in this world were familiar with his name. His eyes drifted into the depths of the forbidden land, murmuring softly, "Master, the gentle breeze has dissipated. My disciple's sword of severing thoughts and the sword of blood slaughter have both reached their zenith, yet the wind still lacks the necessary fervor. However, I am concerned that you may not endure, hence my early arrival." As he spoke, he drew the long sword from his waist and retrieved a drop of blood from his storage ring. This drop of blood was pilfered by Wang Huitian from the body of Luo Wuji. Wang Huitian firmly believed that Luo Wuji concealed profound secrets, not merely of the soul, but also of the bloodline, since the latter's spiritual roots were also cultivated in the latter stages. If he could achieve it, then why could he not? If he could not, there must be a reason for such limitations. Thus, he sought to reconstruct his form with the bloodline of Luo Wuji. Chapter 52, Awakening of Consciousness. Yi Bai summoned all his cultivation, having reached the pinnacle of the star-picking realm. With a flick of his finger, a droplet of his essence transformed into a crimson sword aura, shooting forth with great velocity. The cold glimmer of the long sword sliced through the air, the severing sword energy accompanied by the rising winds, capable of cleaving through divine souls and annihilating the malevolent spirits that coveted fresh blood. The winds, ever-changing and intangible, propelled this blood-killing sword energy even further. After unleashing 3 strikes, Yi Bai's complexion turned pale as he sat cross-legged on the ground, his gaze fixed intently on the 3 sword energies that vanished into the forbidden ground. "Hey, Yi Bai, why you look so pale?" The fortune teller approached, curiously observing the renowned sword immortal. "What were you doing in the forbidden ground just now?" Not receiving a response, he carelessly wiped his grease-laden hand on Yi Bai's robes, leaving several dark claw marks on the pristine white fabric. Yi Bai's anger flared instantly. The old man was clearly provoking him, fully aware of his obsession with cleanliness. Noticing Yi Bai's fury, the fortune teller hastily retreated. "Hee, I must take my leave. Wishing you all a delightful time." Yi Bai's sword light flickered, and his sword sliced through the fortune teller's arm, which dissipated like smoke, leaving behind only a half-eaten roasted chicken that fell to the ground, resembling a small child's arm. A sorcerer of the demonic sect? Yi Bai's heart surged with indignation. He had not anticipated that the demonic practitioners would dare to breach the Star Moon Pass. When he raised his sword again, the fortune teller's figure had already vanished, his speed unnaturally swift and elusive. "Hey, the emperor of your great Qin has been sent into the land of starving corpses." The mocking voice echoed, gradually fading away, leaving Yi Bai's expression exceedingly grim. The northern demonic practitioners, using humans as fodder for alchemy and blood-based cultivation, would stop at nothing in their quest for immortality, viewing mortals as mere livestock. The most terrifying aspect of the demonic practitioners is not the practitioners themselves, but the dissemination of their doctrines. Once a single individual in a village succumbs to the temptation of power, that village is essentially doomed, as if a virus relentlessly eroding the fabric of humanity. "Damn it, I must go check on the Star Moon Pass." With this thought, Yi Bai rose to his feet, bowed respectfully towards the forbidden ground, and turned to leave. Within the forbidden ground, the malevolent spirits, aimlessly wandering, suddenly turned their heads, sensing a familiar aura as something sharp and piercing approached their brow. In the boundless darkness, The submerged consciousness abruptly opened its eyes, beholding a streak of blood red. Has Ibai arrived? Wang Huitian activated the returning path technique, needing to seize the opportunity to strengthen his soul body. Otherwise, he would ultimately succumb to oblivion, as the malevolent spirits recklessly devoured other wandering souls. The cultivation of his technique progressed seamlessly, as if it were a natural course. Cultivating as a spirit differs from cultivating as an immortal, lacking the stringent hierarchical divisions. Once the essence of ghostly energy reaches a certain threshold, it naturally advances. After absorbing the accumulated ghostly energy over the years, he finally exhaled in relief. The once dulled malevolent spirit's gaze became vibrant, as the surrounding mists were drawn back into its being, an overwhelming wave of hunger crashing upon it. Damn it, this cursed place. It glanced around, realizing it was in a dilapidated village. At the entrance of the village, a man was sharpening a sickle, while the laughter of children echoed within. Ethereal spirits wandered through the village, seemingly indifferent to this quaint hamlet, creating an atmosphere of absurdity and strangeness. A pig has awakened. The man sharpening his weapon lifted his head to glance at Wang Huitian, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. Repeat that. Who is the pig? Wang Huitian's voice was icy. The man's ability to remain alert in this forbidden place, leisurely honing his sickle, clearly marked him as no ordinary individual. At the very least, a Taoist master of significant caliber would not possess such steadiness. However, Wang Huitian was not one to be easily intimidated. Though his sword energy had dissipated, he could reconstitute it in a matter of moments. I have lingered here for many years. The number of awakened souls is exceedingly few. You possess remarkable talent. Wang Huitian found the man's exaggerated praise rather flattering. After all, it was the first time since birth that someone had commended his abilities, and the speaker was a stranger. What motive could he have to deceive him? You have a discerning eye, Wang Huitian replied, before turning to depart. He dared not linger too long. Each passing second intensified the gnawing hunger within him, akin to a burning fire. Young brother, you may as well stay. There's no way out of here, the man called after him. Wang Huitian cast a brief glance back, realizing that what he initially thought was a sage was merely a prisoner. Just because you cannot leave does not mean I cannot. Observing the retreating figure, the man smiled bitterly. Once upon a time, he too had been filled with such spirited resolve, but after repeatedly hitting a wall, one eventually learns to stop. Having walked merely a few dozen meters, Wang Huitian halted once more, unable to suppress the overwhelming hunger that surged within him. It seemed as if the village offered some respite from this ravenous craving. Without a second thought, he retraced his steps back into the village. The man, taken aback by Wang Huitian's swift return, asked, "You gave up so quickly?" "Give up? I am merely hungry," Wang Huitian replied. The man chuckled, quickly grasping the reason behind Wang Huitian's actions. Within the village, my curse is suppressed, alleviating much of the hunger. Outside, with your current cultivation, you would not endure long. Wang Huitian's expression darkened. If this were the case, it meant he would be trapped here. He fetched a stool, sitting down in contemplation, pondering a solution. Days passed as the man continued sharpening his sickle, then a chopping knife, and finally a hoe, as if he would never cease this task. The village was small. Aside from the man sharpening his tools, a few playful spirits resided there, all having regained their awareness due to the curse's suppression. Brother Stool Ghost. "Here is something for you." A sweet potato, a lively little girl exclaimed, placing a dark, smoky sweet potato before Wang Huitian. Wang Huitian picked it up. The peculiar tuber emitted a dark aura, resembling coal, a truly rare variety. "Little E, why do you call me Brother Stool Ghost?" he inquired. "Because you've been sitting on the stool, lost in thought, just like Grandpa Licking Wall, who is always licking the walls," the girl replied, pouting adorably. Wang Huitian chuckled at this. It appeared the village held yet another curious character. "Why does he lick the walls?" he asked, intrigued. Little Ye's lips pursed in a cute pout, her expression endearing. Because the ghostly grandfather frequently disturbed Uncle while he sharpened his knives, Uncle poured honey onto the wall. Upon hearing this, Wang Huitian was momentarily taken aback, his brow slightly furrowing as he gazed at the sweet potato. A profoundly critical question suddenly occurred to him. Is hunger truly a curse? Mortals feast on grains, beasts consume grass and flesh, and cultivators thrive on spiritual energy. Hunger is merely the body's yearning to sustain its functions. This yearning may arise to replenish current depletions for daily sustenance. Or perhaps it seeks something more profound for long-term survival. If the hunger that ordinary food cannot satisfy exists, it can only indicate one possibility: immortality. Here, hunger stems from the soul's desire for eternal life. With this realization, Wang Huitian's expression shifted dramatically. He gazed beyond the small mountain village, peering into the ominous depths of the famine-stricken, forbidden land. Here lies a treasure capable of granting immortality. Chapter 53. Trap Sage. Haha, so that's how it is. Wang Huitian laughed heartily, startling Xiaoyi, who instinctively recoiled. The knife-grinding man shot Wang Huitian an annoyed glare. Ever since he returned from his last journey, this fellow had been sitting idly by, lost in thought, as if afflicted by madness. His raucous laughter was disrupting the man's sharpening. Silence yourself, or I shall make you lick the walls like that old man. Wang Huitian glared sideways at the man. Lick the walls? What a ludicrous jest. He had just unraveled the enigma of the starving dead cave. As long as he could differentiate between the desires of the body and the soul, he would be invincible here. Oh, knife grinder, I advise you to lower your voice when speaking to me, or I shall shatter your whetstone. The incessant clanging is quite bothersome. Do you not think? The knife-grinding man ceased his actions, incredulously looking up at Wang Huitian, who seemed to have suddenly ascended to a state of superiority. With a hint of caution, he retrieved a jar of honey from his storage ring. Crack! The honey jar shattered against an ancient willow tree beside Wang Huitian. Golden honey flowed down the rough bark, releasing a sweet aroma into the air. To everyone's astonishment, Wang Huitian, who had been seated on a small stool, suddenly had his eyes turn crimson. He lunged towards the willow tree, tearing off chunks of its rough bark and swallowing them whole, even extending his blood-red tongue to lick the tree. Ah, I thought he had discovered a method to counter the curse. Turns out he was merely deceiving me for honey, the man said disdainfully, averting his gaze and resuming his sharpening. Xiaoyi, still trembling from the spectacle, pinched her nose and looked on with sympathy. Alas, dear brother on the stool, why must you provoke that uncle? Boom! A resounding chime echoed, even audible in this small village. The knife-grinding man paused, looking into the distance. The bronze bell of the celestial master. What a pity. If only it rang every hour, perhaps I could find my way out. The bell had sounded before, but only once daily, and he had paid little heed. Boom, boom, boom. Before he could finish speaking, several more chimes rang out, this time continuous, as if some beast were striking the massive bell. Within the hilltop bell, the celestial master felt the protective talisman on his forehead dim under the resonance, covering his ears in despair. Damn it! Who is pounding my bell? Is there no peace to be had? Outside the bell, Wang Huitian raised her staff, striking the giant bell rhythmically. Having consumed her last sugar pill for nourishment, she appeared disheveled, almost frenzied. Upon tracing the gems to this location, she had lost all sense of direction, leading her to suspect that the scoundrel who had stolen her jewels was hiding within the bell. Come out! How dare you steal my starstone? I shall see you dead. Hey, who is that madwoman? Get away quickly, or I, the celestial master, shall take you down, even at the cost of my own demise. The celestial master roared fiercely, yet he was quite cowardly, cursing from within the bell, unwilling to emerge, fully aware that stepping outside would be tantamount to courting death. The practitioners of the Tao emphasize the importance of sincerity, for otherwise, one may easily give rise to inner demons. The madwoman, relentless in her pursuit, struck Wang Huitian repeatedly. The great bell was as impenetrable as a tortoise's shell. No matter her efforts, it remained unbroken. Feeling her strength wane, she lifted her gaze, yearning to escape the eerie cavern of hunger to catch her breath. This place was exceedingly strange, and the gnawing sensation of hunger was unbearable. Her fingers formed the sword incantation, and with a clatter, the golden longsword fell to the ground, sending up a cloud of dirt. How could this be? I am unable to summon my weapon. Shaking her head, she fought to maintain her consciousness, attempting to rely on her own cultivation to take flight. Yet, as she took a step, a spasm gripped her stomach, causing her to collapse and roll into a nearby pit. At the bottom of the pit lay a dilapidated coffin, its walls riddled with countless sword scars, appearing as though it might disintegrate at any moment. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming weakness, and even the effort to rise was daunting. This is dire. I have underestimated this forbidden ground. From within the bell, a mocking voice of a young celestial master echoed. Ha! Foul woman. You dare to bully a master of the Tao? Truly, this is your retribution. Wang Huitian, trapped in the grave pit, had no time for banter. Gritting her teeth, she summoned a water-blue spell book, which enlarged and covered the coffin like a makeshift tent, barely resisting the terrifying rules at play. Surveying her surroundings, she sensed the pervasive, ghostly energy. The absence of spiritual essence meant no recovery could occur, and the scant energy remaining within her must be reserved for her magical artifacts. The bell's voice resounded with glee. Indeed. This is how I was ensnared back in the day. Oh dear, this is too amusing. Young lady, let me tell you, this is merely the beginning. As the curse of this forbidden land seeps in, your hunger will only intensify. We practitioners of the Tao typically require no sustenance. Yet in this place, the body is deceived by hunger, incessantly consuming fat to counteract the gnawing emptiness. Wang Huitian shivered, envisioning a future where she was reduced to nothing but skin and bones. The tolling of the bell ceased. The knife-grinding man returned to his stone seat, expressing disinterest, lamenting yet another unfortunate soul had arrived. Upft! Wang Huitian spat disdainfully, glaring at the knife-grinding man, his expression darkened by humiliation. This time, he had suffered a significant loss of face. The honey of his adversary was no ordinary commodity. It was, at the very least, a century-old spiritual herb, greatly nourishing for both cultivation and soul. However, to Wang Huitian, reputation was paramount. He represented the dignity of the North Town Wang residents. Knife-grinding fiend, are you prepared to face my wrath? Amidst the swirling malevolence, the heavens darkened and a fierce wind arose, its howling mingled with ghostly wails. In the sky, sword clouds converged, and the sword energy, now invigorated by the dark energy, revealed its true sharpness. A streak of black lightning illuminated the sword clouds, and countless sword energies cascaded like rain, transforming the small village below into a veritable sword rain. With a mere gesture, the knife-grinding man dispersed the sword clouds, and the sword rain transformed into genuine raindrops, pattering onto the ground. He then hurled another jar of honey onto a willow tree, promptly ensnaring Wang Huitian once more. Cursed be it! Wang Huitian, having snapped the willow branch, took cautious steps back, realizing that this individual seemed to possess considerable prowess. It is worth noting that even as an adept, I could contend with one or two opponents. Yet before this blade-sharpening figure, I could not stir a single ripple. Could it be that you are a sage? Humph. I pondered why sages are scarce in this world. It turns out they are all too indulgent, confining themselves to forbidden realms. In response to Wang Huitian's mockery, the blade-sharpening man remained unfazed. After all, he had indeed reached sagehood, while Wang Huitian, with merely a mastery of swordsmanship, had begun to revel in arrogance. How laughable it is for him to boast of himself. Being at the mere refining cheese stage is truly absurd. After lingering in place for a considerable time, Wang Huitian turned to depart, intending to explore the forbidden zone. The atmosphere here, thick with malevolent energy, undoubtedly serves as a haven for ghostly cultivators. Once my own spirit has attained mastery, I shall return to reclaim my dignity. The blade-sharpening man spat. Such audacity from this little rascal, only just becoming a ghost, and he dares to call himself a Ain spirit. He ought to be wary of his own words. Chapter 54. The malevolent crimson garb having departed from the small village. An intense pang of hunger assailed Wang Huitian once more. However, he had devised a means to confront it. With a deft hand gesture, he summoned several strands of severed thought sword energy, which began to seal off certain sensory connections to his soul. The corporeal form of the flowing water was steadfast in its severance of thoughts, it never failed to meet his expectations. Wouldn't this ghastly graveyard of hunger be a playground for my exploration? As he reveled in his thoughts, a flash of crimson appeared on the distant gray-white terrain. The moment the red fabric manifested, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and white frost erupted from the damp ground like sprouting bean sprouts, sending sharp pains through the soles of his feet. Wang Huitian hurriedly retracted his ghostly aura and concealed himself behind a withered tree. This entity was far too formidable. Merely the aura she exuded nearly shattered his ghostly form. The figure in red drifted aimlessly across the obsidian earth, akin to a dandelion lost at sea, significantly hampering Wang Huitian's exploration of this forbidden realm. In just 5 days since leaving the small mountain village, he had encountered this crimson apparition thrice. It seemed as though she was tracking him. Upon witnessing the red figure from a distance for the 4th time, Wang Huitian reached this conclusion. In such an expansive forbidden land, a meeting once or twice could be deemed coincidental, but thrice was decidedly unnatural. This time, he chose not to evade her. Instead, he followed the direction in which she departed. Her movements were erratic, occasionally pausing to twirl and dance, the flowing crimson fabric fluttering gracefully amidst the withered trees. "Oh, my beloved, why do you shun your suitor? Why do you accept that blood-stained gold?" Her voice resonated with an ethereal sorrow, recounting a tale of a blood-drenched bridal gown, a rather cliché narrative that she repeated incessantly, prompting Wang Huitian to hum along sporadically. To his surprise, a visit to this ghastly graveyard had led him to acquire a taste for song. "Master, you need no longer worry about my starvation." Just as he was entertaining himself, Wang Huitian prepared to pursue her once more, only to find the crimson figure had vanished from his sight. Did that young lady slip away? Furrowing his brow, he turned to survey his surroundings, only to find himself face to face with an exceedingly pale visage, mere inches apart. He nearly brushed lips with her. The ghost in red exhaled a torrent of breath towards Wang Huitian, and the once pitch-black essence of his ghost began to be tainted with red, spreading from his head downward. "She sought to assimilate me." Wang Huitian's heart raced in alarm as countless strands of sword energy surged from his palm, flattening the surrounding area within a radius of several miles. Yet, the damage inflicted upon the figure in red was negligible. His sword energy seemed to penetrate the void, with only the severed thoughts managing to strike her, unable to extinguish her existence, for the disparity in their ranks was insurmountable. In the face of her overwhelming power, Wang Huitian felt as diminutive as a nascent cultivator standing before a sage. He had underestimated the gravity of the situation. Nevertheless, Wang Huitian had never been one to concede. Even if a mere thread of escape remained, he would grasp it tenaciously, his left hand suddenly clawing upward in a desperate grasp. This maneuver, akin to fishing for the moon beneath the sea, latched onto the precipice of her abyss. The piercing wail of the ghost reverberated through the wilderness, sending ripples of red cascading outward. Wang Huitian was flung far away, his entire ghostly being left in a daze. He rose to his feet, shaking off the water stains from his hands, and swiftly fled towards the small mountain village. Perhaps only that saint could save him now. In terms of power, he was no match for the figure in red, but when it came to speed, goodness, how could you be so fast? The opponent's silhouette flickered like a wisp, the flowing crimson fabric moving as if teleporting with every breath of wind. Sword 3, Wind Rise, blow this deity back. The clash against the raging winds was utterly disastrous. The frenzied sword energy erupted upon the blackened land, awakening countless unknown entities. Who dares disturb this king's slumber? It was I. Do you have any objections? The vengeful spirit, still disoriented from its slumber, had half its head taken away in an instant by the sword energy, while more and more ghostly beings pursued from behind. Yet that fleeting figure in red remained uncatchable. Damn, it seems the spirits here had been lying dormant beneath the earth. No wonder they had rarely been seen. Wang Huitian pushed his speed to the limit, explosive sounds reverberating as he shattered through the hills with sword energy. Just as he was about to be overtaken by the figure in red, he caught sight of the small mountain village. At the village entrance, the knife-sharpening man appeared surprisingly amiable. "Senior, save me. Huh? The knife-sharpening man looked up in astonishment, only to be met with a sight that sent chills down his spine. Thousands of vengeful spirits surged toward them like a dark cloud, and among them was a streak of crimson that even he could feel resonating with an intense dread. In the brief moment of his daze, Wang Huitian had already dashed into the village. "Xiaoyi, hurry home." The bewildered little girl, standing in the middle of the path, was swiftly scooped up by him, and without hesitation, he rushed into a small thatched cottage. "Uncle Ghost, what are you doing? You, young lady, don't be so curious." Heart pounding, Wang Huitian leaned towards the window of the cottage, peering outside, hoping the knife-sharpening man would be able to handle the situation. Boom! Before the knife-sharpening man could react, he was already engaged in battle with the thousands of vengeful spirits. Countless spirits were struck down by his palm, their ghostly energy scattered. The might of the saint was beyond words. With a mere gesture, the laws of the universe flowed, and mysterious runes in the sky prevented the myriad spirits from entering the village. However, he was not unscathed either, after clashing with the figure in red. His arm was stained crimson, blood dripping from his fingertips. "Bring the knife," he bellowed, and countless sharp sighs and hoes transformed into streaks of light, battling amidst the horde of spirits. The fight raged on, engulfing the battlefield in chaos, until only the figure in red and the knife-sharpening man remained. The rest, reduced to mere fodder, scattered across the field. Wang Huitian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the saint had not let him down. This young man could barely keep up with him as they ventured into the celestial realm. He was indeed a talent. "Xiaoyi, is there anything to eat at home? Bring 2 sweet potatoes. We can eat while we watch." The little girl reluctantly retrieved 2 dark sweet potatoes from the cupboard, which she had saved for quite some time, knowing how scarce food could be in the haunted depths. Wang Huitian snatched the sweet potatoes from her grasp. "Rest assured, having consumed your sweet potato, I have embraced your kindness. In the days to come, I shall not forget your generosity. Once, there was a girl who journeyed a distance for her brother. Do you know what I promised her? To grant her ascension. I am a man who understands gratitude. As I savored the sweet potato, I painted grand visions for Xiaoyi, all the while admiring the battle unfolding outside. This clash imparted profound insights upon me, for it has been ages since a sage has intervened on this continent. The last time I witnessed a sage in action was when I was merely 8 years old. Outside the village, the figure in red and the knife-wielding man halted simultaneously after their final strike. The figure in red drifted away, yet remained vigilant at the village entrance, while the knife-wielder retreated into the village. His complexion was pale, with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth, suggesting he had sustained injuries. Unexpectedly, such a being still exists deep within the abyss of the starved dead. The knife-wielder's gaze was somber. Merely contending with the curse of the Forbidden Land had already drained his strength, and now he was further obstructed by the figure in red at the village. It could be said that his chances of escape had grown exceedingly slim. "You little rascal, come out here." Chapter 55. Apprenticeship Senior. I have already retired for the night. Let us discuss matters tomorrow. Wang Huitian, possessing a keen sense of propriety, understood that venturing out now would only invite unnecessary trouble. The most prudent course was to retreat into the shadows for the time being. He embraced Xiaoyi, shielding her protectively against his chest, as he awkwardly concealed himself in the corner. How one might evade the wrath of a sage was to gamble on their benevolence, hoping they would spare the innocent child from harm. However, the man sharpening his blade was impervious to such tactics. He forcefully kicked open the door, unceremoniously deposited Xiaoyi aside, and dragged Wang Huitian out into the night. The subsequent beating was exceedingly brutal. Observing the ragged state of his assailant's attire, Wang Huitian felt a twinge of guilt about retaliating, for he was the one who had inadvertently led to this predicament. Allowing the man an outlet for his frustration seemed only fair. Once the thrashing was complete, the man returned to his sharpening stone, his expression dark as he glared at the crimson-clad figure guarding the village entrance. "What have you done to her?" The resentment is palpable. Wang Huitian bristled at those words, gesturing to his own blood-red robe with an air of indignation. "Look at this. What do you mean? What have I done to her? She smeared me with red. What could I possibly have done? And how exactly did you do that?" The man scrutinized Wang Huitian with a mix of curiosity and disdain as he reached out, prompting an awkward retreat from the latter. Where did you think I touched her? Wang Huitian snapped back, the source of all mischief. A moment of silence enveloped them. The incident was far from glorious, yet in the heat of survival. Such actions were a necessity, especially given the flimsy nature of her attire, which offered little protection. The man, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Huitian's vivid robe, noted that his spectral form had transformed from a shroud of black to one of glaring red. Your essence has been tainted by my dark energy. It seems you shall be bound to this for eternity. Humph. A virtuous woman fears entanglement, but I have yet to hear of a gallant man fearing a ghost's embrace. Wang Huitian retorted defiantly. The man raised his thumb in acknowledgement. Truly remarkable. That crimson apparition is a force to be reckoned with, yet you remain unfazed. I wonder if your audacity stems from being alive or from your posthumous state. Wang Huitian gazed forlornly beyond the village. The figure stationed there precluded any chance of exploration. Hey, miss, since we are idling about, why not entertain us with a dance? The malevolent gaze of the red-clad specter bore down upon Wang Huitian, her bloodthirsty aura coalescing like a dense fog. Unperturbed, he turned his attention back to the man sharpening his blade. After observing for a while, a revelation dawned upon him. He sourced another sharpening stone from the village and settled beside the man. The wuxiang sword materialized in his grasp. While others sharpened blades, he chose to hone his sword. A sword's edge is forged through relentless sharpening, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from the harshest winters. So that is it. I have been contemplating the sword, but never truly honing it. With a sigh, he drew the wuxiang sword across the sharpening stone, sparking tiny embers. You possess a fine sword, the man remarked. Indeed, it is a spirit root I personally selected during my quest for immortality. Their conversation meandered as they engaged in idle banter. Xiaoyi occasionally frolicked nearby, and Wang Huitian became acquainted with other spirits in the village, including another boy named Xiao Xiao, an eccentric old man with a penchant for licking walls, and a woman who wandered aimlessly through the streets. However, when it comes to relationships, it is undoubtedly Xiaoyi who excels, as she generously offers sweet potatoes. Xiaoyi, take me as your master, and I shall teach you the ways of cultivation. In the future, you shall stride through this desolate and eerie cave with confidence. Despite the intimidating prowess of the knife-wielding man, he is unable to impart any wisdom. Naturally, Xiaoyi is not deceived by Wang Huitian's tricks to dupe children. After all, he has been cornered at the entrance. Do you look down upon me? Wang Huitian said, furrowing his brow as he tossed the manual, returned to the path, towards her. This manual, exchanged for a few sweet potatoes, leaves me at a disadvantage. While speaking, he snatched the remaining half-sweet potato from Xiaoyi's hands, having exerted considerable effort to gather the various manuals. This little girl, so young and naive, weeps even after gaining an advantage. The knife-wielding man observed this scene with a shake of his head. What a shameful display, a grown man bullying a little girl. She was halfway through her sweet potato when it was snatched away. Truly, the world is fickle, and human hearts are ungrateful. This lad harbors a cunning mind. He gazed solemnly towards the village entrance, where the figure in red drew ever closer, the atmosphere laden with ghostly energy. Yet, lacking spiritual energy to replenish himself, he continued to resist with sheer will. It was only a matter of time before the adversary would invade the village. He contemplated whether he should cast this boy aside to quell the other's wrath. Wang Huitian, evidently aware of the unfolding scene, remained unperturbed, for he had faced countless tribulations before. Senior, is there any way to make a retreat? The knife-wielding man pondered for a moment before responding slowly. Yes, throw yourself out. Wang Huitian smirked. To be cast out would surely lead to his demise. Instead, he discarded the sweet potato he held. As it was swept away by the ominous energy of the figure in red, it disintegrated into countless fragments, causing Xiaoyi to cry even more vehemently. Who knows how arduous it was for her to find a single sweet potato in this desolate cave. The knife-wielding man diverted his gaze, momentarily lingering on Wang Huitian's face, sensing that the latter possessed a means of escape, though he was not yet inclined to leave. Days passed, and Xiaoyi began her practice of return to the path. However, children will always be children. Unless you give them a firm nudge, they tend to slack off, their minds preoccupied with food. The knife-wielding man surreptitiously sought to borrow return to the path from Xiaoyi, but after merely a glance, he relinquished it, for it was a manual meant solely for the cultivation of spirits. Observing Wang Huitian teasing the figure in red at the village entrance, his expression grew increasingly profound. He had scrutinized the man's features, noting the natural dustiness of his face, a sign of being unworthy of the celestial path. Could it be that he sacrificed his own essence for the sake of cultivation? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Such madness could not exist in this world. To be born under an ill-fated star and seek rebirth. What audacity that would require. At the village entrance, Wang Huitian persistently hurled stones at the figure in red. Though the stones turned to ash before reaching her, he remained undeterred. I offer you a ghostly cultivation manual. Spare me, and I shall consider it a fair exchange. I am not negotiating. I am presenting you with an opportunity. Do not be ungrateful. All right, woman, you have successfully captured my attention. The figure in red fixed her gaze upon Wang Huitian, unwavering despite his entreaties. Half a day passed. In just half a day's time, her injuries would heal, allowing her to storm into the village and reduce the man who had insulted her to mere ashes. Therefore, she paid no heed to these provocations. They were merely the futile struggles of ants facing their demise. Once again, a brick was hurled from the opposite side, the black fragment gradually crumbling and dissolving. The gentle breeze scattered the debris, revealing a glimmer of cold light. With a swift sound, the piercing light penetrated the crimson mist, sharply striking her forehead due to her momentary carelessness. A chilling shriek echoed through the air. Simultaneously, 3 strands of sword energy surged rapidly from behind the figure in red. Severed thoughts, bloodshed, and the rising wind intertwined, moving with the swiftness of thunder, arriving in an instant. This was the sword energy of Yi Bai. Chapter 56. The formation of the golden core. Wang Huitian concealed his sword within a brick, and through a series of distractions, the red-clad figure, caught off guard, fell victim to his ploy. Yet, this strike merely served to divert attention. The true lethal blow was the sword aura of Yi Bai. In the past, Yi Bai, with the frail body of a mortal, was capable of severing a nascent soul with a single strike. Now, at the pinnacle of star plucking, his 3 sword strikes possessed unfathomable might. After all, he had nearly sacrificed half of his life to unleash these 3 attacks. Among them, the disruption, sword aura, and the rising wind pierced into the body of the red figure, dissipating immediately, while the blood-slaughter sword aura transformed into a drop of crimson essence, which Wang Huitian grasped in his hand. He stepped beyond the village's formation and, with a swift motion, pressed his palm forcefully against the red figure's forehead, seizing the opportunity to consume as much of the opponent's yin energy as possible. Before his palm could make contact, it froze in midair as a substantial flow of yin energy surged into his body, causing his entire soul to expand rapidly. Akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting, his ghostly form began to unravel inch by inch. However, he was not inexperienced in this regard. The red willow sword aura stitched together the ruptures, and just as he sensed that the sword aura was about to snap, he withdrew his hand. With a sigh, Wang Huitian collapsed onto the ground, fully aware that each such endeavor felt like it was draining half of his life essence. This series of actions transpired with such swiftness that it took the blade-sharpening man a moment to comprehend what had transpired. He rushed to the village entrance, his gaze fixed on the now maddened red figure. Astonishment etched across his face. What have you done? Wang Huitian had no time to answer. He swallowed the drop of essence from Luo Wujia, allowing a torrent of yin energy to swirl around it within his body, ultimately coalescing into a blood-red flesh pill. At that moment, a faint trace of vitality from the Wuxiang sword infused into the flesh pill, causing a vertical eye to open upon its surface, resembling a divine, sort of unparalleled might. In that instant, he finally comprehended the nature of Luo Wujia's physique, a chaotic body, an embodiment of all things. No wonder it could master myriad techniques, transcending all boundaries. Predecessor, grant me a drop of your essence, and I shall lead you from this place. Wang Huitian declared through gritted teeth. By reshaping his body with Luo Wujie's essence, obtaining an even more potent drop could potentially catalyze a further transformation of his chaotic body. The blade-sharpening man hesitated only briefly before flicking a drop of essence from his fingertip. He had been trapped here for far too long. Even the slightest possibility was worth seizing. From their very first encounter, he had sensed Wang Huitian's uniqueness, despite being transformed into a wraith. A sliver of vitality still lingered within him, utterly absurd. Wang Huitian accepted the essence and swallowed it, merging it with the flesh pill. The formidable principles of the sacred path surged and evolved within the pill as the heavens erupted with thunder and lightning, and ominous clouds billowed forth, unleashing a torrent of lightning upon this accursed land. This is divine retribution. The blade-sharpening man gazed in disbelief at the turbulent sky. It had been ages since this land had witnessed divine punishment. Everyone believed the heavenly will to be merciful and benevolent, rather easily swayed. Yet now, this seemingly docile heavenly force had manifested its wrath. Wang Huitian lifted his head, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Strike me down if you dare. I have no qualms. At worst, I shall be reborn." His words, delivered with such nonchalance, struck the blade-sharpening man with a more profound dread than the thunderous storm above. Was this a threat to the heavenly will? How audacious of him! Born in this realm, regardless of one's cultivation level, one remains ultimately constrained by it. How dare he threaten the heavenly Tao? What left him utterly astounded was the sudden cessation of the thunderous storm, as the dark clouds slowly dispersed. He had truly managed to dissuade the divine punishment. This suggests that the heavenly Tao has manifested consciousness. The blade-sharpening man swallowed hard. This development is momentous. The sentience of the heavenly Tao implies the existence of a harmonious path within this realm, or perhaps the emergence of beings of profound truth. Regardless of the reason, it is undoubtedly grim news for all sentient beings here. "Tsh, such audacity," Wang Huitian scoffed. "I snatched the sweet potato from Xiao Yi, and she dares to retaliate against me. This is the extent of your capability. Isn't it rather inappropriate to berate the heavens?" Wang Huitian glanced at the terrified blade-sharpening man, who appeared as frightened as a quail, cowering at the edge of the village's protective formation, ready to flee at any moment. What is inappropriate about it? If it weren't for its refusal to grant me a spiritual root, would I go to such lengths? Am I asking for too much? I only require the most inferior of 5 elemental spiritual roots, yet there is none, absolutely none. Hence it owes me. It sounded almost reasonable. As the dark clouds dissipated, the ominous aura again enveloped the heavens and the earth. The blade-sharpening man exhaled in relief. The howling of the sinister winds offered him an inexplicable sense of security. He could not provide an answer to Wang Huitian's inquiry. After all, the matter of spiritual roots is purely a matter of fortune. If one does not possess it, one cannot force it, a universally acknowledged truth in the cultivation world. It was also his first time hearing someone blame the heavenly Tao for lacking a spiritual root. "How do you plan to take me away from here?" This was his foremost concern. Escape. Wang Huitian slowly rose to his feet, a faint smile gracing his lips, feeling the pulse of the spiritual elixir within him. He was infused with an indescribable confidence. The elder's inability to leave was merely due to the ever-changing nature of the hungry dead's abyss, rendering the path out elusive. However, he was different. He possessed a sword named Moon Yao, and even from 1,000 miles away, he could sense its presence. The blade-sharpening man furrowed his brow. Coordinates? Wang Huitian strolled toward the village, knowing he must address Xiao Yi's matter before departing. After all, she was his first disciple. At that moment, Xiao Yi was trembling in fear, hiding at the foot of the bed. The earlier thunder had terrified her, having been born in the hungry dead abyss. She had never witnessed the might of the heavens, believing the world was perpetually shrouded in darkness. Wang Huitian entered the room and lifted her from the foot of the bed. Help, help! The little girl, eyes tightly shut, flailed her soot-covered hands helplessly in the air. "Where is the cultivation method I gave you?" Upon hearing Wang Huitian's voice, Xiao Yi finally calmed down. cautiously pointing to the wooden table where the book Return Journey lay propped under its leg. She timidly glanced up at Wang Huitian's expression. Recently, he had been persistently pushing her to cultivate, often using a small stick to discipline her. However, this time, she did not perceive anger on his face. Instead, he appeared remarkably composed. Wang Huitian gently placed Xiao Yi upon the bed and gathered several sweet potatoes from the floor, laying them in her embrace. These humble tubers appeared to be the sole possessions of this little ghost, born amidst the desolation of a ghastly abyss. Xiao Yi, it is not my intention to force you into cultivation. I must depart from this place. The formation left behind will eventually dissipate, and we cannot protect you for eternity. Wang Huitian remarked, caressing the girl's head. Though he could have taken her along, the path he tread was fraught with peril, potentially ensnaring her in its whirlpool. As a sage, the knife-wielding man would hardly concern himself with the fate of a mere ghost. Harboring them was merely a matter of convenience. With that, Wang Huitian approached the table and extracted the manual of techniques. We cannot safeguard you forever, but this can, he said, placing the manual upon the surface before turning towards the door. The path had been laid out for her, and the choice between life and death rested solely in her hands. Clutching the sweet potatoes, the little girl stared blankly at the figure gradually obscured by the encroaching mist. Master, Master, her voice barely rose above a whisper, too faint for even Wang Huitian's keen ears to discern. A drop of crimson seeped from her brow, as if intent on spreading throughout her being, casting an eerie red glow even upon the dark sweet potatoes she held. Chapter 57. The Celestial Master Esbel, is it taken care of? The knife-grinding man gazed at Wang Huitian, his eyes brimming with impatience. What about that fellow at the village entrance? Wang Huitian turned his gaze towards the village entrance, where the figure clad in red, having been severely wounded by sword energy, had become increasingly deranged. She flailed wildly, unleashing waves of dark energy upon everything within sight, occasionally striking the village's protective formation, causing ripples to ripple outward. After absorbing a significant amount of dark energy, her once vibrant red attire appeared somewhat dimmed. Fear not, my sword shall strike with such swiftness that she will not even perceive it. You must keep close. Should you stray, I cannot be held accountable. Though the knife-grinding man nodded in agreement, he inwardly dismissed the notion. It's merely a sword. How swift can it truly be? Can it surpass the laws of the great Tao? After all, I am a sage, a master of the Tao, which transcends all. Wang Huitian approached the village entrance, closing his eyes and extending a hand to caress the void, seeking to sense the brilliance of the unparalleled sword. Do you feel it? Do not rush. The sword is too distant. It is not so easily summoned. Yes, my eagerness has gotten the better of me. The two stood at the village entrance in silence, until the knife-grinding man felt his brow becoming entangled, as if ensnared by spiderwebs. Suddenly, Wang Huitian opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. By the way, what do you wish to accomplish once you step outside? Without a moment's hesitation, the knife-grinding man replied, of course, to achieve the status of a great emperor and ascend to the immortal realm. And you? Naturally, to trample the immortal realm. Ha ha! Wang Huitian erupted into laughter, his tone infused with arrogance and nonchalance, a stark contrast to his previously stoic demeanor. It seemed this was the true essence of his being, the genuine direction of his heart. The sword comes, he exclaimed. Simultaneously at the peak of Wandao Mountain, she, lost in thought while gazing at the bamboo grove and the mountain chutes, felt her body sway as a powerful force tugged her northward. Reminiscent of the day, she was drawn into the sage's secret realm. It's the call of my senior brother. As she prepared to soar upwards with the pole, a sparrow swooped down from the sky with remarkable speed, stirring up a fierce wind before alighting gracefully upon Yu Yao's shoulder, instantly immobilizing her. This is the sparrow raised by my senior brother. He is not replacing me. Rather, is he reclaiming Qing Shan? At the moment Yu Yao was rendered still, Wang Huitian, within the realm of the starving corpses, shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, traversing through a mound of earth in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! The tattered remnants of the red-clad specter were swept away by the gale, disintegrating into countless strips before transforming into crimson mist. She abruptly turned her head, the red mist swirling as it chased after Wang Huitian. The knife-grinding man pondered Wang Huitian's earlier words. Goodness, I express my desire to ascend to immortality, and you proclaim your intent to trample the immortal realm. This is a blatant disregard for one's own well-being. Just as he was about to make a sardonic remark, he witnessed the afterimage left by Wang Huitian dispersing before him. What the? Where did he go? By the time he regained his wits, all he could see was the black dust from a mound that had been pierced and the residual energy of the red-clad specter. Damn it! Time flew by swiftly. He harnessed the power of the great Tao, hastening towards the direction in which Wang Huitian and the crimson-clad specter had departed. Yet, despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he could not catch up to those fleeting figures, forcing him to rely on the traces they left behind. Wang Huitian felt as if he were a sword, a blade of unparalleled freedom. The vertical eye on the meat core within him opened, its gaze seemingly piercing through the shroud of ominous miasma. He turned to observe the opposite direction, towards the heart of the Hunger Corpse's eerie cavern. Through the boundless gloom, he discerned a patch of crimson earth writhing as if alive. All entities that ventured near were consumed by this pulsating terrain. A colossal, black spear stood erect upon the scarlet soil, its ominous aura contaminating everything that approached. It appeared to be a vast stomach, sealed within this realm. Wang Huitian's expression grew grave. He had originally thought that a treasure related to immortality had manifested here. However, he was taken aback to discover that the source of the curse was a stomach radiating insatiable hunger. He struggled to comprehend the magnitude of the creature capable of polluting a sacred ground merely through its belly. At the very least, the blade-sharpening man, that saint, would not suffice. His stomach would only attract a swarm of ants if it were to fall to the ground. It seemed he began to grasp the essence of hunger. He fixated on the crimson expanse, acutely sensing the power of the so-called curse, attempting to decipher its enigma. However, his pace was too swift, and he soon traversed countless distances, the red earth obscured by the encroaching shadows. Ahead, the land darkened significantly as he fled from this accursed place. Yet a flash of red had already caught up beside him. Die, you shall not escape. Wang Huitian frowned, genuinely astonished that he had fled such a distance only to be pursued by this entity. Was this the proverbial woman chasing the man through a veil? This pesky creature was far too clingy. Did it truly believe he was without temper? Wind, disperse her. A tempest surged forth, entwined with sword energy, cascading down like a torrential downpour. The hills and withered trees along the path were uprooted, the earth carved by a chasm several meters deep. The specter in red danced nimbly, evading his sword energy, which merely served as a mild deterrent. It was insufficient to inflict harm upon her. Little vixen, if you dare pursue me to the Green Mountains, let us see if my master 1T deal with you. He taunted while unleashing his sword energy to obstruct her. In this moment, he had already exhausted his means. Should she sever the connection between him and Yu Yao, he would undoubtedly be devoured by the crimson specter upon his descent. Far behind, the blade-sharpening man halted, surrounded by a swirling miasma, occasionally haunted by the presence of restless spirits roaming the earth. He gazed around in confusion, his countenance darkening. He had lost his way. The space of the Hunger Corpse's eerie cavern had long since warped. What seemed to be a straight path was anything but, and losing direction would inevitably lead to further disorientation. Curse it! Can't you just wait for me? Just as despair began to settle in, a massive chasm appeared ahead in the earth, remnants of sword energy lingering in the air. Ha ha ha! Good lad, I knew you wouldn't forget me. Nothing could encapsulate his current emotions. A miraculous escape from dire straits, the vicissitudes of life were vividly portrayed in that moment. In this world, some find joy while others are consumed by sorrow. At this moment, Wang Huitian wore a grim expression, as a streak of crimson silk from the vengeful spirit in red had unknowingly entwined around his ankle, leaving him at his wit's end. What cursed entity could be this tenacious? Yet, in the distance, atop a modest hillock, Wang Huitian beheld a colossal bronze bell. This bell exuded an ancient aura, inverted upon the small mound. resembling the discarded remnants of a cultivator's journey, devoid of any apparent mystical qualities. Beside the giant bell lay an excavated grave, for which a coffin lid was overturned, revealing a cerulean tome. With no time to ponder why a book had mysteriously appeared in the grave he once dug, he reached out towards the immense bronze bell. Heavenly Master Bell, ah, Taoist, we meet again. Wang Huitian's laughter echoed, prompting a frown from the youthful Heavenly Master concealed within the bell. In the next instant, the dim sky, shrouded for countless years, suddenly blazed with light. Chapter 58. The Oracle by the Blocked Door. The young Celestial Master squinted his eyes. Concealed within the Celestial Master Bell for an unfathomable number of years, untouched by light. The sudden appearance of illumination, though feeble, momentarily stunned him. After a brief pause, he let out a startled scream. "Where's my Celestial Master Bell?" His expression was one of utter disbelief as he hastily tore away the talisman affixed to his forehead. The talisman had been in place for so long that its removal also took with it a patch of aged skin from his face. "Ouch, that hurts terribly," he grimaced, rising to his feet like a desiccated corpse, his oversized robe slipping down to his waist. He hurriedly gathered the robe and secured it, scanning his surroundings. Finally, he discerned the fate of the Celestial Master Bell. A streak of black light was rapidly retreating into the horizon, trailed by a mist of crimson vapor. The Celestial Master Bell was ensconced within that black light. "You audacious thief, halt!" The young Celestial Master formed a hand seal. The Celestial Master Bell was a treasured heirloom of his lineage, not to be easily seized. Feel the primal hunger, the gnawing emptiness, a distant, indifferent voice resonated as he began to chant his incantation. At the sound of this voice, he felt a spasm in his stomach. He had been valiantly resisting the curse of hunger from the ghastly abyss, yet this voice only exacerbated his plight. Ugh! He doubled over, dry heaving, as an overwhelming hunger took hold of him. Damn it! I cannot lose the Celestial Master Bell. After regaining his composure, he affixed 2 spirit movement talismans to his feet and swiftly pursued the 2 figures in the distance. Even if it meant straying into forbidden territory, he accepted that risk. Without the Celestial Master Bell, he could scarcely endure for long. Shortly after the Celestial Master departed, the ancient tome on the nearby grave mound was disturbed. Wang Huitian gazed intently in the direction of his departure, her expression fluctuating with uncertainty. Human nature often reveals itself. Knowing that others share in one's suffering brings a sense of tranquility. However, solitude breeds panic. Initially, she had relished in the misfortune of the Celestial Master when the bell was stolen, but once he pursued the thieves, unease settled in her heart. "I have truly had enough of this rabble from the lower realms." She felt the common folk's lack of decency was intolerable. First, they pilfered the gem from her scepter, and now, even a mere bell. After a moment's hesitation, she stowed the tome and set off in the direction the Celestial Master had taken. Among them, she was the last to arrive, expending the least energy, yet maintaining a respectable speed. After flying several dozen miles, Wang Huitian grasped the Celestial Master Bell in one hand while using the other to form a sword gesture, sustaining his connection with Yu Yao. The red veil had coiled around his waist, and the figure clad in crimson was merely a few dozen meters behind him. He could even detect the faint, sweet scent emanating from her. Almost there. Once I reach the boundary of the forbidden area, I can free my hands to deal with this red-clad figure. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and the distance he covered became a blur. As he felt the veil begin to invade his spirit, Wang Huitian's expression tightened. There's no time left. As the moment arrived when he halted, the figure in the crimson attire lunged fiercely from behind. Wang Huitian raised the Celestial Master Bell, bringing it down with precision. A resounding boom echoed. The bell enveloped the red-clad figure entirely, causing the surrounding crimson mist to dissipate instantaneously. It was indeed a testament to the prowess of the Taoist artifact, possessing formidable restraint over the supernatural. Hud, hud, hud. The reverberations of the colossal bell rang out, while the figure in red thrashed desperately within, striving to escape. Wang Huitian pressed firmly atop the bell. With the Celestial Master Bell severing the bizarre crimson mist He felt confident in a contest of strength against this woman. He cackled, "Caught you now." The celestial master bell trembled violently, its sound resonating across the desolate expanse. Sword 3, summon the winds. A fierce gale surged from above, descending with great ferocity. Countless sword energies struck against the bell, intensifying the clangor. Yet Wang Huitian remained unsatisfied, relentlessly pounding upon its surface. "Chase me, and I shall crush you, you scoundrel." The bell's toll persisted for an entire half-day before finally subsiding. Wang Huitian ceased his exertions, sitting atop the bell, panting heavily. Exhausting, utterly exhausting. The figure enclosed within the bell had fallen silent. Her feeble mind likely plunged into disarray once more after enduring the relentless tolling. After a moment's hesitation, he unsealed an aperture at the base of the bell, only to be met with a surge of dense crimson mist that startled him into hastily sealing it again. It appeared that the celestial master bell could not be taken away. This artifact was a priceless treasure of the Taoist lineage. However, leaving it behind did not evoke a sense of loss, as it was never his to claim. Taking stock of his surroundings, he quietly departed, leaving not a trace behind. He had ventured perilously close to the outside world. A trickle of spiritual energy flowed through the air, and with the guidance of his earlier flight path, even a mere stroll would lead him to freedom. Half a day after Wang Huitian's departure, a youthful celestial master arrived at the location, his heart soaring as he sensed the faint spiritual energy in the air. "Wonderful! Once I restore my internal energy, I shall escape this wretched place." The celestial master bell. Reclaimed indeed. He surmised that this petty thief must have feared the Taoist sect, hence abandoning the bell here. Joyfully, he approached the celestial master bell, raising his hand to draw it into his being. "No, although there is a modicum of spiritual energy here, I remain ensconced in this ghastly cave of the starved dead. I require the protection of this bell to ensure my safety." With this thought, the young celestial master pried open a corner of the bell and slipped inside. "Oh dear!" A gasp emanated from within, followed by the resounding chime of the bell once more. The immense toll echoed, revitalizing the desolate cave. Wang Huitian, who had reached the precipice of the forbidden grounds, turned upon hearing the bell's resonance, a smile gracing his visage. "With the bells chime to bid me farewell. This journey has not been in vain." He pressed onward, spotting verdant patches amid the distant mountains, no longer shrouded in endless darkness and ashen hues. The sky adorned itself with wisps of white clouds, golden rays cascading down. The taste of freedom, and the fragrance of fresh grass. Yet what is that nauseating stench? How could there be a destitute Taoist here? He squinted slightly as he gazed towards the village where he had once encountered the red willow. There, an old man with a tattered bowl stood, dressed in rags, his body smeared with grime, now casting a glance toward Wang Huitian. Their eyes met in the air, and Wang Huitian halted, a surge of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. He sensed the stench of a filthy soul and the pervading decay of malevolent energy, an aberration that should not exist within the rightful path, continuously corrupting this world. "Young friend, from whence do you come, and where do you intend to go?" The diviner furrowed his brow, unable to discern the depths of Wang Huitian's essence. He appeared both human and spectral, as if traversing the realms of life and death. Yet, judging by his aura, he possessed merely the cultivation of a golden core, thus not particularly fearsome. "Diviner, do you not remember me?" Wang Huitian's voice resonated softly. The diviner's frown deepened as he scrutinized Wang Huitian's form. This man was ageless. Typically, cultivators are assessed by their bone age, yet this individual possessed a ghostly physique. His bones mere illusions. The path he adhered to was indecipherable, his aura peculiar, neither celestial, nor ghostly, nor demonic, nor righteous. Moreover, his visage was utterly unfamiliar, with cascading white hair, a pale and ethereal countenance, and a blood-red robe. Had they met before, he would surely have not forgotten. "Who exactly are you?" Chapter 59. The Emperor's affection for listening. Wang Huitian flicked his sleeve, and the wuxiang sword materialized in his grasp. "Old man, remember that year when I urinated on your sacred mountain's ancestral monument? Did you not vow to grind my bones to dust?" What's the matter? Has age dulled your memory? The soothsayer's expression shifted abruptly. There was only one person who had dared to relieve himself on their sacred mountain. Yet that individual was supposed to be dead. Years prior, the holy sun Li Changsheng and several star pluckers had vanquished him at the borders of Cangzhou. This incident had spread like wildfire across the continent. The conflict had escalated with Mu Qing and Huitian clashing violently, resulting in the slaying of Cangzhou's governor Su Shiji. Pei Ming, who rushed to the rescue, was pursued all the way to the imperial city by Huitian. The fallout from that battle was immense. The Qin dynasty lost 2 star pluckers, countless nascent souls, and Huitian was captured and imprisoned in the heavenly dungeons. While Mu Qing barely escaped with grave injuries as the national marshal Lung Xiaobing suppressed Qin Shan. At that time, the northern plains had glimpsed an opportunity to seize the central plains, but shortly thereafter, the fourth prince led his army into the northern plains. In the end, no one emerged unscathed. Reflecting on this, the soothsayer scanned Wang Huitian once more with his divine sense. All the sparks of conflict originated from this young man. How could he still be alive? His survival would render the fallen cultivators of that chaotic war unjustifiable. No, it's impossible for you to be alive. The Holy Sun personally inspected the battlefield. You should have perished both body and soul. Wang Huitian, however, was in no mood to engage in verbal sparring with this villainous leader. He advanced with the Wuxiang sword in hand. Ah, yes. I am indeed both body and soul extinguished. The soothsayer's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Years ago, Wang Huitian had evaded a group of star pluckers and nascent souls. And facing him now left the soothsayer feeling somewhat apprehensive. The king of the north, this is a different time. We need not be adversaries. I believe your immediate concern should be the Qin dynasty. Consolidate your power and then turn your sights towards Qin Shan, ultimately eradicating the demon race before engaging in war with us in the northern plains. By the way, I have sent the new emperor of the Qin into the abyss of famine. This presents a perfect opportunity for you. Wang Huitian's expression turned peculiar. Good heavens! The soothsayer of the demon cult is actually offering me strategic advice. It's as if the sun has risen in the west. Are you afraid of me? The soothsayer scoffed. What nonsense! I'm an old-school star plucker. How could I fear you? If you are unafraid, then perish. A strand of blood-red sword energy erupted from the ground beneath the soothsayer's feet, spiraling up around his toes. Ghost shadow, vanish. The space before him shimmered, and Wang Huitian suddenly materialized in front of him, raising his sword to slash diagonally. The crimson blade cleaved through the air, tracing a semicircle across his throat. Before the soothsayer's head could roll away, Wang Huitian's finger had already pierced his brow, aiming directly for his soul. Everything transpired with astonishing swiftness, despite the soothsayer's vigilance. He could not evade this, the wretched creature. May you meet a dismal fate. Once I, Seiko Kitayama, emerge, I shall surely grind you into powder. The fortune teller, his face stricken with fear, cursed vocally while his feet hastily carried him towards the north. Seeking to flee? You shall find yourself in the company of the Empress of the Great Qin. With a flash, Wang Huitian reappeared before the fortune teller, seizing him by the throat. Jianwu pursue him. With a thunderous roar, as the sword was unleashed, the fortune teller's flesh and blood erupted, his dark skeletal form entwined with his spirit, transforming into a sharp blade that soared into the depths of the abyss of starvation. Watching the figure vanish upon the obsidian earth, Wang Huitian finally withdrew his gaze, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he turned towards the direction of the Great Qin imperial city. The fortune teller had schemed to send the empress into the abyss of starvation, and whether she would ever return remained uncertain. The Great Qin could not be without an emperor. With a sigh, Wang Huitian spoke to himself. Alas, someone must bear the weight of the Great Qin. The burden upon my shoulders grows ever heavier. Extracting a flying vessel from the clay jar within, he set forth towards the imperial city. The thought of the minister's trepidation and the common folks' unrest in the wake of the empress's disappearance stirred a sense of urgency within him. After all, he bore the surname Wang and was the crown prince appointed by Wang Jinxian herself. If not now, when would he step up to shoulder this responsibility? Shortly after Wang Huitian's departure, a flash of crimson light streaked across the sky. It has come, It has come, woohoo. The knife-sharpening man tore off his tattered robe, exhilarated as he dashed through the treetops. How many years had passed? He had long since forgotten, yet unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope had allowed him this chance to escape. Ha! That little girl, Hong Lu, must have grown into a young woman by now. Homeward bound. He cast a casual glance in the direction where Wang Huitian had vanished. That lad is a harbinger of misfortune. I shall endeavor to keep my distance from him. He silently vowed. In truth, he had arrived at the very edge of the abyss of starvation, waiting for Wang Huitian to depart before making his own move. Little did he know that upon his emergence, a skirmish had transpired, which reputable cultivator engages in conflict daily. Everyone aspires to the pursuit of immortality. For life is singular and precious. What is the point of squabbling over it? With a chuckle, he set off towards the verdant mountains. Since the disappearance of Wang Huitian, the Right Chancellor, Li Qingtian, had taken charge of the nation, intending to elevate the youngest fifth prince to the throne, but faced considerable opposition. The first, second, and third princes had all emerged in contention. The three began to form factions, reenacting the drama of vying for the imperial seat. To my mind, the throne rightfully belongs to the first prince. He is, after all, the crown prince. No. Her Majesty the Empress has already stripped him of his title. Now it should be a fair competition. Perhaps we should report this matter to the Eternal Life Forest and let the former emperors decide. The court was in disarray, with ministers arguing vehemently. While Li Qingtian could contend with the four great marshals in matters of warfare, his abilities in governance were lacking, resulting in this fragmented state. Thus, the disputes persisted for months, debates in the court, followed by reflections at home, preparing for the next round of arguments. Upon returning to his residence, Li Qingtian, consumed by rage, violently shattered porcelain in a fit of fury. These scoundrels! How dare they disregard my authority? In the imperial city, I am the most formidable. Should they provoke me further, I shall sever their heads. As he cursed, he crushed a delicate vase into mere powder, reducing one exquisite porcelain and jade artifact after another to ruin. A fleeting sense of satisfaction accompanied the destruction of these inanimate objects, yet it scarcely alleviated the tempest of anger brewing within him. He yearned for blood. Li Xiang, fetch me some lowly peasants. He bellowed towards the hall's entrance. After a prolonged silence, no response came. Li Xiang, where the devil have you gone? As he paced out of the grand hall, his tirade abruptly ceased. Before him lay a gruesome scene, bodies strewn across the corridor, the entrance hall, and the courtyard. Suddenly, a dispassionate voice echoed in his ear. Whoever is strongest shall be heeded. Old man, your words bear truth. I relish hearing them. Chapter 60. A passionate night of the martial minister as the voice echoed in his ears. Li Qingtian felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. The fact that someone could appear silently behind him signified they could just as quietly take his life. A cold, unfeeling hand rested on the nape of his neck, sending tremors coursing through his entire being. Senior, please spare me. Wang Huitian slid his hands onto Li Qingtian's shoulders, forcing his rigid body to turn. Look at who I am. In that very moment, as Li Qingtian's body pivoted, a long sword shot forth from Wang Huitian's sleeve, and Li Qingtian instinctively retreated. He felt a sense of relief at his opponent's foolishness. In the art of combat, even a slight misstep could lead to disaster, yet this man was so audacious. Have you ever experienced hunger? As the words rang out, Li Qingtian, who had just leapt towards the courtyard entrance, suddenly felt a spasm in his stomach. His body, now uncontrollable, plummeted from the air, and at last he beheld his adversary. White hair so glaring it seemed to solidify the sword energy hanging in the air. Impossible. How are you still alive? Wang Huitian's expression remained impassive as he raised a hand, drawing Li Qingtian towards him. A demonic ape avatar materialized behind Li Qingtian, lunging at Wang Huitian. He was at the pinnacle of the star-picking realm, on the verge of transcending. He was the martial minister of the great Qin, the king of this imperial city, and he forced himself to rally. Before the colossal fists of the demonic ape could descend, they shattered the surrounding structures, emanating an aura of devastation. Wang Huitian neither flinched nor evaded, allowing the massive fist to crash down upon him. Boom! Wang Huitian was obliterated into a mist of blood. The ground fractured beneath the impact. Is he dead? Li Qingtian, who had rushed closer, furrowed his brow, stretching his neck to peer into the gaping pit. Having been deceived once, he was now skeptical of his spiritual senses. Before he could discern the scene below, that indifferent voice resonated in his ears once more. Jianwu, pursue him. Before Li Qingtian could react, he felt a sharp slap on his backside, jolting his spine upward, and his body crumpled to the ground like a lifeless doll. A thread of divine light darted away into the distance. That was Li Qingtian's soul. As a star-picking master, his soul remained intact, allowing for the potential of bodily reconstruction. Wang Huitian observed the fleeing soul and flicked a strand of hair with his fingers. I relish watching my prey struggle. Flee. Aren't you the strongest in the great Qin imperial city? I am eager to see who will come to your rescue. He soared into the air, leisurely trailing behind Li Qingtian's soul, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Whoever saves you, I shall kill. Li Qingtian's spirit trembled. He exerted every ounce of strength to escape, darting towards the residence of a fellow star-picking master within the city. Xianshan, help! Upon hearing the cry for help, a burly man with a bushy beard emerged from his dwelling. Upon recognizing Li Qingtian, his expression shifted dramatically. The esteemed martial minister of the Great Qin was being pursued within the imperial city. Who possessed such audacity? Do not panic, my lord. I shall save you. He took a step forward, but as he ascended into the air, his head was instantly severed. A mere novice at the star-picking realm, meddling in affairs beyond your understanding. Zhang Xianshan was taken aback. He was accustomed to dominance in the imperial city, but only now did he fully grasp the gravity of the situation. Even Li Qingtian found himself pursued to this place. What power did he possess to resist? Before his spirit could escape, it was seized, and a finger loomed larger before him. With a sudden thrust, Wang Huitian's index finger pierced through his eye socket, shattering his soul in an instant. Numerous guards from the Zhang residence ascended to the skies, attempting to intervene, but a torrential rain of swords fell upon them, wails echoing as vast swathes of the estate crumbled under the onslaught of sword energy. Once more, Li Qingtian's spirit fled in terror, astonished that Wang Huitian dared to unleash such slaughter within the city. Survivors from the Zhang household gasped in horror upon witnessing Zhang Xianshan's demise. Father, the head of the family, Wang Huitian, descended before the few remaining individuals, brushing aside the white strands of hair that veiled his face, revealing a smile as gentle as a spring breeze. Have you memorized my face? If you seek vengeance, come find me. The third king of the north of the Great Qin, the prince conferred by the Empress Wang Jingxian, the future emperor of the Great Qin. Should you forget, inquire in Qingshan. I am the next master of the sword peak. My name is Wang Huitian. With that, his figure flickered and vanished once more. He harbored no fear of future repercussions. After all, the king of the north had made numerous enemies, and the extensive interconnections among the noble families of the Great Qin were well known. Those capable of reaching the star-plucking realm were often aged spirits, each likely having spawned dozens, if not hundreds, of offspring to avenge them. The cycle of vengeance seemed endless, inextricably woven through familial ties. After fleeing the Zhang residence, Li Qingtian sought refuge in the abode of a third-rank official, a friend of his who often boasted of possessing a treasured heirloom of bloodline significance. He could only hope that this so-called treasure might offer him some protection. Wang Tao, my brother, save me. Quickly, produce your family's heirloom. The enemy is at least at the Dao level. A pale-faced young man emerged. Though he appeared to be in his early 20s, he had surpassed a century in age. Upon seeing Li Qingtian's state, he was taken aback. What is this, Prime Minister? Enough chatter. I have formidable foes behind me. Hurry and bring forth the bloodline treasure. Wang Tao's expression darkened. If even Li Qingtian could not withstand this enemy, what use would his heirloom be? Oh dear, Prime Minister, the bloodline treasure I speak of is my unmarried daughter. The two exchanged incredulous glances, Li Qingtian's face turning ashen, wishing he could silence this boastful fool. His spirits soared once again, heading toward the palace, leaving behind a dire warning. Scoundrel! If I escape this time, I shall ensure your Wang family knows no peace." No sooner had he departed than Wang Huitian appeared before Wang Tao, bending slightly to glance at the trembling young woman hidden in the back courtyard. Indeed, a beauty of unparalleled grace. Wang Huitian raised a hand and patted Wang Tao's pallid face. "You may look dreadful, but your daughter is quite the catch." With that, he vanished once again. Wang Tao's body weakened, collapsing to the ground, as he felt his very soul freeze in the presence of an unparalleled evil. That day, every household in the imperial city barred their doors, consumed by trepidation. Even the city patrols sought refuge within their posts, while the imperial guards activated the palace's grand formation. Retreating into seclusion, Li Qingtian found himself in a dire predicament, with no path to heaven and no door to the earth. Ultimately, he was left with nothing but despair as he collapsed upon the steps leading out of the city. His eyes, devoid of light, gazed forward where Wang Huitian leaned against the city gate, leisurely indulging in a bag of celestial fruits. "I just heard that you captured my sure shoe. Speak, or have you imprisoned him?" With an air of nonchalance, Wang Huitian replied, "I cannot be bothered to inspect the 10 dungeons of the imperial city one by one, lest I create a massacre." His words were delivered lightly, yet they concealed a profound intent for annihilation. Upon learning that Huitian had been imprisoned in the dungeons for the sake of vengeance, a sense of guilt washed over him. After all, Mu Qing was his own master, while Huitian was merely a stranger to him. Yet, he could not disregard the favor bestowed upon him. Should Huitian be harmed, he would care for her. If she were to perish, he would ensure her burial. He vowed to pave a crimson path in this imperial city with blood for her sake. None who had wronged Mu Qing or Huitian would escape unscathed. The next step was to let the gentle breeze cleanse the imperial city. Chapter 61. The Blood Night at the imperial city. As night descended, the cold moonlight bathed the imperial city, rendering it devoid of life. Once a vibrant metropolis, it now lay shrouded in darkness. Before Wang Huitian, Li Qingtian's spirit dissipated into the night sky like fleeting fireflies. He had departed to a carefree realm, untouched by strife, a sacred and serene abode. Although he was gone, he left behind an air of despair for others. In Wang Huitian's grasp lay a tome, inscribed with names and events of a fateful day. It chronicled the exploits of the city patrol commander, Li Wei, who had struck a woman with a wolf-toothed club. It detailed the exploits of General Zhong Kuan and his 100 loyal soldiers, who had used smoke to blind Mu Qingshi, and it recounted the actions of Empress Wang Jinxian, who had grasped the hair of the aforementioned woman and thrust her staff into Mu Qingshi's abdomen. The names within the register were densely packed, meticulously recorded by Wang Huitian as Li Qingtian narrated the details of the fierce battle. The thoroughness of the account encompassed nearly half of the imperial city. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it the ominous energy of countless red willow swords that roamed the city. The air was punctuated by cries of anguish and pain. Some were rallying others to resist, while others fled to the outskirts, and some hid in cellars, clutching their treasured artifacts and muttering incantations of invisibility. Yet, Wang Huitian's sword energy infiltrated every nook and cranny. Those trembling in the shadows could not hear the wails, but could certainly detect the increasingly pungent scent of blood. The King of the North was on a rampage. Everyone flee. He blocked the city gates, urging the crowd not to falter, but to charge forward. "It does not concern me," he declared. "I have always admired the heroic Lady Qing Shan, never laying a hand upon her. Here lies the love letter I once penned to her as proof." Upon the city walls, Wang Huitian scoffed, dismissing the claim of love letters as a mere fabrication. How could anyone possibly admire their own master? It was inconceivable, utterly impossible. The cries within the city gradually diminished, yielding to a haunting stillness. The once vibrant sparks of magical dueling faded into obscurity, until darkness enveloped the vast city once more. Wang Huitian retracted the shadowy energy that had cloaked the entire metropolis and turned his gaze towards the ageless forest that loomed in the distance. Gazing back at the imperial city, this was the sacred domain of the Qin royal family, harboring the deepest strengths of the dynasty, entrance forbidden to the unqualified and those lacking enlightenment. Yet just moments ago, the former crown prince Wang Xiu had ventured inside. When Wang Huitian stormed into the imperial city, he sensed an opportunity had arisen, a solid justification to seek the saints within the ageless forest. While the previous emperor had suppressed Wang Huitian, bestowing upon him a title of royalty was merely a secondary act. After all, the elder statesman remained aloof and indifferent to who ruled the Qin. A look of anticipation graced Wang Huitian's face. He had encountered the saints of the northern plains, yet had never laid eyes upon those of the Qin. He was eager to discern whether these so-called sages truly existed beyond the mundane, detached from worldly affairs. Returning his focus, he noticed a solitary light approaching along the street behind him. The once stalwart figure of Nanbo had grown increasingly stooped, and as he approached with a slight bow, his arm bearing the lantern trembled slightly. "Young master, you have returned. Would you care to visit the Wang residence?" The old steward, who had spent a lifetime within the confines of the Wang estate, was now gray-haired, with a hint of death's pallor settling upon his brow. The old servant, aged and frail, pondered how many days he could still guard the royal residence. With his limbs growing cumbersome, the estate had become overrun with weeds. The march from the manor to the city walls left him breathless, a testament to his waning strength. Despite the news of Wang Huitian's fall, he felt powerless, merely able to stand watch over the dilapidated mansion day after day. "Young master," he began a few days ago, "I took the liberty of using funds from the manor to procure a coffin. I humbly request your forgiveness for this transgression." He hunched further as he recounted the various misfortunes that had befallen the estate. The collapse of a side room needing repair, cracks in the back wall requiring mending, and the need for fresh paint on the plaque at the entrance. Details both trivial and monumental. Wang Huitian listened without interruption, dismissing these matters as inconsequential, while they weighed heavily on the old man's heart. As the conversation drew to a close, Nanbo suddenly inquired, "Young master, have you found a suitable maiden to carry on the Yi family's lineage? I have saved some betrothal gifts for you, hidden in the secret chamber of the eldest brother's room. Should I no longer be around one day, please remember to claim them." Listening to Nanbo's ramblings stirred an uncomfortable feeling within Wang Huitian. Here was a nearly septuagenarian steward, left to tend to an empty mansion, surely a lonely existence. As for establishing a family of his own, what could he offer? His own body was a patchwork, frail and worn. "Perhaps I could find you a companion, Nanbo." Taken aback by this unexpected suggestion, Nanbo stared at Wang Huitian, a look of astonishment crossing his face. The young master seemed earnest, not jesting. The thought of his own aged frame, over a century old, prompted him to hastily turn and leave, his steps noticeably more sprightly. "Where are you off to, Nanbo?" "I speak in earnest. Young master, I must return to tidy up the estate. Please return swiftly once your affairs are concluded." Wang Huitian shook his head with a hint of bemusement. "Ah, this old man, still shy." He then made his way toward the dungeon, each step leaving a vivid, red imprint upon the ground. The 9th dungeon was constructed atop a lake with a low island at its center. When the moon rose, the waters would swell, submerging the island, the chilling lake eroding the bodies of the prisoners. This served as punishment and a precaution, preventing any prisoners from breaking through and escaping. The myriad paths of the mountain had indeed sent individuals to rescue Huitian, but they were merely low-tier cultivators, incapable of stirring significant turmoil. Wang Huitian gazed at the rippling waters, a frown creasing his brow. Upon the surging lake floated a small boat, where a man clad in a raincoat sat, fishing with a rod, exuding an air of otherworldly detachment. "Young friend," the man called, "you have exacted your vengeance and quelled your anger. Will you not withdraw?" Wang Huitian, fixated on the submerged island, found himself perplexed by the hidden secrets it harbored, guarded by a being of formidable strength. "Sir, as you fish here, having caught a fish on your first cast, will you continue to bait?" The man furrowed his brow, recognizing Wang Huitian's reluctance to depart, and offered a new proposal. "If you leave now, I shall grant you 3 years of the throne of the Great Qin. Is that agreeable? You should be aware that the vast expanse of the Great Qin is such that, not to mention 3 years, even a single day's harvest of resources amounts to astronomical figures." Wang Huitian gently leaned against the decaying railing by the lakeside, observing the bobbing fishing floats in the water while discussing the transaction of the throne. When one possesses power, it is indeed so. A single word can determine the world's fate, and every stillness or motion can dictate the lives and deaths of the populace. A fish has taken the bait. I invite you to raise your rod. Should you catch a crucian carp, I shall relinquish my claim to the throne. However, if it is a base, I shall sever your head to feed the fish. The glint of murderous intent flickered in the man's eyes. He had already shown considerable deference to Wang Huitian, yet he found the other's arrogance intolerable. After all, he was a formidable figure within his realm, and never before had anyone dared to treat him with such disdain. Regardless of the tempest of anger within him, he still hesitated to resort to violence. Is not the pursuit of immortality in cultivation intended to transcend such brutality? He bent low and lifted his fishing rod, pulling up a palm-sized crucian carp from the depths. As he observed the struggling fish clinging to the line, a faint smile graced his lips. "Young friend, it is time for you to depart." Yet before he could finish his sentence, the fishing line inexplicably entwined around him, slicing through his little boat, which was subsequently splintered into countless fragments by the tumultuous waves. Wang Huitian suddenly materialized before him, a blood-red sword aimed squarely at the man's brow. "I apologize, but this fish is too small. It does not count." Chapter 62. The sword strikes into the path. Upon witnessing Wang Huitian's actions, the man's expression shifted dramatically as countless streams of water surged, propelling his body into the sky. "Wretched scoundrel, do you truly believe I fear you?" he bellowed, his voice echoing with defiance. With a mere gesture, the atmosphere shifted. Water columns erupted from the lake, charging toward Wang Huitian with lethal intent. Dark clouds thickened overhead, unleashing torrential rain, which crystallized into sharp ice before it could reach the ground. This was the might of a high-level practitioner, a force akin to a natural disaster, unparalleled in its lethality. The entire realm was enveloped in a deluge, with Wang Huitian's figure adrift in the water, reminiscent of a lone boat. "Ha ha! Boy, are you regretting it now?" The man laughed heartily, exhilarated by the moment. It had been ages since he had felt such unrestrained joy. Damn those carp and base, perish. Just as he reveled in his mirth, a narrow gap suddenly opened in the water columns, and Wang Huitian's pallid arm emerged from the curtain of rain. Clutched in his hand was a palm-sized carp, which he forcefully thrust into the man's throat. Gagging, the man choked as the fish's head lodged itself in his esophagus, causing his magical prowess to falter, and the lake's waters cascaded down. The small island, often submerged, revealed its true form, a parched skull with 9 eye sockets, each transformed into a prison. Within the central prison, Huitian languished, her fate unknown. As the rain continued to pour, the skeletal island was once again engulfed by the lake's waters. Wang Huitian's expression turned icy, his boundless sword vibrating in his grasp. "Very well. Those I previously dispatched were not unjustly slain. They met their rightful ends." Regaining his composure amidst his fear, the angler swiftly crushed the carp with his formidable physique and swallowed it whole. Clouds descended and fog enveloped the surroundings as he deftly formed hand seals. The sky's layers collapsed while mist billowed from the ground, shrouding the area in a dense haze. This fog rendered divine perception ineffective. Once ensnared within, one would lose all senses and be at the mercy of their adversary. Wang Huitian raised his gaze, droplets of mist cascading down his brow. "Ha ha you, a mere cultivator of the core formation stage. How can you comprehend the might of the path? Even with some tricks, you remain an insignificant ant in my eyes, easily extinguished with a mere gesture." His voice echoed from all directions, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint his location. With the mist obscuring sight and sound, he possessed both the offensive and defensive advantage, leaving him unafraid. Third sword, winds arise. In response to the man's taunts, Wang Huitian needed but a single stroke. The fierce winds surged forth, dispersing the clouds and mist. In that fleeting moment, as the fog dissipated, Wang Huitian beheld the man's figure crouched beneath a massive rock at the lake's edge, poised to shift positions and continue his threats. His furtive demeanor resembled that of a dog thief, hardly befitting a master of the path. "Out of tricks, are we? It's my turn now." Upon hearing Wang Huitian's words, the man recoiled in alarm. Though he possessed numerous techniques, The change of turns left him with little time to execute them. He could only hastily gather water to evade the onslaught of sword energy. The Northern King, I have been entrusted by the myriad emperors of the Qin to guard this realm. Do you truly wish to pursue a relentless vendetta against me? Wang Huitian, disinterested in his prattling, unleashed an infinite torrent of sword energy, enveloping the area within a 10-mile radius. In an instant, the lake surged forth like a broken dam, and mountains crumbled under the weight of his might. What does it matter to command the laws of water? His blades outnumbered the very waters of this lake. The once quiet imperial city now flickered with sparks of life as surviving cultivators and noble families turned their gazes toward him. Despite the distance, they felt an acute sting from his piercing gaze. Had the Longsheng forest sent their people? How formidable must that madman be, with such dense sword energy? Could anyone truly withstand it? Fear gripped the hearts of the onlookers. In this world, those who wielded swords with distinction were revered as sword immortals, a testament to their mastery and reverence for the sword path. In their minds, the sword immortal appeared as an ethereal figure, graceful and unrestrained. Yet, they had never witnessed such an uncanny domain of swords. Rain fell from the heavens like blades, waters flowed like swords, and the mountain winds danced as swords. The raindrops stained his crimson robe, casting a scarlet hue, while dark, ominous energies steamed from the swirling winds. From the waters emerged crimson whips that twisted and chased after a fisherman, who desperately fled, clutching a deep blue shield. Once exalted and detached from the mundane, he was now reduced to such a pitiful state, instilling even greater terror in the hearts of the surviving courtiers and noble families within the imperial city. The sword immortal transcends the ordinary, while the sword demon revels in slaughter. The Northern King wielded his sword with unparalleled mastery, yet he was unworthy of the title of sword immortal. The term sword demon was far more fitting. Onlookers murmured amongst themselves, for battles at the level of cultivation were rare. The last such occurrence was the imperial conflict between Wang Huitian and Wang Daoyang. Yet that battlefield was confined within the palace's protective array. How could it compare to the vivid reality before them? It seemed the whispers reached Wang Huitian, for he furrowed his brow and suddenly cast his gaze toward the imperial city. Sword demon? Among all the paths in this world, he harbored a profound hatred for the word demon. How audacious these people were to dare tarnish his name. They truly deserved death. He raised his wuxiang sword, directing a colossal beam of black sword light toward the imperial city's thoroughfare. The sword light grazed a corner of the palace's wall, cleaving the protective array and the wall as if they were mere tofu. Speak not of idle gossip or face death. The chilling proclamation startled those who had ventured out to witness the spectacle, prompting them to hastily retreat. They claimed he was not a sword demon, yet uttering such words invited his wrath. Though they may have hidden away, how could Wang Huitian silence them permanently? His reputation as a sword demon was unlikely to be erased. Retrieving his gaze, he slowly approached the lake, where the receding waters unveiled a colossal skeleton. Its head loomed at an astonishing 100 meters, and even in death, it emanated an overwhelming aura of oppression and ferocity. Countless strands of once, the revered master uncle, who seemed unattainable in his eyes, had also subjected him to such torment. A faint smile played on Wang Huitian's lips. Ah, how the tides have turned. Back then, you hung me up to beat me. Now, the tables have turned, and you find yourself in the same predicament. Master Uncle, I hope you're well. Upon hearing the commotion, Huxiang struggled to lift her head. Her long hair, matted and soiled, framed her tattered robes that barely concealed hints of spring's allure, her gaze vacant. Who are you? Wang Huitian raised his hand and severed the blood threads, ensnaring Huxiang, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At his core lay the fleshly orb adorned with a vertical eye, encased in the ghostly remnants of a deceased body. While a shroud of sword energy concealed its spectral aura, it was only natural for Huxiang not to recognize him. Indeed, even if his own father had appeared before him, recognition will be a challenge. He cackled. Ah, Master Uncle, who would have thought that the day would come when you would fall into my clutches? Chapter 63. Capture them all. A jolt of alarm surged through Huitian as she collapsed to the ground. It was over. They had come seeking revenge. Having been imprisoned for far too long, her injuries were severe, leaving her exceedingly frail. As soon as she broke free from her restraints, the shock overwhelmed her, and she fainted. Wang Huitian knelt beside her, his fingers resting on her abdomen as a trickle of ghostly energy seeped in, probing her wounds. The essence within her was depleted, and her life was waning. Frowning, he cast his gaze upon the blood vessels, now withering after being severed, and a surge of resentment welled up within him. What a long-lived forest, what a grand dynasty of the Qin. To use the essence of cultivators to nourish this abominable entity that had long since perished. He lifted Huitian into his arms and made his way outside. Indeed, the Qin had existed for far too long and had rotted from within, leading to such mimicry of the northern demonic cultivators. The diviner had spoken true. If I wish to eradicate the northern realm, my first task must be to rectify the Qin. Upon exiting the cell, the overwhelming sword energy had dissipated. Not far away, on the dry lake bed, a fisherman knelt upon the ground. His body was riddled with sword wounds, and blood pooled around him. A red willow, sword energy pierced through his lower body and emerged from the crown of his head. His soul had been pierced by this energy, and his breath was slowly fading. His death was imminent. "You, the former emperors will not spare you," he managed to utter, his voice frail and weak. Wang Huitian dismissed the man's threat. After all, who would not spare whom was yet to be determined. Slowly approaching the man, he raised a finger to lift the man's chin. "Drink," he said, spitting a mouthful of dark energy onto the man's face, instantly obliterating his last shred of defiance, along with the blood-red night that surrounded them. To the east of the imperial city, a sliver of dawn slowly ascended. Wang Huitian squinted at the sunlight, feeling a twinge of aversion. At the riverbank, a man clad in splendid robes approached, running towards him against the rising sun. "Cousin, cousin, I have come to welcome your ascension." The newcomer was the second prince, Wang Hao, his face adorned with sycophancy. He was followed by the red-armored female guard, Qin Ran, and several attendants. Wang Huitian raised his gaze, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes that made Wang Hao tremble, causing him to halt in place, too fearful to advance further. "Cousin, do not mind me. You carry on with your business," he mumbled awkwardly, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow and subtly inching behind Qin Ran. He was genuinely terrified. This harbinger of death had already claimed half the city's populace upon his return. Wang Huitian ignored Wang Hao and turned to enter another cell. In the first cell, a burly man was imprisoned, his muscular physique adorned with an intricate dragon tattoo that seemed to come alive, its fierce head prominently displayed upon his chest. "Friend, free me, and name your price," Li Feichen implored, sensing the commotion outside. This might be his only chance to escape. Wang Huitian scrutinized Li Feichen, and a name suddenly emerged in his mind. The over-the-shoulder dragon, the ghostly blade, and the child silencing Li Feichen were once renowned figures of the Tao in the Great Qin. It is indeed surprising to find them imprisoned here. Li Feichen felt no astonishment at Wang Huitian's ability to accurately name him. For how could the infamous reputation of his deeds be easily forgotten by the passage of time? Upon confirming the man's identity, Wang Huitian's eyes gleamed with interest. "I find myself in need of a maid. I want your sister, Li Feixiue." The man was taken aback, scrutinizing Wang Huitian with a suspicious gaze. "You truly are so casual in your requests." His sister was known as the Fairy of Flying Snow, possessing a beauty that even stirred envy within him. Given the sinister demeanor of the other, he couldn't help but doubt that Wang Huitian merely desired his sister as a maid. "How about you propose a different condition?" Wang Huitian's countenance turned cold. "Do not address me as Taoist friend. I am not familiar with you." Seeing the shift in Wang Huitian's expression, Li Feichen hurriedly acquiesced, for his sister was imprisoned in the adjacent cell. What choice did he have? It could be said that their fates were now entwined within the hands of this man. After thoroughly inspecting the remaining 7 cells, Wang Huitian successfully liberated 3 individuals. Aside from the siblings Li Feichen and Li Feixiue, there was another named Zhao Pan. Originally, all 3 were expected to be of Tao attainment, yet they had now fallen to the realm of star plucking. As they exited the prison, A flicker of crimson light ignited in Wang Huitian's eyes. A flesh-colored golden elixir soared from his brow, and the countless blood vessels on the surface of the massive head burst forth, being absorbed into it. The monstrous head, resembling a small mountain, began to wither and shrink. This essence is the ill-gotten gain of this beast. I shall confiscate it. Do any of you have objections? Behind him, Wang Huitian and the others watched as the gluttonous elixir devoured the vital energy, their brows twitching in apprehension. They dared not voice any dissent. With such prowess, whatever he declared was undoubtedly correct. The menacing elixir swelled rapidly after consuming a substantial amount of essence, and its vertically positioned eye, reminiscent of a sword's mark, appeared increasingly sinister. As it cast a fleeting glance at the group, a chill of dread coursed through them. Fear not, everyone. Despite its peculiar appearance, it is in essence a benevolent golden elixir. Wang Huitian shivered at the proclamation. A benevolent golden elixir, you say? Whose elixir looks like that? Retrieving the elixir, Wang Huitian cradled the fragrant herb as he strolled toward the lakeside, the monstrous head behind him disintegrating into a cloud of dust due to a gust of wind. He feigned casualness and inquired of Wang Huitian, "What do you all plan to do upon your release?" Wang Huitian's lips twitched. "My sister and I wish to accompany you to broaden our horizons." Zhao Pan, though reluctant, chimed in quietly, I feel the same." Wang Huitian cast a scornful glance at the two, thinking, broaden your horizons? Do not think I am unaware of your scheming while confined. You wish to offer yourselves as servants. How typical of a brother. On the shore, the second prince Wang Hao stood cautiously, refraining from intruding, while Qin Ran stood nearby, her heart filled with trepidation. After all, the once bustling imperial city now lay eerily sparse, and the toll of last night's carnage was unknown, perhaps even beyond Wang Huitian's recollection. He approached Wang Hao, his eyes narrowing slightly as he regarded him. The individual before me appears to be merely at the nascent soul stage. However, beneath the probing gaze directed at his fleshly core, he seems to harbor an enigmatic power, concealing his true realm. Second cousin, I perceive that you possess the potential of an emperor. His voice was calm, yet to Wang Hao's ears, it resonated like a thunderclap, causing his cautious form to tremble slightly. Your Majesty, such words are unwarranted. I am but an inconspicuous prince of the great Qin. By the way, my elder brother Wang Xiao has departed for the eternal life forest, and my third brother Wang Yuan is currently stationed at the National Martial Snow Demon Camp. He is likely to mobilize troops in support of the throne. The sudden call of Your Majesty from him caught Wang Huitian off guard. Goodness, he has yet to ascend to the throne, yet the rightful prince eagerly addresses him as Your Majesty, as if the imperial seat were rather too hot to handle. Wang Hao appears quite harmless and obedient, his words subtly distancing himself, indicating to Wang Huitian that the true threats lie with the third prince and the eternal life forest. Had he not sensed the abnormality in the other S realm, Wang Huitian might have been convinced. The eternal life forest. If my master cannot be revived, I shall set it ablaze. With a glance at the still unconscious Huitian, Wang Huitian soared towards the palace, while a few behind him exchanged peculiar looks with Wang Hao and followed suit. Stunned in place, Wang Hao's gaze fluctuated, and he hastily turned to summon his subordinates. Quickly, why are you standing there? Summon the imperial physician. Your Highness. The imperial physicians in the royal city were recently wronged by the king of the north, and some have fled early this morning, taking their leave. Who is this king of the north? Address him as Your Majesty. Bring them back. All of them. Chapter 64. A call to the great Qin palace. Since Wang Huitian ascended to power, Wang Daoyang's harem had been entirely dismissed. The vast palace complex now housed only a few thousand imperial guards and some eunuchs and servants. These individuals had originally been loyal to Wang Daoyang and harbored little allegiance to Wang Huitian. However, upon the arrival of Wang Huitian, they immediately knelt in submission, while several of Wang Huitian's confidants were restrained and confined in the main hall. They had experienced such a situation before and were quite adept, executing their tasks with remarkable efficiency. Except for the Weiyang Palace where Wang Huitian resided, all other palaces had been meticulously organized, and this time, With the second prince at the forefront, the arrangements were comprehensive. "Your Majesty, this way please." Several young eunuchs eagerly led the way. Just as Wang Huitian had settled Huixiang into a chamber, the second prince arrived in a flurry, accompanied by a group of imperial physicians. All were lined up to enter the hall for diagnosis. Those who could not be saved would face execution. Qin ran, dispatched the imperial guards to notify those still alive. They are to enter the palace to meet the new emperor at noon. Xiaoyu, inform the city defense battalion to disperse the troops. Any unusual movements from the surrounding cities must be reported immediately. Wang Zhua, send skilled individuals to keep a close watch on the Changshan forest, should the former emperor emerge. Sound the twin bells. With each command given, groups of individuals departed, leaving Wang Huitian with a peculiar expression as he observed the flurry of activity around Wang Hao. This fellow was truly remarkable. It seemed as though he had rehearsed for every possible scenario, orchestrating everything with impeccable order. To be honest, he had only impulsively ventured to the imperial city, showing no interest in the throne. After all, it was the Wang family's domain. And even if he controlled the imperial city, governing the entirety of the Great Qin was no simple feat yet. This second cousin was rather extraordinary. He was now even beginning to coordinate the various regional lords, seeking to establish a balance among them. Eunuch Hai, draft an edict stating that the Prince of Zhenbei is the crown prince personally appointed by the Empress, rightful heir to the throne. That is not enough, Your Majesty. We must also leverage the momentum from Qingshan. The Grand Marshal, Tianzhua, along with my fourth brother, is stationed at Xingyue Pass and the Abyssal Ancient Path, respectively. We can spread rumors of their defection to intimidate the lords, rallying some while suppressing others. As he arranged matters, he whispered extensively into Wang Huitian's ear, his schemes sprawling and encompassing nearly the entire realm. Wang Huitian was left in a daze by his words. Even a few individuals behind him were similarly astonished by this remarkable fellow. Li Feiqian leaned in close to his sister's ear, murmuring, could it be that he had been plotting rebellion during his father's reign? TSK, what a talent! Li Feiqian shot a glare at Li Feiqian, retorting coldly, I have yet to settle the matter of you selling me off, and you dare speak to me? Li Feiqian, you'd better watch yourself. Wang Huitian paid no mind to the bickering of the siblings. His gaze remained fixed on Huixiang, who lay on the bed within the room. Numerous imperial physicians had entered, and each emerged shaking their heads in despair. The depletion of her essence was not so easily remedied. After a discussion among themselves, it was an elderly man with hair as white as snow who finally stepped forward. The Northern King, Huitian, possesses the original power of confinement. Perhaps consuming the 6th grade sealing elixir could yield extraordinary results. Wang Huitian furrowed her brow, for 5th grade alchemists are exceedingly rare in this realm. And where could one possibly procure 6th grade elixirs? Has she awakened? The old imperial physician hesitated before responding. She has awakened, and she mentioned that you dare to frighten her. So you ought to brace yourself for a scolding. Oh, is she truly so vengeful? After all, she is my master's senior. Cannot she exhibit a bit more magnanimity? Wang Huitian stood hesitantly outside the door for a considerable time before ultimately stepping inside, feeling a tinge of trepidation towards the senior. After all, this woman had indeed struck him with considerable force back in the day. Upon seeing the figure at the door, who moved as if taking 3 steps with each one, Huixiang bellowed with annoyance. Are you trampling ants? Hurry up and come in. As Wang Huitian approached, he lowered his head, feeling somewhat guilty as he spoke. Senior, I have burdened you. Huixiang forced herself to stand, casting a disapproving glance at Wang Huitian. Dressed in a bright red robe, her hair white as snow, and a tattered ceramic jar hanging from her waist. What a peculiar appearance. The more she observed, the more her ire ignited. What parents would not be angered to see their child with such a yellow mane? Who taught you to dress this way? Where is the semblance of a righteous cultivator? Take a good look at yourself. You dare to frighten me? You've grown up yet cannot manage yourself, can you? You have learned nothing of your master's virtues. Instead, you have picked up a host of bad habits, utterly disgraceful. She chastised Wang Huitian from head to toe, criticizing everything from his attire to his character. Yet her voice dwindled with each word, ultimately fading into a soft sigh. Alas, as long as you are alive, that is sufficient. Silence enveloped the room. Wang Huitian found himself at a loss for words, lacking experience in interacting with elders and struggling with emotional expression. Huitian, exhausted from her tirade, fell quiet for a moment before speaking again, her tone more measured. Initially, I made a pact with your master. Whoever gets captured only has themselves to blame. We had long intended to loosen the bones of the great Qin. This matter is unrelated to you. Do not be deceived by your master's escape. She may very well be worse off than I am. At this, a strange smile crept across Huitian's pale face, hinting at a touch of schadenfreude. Wang Huitian's brow furrowed in concern. What could have befallen his master to render her worse off than Huitian? Could it be that she had suffered indignities? With her fiery temper, she was already unlikely to find a marital partner. If truly insulted, she might unleash her wrath upon countless souls. Though curiosity gnawed at him, Wang Huitian dared not inquire further. The second prince had sent some foundational elixirs, but those would only offer Huitian a fleeting reprieve. By the time he exited Huitian's quarters, the sky had darkened. The ministers who had been captured were anxiously awaiting within the Qinquan Hall, none daring to voice their grievances. Even when faced with Wang Huitian, they had never been so cautious. After all, while Wang Huitian might tolerate some matters for the sake of the throne, Wang Huitian was different. He could relinquish the throne if it meant satiating his desire for vengeance. Upon seeing Wang Huitian emerge from the hall with a cold expression, the crowd fell silent, each person hastily averting their gaze to avoid drawing attention. He approached the front of the hall and ascended the steps. Wang Huitian cast a disdainful glance at the opulent dragon chair, crafted from exquisite spirit stones. With a resounding crash, the resplendent chair was sent flying by a kick, and he retrieved a small stool from a ceramic jar, settling down upon it. Esteemed colleagues, there are 3 matters to address. First, seek out the 6th grade sealing elixir. If the finished product cannot be found, I will accept the recipe instead. Second, relay the order to young Master Long to withdraw the troops and cease the blockade of Qingshan. Third, effective immediately, all provinces shall prepare for war. In addition to enhancing local defenses, 50,000 foundation-establishing troops shall be dispatched to Xingyue Pass. 6 months hence, we shall march northward to Tianshan Mountain. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the hall, his voice laced with a chilling undertone. I am aware that you do not genuinely submit to my authority. You merely await the appearance of Chongqing Lin or the Snow Demon Army to quell the unrest. This is of no consequence. However, prior to that, should anyone present display lethargy or procrastination regarding my directives, there shall be no mercy. After conveying his orders, Wang Huitian glanced at Wang Hao, acknowledging that the latter was more adept at handling political affairs. He lacked the time to oversee everything personally and was confident in delegating responsibilities to him, unperturbed by the potential pitfalls, for he knew that the abundance of challenges would dull any sting. Should there be any insurmountable issues, feel free to mobilize Li Feiqian and Zhao Pan. Their past, as Dao-level cultivators, equips them with capabilities beyond the average provincial governor, sufficient to quell any sparks of dissent. As for Li Feiqian, she must remain to tend to the medicinal herbs. The ministers within the hall, though seething with indignation, dared not voice their discontent regarding Wang Huitian's arrangements. Those who would speak out were conspicuously absent, for the court of the Great Qin had always been a bustling assembly. This gathering felt unusually sparse, rendering the Qianquan hall eerily spacious. Rising, Wang Huitian returned the small stool to the ceramic jar. And do locate Left Chancellor Wei Zhuang. He is one of my own. As the crowd watched Wang Huitian stride away, they finally exhaled in relief. The oppressive atmosphere had been overwhelming, distinctly different from the authoritative aura of Wang Daoyang or the indifferent demeanor of Wang Jinxian. It was a chill born of excessive bloodshed, inadvertently seeping into his presence, leaving an icy sensation in his wake. Wang Hao surveyed the remaining ministers with a smile. Wang Huitian had wielded a heavy hand, yet perhaps he would offer them a sweet reward. Beneath Qingshan, military tents stretched for miles, with countless sentry posts constructed to effectively isolate the mountain from the Great Qin. Within the main tent, a blond-haired man held a newly arrived sword decree, his expression grave. He was Lung Xiao, one of the four marshals of the Great Qin. Lung Feng, are you certain this item truly originates from the imperial city? He inquired, his young adjutant beside him hesitantly nodding in affirmation. Receiving this confirmation only deepened Lung Xiao's furrowed brow. The Northern King had bloodily seized the imperial city and ascended to the throne. The third and fourth princes had defected, and the majority of provinces had submitted to the Great Qin. Yet, he felt as if he were ensnared in a dream, grappling with a world that had turned incomprehensible. No, Lung Feng, are you certain it is the Northern King? As he observed his silent subordinates, Lung Xiao stroked his chin, continuing to scrutinize the sword decree. After a prolonged moment, he erupted into hearty laughter. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could there be a formidable cultivator in the imperial city, attempting to deceive me, the young master? His laughter had yet to fade when the voice of Cold Wind echoed once more. According to the scouts, the third prince has led an army of 1,000,000 snow demons towards the imperial city. Cold Xiao's expression twitched. The movement of the snow demon army undoubtedly confirmed the authenticity of the information on the sword order. He pressed down his swirling thoughts and uncertainly inquired again. Has he truly bathed the imperial city in blood? Cold Wind nodded. Reports from the snow demons indicate that the imperial city has been turned into a river of blood overnight, with half of the noble families and court officials vanishing without a trace. The new emperor has ordered the general to retreat and summon troops from various states to prepare for war in the northern plains. The tent fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere growing exceedingly oppressive. To lead troops in a battle only to return home to find it lost, once with Wang Huitian, once with Wang Huitian. Are the emperors now taking turns in this madness? The Northern King as emperor? Chaos is sure to ensue. Cold Xiao sighed, a wave of frustration washing over him as he recalled the family's tumultuous past. They were all madmen, advocating for warfare and the eradication of foreign threats. They believed that sins belong to the present, while benefits lie in the ages to come. Now, with the battle reduced to its last combatant, they still incite such turmoil. Everyone furrowed their brows. More than being shocked by the events, they were lost in the complexities of the situation. General, what should we do? Cold Xiao pondered for a moment before suddenly rising, a proud smile gracing his face. A true man, living between heaven and earth, should strive to achieve unparalleled feats. Retreat the troops and set forth towards Xingyue Pass. Chapter 65. The sword immortal of Qin Shan in the grand tapestry of the world. Compared to the resolute decisiveness of Cold Young Master, there exist those who merely observe the shifting tides. Wang Huitian casually tossed aside the information submitted by Wang Hao. The four great marshals were rendered immobile, and Cold Young Master had retreated towards Xingyue Pass, while the snow demon advanced towards the imperial city. Your Majesty, should we instruct the provinces along the way to intercept the snow demon army? Wang Huitian waved his hand dismissively. The so-called million-strong army was composed of low-tier cultivators. Even if they formed formations, what difference would it make? His sword winds could disperse clouds and mist, as well as sever flesh and bone. Let them come. By slaying the snow demon, we may instill some fear in those nefarious individuals. What truly commanded his attention was the everlasting forest. Yet he could not fathom why it remained dormant. Were those saints too old and frail to act? Is there any news regarding the 6th-rank sealing heaven pill? Wang Hao hesitated for a moment before producing a pill recipe from his pocket and handing it to Wang Huitian. After scouring the treasury of the Great Qin, this was the sole recipe he had managed to find. I have dispatched someone to contact Wandao Mountain. Sword immortally Xiaoyao and Dao are en route. Wang Huitian furrowed his brow, learning that Li Xiaoyao was, in fact, his elder brother Huoxiang, while Dao, he was the head of the Elder Hall at Wandao Mountain. Previously, the two had clashed numerous times to rescue Huoxiang and Cold Young Master, making their arrival at the imperial city rather expected. What was puzzling, however, was the absence of his own master. What could she possibly be doing? Was she neglecting her old friend? It was utterly bewildering. Upon mentioning the name of the sword immortal, Wang Huitian's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This was the highest accolade bestowed upon sword wielders by the world. He beckoned Wang Hao closer, his gaze vigilant as he surveyed the surroundings and excitedly whispered in his ear. Seek out some taverns and brothels, find those who tell tales, and craft a persona for me. Speak of my exploits in a grandiose manner. In short, spread the word, emphasizing my ethereal and carefree nature. Upon hearing Wang Huitian's elaborate scheme, Wang Hao's eyes darted uncertainly. This task was indeed a daunting one. Those hailed as sword immortals were typically regarded as ethereal and unrestrained beings, a title bestowed by the world. How could one promote oneself? Moreover, Wang Huitian's reputation as a sword demon had already spread far and wide. To cleanse his image seemed as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Rest assured, Your Majesty, this matter shall be entrusted to me. This response epitomized the spirit of a diligent worker. Whether he could accomplish it was yet to be seen. But his attitude was commendable. After Wang Hao departed, Li Feishue slowly emerged from the inner chamber. Having previously been imprisoned in the celestial dungeon, she appeared haggard and disheveled. However, with a touch of makeup, she transformed her disheartened appearance, exuding a strikingly cold and ethereal aura. As she approached, she poured a cup of tea for Wang Huitian. Do you truly believe in this person? Wang Huitian remained silent, his gaze lost in the direction of Qing Shan. Believe? He only had faith in the sword in his hand. Feishue arranged for several clever maidservants to be sent to the northern town prince's residence. With that, he rose and made his way towards Weiyang Palace. This palace was enveloped by a formation, and being born into the northern town prince's residence, he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding formations. After all, even the grand array of the imperial city had been laid out by the northern town prince's estate. However, the formation set by Wang Huitian eluded his comprehension. It seemed not to be a product of this continent. The entire formation shimmered with a kaleidoscope of 7 hues, and upon any disturbance, it would oscillate among the 7 elemental attributes: the piercing sharpness of metal, the inexhaustible vitality of wood, the relieving pressure of water, the ferocious backlash of fire, and the enduring weight of earth. Surely, treasures must be concealed within. After some contemplation, he unsheathed the Wuxiang sword and began to excavate the earth. If he could not unlock it, he would simply take the entire formation along. 3 days later, the people of Wandao Mountain finally arrived at the imperial city. Upon reaching the palace, Li Xiaoyao eagerly dashed into Huxiang's chamber. It was evident that the bond among the disciples was strong, while Daoyi was unceremoniously dragged over by Wang Huitian. Old man, why hasn't my master come? Daoyi, one hand clutching a wine jug, incessantly groped Wang Huitian with the other, appearing exceedingly lecherous, his eyes brimming with fervent obsession for the sword path. A fine sword. Truly splendid. I have a question for you. What do you think you're touching? Oh, your master and senior sister ventured to the abyssal ancient path some time ago. It is said that the National Marshal Tianzhua had harbored a youthful infatuation for her and sought her assistance in rescuing Huaxiang, but they have yet to return. Wang Huitian frowned, finding it hard to believe that Tianzhua had once been infatuated with his master. Shaking off the old man's unwelcome advances, Wang Huitian approached the door of Huaxiang's chamber, peering inside. While the world knew of the Qing Shan sword immortal, Li Xiaoyao, few understood why this recluse, who seldom left the mountain, bore such a title. Even Wang Huitian, having spent years at Qing Shan, had encountered him only on rare occasions. Just as he was about to enter, he overheard a dispute within. Evidently, the two were at odds, and Huaxiang's voice was notably frigid. Ah, so you've decided to descend a mountain? You heartless wretch, do not think for a moment that I am unaware. Do you believe that wretched, cold young master could impede your descent? Junior sister, I must also consider the future of Qing Shan. Silence. Cowardice is cowardice. And you dare make excuses? Straining to hear more clearly, Wang Huitian shifted closer, pressing his ear against the window, while Daoyi squatted in a corner, equally attentive. Faint sobs from Huaxiang resonated within the room. It is all the fault of my master for departing too soon. Thus, I, Huaxiang, am left without care or affection. Her voice was choked with emotion, akin to a child who had run away from home, feeling neglected and angry upon seeing their parents who had failed to search for them. You, Li Xiaoyao, are a sword immortal, an exalted being standing apart from the world, concerned with the greater good. Bah, You are nothing but a scoundrel. The rascal whom my master married is also a scoundrel. Since my master is passing, he has never set foot in Wandao Mountain. When I was captured, he pretended not to know. None of them are worth a damn. Within the confines of the room, Huitian's tirade grew increasingly fervent, initially cursing Li Xiaoyao, then her master husband, and finally implicating all of Tianjin's sect, culminating in a sweeping condemnation that no man in the world was worth a dime. Wang Huitian, listening intently, couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. It was a rare sight to witness the Qing Shan, sword immortal, being berated without retort. Rising to straighten his garments, he intended to enter and feign a mediation, only to be startled by a sudden clamor from within, interspersed with Li Xiaoyao's anguished groans. Alas, junior sister, refrain from striking my face. After a brief moment, Li Xiaoyao emerged from within the room, looking quite disheveled. A distinct handprint adorned his left cheek, and tufts of hair were forcibly pulled from his scalp. A jade hairpin was embedded in his shoulder, from which a trickle of blood oozed. Yet despite this, he maintained a composed demeanor, hands clasped behind his back, his expression inscrutable, betraying no hint of emotion. The once ethereal figure now appeared somewhat ludicrous. Wang Huitian and Dao hastily gazed upward. Old man, this evening's moonlight is rather enchanting. Indeed, it is enchanting, albeit somewhat swollen. Li Xiaoyao paid no heed to their banter and walked away with tranquil strides. Once his silhouette vanished from sight, the two promptly retrieved their respective recording stones. Did you capture it? Let me see. Mine only caught a profile. No need to rush. It's all recorded. The two huddled together, scrutinizing the recording stones, oblivious to the direction in which Li Xiaoyao had departed. His steps were steady, treading upon empty air. A humble smile gracing his lips as he reminisced about the days spent training with his master and junior sister in their youth. Back then, Huitian was quite mischievous, often playing pranks on him, secretly adding Sichuan pepper to his fasting pills or placing hedgehogs in his bedding. He feigned ignorance, having endured the bittersweet concoction of fasting pills and cared for various creatures, including hedgehogs, squirrels, and pangolins. Those days were truly joyous. Yet, it is unclear how much time has passed. They gradually grew apart, becoming estranged and numb. Was it after their master's demise? Or perhaps it coincided with the onset of his sword training. Li Xiaoyao continuously questioned himself, seeking answers from the sword in his grasp. The sword offered no replies, but those it pointed toward would. He made his way step by step toward the Changshan forest, intent on discovering why his junior sister had been wronged. Chapter 66. Inquiry of the Sword in the Everlasting Forest. The act of Huitian, slaying the people of the Great Qin, was undoubtedly wrong. However, this incident stemmed from their assassination of Wang Huitian. The entangled grievances remain unaddressed. I permitted you to test her patience. Yet how could you extract her essence? Thus, they all deserve death, and I too am guilty, deserving of the same fate. Let us perish together. To the east of the imperial city lies an undulating mountain range, the culmination of which is the imperial city itself. The Great Qin imperial city is constructed at the head of this dragon vein, with its body extending eastward, where lofty mountains rise and fall, enshrouded in mist. The forests, nourished by the spiritual energy of the dragon vein, tower magnificently, casting shadows upon the land. Against the backdrop of these colossal trees, the sky appears low, and the hills seem diminutive. Even Li Xiaoyao, soaring 100 meters above, can only weave through the trunks of these giants. With remarkable speed, the fierce winds whipped away his already disheveled hairpin, causing his long black hair to cascade like a waterfall in the air. He alighted upon a massive branch and retrieved the jade hairpin embedded in his shoulder, redoing his hair once more. This was his junior sister's hairpin. Adjusting his disordered white robe, he advanced forward, each step falling with the same measure, each footfall resonating with the sound of the sword's cry. As a fellow sword immortal, Li Xiaoyao achieved fame long before Yi Bai. The world speaks of a celestial sword immortal who has plucked stars. Yet none know how many he has gathered or pathways he has traversed. It has been far too long since he last wielded his sword, so long that the blade in his grasp trembled with excitement. Gazing into the depths of the obscured forest, he slowly raised his sword. striking down in a motion as fluid as water. Sword, extinguish, he uttered softly, his tone devoid of emotion. Calm as water, reflecting his nature as a rather unexciting individual. Which perhaps explains why Huitian no longer clung to him. With his words, the slumbering giant dragon of the mountains trembled violently. The earth beneath him split, extending deep into the everlasting forest. Towering trees collapsed to either side, and a radiant sunbeam pierced through the seemingly endless forest. A grotesque scar manifested along the dragon's back. From the depths of the forest, a roar erupted, reverberating as though the heavens themselves were enraged. Who dares to intrude upon the everlasting forest? Li Xiaoyao continued his advance. As a member of the Qin Shan sect, he sought answers from the former emperors of the Great Qin regarding the unjust treatment of his junior sister. Meanwhile, in the direction of the imperial city, the ground trembled once more. Dowie, with a mouthful of wine, inadvertently inhaled and jabbed his finger into his eye while scratching his nose. What on earth is there an earthquake? He rose, his expression grave as he gazed toward the everlasting forest, a foreboding sensation swelling within him. How long has Xiaoyao Shishu been gone? Since last night. It must be several dozen hours now. Their eyes met, and a realization dawned upon them simultaneously. Oh no, he wouldn't dare challenge the everlasting forest alone, would he? He's doomed, absolutely doomed. Dowie's eyes widened in horror. No one knew how many had entered the path within the everlasting forest, nor how many saints had emerged. Yet every few decades, emperors of the Great Qin abdicated to enter this forsaken realm, a place that has long been deemed a forbidden zone, avoided by mortals for countless years. Li Xiaoyao's cultivation fluctuated precariously between the realms of star plucking and ascendance, and his reckless venture into the everlasting forest could only lead to dire consequences. It seemed he had been thoroughly chastised by Huitian. A Wang Huitian aura surgé. The crimson malevolence enveloped his newly donned robe, transforming it into a vivid scarlet as he ascended into a mist of red, heading towards the everlasting forest. Alas, it was inevitable that he would confront this group of ancient beings. In the void, his apathetic voice echoed, causing Dao Yi's eyes to widen in astonishment. What on earth has he evolved into? Wait for me. As the two made their way towards the everlasting forest, Li Xiaoyao had already plunged into its depths, sword drawn. Before him stood three men clad in black dragon robes, two at the mid-stage of ascendance and one at its pinnacle. In the outside world, they would be regarded as the pinnacle of existence. Yet here, they could only linger on the periphery. It was intriguing that the Qin Shan Feng Tian lineage had produced a swordsmanship prodigy. His cultivation was peculiar. At first glance, it seemed he was at the star-plucking stage, yet there lingered a faint aura of ascendance, suggesting he possessed multiple layers of cultivation rather than merely concealing his true prowess. The three, all veterans of the former Qin dynasty, recognized the peculiarities in Li Xiaoyao's aura immediately. He is not one of our royal lineage. He shall be subdued. The pinnacle ascendant stepped forward, raising a finger to strike. The void before them shattered layer upon layer as Li Xiaoyao, sword on his back, allowed the finger to touch his brow. Crack! An imperceptible barrier within him shattered, and his cultivation instantly shifted from star plucking to ascendance. The sounds of swords echoed fiercely through the forest, and a torrent of sharp sword energy surged from within him. His gaze, calm and collected, swept over the three as he spoke softly. I once entered the ascendance, but upon realizing the path was flawed, I sealed my cultivation and retrained. Upon re-entering ascendance, I found it still amiss, so I sealed it again. Though these paths are flawed, they possess formidable strength. With that, endless sword energy coalesced in an instant, weaving through the forest and tracing elegant arcs. The two mid-stage ascendants had scarcely reacted before crimson blossoms erupted from their bodies. A killing intent, boundless and relentless. The sharpness of his blade reached a blinding intensity, enough to pierce their very souls merely by casting their reflections upon him. Their expressions shifted in unison. The earlier strike against Li Xiaoyao had not merely failed, but had instead liberated an unfathomable surge of sword energy. Together, let us subdue this fiend. The three's physiques resonated with their respective paths, and they simultaneously summoned their weapons to charge forward. Li Xiaoyao, however, remained unhurried, stepping through the midst of their assault as he continued toward the everlasting forest. In disbelief, the three turned their heads, only to witness a line of blood gradually expanding across their necks, disbelief etched in their eyes. How could there be a sword so swift in this world? Their heads tumbled, and as the light in their eyes dimmed, the sword energy not only severed their necks, but also shattered their very souls. Having ventured far into the distance, Li Xiaoyao paused momentarily. He glanced down at his chest, where a spear had inexplicably pierced him, blood slowly trickling down his cheek. Yet, he seemed utterly unconcerned by it all. His master once said, "A man may die, a life may be lost, but my junior sister must not weep." He had failed in this regard, and his junior sister's reprimand was justified. He was indeed a coward. The sword, a harbinger of countless sword energies traversing through the forest, transformed him into a radiant beam of light. The entire woodland resonated with the echoes of flying swords in motion. Ahead, the sky grew increasingly oppressive, almost resting upon the mountaintop, as sword energy surged skyward. A colossal hand emerged from the clouds, descending to impose its will. Some saints were parting the mist, while others stirred the tempest. The tremors from this place reverberated across the wilderness, sending myriad birds and beasts fleeing. Yet, barely a few strides into their escape, they were engulfed by the sword light, transforming into crimson mist. The sword light ascended from the summit, only to be scattered by that enormous hand. A sharp, long sword pierced through the palm, cleaving towards the heavens. The white-clad sword immortal emerged from the shattered debris, raising his gaze to the sky. His sword now fragmented to a mere half, yet his grip remained resolute. Arrogant wretch, daring to trespass into the eternal life forest, seeking your own demise. He stated with calmness, though his tone bore defiance. "I ask you, why do you oppress my junior sister?" Those who do not enter the path are mere ants. Ants hold some utility in our quest for immortality, and that is their fortune. What a fortunate pursuit of immortality indeed, he retorted. One truly speaks without shame, having become mad in the cultivation of immortality. Li Xiaoyao, straining to maintain his composure, was inherently reluctant to engage in discourse, let alone debate with these individuals. After extracting the broken sword from the chest of an entering path expert, he pressed onward. Obstinately ignorant, a saint's voice boomed, its origin indiscernible, as if he could manifest from any location. Moments ago, Li Xiaoyao had shattered his overwhelming palm with a single strike, leaving the saint's pride somewhat tarnished. A saint's wrath had failed to annihilate the sword cultivator, yet he had managed to slay two others. Just as he prepared to summon a magical artifact to subdue Li Xiaoyao, another voice resonated from the distant void, carrying with it a chilling wind that traveled far and wide. "The new emperor of the Great Qin has arrived. Clear the way. Saints ahead, do not obstruct the path." This proclamation initially exuded arrogance and nonchalance, but abruptly shifted to reveal a tone laced with frost and murderous intent. "Otherwise, I shall eradicate you." Chapter 67. Witness my performance as the chilling words echoed. A crimson eye opened in the sky, gazing coldly and indifferently into the boundless jungle ahead. Outside a palace atop the everlasting forest, several powerful cultivators bore expressions of shock that I instilled a chilling dread within them, reminiscent of a presence from the depths of the abyss. What on earth is that? Is it some form of a Dharma manifestation, or perhaps an abyssal demon? An elderly man with hair as white as snow emerged from the palace, his brow furrowed as he regarded the immense I'm manifesting in the heavens, hesitatingly speaking. "It appears to be a golden core." The crowd dared not refute the elder's words. A golden core? The colossal eyeball with its flesh-like hue, and the crimson slit seemed to expand ominously. How could this resemble a golden core? Just as they were engulfed in shock and speculation, an endless stream of crimson malevolence coalesced towards that eye, ultimately transforming into a man clad in a blood-red robe. Wang Huitian cast a glance at the bloodied Li Xiaoyao before locking eyes with the white-haired elder in front of the palace. A silent exchange transpired between them. The other cultivators remained utterly still, feeling as if the very air had thickened around them. After a prolonged silence, the white-haired elder could no longer contain himself and spoke softly. "Did you come from the Green Mountains?" Wang Huitian raised his hand gently, and the mountains crumbled, with vast quantities of earth and stone soaring into the sky. Clouds, lightning, and debris coalesced in his grasp, forming a colossal sword aimed at the white-haired elder. "I come from the depths of hell." The great sword stirred a mighty gust, and even before it descended, the cultivators before the palace felt an overwhelming pressure. The elder swiftly summoned a seal, which enlarged in the wind and collided with the giant sword. The sword shattered into countless shards of sword energy, the resultant shockwave causing the ground to tremble and the vegetation to bow, while the seal was sent flying, embedding itself into a nearby mountainside. Following this test of strength, silence enveloped the scene once more. A stalemate. Dao Yi, who had hurriedly arrived from behind Wang Huitian, landed beside him, panting heavily. After taking a sip of liquor to steady himself, he inquired, "What is the situation?" Wang Huitian remained fixated on the white-haired elder, his expression devoid of emotion. Not budging an inch. Dao, he heard a voice echo in his mind. A formidable opponent. 1 sage, 9 cultivators. Wang Daoyang is not here, and their numbers are not yet complete. What shall we do now? Dao Yi's voice conveyed urgency. He had mediocre talent, having only reached the peak star stage, and even defeating a cultivator was a strenuous task, let alone facing a sage. "Fear not, stand firm and reveal no weakness. I shall take on his role." In such a moment, should others perceive any hint of vulnerability, escape would be nearly impossible. Li Xiaoyao was already at the end of his strength. Dao Yi was merely a distraction. The only one truly capable of fighting was himself. Atop the mountain palace, the white-haired sage and Wang Huitian had exchanged blows, leaving the other cultivators with grave expressions. It was crucial to note that their opponent had merely acted casually, while their own sage had employed a treasured artifact. And yet it had been a clash of equal might. Beside the white-haired sage, another cultivator inquired through telepathy. "Great sage Huaiyue, what is our enemy's background?" The elderly man spoke gravely, maintaining an outward composure. "Possessing formidable power, if it came to a direct confrontation, I could retreat unscathed, but you would likely perish here. So, what shall we do now?" "Fear not. Do not show weakness. I shall take on his role." The great sage of the moon stepped forward, his imposing presence causing his robes to billow dramatically. "Fellow cultivator, your disciple has trespassed into the eternal life forest and slain 5 esteemed figures of the great Qin. This matter surely requires resolution." Wang Huitian also advanced a step, his expression still frosty, though internally he marveled at the prowess of the Qin Shan sword immortal. If he refrains from action, it is one thing, but to strike down 5 esteemed figures in one fell swoop reveals his profound concealment of strength. Even if he were to perish here today, with these 5 esteemed figures as his insurance, he would not suffer loss. Contemplating this, his confidence surged. "If killing is your intent, what do you propose?" The great sage of the moon furrowed his brow. "Fellow cultivator, saints remain detached from worldly affairs, unperturbed by the river of life. Your reckless intrusion into the great Qin is an infringement. And what if it is? What will you do?" "Fellow cultivator, I seek amicable discussion, yet your words are sharp, bordering on unreasonable. This emperor has always been thus. What can you do about it?" A tense silence enveloped the scene as the great sage of the moon cracked his knuckles behind his back. Is it impossible to engage in a civil discourse? He had traversed a treacherous path to the throne, enduring the trials of usurpation and striving for over a century to attain the path of immortality. Witnessing the demise of several previous emperors had filled him with sorrow, and through sheer effort, he had finally ascended to sainthood. He had no desire to wage war against this individual. Beside Wang Huitian, Dao, he was sweating profusely, the alcohol he had consumed earlier now seemingly exuding from his pores. "You told me not to show fear and that you would take on his role. Is this truly how you intend to portray it? If this continues, both you and Li Xiaoyao may lose your lives here." Sensing the elderly man's tremors, Wang Huitian turned, displeased, and glared at Dao Yi. "What are you trembling for?" Go fetch Li Xiaoyao. Dao Yi, gazing at the stern-faced great sage of the moon and the clustered esteemed figures before him, felt a chill run down his spine. This task was truly perilous. He steeled himself against his trepidation and flew towards Li Xiaoyao's location. Once a series of picturesque peaks, this area had transformed into a depression after a single strike from a saint. Should it rain again, it would surely become a lake. Li Xiaoyao, wielding a broken sword, stood amidst the rubble, flanked by two lifeless, esteemed figures. Though his white robe was stained with blood and dirt, he maintained an air of calm amid the chaos. Kid, are you still alive? Dao Yi approached to assist Li Xiaoyao, who remained unresponsive. Enlarging the wine gourd in his hand, he hoisted Li Xiaoyao by the collar and unceremoniously tossed him inside. All set. On the mountaintop, the esteemed figures watched as Dao Yi rescued Li Xiaoyao and prepared to intervene. Wang Huitian's icy voice rang out. Those who act recklessly shall die. The wuxiang sword descended from the heavens, transforming into an enormous blade that plunged into the earth, its broad blade shimmering with a chilling light. He stepped onto the sword's hilt, and the assembled esteemed figures of the eternal life forest immediately halted. Great sage of the moon, will you permit him to take the person away thus? Hua Yu's countenance darkened, and inwardly he cursed. Could one not provide him with a means of retreat? How could he command respect in the future? What would become of his authority? This arrogance. Did they truly believe that the eternal forest of Changsheng was devoid of allies? His gaze narrowed, and with a wave of his hand, a golden moon emerged from the turbulent clouds above. Wherever the moonlight fell, trees and earth alike were bathed in a golden hue, transforming into solid metal. Wang Huitian had long been wary of him. Without hesitation, he retrieved a massive whetstone from a clay pot and hurled it toward the golden moon. This whetstone had been taken when he departed from the lurking famine cave. Snatched while the whetstone man was caught off guard. The opponent had honed countless blades upon it over the years, the blade's aura layered thickly, rendering it a sacred artifact. Who dares to meddle in the affairs of our great Qin? Hua Yu thundered in fury. Though he could not fully comprehend Wang Huitian, he recognized the aura emanating from the whetstone. Meanwhile, the whetstone man, having just returned to Hongfeng Valley, abruptly halted, furrowing his brow and gesturing with his fingers. Strange indeed. There seemed to be an entanglement of causality at play. Chapter 68. You two stand guard for me, the blade-sharpening man continued to calculate with his fingers, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. Why would the sage of the great Qin, Hua Yu, hold a grudge against me? I had not wronged him in any way. Matters that elude comprehension can be pondered at a later date. And with that thought, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the depths of the Red Maple Valley. Red Willow, I have returned. His consciousness swept indiscriminately across the myriad of dwellings, stirring powerful entities from their slumber. Yet it mattered little. Here, he was at his most formidable. The potent consciousness of the sage enveloped the female cultivators, inciting a cacophony of gasps and exclamations. Ah, a pervert! In an instant, chaos erupted within the Red Maple Valley, a tempest of flapping wings and frantic commotion. Meanwhile, within the everlasting forest, the golden moon had its edge chipped away by the grinding stone. The collision of the two forces sent the principles of the sage swirling, tearing apart Wang Huitian's crimson robe into billowing clouds of red mist. Amidst the tumult of the violent clash, Dao Yi clutched his wine gourd tightly, navigating through the golden luminescence. A moment's lapse could spell certain doom under the onslaught of Allah's power. Oh no, this is disastrous, Dao Yi exclaimed, pressing the gourd atop his head and fleeing in disarray, misdirected several times. Hearing Dao Yi's panic, Wang Huitian reached out, seizing him with a hand woven from countless strands of red willow sword energy. With bulging biceps, Wang Huitian hurled Dao Yi towards the imperial city with great force. Old man go! Dao Yi soared like a meteor across the sky, the fierce winds buffeting his face. Quick! Too fast! The velocity with which he was flung shattered sound barriers, causing strands of hair and beard to be swept away. He dared not open his mouth. A gust of wind would rush in, knocking out his front teeth. Exhaling deeply, Wang Huitian turned to gaze at the irate Hua Yu, a faint smirk gracing his lips. I have rescued the person. What can you do to me now? A shroud of ominous energy enveloped him, swirling with crimson mist. Regardless of his actual strength, his formidable presence alone exuded an air of intimidation. Upon witnessing Li Xiaoyao's escape, Huaiyue unexpectedly sighed in relief. The death of a few entering the Tao was inconsequential to him. No, even if the entire world perished, it mattered little as long as he survived. Moreover, the great Qin was not devoid of other sages. Why should he bear the brunt of confrontation? Since you have rescued him, why do you not retreat? Wang Huitian furrowed his brow. Was this truly the conclusion? It was not as he had envisioned. Was his adversary not meant to erupt in fury and fight to the death with him? Not only was Wang Huitian perplexed, but the group of entering Tao followers surrounding Huaiyue were equally bewildered. How could they simply let him leave? What face would the everlasting forest have left? Huaiyue, could it be that this man's cultivation surpasses yours? Upon uttering this, Huaiyue's expression darkened, having gleaned some insights from the earlier confrontation. No, he is merely at the core formation stage. Yet, others of the sage rank were approaching. As his words resonated, ripples coursed through the sky, and the golden light piercing the clouds rapidly receded. The crescent-shaped golden moon also began to withdraw into the misty heavens. A white-haired elder and a middle-aged man bearing a colossal sword approached. The middle-aged man, clad in a suit of jet-black armor, had half of his face obscured by a dark cloth, rendering his features indistinct. The enormous sword strapped to his back was as wide as a door. The elder, Wang Huitian, was familiar to me. His gentle demeanor and amiable expression reminded me of the old man who had once gifted me the manual for crafting artifacts. Seemingly my master's master, my grandmaster. Upon entering the hall, Huaiyue, with a furrowed brow, promptly issued commands. While the 9 adept individuals nearby understood that this matter was beyond their capacity to influence and swiftly retreated to the main hall atop the mountain. You have crossed the line, he stated coldly. Who in this world is unaware that the Chongqing Forest serves as the sacred retreat for the great saints of the Qin dynasty? The presence of the Qing mountain saint, uninvited, is undeniably a provocation. In response to Huaiyue's inquiry, the white-haired elder chuckled while adjusting his beard. Dear friend Huaiyue, you are overthinking. My young kin has stirred trouble, and we have merely come to observe. Please, continue your duel. I shall simply watch without intervening. He gestured towards Wang Huitian and Huaiyue, implying they should not hesitate. Upon seeing the two newcomers, Wang Huitian's eyes sparkled. Reinforcements had arrived. With his side possessing 2 saints and the opposing side merely 1 saint along with a horde of lesser beings, the situation was promising. Summoning the Wuxiang sword to his hand, he unleashed a tempest of sword energy that danced with the mountain winds. The elder's gentle smile faltered as he swiftly grasped Wang Huitian, pulling him back, leaving the latter perplexed. Why are you grabbing me? Target him. Can't you see such a formidable opponent? Wang Huitian protested, only to receive a sharp reprimand from the elder. Where's your focus? The other party possesses a saint. You. Wang Huitian frowned, eventually comprehending the elder's intent. Grandmaster, I have discerned their true strength. It is merely a newly ascended saint, easily vanquished. You two could serve as my vanguard. With 2 saints present, he felt emboldened, eager to abandon his pretense. He had long harbored contempt for the elder. The armored man turned to Wang Huitian, his brow furrowed. Who trained this insolent brat? The elder retorted with irritation. That girl from the Qing sect. Ah, that explains it. The temperament does bear resemblance. Wang Huitian struggled against the elder's grip, keeping a vigilant watch on Huaiyue to prevent any unexpected moves. Grandmaster, release me. He may flee at any moment. Atop the mountain, Huaiyue's expression darkened, even with the formidable presence of Lu Xiwen and Long Yanzhou. A mere golden core practitioner audaciously challenged him, and despite any fear he harbored, his pride was beginning to fray. Lu Xiwen, release him. I wish to see how he intends to slay me. This is utterly preposterous. The elder cast a nonchalant glance at Huaiyue. Release him for you to strike? My disciple is but a golden core cultivator. Do you wish to consider the implications of your words? Huaiyue, we have come today solely to retrieve the younger generation. harboring no intent to engage in conflict with the emperors of the Great Qin. After speaking, he whisked away Wang Huitian and Long Yinzhou into the horizon. As he stood atop the mountain, Huiyue exhaled a sigh of relief upon their departure. Though he had feigned fearlessness, he was, in truth, quite anxious. The mere presence of Wang Huitian left him unsettled, let alone the formidable Lu Xiuwen from Wandao Mountain and Long Yinzhou from the Heavenly Sword Sect. This little wretch truly seeks my demise, he cursed silently, genuinely fearing that should the opponent break free and engage him, those two saints would inevitably intervene. Once the saints of Great Qin return, I shall ensure you find no place to rest in death. With a final curse, he turned and returned to the Grand Hall. Unbeknownst to him, a fine silvery strand of hair clung to the sole of his shoe, so delicate that it felt as though he had trodden upon a spider's web. Upon returning to the imperial city of Great Qin, Long Yinzhou went to visit Huoxiang, for he was the ungrateful master in her tales. Another one to face the wrath. Wang Huitian scoffed internally. He held no regard for this individual. After all, Li Xiaoyao had at least slain a few who had entered the Tao, while this saint merely sought to join the fray. What purpose does one serve if they do not vanquish a saint before departing? Lu Xiuwen observed the discontent on Wang Huitian's face and, stroking his beard, chuckled amiably. Youngster, do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you have stirred? Wang Huitian turned his face away. Do not speak to me. We are not acquainted. He, truly impervious to reason. Look who has arrived. Lu Xiuwen gestured towards the courtyard entrance, where a slender figure, bearing a bamboo sword, stood gracefully. Chapter 69. Yu Yao's arrival. Wang Huitian furrowed his brow, pondering the identity of the exquisite beauty who had unexpectedly wandered into the imperial palace. My dear lady, for maidservant interviews, simply turn right upon exiting. He waved his hand impatiently, his mind still preoccupied with schemes to eliminate that solitary sage. It was evident that the other sages of the Great Qin were currently preoccupied, presenting a rare opportunity to diminish their combat strength. Yu Yao, clad in a flowing emerald gown, momentarily froze, the joy of their long-awaited reunion evaporating entirely. As Wang Huitian lowered his gaze, he suddenly paused, raising his eyes again, staring at Yu Yao in a daze. Standing at the gate, Yu Yao's delicate form trembled. Had her senior brother recognized her? Indeed, Wang Huitian had recognized her. He felt the sword mark he had left on Yu Yao, his voice quivering as he spoke. What have you done to Yu Yao? Just as she was about to be moved to tears, Yu Yao halted once more, her forehead throbbing with anger. Second senior brother, you scoundrel. Wang Huitian approached hesitantly, scrutinizing Yu Yao with uncertainty, his hands gesturing animatedly. Height. It doesn't match. The Yu Yao of the past was rather petite, and her figure had changed dramatically. Furthermore, her cultivation level was inconsistent. She had only been in the Qi refinement stage, yet now she had reached the nascent soul stage. Truly, the innate sword body lives up to its reputation. As he continued to gesture, he prepared to reach out and touch her, believing that a mere touch would confirm her identity, for her sword's edge was always the sharpest. However, just as his hand extended, he felt a sharp tug on his ear. Second senior brother, you rogue. Wang Huitian tilted his head, gritting his teeth, his defiant right hand boldly reaching around to feel Yu Yao's back. Shocked, he turned his head. It really is Yu Yao. How could she have changed so drastically? The cherubic face of her youth has seemingly transformed. Yu Yao's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot him a fierce glare. This man remained as unreliable as ever, completely squandering her emotional moment. The words she had longed to express now eluded her. Her heart felt heavy, recalling that both her master and senior sister had ventured out and had yet to return. Finding her senior brother after such a struggle, only to see him staring at her like a curious child, felt utterly intolerable. Lost in thought, her eyes reddened, 2 tears glistening on her lashes, a swell of grievance filling her heart. Oh, senior brother, master and senior sister have been gone for so long. I've been alone on the mountain, anxiously waiting. The sect leader had also set out to search for her and had not yet returned. As Yu Yao wept, her tears began to flow freely when suddenly someone behind her touched her arm, offering a handkerchief embroidered with lotus flowers. She reached out to accept it, preparing to wipe her tear-streaked face, when a fierce glint flashed in her eyes as she turned to face the person who had handed her the handkerchief. "Who are you? And how did you come to be in my senior brother's courtyard?" Li Feishue, caught off guard by Yu Yao's fierce glare, instinctively took several steps back. Good heavens! Such a swift change in demeanor. Just moments ago, she had appeared as a delicate and fragile young woman, yet in the next instant, she revealed her fangs, exuding an air of predatory intent. "I am a young master's maidservant." As Yu Yao cast a fleeting glance at Wang Huitian, she elegantly lifted her foot and approached Li Feishue, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Her gaze was imbued with skepticism and scrutiny. A maidservant? With such alluring looks? How preposterous! My senior brother has always been a solitary figure. He has no habit of accepting maidservants. Wang Huitian, with his head bowed, pondered whether the young girl harbored any misconceptions about him. He was still contemplating gathering 3 more companions to carry a palanquin, a dream he had long cherished. Yu Yao relentlessly focused on Li Feishue, attempting to unravel her intentions. "With your brows like peach blossoms and eyes akin to twinkling stars, adorned with a face of beguilement, could it be that your approach to my senior brother is not without ulterior motives?" Li Feishue retrata continually. "I am the one who was taken by your senior brother," she retorted weakly. "Nonsense. My senior brother is upright and just, unable to bear the sufferings of the world. How could he forcibly seize a woman from her family?" Yu Yao advanced step by step, cornering Li Feishue against the wall, leaving her with no escape as her back pressed firmly against the courtyard wall. With a resigned expression, she looked at Yu Yao, who had encroached upon her personal space. "I advise you to keep your distance from my senior brother. My sister Hong Lu is a transcendent cultivator, one who would kill without a second thought." Li Feishue replied feebly, "I am Zhaixing at that moment." As the two engaged in their quarrel, the door to Huoxiang suddenly swung open, and with a loud clang, the large sword that Long Yinzhou had been carrying was flung out, followed by him being unceremoniously pushed out by Huoxiang. With a thud, the door slammed shut, leaving him feeling quite awkward as he glanced into the courtyard. He then explained, "Hee, little Xiang has such a temper, just like her master." Long Yinzhou had intended to take Huoxiang to the Tianjin sect for treatment, but she had obstinately refused. In the courtyard, Yu Yao and Li Feishue continued their standoff. One would sprinkle water while the other would scatter dust, each seeking to thwart the other's efforts. Lu Xiaowen chuckled and shook his head, leading Wang Huitian to a side hall. He spoke with earnest gravity. "Young man, do you comprehend what provoking the Great Qin dynasty signifies for the Chongqing forest? Though they may seem indifferent to the Great Qin, it is in fact their foundation, the very cradle of their cultivation." Wang Huitian furrowed his brow. He was well aware of these matters. However, upon descending the mountain, he had dispatched a sword towards the North Plains, a sword that flew swiftly, intending to flatten the North Plains. Perhaps this was a singular opportunity. With Wang Huitian absent, was it not akin to serving meat directly into his mouth? "Master Ancestor, I shall govern the Great Qin for merely half a year. I will return to Qingshan after vanquishing the Tianlang Mountain." Lu Xiaowen, stroking his beard, squinted at Wang Huitian, perplexed by the young man's fervent fixation on the North Plains. What could possibly hold such significance? After a prolonged contemplation, he suddenly recalled something, his face reflecting shock. "Could it be that your father's campaign in the North Plains was your suggestion?" Wang Huitian, at that time, was merely 8 years old. It seemed implausible. As he pondered this, he couldn't help but find the thought somewhat absurd. Yet Wang Huitian, who had been deep in thought, replied nonchalantly indeed. "I strongly urged my father to launch the northern expedition." With a sudden motion, Lu Xiaowen's hand trembled while adjusting his beard, inadvertently pulling out a large handful of it. It is no wonder he was shocked. Who could have anticipated that the grand northern expedition, led by the king of northern Qin, was orchestrated behind the scenes by an 8-year-old child? It is worth noting that that battle nearly depleted the majority of the material wealth of the Qin realm. Once wielding immense power and influence, the northern king's residence was ultimately reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, now a dilapidated estate. Why? This question eluded him. Wang Huitian cast a glance at the old man, and the gravity of his expression suddenly dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile. Though that battle claimed half of Qin's might, it was indeed a victory, albeit a precarious one. A sense of pride adorned Wang Huitian's face, while Lu Xiaowen reached out to touch his forehead, wondering if he had a fever. Initially, 10 formidable warriors had been dispatched, alongside 18 star pluckers, and countless others of divine transformation and golden elixirs. Yet, in the end, only Wang Huitian returned with a few scattered soldiers, marking the onset of an era where the path to enlightenment became obscured in the secular realm of Qin. To seek a true master now required a pilgrimage to the forest of eternal life. Is this what one would call a narrow victory? Were you aiming for mutual destruction? Or do you believe that as long as you survive, it is a triumph? Wang Huitian brushed aside the old man's hand, questioning the need for such unwarranted touch. His gaze turned contemplatively towards the north, as if recalling that earth-shattering battle. He was not deceiving Lu Xiaowen, indeed. It was he who urged his father to engage in that war, and it was genuinely a victory. The impetus for their military campaign stemmed from a singular reason. The child of destiny resides in the north. The child of destiny practices the dark arts. Chapter 70. A superior alchemical furnace. The concept of fortune is elusive and intangible, remaining ultimately untraceable and devoid of a discernible origin. In this world, no one truly understands Wang Huitian. Perhaps even his father only comprehends him superficially. Thus, no one realizes what it signifies for the son of destiny to be born amidst the northern abyssal demonic path, particularly for the great Qin. Wang Huitian rose to his feet, stating, "Though I emerged victorious before, it was an uncertain victory. Hence, I must fight once more." I had already anticipated the outcome when I urged my father to mobilize troops. The only aspect I failed to foresee was my master retrieving me to Qingshan. Master Ancestor, there is no need to persuade me. This battle is one I must engage in, regardless of whether I am the emperor of Great Qin, even if it leads to my demise. Observing Wang Huitian's obstinate demeanor, Lu Xiaowen felt a sharp pang in his jaw. He couldn't help but wonder if there was something amiss with the feng shui of Jianfeng, as all its disciples seemed equally headstrong. Alas, if heaven had not given birth to you, Wang Huitian, the northern abyssal grass would lack nourishment. Enough of this. Why must you be so combative? I see you have now formed your golden core. Without your master present, are you encountering any difficulties in your cultivation? He wished to steer the conversation away from the topic of warfare, for Wang Huitian's fixation was profound. He feared that continuing this dialogue might lead him to join in the conflict against the northern abyss. The mention of cultivation piqued Wang Huitian's interest. What filled him with pride? Naturally, it was his own cultivation. He promptly retrieved a golden core from his abdomen, though its hue appeared somewhat tarnished and yellowed. Master Ancestor, I have indeed encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation. I am uncertain how to incubate the yuan. Lu Xiaowen frowned at the sight of the fleshy core in Wang Huitian's hand. He had long noticed that the lad had altered his cultivation path to the ghost Dao, yet this ghost core did not seem typical. How long has this condition persisted? Wait, how long have you been consolidating this golden core? Wang Huitian smirked, glancing at Lu Xiaowen through his nostrils. It has only been recently since I formed the core, hardly a prodigious talent. Did I ever claim you were a prodigious talent? Master Ancestor, you are unaware. When this core was coalescing, dark clouds gathered for millions of miles, and heaven unleashed its wrath. Millions of miles? I was at Qingshan and saw none of this. Surely, you must have dreamt of forming this core. Do you know the Sword Saint? He was right beside me, and he can attest to my astonishment when my jaw nearly hit the ground. Lu Xiaowen's expression darkened as Wang Huitian continued unabated, boasting about the dingy golden core in his hand. The more he bragged, the more animated he became, even elaborating on the cracks adorning it. Do not let these cracks mislead you into believing my golden core is shattered. It is in fact a closed eye. Once opened, it can pierce through illusions, truly remarkable. Moreover, do not underestimate its size. It has the potential to transform into a colossal red moon that obscures the heavens. Come, let me demonstrate for you outside. By the end of his exuberant declarations, Lu Xiaowen found himself unable to interject. He shrugged off Wang Huitian's attempts to grasp his sleeve. Demonstrate to a ghost. You can show it to yourself. Regarding Wang Huitian's golden core, he remained perplexed. Following the conventional methods for forming a core would surely be ineffective, and the ghost Dao techniques likely would not suffice either. Thus, he tossed aside a book and departed with a flourish. Research on your own. I find your presence quite bothersome. As my master departed, Wang Huitian, with lingering reluctance, withdrew the meat pill into his body, carefully encasing it with layers of dark energy and sword aura before discreetly concealing it within his soul's sea of consciousness. Only after completing this did he pick up the technique left by Liu Xiao I, titled Comprehensive Guide to Basic Alchemy. This book prompted Wang Huitian to reminisce about the first time he encountered his master, who had left behind the Comprehensive Guide to Basic Forging. He furrowed his brow, casting a glance in the direction of his master's departure. I cannot establish my foundation, yet you impart to me the art of forging. I cannot achieve the embryo formation, yet you bestow upon me the craft of alchemy. And both are rudimentary techniques. Could it be that my master is merely a mediocre practitioner? Despite these thoughts, he nonetheless stowed the book away. Having a direction, no matter how vague, was preferable to being lost. Ever since the moment his path veered astray, every step had been a journey of exploration. Thus, acquiring more knowledge could never be detrimental. With this in mind, he hastily pursued his master, calling out, "Hey, master, merely giving me this item is insufficient. You must also provide me with an alchemy furnace." "Be off. I have no alchemy furnace." "Master, without an alchemy furnace, whom do you intend to deceive with this trinket? If you do not grant me an alchemy furnace, I shall procure one from that old fool Huiyue. Then go ahead." Having failed to obtain the alchemy furnace, Wang Huitian exited the small courtyard in frustration, seizing Wang Hao and heading directly towards the royal treasury. Observing Wang Huitian's grim countenance, Wang Hao refrained from speaking further. Soon, they arrived at a palace, and upon entering, they found it to be quite desolate. The grand hall contained neither tables nor chairs, only a solitary wooden door standing in the center. Wang Hao approached the door and pressed a drop of his own blood upon it. The treasury door slowly creaked open, revealing an expansive storage space within. "Your Majesty, the resources collected from across the lands by the Great Qin are stored here," Wang Huitian remarked, casting a glance at Wang Hao. The location and method of accessing the royal treasury ought to be a closely guarded secret of each Qin emperor. Yet, Wang Hao seemed to possess complete knowledge of it. "Cousin, not only do you possess the demeanor of an emperor, but you also appear to be favored by fortune." Wang Hao, standing before the door, displayed no change in expression, as if he had not heard. "Huh, I shall see just how much you can hoard." With his master present, he felt no apprehension regarding any tricks the other might employ, and he stepped boldly into the treasury. The treasury was vast. The first level was brimming with high-quality spirit stones. The second housed rare treasures and materials for alchemy and forging, while the third contained dusty magical artifacts. Wang Huitian cast a discerning eye over the alchemy furnaces, all of which were rather unimpressive. It was hardly surprising. If there were truly valuable items, they would have long been plundered by Wang Daoyang and Wang Jinxian. Alas, these are merely the leftovers of others. I shall take a few at random. He extracted a ceramic jar, selected a few items that caught his fancy, and departed. Wang Hao, observing the desolate treasury, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Apart from a broom and a shovel in the corner, the entire treasury was utterly devoid of contents. Under the profound night sky, a thick white mist rose in the Chongqing forest. The grand hall atop the mountain appeared suspended in the clouds, exuding an aura reminiscent of a celestial paradise. At this moment, Saint Huiyue was in possession of a seal, engaged in its ritual practice. The seal, shattered at one corner by Wang Huitian's sword, struck deep sorrow within him. "Cursed be the Red Maple Valley, cursed be the 10,000 Paths Mountain, cursed be the heavenly sword sect. Upon the return of the myriad saints, I shall surely eradicate you all." His words dripped with ire, his countenance a reflection of unbridled rage. Unbeknownst to him, a silvery strand of hair had begun its ascent up his back toward his crown, buoyed by the aura of his artifact refinement. Just as this strand reached the apex of his head, it abruptly twisted, tautening to ensnare half of his skull. In an instant, a razor-sharp surge of sword energy erupted forth, cleaving his cranium with startling swiftness. A resounding whoosh echoed as the strand, entwined with the severed skull, soared away into the void. Huayue's artifact refinement faltered momentarily as he hastily reached for his head. Ah, the brazen wretch! To ambush me while I am engaged in artifact crafting, utterly devoid of martial ethics. Chapter 71. The snow-paved path, a chill freezes 3 feet. Resting the corpse, the saint of Huayue, filled with fury, charged forth from the hall. With a swift motion, he struck the ground with his palm, a colossal imprint coalescing in the air as it descended upon the distant mountains. In an instant, the mountains crumbled and fierce winds arose, the silvery strands of his hair, entwined with his skull, dissipating into nothingness. At that moment, a single hair from a decaying white mouse on the ground fell, swirling upwards to reclaim the fallen skull and flee once more. By heavens, there's a relay, he exclaimed in indignation. Let this saint perish. As he unleashed his palm imprint, the mountains shattered, and the land was once again cleansed by his holy might. Hearing the commotion, the powerful figures of the Tao rushed from the palace, their faces stricken with horror as they beheld the billowing clouds of dust for miles. All eyes turned towards the panting saint of Huayue standing upon the cliff, momentarily stunned by his appearance. His form was peculiar. Though unscathed, half of his skull was missing, as if cleaved by a sword at his brow. To be precise, half of his cranium was absent, the top completely gone, yet his brain remained intact. This is sheer audacity, Huayue bellowed in rage, pointing towards the forest. While the loss of a skull was not grievous, it was indeed a source of great humiliation. How could a dignified saint be so brazenly robbed within his own abode? Everyone scoured the surroundings for 10 miles. That vile creature's sword aura is exceedingly elusive, he commanded. The onlookers recognized the fury radiating from the saint and dared not provoke his wrath, diligently employing their spiritual senses to search the mountains. Huayue, standing atop the peak with a sullen countenance, remained silent for several hours before resolutely stowing the grand hall within his sleeve and leading the powerful figures of the Tao deeper into the Chongqing forest. He was determined to relocate. In the early morning, Lu Xiaowen awoke early, first checking on Huitian's condition. After a barrage of potent elixirs from Wang Huitian, she had managed to stabilize her life. In recent days, the treasury of the Great Qin had been nearly emptied, but fortunately, treasures had been discovered in the homes of the officials they had slain, preventing the kingdom from facing bankruptcy. As Lu Xiaowen stroked his beard, preparing to wander about, he halted in the rear garden. In the distant pavilion, Wang Huitian was clad in artisan garb, diligently hammering away, seemingly engaged in the craft of forging. His demeanor was earnest, occasionally furrowing his brow in contemplation. Lu Xiaowen nodded in approval, recognizing the young man's newfound gravitas when he was not being frivolous. He approached slowly, striving not to disrupt the other's thoughts. Surrounding the pavilion were countless precious materials: star iron, 4-core firestones, silver moon sand, and the divine bones of the white tiger beast, all available in abundance. It was truly a treasure trove. Several materials even stirred a sense of urgency in Lu Xiaowen. A saint, alas, such wastefulness, he lamented as he observed Wang Huitian incessantly merging rare forging materials into a translucent bone bowl, seemingly intent on transforming it into the base of an alchemical furnace. Young man, the base of an alchemical furnace requires fire-resistant materials. And this bone bowl, where did you procure such a thing? Lu Xiaowen, mid-sentence, suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. The bone bowl before him was imbued with an aura reminiscent of the sacred path. If it were merely the remains of a deceased saint, that would be one thing. But this bowl still retained traces of vitality, capable of continually enhancing its power. It seemed to have been carved from the skull of a living saint. He circled around Wang Huitian, realizing that had it not been subjected to ritualistic refinement, he would have sensed which saint's skull it was. However, now that it was amalgamated with countless materials, the aura was muddled, rendering him unable to discern whose cranium had been unceremoniously removed. Young man, where on earth did you acquire this? Wang Huitian, growing impatient, pushed him aside, engrossed in his own endeavors, dismissing Lu's presence as he continued his work. At that moment, Yu Yao hopped over, whispering in Lu Xiaowen's ear, "Master, last night, senior brother visited the Eternal Life Forest. When he returned, he bore this bowl, and it was quite alarming, with some white hairs still clinging to it." Lu Xiaowen was taken aback. Who else could possibly be in the Eternal Life Forest? It must be the skull of the great Saint Huiyue that had been removed. A shiver coursed through him as he swallowed hard, gazing at the bone bowl, which had taken on a shape reminiscent of a pill furnace. However, in the realm of artifact crafting, success is seldom guaranteed. If this young lad were to fail, who would bear the brunt of the consequences next? The thought sent a wave of unease through Lu Xiaowen. This young man had a history, having once caused the collapse of the heavenly peak in his fervor for crafting. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaowen rose and made his way outside. He needed to return to Qingshan. As a saint of Qingshan, how could he remain indefinitely in the imperial city of Daqin? Noticing Lu Xiaowen's hurried departure, Wang Huitian paused his work to observe him. "Master, where are you headed?" His tone was rather neutral, yet to Lu, it felt laced with an undercurrent of something sinister, akin to a whisper from a demon. "Ha ha, home. I miss the children in the mountains. Little Yao, will you accompany me back?" Yu Yao shook her head. Wherever her senior brother went, she would follow. She had no desire to return to the empty sword peak. As Lu Xiaowen departed, he took Huixiang with him, for Wang Huitian found himself amidst a tempest. Huixiang remaining in the imperial city would only invite greater peril. "Senior brother, it seems Master harbors some fear of you," Wang Huitian mused, toying with the alchemical furnace in his hands, his eyes narrowing as he watched the departing flying vessel with urgency. "Fear? But the Master is already a saint, at the pinnacle of the world. What would he possibly fear? You are overthinking it." "Am I?" Yu Yao turned to gaze at the alchemical furnace in Wang Huitian's grasp, which was not merely an ordinary furnace, but a living one, intentionally preserved with vitality during the refinement process. It would not be surprising if, in future moments of alchemical fire, the saint whose skull had been lost felt an intense burning sensation upon his scalp. As Lu Xiaowen's vessel vanished into the distant sky, a swaying wine gourd appeared on the horizon, making its approach. As I recalled the presence of that old rascal Dao Yi, the moment I saw the wine gourd appear, Wang Huitian hastily concealed the alchemical furnace, seeking a place to hide. The swordsman, however, remained still. Dao Yi descended from the heavens, wielding the wine gourd, his garments tattered, hair sparse, and his countenance pale and emaciated, as though he had endured great humiliation. The gourd bore 2 large holes, stuffed with cloth strips to prevent the precious liquid from spilling. Enraged, he charged over, positioning himself before Wang Huitian. "Youngster, do you have any idea how far you flung me with that slap? Do you realize that you tossed me from the Changshan forest to the borders of Qianzhou, wrapping me in the essence of the clear wind, sword qi? I simply could not halt, could not stop." His furious inquiries revealed the absence of 2 of his front teeth. Wang Huitian's expression turned rather awkward. Indeed, in his efforts to facilitate this fellow's escape, he had bound him with sword qi. Those energies ought to have dissipated upon his return to the imperial city. Yet he had neglected to do so. It was not entirely his fault, for his memory was notoriously poor. "Old man, please allow me to plead my case." He began to explain when suddenly snow began to fall from the sky, each flake chilling to the bone. Wang Huitian looked up into the distance, a slight smile gracing his lips. With snow paving the way, and the cold freezing 3 feet deep to entomb the bones, the snow demon army had arrived. Chapter 72. The boundless banner flies. Where it passes becomes our territory beside him. Dao, he furrowed his brow. "Young man, you have landed yourself in trouble. The snowstorm heralds the arrival of the snow demon army within a day. 1,000,000 soldiers capable of slaughtering the holy, freezing the bones 3 feet deep. Your dreams of emperorship may very well end here. Come back to Qingshan with me." Wang Huitian cast a serious glance at Dao Yi. "Trouble? It was merely a slight delay in my alchemical pursuits." Dao Yi shot him a skeptical look. This fellow was known for his boasting, and he was curious to see how he would withstand the onslaught of the snow demon army. In just half a day, The feather-like snow had shrouded the entire imperial city in pure white. Countless common folk fled the city, dragging their families along. Wang Huitian did not obstruct them. They were merely seeking survival. What fault lay in that? Yet, as for the nobles and court officials, none were permitted to escape. Wang Huitian stood guard at the city gate, barring the way for fleeing ministers. A line of footprints stretched along the serene streets of the imperial city, leading to a dilapidated mansion, the once grand residence of the Northern King, now overrun with weeds on its crumbling walls. Wang Huitian surveyed the decaying entrance before gently pushing it open. In the courtyard, Nanbo was clearing the accumulated snow, having sent the few maidservants who had been dispatched back home. Upon seeing him, Nanbo's hand trembled slightly as he held the broom. "Young master, you have returned." Wang Huitian nodded and proceeded directly to the ancestral hall. "Nanbo, there is no need to sweep the snow. It will melt when the sun appears." "Young master, when will the sun shine?" "Listen closely in the coming days. When the wind stirs, the sun shall emerge." Nanbo perked up his ears, but he heard no wind. Only the ringing in his own ears, a persistent buzz. "Young master, you are deceiving me again." Entering the ancestral hall, it appeared as it always had, though it was noticeably cleaner this time, likely due to Nanbo's efforts since Wang Huitian's last visit. "Young master, shall we light incense this time?" Nanbo, stooping slightly, pondered the unfortunate fate of the ancestors of the Yi family, who had long gone without offerings, relying solely on this old man. Wang Huitian glanced at the 3 incense sticks Nanbo offered him. The last time he had come, his path had been obstructed and his cultivation hindered, but now, having reached the core formation stage, he could indeed light incense to inform his father of his progress. Receiving the incense from Nanbo, Wang Huitian raised it above his head and bowed slightly. "Father, your son has achieved success. I am now the emperor of the Great Qin." No sooner had he spoken than several ancestral tablets on the offering table suddenly toppled, crashing onto the surface. Wang Huitian frowned. "Nanbo, please set my father's tablet upright." Upon hearing the command, Nanbo hurriedly approached to right the fallen tablets, silently retreating to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. The residence of a Northern King had been known for generations for its loyalty and valor, taking pride in serving the Great Qin, adhering to the creed of selfless dedication to the royal family. Now, however, one of their own had risen to emperorship. "Oh dear young master, if you wish to be emperor, then do so. What need have you to flaunt this before your ancestors? Is it not to intentionally provoke them?" Wang Huitian held the incense aloft and bowed once more. "Father, I have commanded that in 6 months, we shall march north to Tianlang Mountain. You may sit here and observe the tumult of the world while I eradicate that wicked sect and collect the blood of 1,000,000 demonic cultivators to honor you upon my return." No sooner had he spoken than the carefully arranged ancestral tablet toppled once more. Wang Huitian, in a fit of rage, slammed the incense onto the ground. "How dare you question my authority as emperor? You disapprove of my campaign against the demonic cultivators as well?" With narrowed eyes, he lifted his gaze, as if peering through the roof towards the heavens. His father had always been his staunchest supporter. The unexpected fall of the tablet must surely be the mischief of that treacherous sky. "Nanbo, this altar is uneven. Replace it with a bronze one, and affix all the tablets securely. Even if the imperial city were to fall, I shall not allow this to topple again." With a flick of his sleeve, he strode outside, a dense crimson mist emanating from him, staining his newly donned robes a vivid red once more. Seeing Wang Huitian leave in a huff, Nanbo hurriedly stepped forward to retrieve the incense and place it back in the incense burner. "Oh, esteemed ancestors, the young master has always had such a temper. Do not hold it against him. He bears a heavy burden, as the Wang family has been left desolate, relying solely on him for support. His frustrations are only natural. I beseech you to forgive him." As Nanbo pleaded for Wang Huitian before their ancestors, he raised his sleeve to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Witnessing the rise and fall of the Wang residence filled him with a profound sorrow. Just then, he heard the sound of the wind, and lowering his sleeve, he gazed outside, where the snowdrifts were lifted by the gusts. He murmured to himself, standing within the ancestral hall, "Young master, the wind has risen. When will the sun shine again?" Amidst the vast white snow, a fleet of flying ships approached the imperial city, the largest of which bore a grand flag. The banner was inscribed in blood with two bold characters. This was once the military flag of the Northern Suppression Wang residents, symbolizing that under the might of the Northern Suppression Army, the Great Qin had no borders. Wherever they marched, that land became their territory. Yet today, the people of Qin only recognize the four great marshals for their unparalleled achievements in safeguarding the boundless territories of the Great Qin, seldom recalling that these lands were conquered under the banner of. The citizens who had just fled to the outskirts of the imperial city were left in astonishment. They had expected to see the Snow Demon Army first, not the Northern Suppression Army, which was on the brink of being buried and forgotten by the annals of history. Third Army of the Northern Suppression, Captain Li Jing of the 3rd Battalion requests an audience with the new emperor, prepared to engage the enemy. Behind this army lay countless formations of flying ships, some numbering in the hundreds, while others consisted of only a few vessels. Yet, without exception, all flying ships flew the flag. As the voice from the leading warship rang out, the voices from the ships behind echoed in unison, shaking the imperial city with a chilling intent. 4th Army of the Northern Suppression, Commander Wu Chao's son, Wu Qi, requests to engage the enemy. 2nd Battalion of the 3rd Army, Vanguard Jiang Wu Wei, requests to engage the enemy. Logistics Unit of the 1st Army, Firestarter Li Xiao, requests to engage the enemy. Prepare to engage the enemy. Prepare to engage the enemy. Prepare to engage the enemy. The boundless cries resounded outside the city, their echoes reaching the heavens, even dispersing some of the swirling snow. Upon the palace walls, the second Prince Wang Hao gazed solemnly outside the city. He had not anticipated that after so many years, the flag of the boundless war would still be visible. This was not a flag of defense, but one of expansion. The remnants of the former Northern Town King had gathered, numbering over 500,000. They mobilized every soldier at their disposal, and even those who had retired to pastoral life had brought their families to join the fray. With 1 million soldiers at hand, the Snow Demon dared to march upon the royal city, emboldened by their strength. However, the sudden appearance of 50,000 veterans from the Northern Army made the situation increasingly intriguing. As Wang Hao pondered, a hand suddenly struck the back of his head. Yu Yao had appeared beside him, her expression stern as she scrutinized him, a hint of judgment on her face. "This prince, you aren't concocting any nefarious schemes, are you?" Wang Hao recoiled slightly. "Oh dear, my esteemed junior sister, I possess neither the command of a general nor profound cultivation. What intentions could I possibly harbor?" Yu Yao regarded him with skepticism. Her experiences in the martial world had sharpened her instincts, and this fellow did not seem trustworthy. "You have a shifty appearance, hardly fitting the image of a good person." The second prince rolled his eyes, reflecting on her perception that his senior brother was the epitome of virtue. A man who had once bathed the royal city in blood and sought to forge weapons from the bones of saints. How detestable it was to encounter such double standards in a woman. Noticing the silence from her side, Yu Yao turned her gaze toward the horizon, where a gray sparrow was descending upon the royal city. The little bird flitted through streets and buildings, finally landing on the figure clad in red, traversing the snowy ground. "Chirp, chirp!" Wang Huitian retrieved a few medicinal pills from his bosom and tossed them into the sparrow's beak. "I didn't prepare any pine nuts, so try this instead, an essence-refining pill crafted from the scalp of a saint." The small sparrow displayed a hint of disdain, but ultimately swallowed the pills. "Respond, if you please. No need for assistance. I am currently in the core formation stage. The Snow Demon Army is merely a trifling concern." In the distance, Li Feiqian and Zhao Panyu approached on their swords, battling against the fierce snow, their pace sluggish. The relentless blizzard not only obscured their vision, but also greatly suppressed their internal energies. "Your Majesty, several armies have arrived outside the city, bearing the insignia of the Northern Army's remnants. How shall we proceed?" Wang Huitian contemplated for a moment. He had encountered Li Jing and Wu Qi before, so he felt confident in their abilities. "Let them wait outside the city. I shall go to them immediately." After the two departed on their swords, the little sparrow took to the skies, its agile form weaving through rooftops, gliding over the mountains and forests that encircled the royal city, dancing among the warships. A voice that resonated through the heavens accompanied its flight, proclaiming, "Preparatory Marshal of the Northern Army, military strategist Wang Huitian, prepare for battle, clear the snow." Chapter 73. A city awash in blood, and the boundless sword clouds boundless, boundless, kill, kill, kill. Countless cries reverberated through the heavens, causing the fleeing citizens to halt in their tracks. Among them, the older individuals experienced a flicker of nostalgia at the familiar rallying call. They have returned. They have all returned. That recognizable roar, the iron hooves of conquest, a nightmare for the nations. With their king, they have come back. Perhaps they had always been waiting for that man, who has braved the tribulations and returned. In the palace, Dao, he took a sip of wine, listening to the deafening roar that echoed through the clouds, feeling as though his youth had returned. He smacked his lips, sensing that today's wine had an unusual taste. Bringing the gourd closer for inspection, he was momentarily taken aback. Inside the vast, lake-like wine, a figure clad in white floated, his cheeks flushed, as countless streams of wine were poured into his mouth with each breath. Is Dao Jianxian indulging in wine? Alarmed, Dao hastily sealed the gourd. Oh no! He had completely forgotten about Li Xiaoyao. In that moment, he felt his youth slipping away once more. Within the imperial city, as Wang Huitian strode forth, the white snow beneath began to seep a deep crimson from the ground, spreading from where he walked. Among the myriad of worldly energies, the intent to kill is the hardest to dissipate. That night, he had slaughtered half the inhabitants of the imperial city, and this blood, spilled across the city, had stained the air, resonating with the chilling sword intent that had condensed from half the city's blood, sending shivers even before the sword was drawn. Under the glow of the blood-red light, Wang Huitian ascended the city walls, where rows of command flags flew and were planted before him. A charming smile broke upon his lips, reminiscent of when he had first grasped this very item during his coming-of-age ceremony. Little did he expect to behold the boundless command flag of the Northern Army once more. Before him stood unfamiliar generals, once mere soldiers of the Northern Army, some of whom were merely descendants of those who had remained. Some flowers may wither, yet their roots will sprout anew, blooming once more. We pay our respects to the commander. We wish to fight alongside the commander against the Snow Demon Army, to the death without retreat. This call of commander struck a chord deep within Wang Huitian's heart. A broad smile spread across his face, a joy he hadn't felt in ages, stretching until it drew tears that fell upon the snow, stirring an air of foreboding. Yes, the former commander had been a brother, a father, at long last. It is my turn. Ha ha ha, my turn. His red attire grew increasingly radiant as the crimson aura danced and spread beneath his feet. My friends, now that you have come, I shall grant you a resounding victory today. For the boundless command flag, let us celebrate and cleanse the dust. Wang Huitian gazed beyond the imperial city, where the endless expanse of snow lay, his fleshly eyes piercing through the infinite space. Beholding the fluttering white banners in the sky and the spirited figure of Wang Yuan standing at the helm of his ship. Last time, he had let him escape in Qingshan, but today death awaits. Yin Blutslaukata. Boom! An endless surge of blood essence erupted within the imperial city, painting half the sky crimson. As the crowd gazed upward, there was no glimmer of swords, nor the sound of their resonance. Only a mass of crimson mist enveloped the sky. Wherever this red fog drifted, the snow melted away, revealing a sliver of the setting sun through the dissipating clouds. At that moment, snow fell upon the imperial city, and the news of the snow-covered land had already spread across the continent. At the border of Liangzhou, the renowned General Leng Xiao laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha! Before the north begins its assault, the imperial city is already embroiled in conflict. Splendid. This world grows ever more fascinating." He commanded his scouts to prepare more recording stones for capturing the scene of battle, declaring, "The first to annihilate 100,000 enemy troops shall receive a reward of 100 miraculous spirit pills." Meanwhile, at Linhai Pass, the cunning general's expression darkened as he held the sword command in his hand. Prepare a lavish gift and 2 congratulatory letters, one to celebrate the ascension of the King of the North, and another to commend the third prince Wang Yuan on his rise to power. Whosoever prevails shall receive the correspondence. At Xingyue Pass, the fourth prince of Qin ordered, "Bring me a letter to congratulate the new emperor's ascension. And while you're at it, mention this prince's recent escapade of sneaking into the stables for some coarse rice. This prince is rather impoverished. In the skies less than 100 miles from the imperial city, thousands of warships surged toward it. These vessels, resplendently white, formed a magnificent array, resembling a six-pointed snowflake from afar. On the foremost ship, Wang Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the imperial city with an invigorated spirit, embodying the essence of surveying his realm. Beside him stood an elder clad in silver armor, surrounded by swirling snowflakes, an enigmatic figure known as the Snow Demon, one of the four great generals of Qin. "Uncle, you are overly cautious. To activate the heavenly transformation snow ceiling formation from such a distance is excessive. By the time the army arrives, the entire imperial city may well be buried beneath the snow. Your Highness, it is prudent to exercise caution in warfare." You speak wisely, Uncle. Uncle, look, the evening glow welcomes us from the horizon. This is an auspicious sign. A sign? What the devil is that? It's a dense mass of sword energy. The expression of the Snow Demon shifted dramatically as he hastily waved his command flag to alter the defensive formation, conjuring a massive blue snowflake in front of the warships. Just as this snowflake emerged, the crimson mist approached, and a cacophony of ringing sounds ensued as countless shards fell from the snowflake surface. Wang Yuan swallowed hard, channeling his energy toward the mist, only to realize that these were not clouds but rather slender blood swords. "Oh dear, what kind of sorcery is this?" Startled, Wang Yuan quickly retreated. The Snow Demon gritted his teeth, urgently commanding his soldiers to channel spiritual energy into the warships. Far away in the imperial city, Wang Huitian furrowed his brow. With a wave of his hand, the crimson mist coalesced into a colossal sword of fierce flames. With a swift slash, the giant sword cleaved through the snowflakes formed by the warship formations. Everyone shift to the ice crystal reflection formation. The Snow Demon bellowed, soaring into the air as the warships beneath him, along with dozens following closely behind, were severed in two by the blood-red sword in the instant the snowflake shattered. Wang Yuan had barely fled to the ship's cabin when one of his legs exploded into a mist of blood, his body crashing onto the snow alongside countless fragments of shattered warships. "Oh, my leg! My leg!" He clutched the severed limb, howling in agony, his eyes brimming with terror. Around him lay only broken remnants of battleships and fallen soldiers. "Save me! Someone, save me!" He screamed toward the remaining vessels in the sky. But who had the time to heed him now? The once mighty third prince of Great Qin was abandoned in this frozen wasteland, surrounded by screams that turned the snow's cape into a living hell. Just as despair consumed him, a voice spoke from behind. "Your Highness, I'll come to save you." Wang Yuan twisted his head in shock, only to witness countless blood-red sword energies coalescing into a crimson figure. The man crouched down with eerie calm, the corners of his lips curling to reveal rows of razor-sharp shark-like teeth. "I heard. You once wished to marry my martial sister?" His voice was a whisper, laced with lethal amusement. "Tell me, how much dowry were you planning to offer?" Chapter 74. The enchantment of the demonic snow. Wang Yuan forcefully suppressed the terror surging within him and stammered 5 million spirit stones. Wang Huitian's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is my senior sister truly worth that much? After all, I am the only male disciple of the Sword Peak." 3, 5, 1, and 15. 3 combined total to 1,500,000 spirit stones. How terrifying. It seems this matter requires careful deliberation upon my return. As for Wang Yuan, it would be better to eliminate him. Wang Huitian raised a finger and pointed at Wang Yuan's brow. Countless blood-red sword energies erupted and surged into his body. In an instant, Wang Yuan's entire cultivation was purged. Even his spiritual roots shattered under that single jab. The blood-red figure dissipated, transforming into a vast expanse of crimson mist that spiraled into the sky. It was merely a manifestation of condensed sword energy. Wang Yuan stared in bewilderment at the swirling crimson mist, a flicker of relief washing over him. Did he spare me? He actually spared me. Ah. Just as the joy surged within him, a sudden pang of hunger struck his belly. Quite normal, indeed, for having had my cultivation stripped away. I am now but a mere mortal. Hunger is to be expected. Wang Yuan grasped the nearby snow and began shoveling it into his mouth, driven by an overwhelming hunger. He wished he could swallow his fingers whole. Stripped of his cultivation, he was now a mere mortal, utterly incapable of resisting the curse Wang Huitian had laid upon him. When he reached for the snow again, his 5 fingers had already been bitten off and swallowed. At the gates of the imperial city, the members of the Northern Border Army's former elite looked on in astonishment. One sword shattered a myriad of armors, sweeping through the tempest of snow. Wang Huitian's strike extended far and wide. With their cultivation, these generals could only vaguely perceive the snow demon army being cleaved in two, utterly unaware of the dire plight befalling the enemy. Otherwise, their shock would have deepened even further. Meanwhile, the soldiers they brought along were beginning to find amusement in the spectacle. Good heavens, did that sword actually slay the snow demon outright? Not quite, but it could certainly dispatch the third prince with ease. Haha, that is true. That little rascal possesses little strength, always prancing about. The ominous cloud that had loomed over their hearts dissipated with that single strike, for most of them were inexperienced recruits, forcibly conscripted by their masters or superiors. Upon hearing they were to face the notoriously fearsome snow demon army, Huan tremble. After all, that comprised 100,000 cultivators. Setting aside their cultivation, merely imagining such numbers made their scalps prickle. After executing the strike, Wang Huitian slowly opened his eyes atop the city wall. He rubbed his brow. Though powerful, that sword had drained considerable mental energy. He raised his hand, summoning all the command flags to his grasp. The old formation had been broken, and the new one had yet to be established. Now was the moment to charge. All generals, heed my command. Arrange the warships in a straight line and charge forward, unleashing firepower upon the enemy vessels. Deploy the reconnaissance puppets. All soldiers don their armor, preparing to disembark and cleanse the remaining foes. Li Jing and Wu Qi exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Such tactics were typically reserved for pursuing a routed army. Now was not the time for such a strategy. Commander, the Snow Demon Army has just arrived at the Imperial City, riding high on their momentum, bolstered by the snowstorm. Is this arrangement truly wise? In a genuine confrontation between two armies, meticulous formations are essential. At the forefront, ironclad ships charge forward, while at the rear, firepower vessels provide cover, and on the flanks, assault ships weave through the lines. Is an encounter of formations, a duel of ships, culminating in a clash of soldiers. However, Wang Huitian's immediate command to his soldiers to don their armor and engage in brutal combat resembles the reckless act of tearing off protective gear to provoke a hornet's nest, an audacious move. Indeed, with a cold glint in his eyes, a faint aura of menace emanated from Wang Huitian as he brandished his command flag, pointing towards the ominous crimson mist enveloping the Snow Demon Army. The current morale of the Snow Demon Army was non-existent. They resembled nothing more than a pack of stray dogs. With a staggering advantage of 1 against 2, Wang Huitian had never encountered such a lavish battlefield, where caution was unnecessary and the upper hand was firmly his. As he surveyed the scene, the intensity of Wang Huitian's murderous intent sent shivers down the spines of Li Jing and Wu Qi, for it seemed as though he believed the 1 million soldiers of the Snow Demon Army would not suffice to quench his thirst for blood. Thousands of warships maneuvered in unison, resembling a colossal dragon stretching across 10 miles, charging directly towards the Snow Demon Army. Energy cannons roared to life, illuminating the sky with resplendent fireworks. The Snow Demon, having just stabilized a newly acquired warship, looked down at the cascading debris, her eyelids twitching in apprehension. "Where's the third prince?" she inquired. Reporting to the commander, "I witnessed his highness fall," a soldier replied. The Snow Demon gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at the soldier. "You saw him fall, and yet you merely stood there?" The soldier, feeling unjustly scolded, lowered his head in shame. "What else could I do? When that sword came slicing down, I almost surrendered. Even you, commander of the snow demons, were evading. Bah, and you dare glare at me? You weren't exactly rushing to save him, were you? Leading this current squad is no easy task. Fuming, the snow demon averted her gaze and issued orders. Leave one regiment to assist. The rest will follow me into the Imperial City. Activate the Demon Snow Massacre Formation. Countless warships shifted positions, and a colossal snowman erupted from the ground, the surrounding snowflakes swirling and coalescing around it. The accumulation created a grotesquely plump figure, with numerous warships embedded within its form, radiating a glimmering white light, both enchanting and menacing. Each step it took echoed like thunder, its massive fists resembling small mountains, instilling fear in the hearts of the Northern Guard's approaching vessels. Li Jing, waving his command flag, shouted, "Fire!" Countless long-range spiritual artillery shells soared forth. Yet upon striking the snowman, they merely stirred a flurry of snowflakes, failing to breach its defenses. "The commander has led me astray," Li Jing lamented. "Where's the advantage in this?" Although they boasted an army of 500,000, they were merely a scattered collection of soldiers from various regions, lacking any cohesive strategy. Some were even mere chi refining practitioners, and should they fall from their flying vessels, they would only be able to brandish their swords while shouting encouragement from the ground. Upon the city walls, Wang Huitian stood with his arms crossed, surveying the battlefield as sunlight bathed him, rising in tendrils of crimson mist. Ultimately, a ghostly frame was still but a ghostly frame. Exposed to the sun, it would inevitably dissipate. Behind him, Li Feishue stepped forward, holding a red umbrella over him. Initially, she harbored a strong aversion to being a maid. Yet in recent days, she discovered that being by this man's side was undeniably captivating. It was far more enthralling than the pursuit of an ethereal path to immortality. To her astonishment, the resilient heart she had painstakingly nurtured over countless years began to stir with excitement. "Young master, will you not take action?" she inquired softly, her gaze imbued with a hint of anticipation. Wang Huitian shook his head. He needed to temper this batch of veteran troops from the Northern Army, allowing them to experience the brutalities of battle. Engaging the Snow Demon Army at this moment would prove futile. How could they later confront the malevolent cultivators on the battlefield of the Northern Plains? In the distance, Yu Yao rushed from the palace, her excitement palpable as she approached Wang Huitian. "Senior brother, please assign me a task. I wish to join the fray and slay the enemy." Wang Huitian's icy demeanor instantly softened, revealing a smile tinged with concern. "Oh dear, 500,000. The winds and sands of the battlefield are fierce. What brings you here?" Chapter 75. The Art of the Mud Array. What nonsense is this 5 million? Yu Yao glared fiercely at Li Feishue and snatched the red umbrella from her hand. "Senior brother, I also wish to join the fray and slay enemies. I've already reached the nascent soul stage." Wang Huitian drew Yu Yao closer, surveying her from head to toe. He had learned a crucial lesson from the sword-forging man. A sword requires not only nurturing, but also honing. Though Yu Yao possessed an extraordinary sword, it remained unsharpened and had yet to undergo the process of refinement. Its edge was sharp, yet its murderous intent was lacking. If only it could be polished a little. A sly smile crept upon his lips as he retrieved a piece of the saint's whetstone from a clay pot and tossed it into Yu Yao's hands. "Little Yao, take this and use it while bathing." Yu Yao was momentarily stunned, while Li Feishue stood behind, concealing her face with her sleeve, stifling laughter. Senior brother, you want me to use a stone to scrub myself?" Realizing Yu Yao's bewilderment, Wang Huitian slapped his forehead. He had forgotten that honing a sword required a specific technique. The sharpest part of the blade was also its thinnest and most delicate area, necessitating a gentle touch from the side and a slow drag towards the edge. Indeed, there were many intricacies involved. "Little Yao, call for me next time you bathe, and I shall assist you." "Senior brother, I shall inform master that you are bullying me." "I am not. You must not slander me." You are. As the siblings bickered, the colossal snowman, transformed from the Snow Demon Army, had already breached the blockade, charging towards the Imperial City. It was evident that the snow demons had no desire to engage in prolonged combat with Li Jing and Wu Qi. They had but one objective: to seize the king while their strength was at its peak and decisively alter the course of the battle. With each step, the enormous, rotund figure sent tremors through the earth, while the winds it stirred caused the tiles of the imperial city to rattle. Wang Huitian furrowed his brow, gazing at the swiftly advancing snowman. As expected of the snow demon army, they indeed possessed some prowess. You two must keep your distance from a battlefield. With that, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, hurtling towards the snowman. Yu Yao looked up at the approaching giant, her mouth agape in shock. So big. Since her ascension, she had never encountered such a colossal creature. Surely, it could crush an entire city with a single step. Was this the opponent her senior brother had to face? Indeed, he was the strongest. He had been concealing his true capabilities since the day she first arrived on the mountain. From the moment her uncle remarked that Wang Huitian was merely immortal, she had sensed his extraordinary nature. The more Yu Yao pondered, the more exhilarated her delicate face became, unable to suppress a cold snort. What size? My senior brother is the mightiest. In stark contrast to Yu Yao's optimism, Li Feishuo wore an expression of grave concern. A million-strong army can slay a saint. This was not mere rhetoric, but a truth buried deep within the countless bones interred in the cold snow mountain range. Boom! The moment the crimson figure collided with the colossal snowman, a thunderous roar erupted. Wang Huitian was sent flying several hundred meters away, his left hand raised as he grasped a broken body that he had summoned from afar. This figure, save for its head, bore numerous bite marks on its arms and torso, with remnants of flesh clinging to its lips, an utterly tragic sight. Snow Demon, do you recognize who this is? The snowman, poised to charge once more, suddenly froze in disbelief. Wang Yuan, dead? The snow demon hidden within the snowman's core felt its eyes blaze a furious crimson. This was the only bloodline of his sister left in the world. He had vowed to support him to the throne. How could he have perished? Cursed be the king of the north. I shall slay you. The colossal snowman raised its massive hand, aiming to strike Wang Huitian, who furrowed his brow in confusion. This was not as he had anticipated. He had presumed the adversary would retreat upon realizing Wang Yuan's control over the great Qin was futile. It appeared he had misjudged the snow demon's intentions. The demon genuinely wished to elevate Wang Yuan to power. Casting aside Wang Yuan's body, Wang Huitian brandished the Wuxiang sword once more. He had intended to dissuade the enemy from leaving with Wang Yuan's demise. Yet it had only served to incite the snow demon's wrath. Thus, battle was unavoidable. With a resounding roar, the earth quaked as the snowman's massive palm pressed down, sinking Wang Huitian's position several dozen meters. A flash of sword light flickered, severing the snowman's arm at the shoulder, sending countless shards of snow cascading to the ground. The snow demon was furious. Previously, nearly 100,000 of his snow demon army had been slain by the blood-red sword energy, and now, with the formation compromised, it was exceedingly difficult to withstand Wang Huitian's assault. The snowman opened its gigantic mouth, unleashing a blast of frigid air. Everything within the icy breath's reach was frozen, turning the crimson mist surrounding Wang Huitian into glistening ice crystals. With a mighty flip, the snowman unleashed devastation, a colossal beam of spiritual energy piercing forth from its maw. The figure clad in red danced like a wraith, weaving through the air as countless rays of sword light rained down, stirring up flurries of snow. Ships continuously exploded, plummeting from the snowman's form. Yet the accumulating snow on the ground adhered to the snowman's body, causing it to grow larger like a rolling snowball, while the controlled warships dwindled in number. King of the North, I desire your demise. The snow demon's furious roar echoed from within the snowman, now recklessly fixated solely on extinguishing that flash of red. This situation was turning unfavorable for me. Wang Huitian, seeing the battle stagnate, gritted his teeth and pressed his hand against his ghostly ABD all warships, with half of the crew managing the formation and the other half purging the wandering spirits. Moved in accordance with his command, the once agile snowman suddenly became sluggish. However, the snow demon was powerless to intervene. Allowing these phantoms to wreak havoc would inevitably lead to the internal collapse of the formation. At that moment, the boundless banner finally caught up behind the snowmen, appearing scattered and disorganized, some moving swiftly while others lagged behind, lacking cohesion. Though this new army was not particularly formidable, it served as the last straw capable of overwhelming the snow demon forces. Upon the issuance of the command by Wang Huitian, all warships obeyed and ceased their relentless bombardment with spiritual cannons. Countless iron chains shot forth from the prow, ensnaring the snowmen tightly. The snow demon was taken aback and hastily ordered the dispersed soldiers hunting the wandering spirits to regroup. Hurry, abandon the spirits, and break free from the hunting chains. The mysterious snow massacre formation was most vulnerable to being bound. Its massive body relied on the accumulation of snow to fortify its armor, rendering it capable of both enduring and attacking. Yet, it was not without its weaknesses, and it was itself the Achilles heel, the very core of the entire formation. At this moment, Wang Huitian had already leaped onto the head of the snowman, separated from it by merely a thin layer of snow. Chapter 76. The thoughts of the snow demon. Wang Huitian's expression grew solemn as he raised his palm to press against the snowman's forehead. If the snow demon were indeed present, this strike could alter the outcome of the battle. Sword 1. Severing Thoughts. As this sword was unleashed, the snow demon felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, as if he were on the verge of a deep slumber. Amidst the chaos, a thunderous shout echoed. Sword 4. Mountains and Rivers. With the release of the mountain and river sword aura, the snowman erupted with a resounding crash, its colossal form shattering to reveal a myriad of concealed warships within. Sword 2. Blood Slaughter. Streams of crimson light illuminated the remnants of the shattered snow, revealing the bloodstains left by the previous strike. These red rays swiftly traversed through the now fractured snowman, piercing countless warships and claiming the lives of innumerable cultivators, as blood and severed limbs cascaded down like debris. Sword 3. Rising Winds. A tempest suddenly arose, sending swirling snowflakes dancing through the air, whisking away the remnants of flesh and bone. The snow demon, now fallen to the ground, beheld the surrounding devastation with a fleeting glimmer of clarity, his countenance despairing as he surveyed the wails of the fallen and the scattered wreckage of warships. Is this what it means to suffer a catastrophic defeat? He felt a surge of bitter blood rise within him, his eyes reflecting a resolve to meet his end. What manner of sword is this? Wang Huitian appeared abruptly before the snow demon, his crimson attire appearing somewhat dimmed, his gaze filled with astonishment as he regarded this aging general. Few could remain lucid after experiencing his severing thoughts sword. For this battlefield veteran, he felt inclined to elaborate. In that fateful year, I discerned the birth of a child destined for greatness in the northern plains, and I was plagued by sleepless nights, which led me to comprehend the first sword. Aptly named Severing Thoughts, a blade intended for the mind that could induce slumber. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Wang Huitian's eyes, though it was soon obscured by other emotions. However, lacking a spiritual root, while my family possessed the ability to cultivate, only blood-sucking insects could draw near, compelling me to devise the second sword, Blood Slaughter. They feasted upon my blood, and in return, I commanded the blood to claim their lives. The shadow of sorrow in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a rising ire. Yet this fury soon receded, giving way to a gentler demeanor. My elder brother and father were perpetually engaged in warfare, promising to return when the wind stirred, thus inspiring the third sword. At this juncture, Wang Huitian paused in contemplation. The snow demon's eyes fluttered, his voice barely a whisper. You, indeed, are a complex being, your form marred and fragmented, your thoughts a tumultuous amalgamation of confusion. Yet, I have discerned the means to vanquish you. Upon uttering these words, the snow demon's head slowly drooped, his helmet clattering to the ground, and his silver hair billowed in the storm. Wang Huitian gazed at the snow demon and spoke. Every one of my swords is entwined with destiny. Your defeat at my hands is likewise a matter of fate. Fate, you say? The relentless snow swirled down, inexplicably settling upon the snow demon's chest. Born amidst the frigid peaks, he had lost his parents to the bitter cold at the tender age of 6, never once contemplating the notion of becoming a national hero. He simply wished to survive. Even if it meant subsisting on tree bark and boiling weeds, he was determined to endure. Later, he had heard a neighboring village where meat could be exchanged for bread, pondering who would be so foolish as to barter flesh for sustenance. Although he harbored doubts, he still went, and that became the most regrettable transaction of his life. He exchanged 2 pounds of bread for an infant girl. Upon returning home, he wept as he boiled water, and even when the pot threatened to burn dry, he could not bring himself to place the baby inside. That night, the infant's cries disturbed him incessantly, and in his fury, he overturned the large pot, cursing aloud. "No wonder your parents traded you for food. You deserve it." He had a profound aversion to whiny individuals, except when it came to his sister. He thought that raising her might prove beneficial, as having someone to wash dishes in the household would be advantageous. As a man, one should not be burdened by such domestic tasks. At the age of 10, after much anticipation, his sister finally learned to walk. He eagerly taught her how to wash dishes and sweep the floor. However, she was rather dull, struggling to grasp these skills even at the age of 3, and he felt deceived once more. He had contemplated returning her to the neighboring village countless times. Yet after 3 years of feeding her countless grains, returning her now would only result in a greater loss. The passage of time had inflicted numerous hardships upon him, and by the tender age of 15, his hair had turned white. Nonetheless, he found solace in this, lying in the snow. Even the most vigilant rabbit would fail to notice him. It was from that moment on that the villagers came to call him the Snow Demon. As time passed, his sister grew older, not only mastering the art of cooking and making fire, but also gathering firewood from the mountains. He often boasted in front of others, "See, she was worth 2 pounds of bread, and I wouldn't trade her for 100 now." Yet in a world where humanity devours humanity, one cannot simply declare that they would not part with something. The following year, the sister's biological parents came to reclaim her, lamenting and rolling on the ground in regret. They assaulted the Snow Demon, and when he regained consciousness, she had already been taken, leaving behind only the 2 pounds of moldy bread on the bed. Eventually, the sister was sold to the imperial city. He watched the distant glimmer of the sword as it faded away, faintly hearing the soft sobs of the little girl. "Brother, come fetch me, take me back." He was painfully reminded of his own impotence. That day, amidst the swirling snow, he slaughtered an entire village, and from that moment on, he truly transformed into a wandering specter upon the snowfields. The bread, his helplessness amidst the snowstorm completely engulfed the Snow Demon, extinguishing any trace of life within him. He should have perished the moment the severing thought sword struck him. Merely surviving until now had stretched him to his limits. Wang Huitian reached out into the void, seemingly grasping a mass of pure white mist, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Was there truly an obsession in this world that even the severing thought sword could not sever? Bread? He looked down at the lifeless Snow Demon, momentarily lost in thought. At this moment, he recalled his elder brother and father. His brother now lay in the depths of the mountains, while his father remained on the vast northern grasslands. He wondered if they too retained unquenchable obsessions, and whether their bones had grown cold. The battlefield, perhaps, was indeed the finest resting place for every commanding general. Wang Huitian released the pure white mist he had grasped, allowing it to drift away with the wind, flowing over mountains towards the southernmost reaches. That was the direction of the cold snow mountain range, the origin of the Snow Demoness army. Amidst the green mountains lie the bones of heroes. Yet no ink-stained scholar remains to record their tales. A figure approached, the valiant Snow Demon general revered for his noble stature. With the demise of the Snow Demon, the remnants of his army posed little threat. Countless warships lowered their pristine snowman banners in surrender, while others fled southward in panic. At this juncture, Wang Huitian's voice took on an icy tone. "Those who surrender shall not be slain. Those who flee shall receive a grand burial." After issuing this command, Wang Huitian turned sorrowfully towards the imperial city, his crimson attire dulled and tinged with white, yet all the more striking. In the distance, Yue Yao and Li Feishue were making their way towards him. "Brother, what troubles you?" Yue Yao inquired with concern upon noticing Wang Huitian's lack of enthusiasm. "It is nothing. I am merely fatigued." Just then, a beam of sword light approached once more. The newcomer was adorned in crystalline armor, donned with a quiver of frost phoenix arrows, and wore enchanted boots that seemed to defy gravity, topped with a resplendent crown of bright prospects. He appeared spirited, commanding, and exuding an aura of heroism, shimmering with jewels. He raised his hand and tossed a storage ring towards Wang Huitian. "Your Majesty, General Lung has conveyed his compliments on your commendable performance in this battle. This is a token of his appreciation." Chapter 77. The Grim Reaper's summons. Upon hearing that a gift had arrived, the listless Wang Huitian was momentarily taken aback. He swiftly pushed aside the obstructing Yu Yao and eagerly caught the storage ring that flew towards him. A glance inside revealed a staggering number of 1,000,000 spirit-boosting pills. "Ha ha ha! My sincere gratitude to young Master Lung. Truly, thank you. I, who possess but a feeble sword aura, rely solely on these pills to sustain my stamina. Inform your esteemed commander that with this elixir, I can once again decimate 100,000 foes. If your commander finds the heads of the snow demon soldiers insufficient, let him indicate a direction." Wang Huitian's excitement grew as he spoke, unconsciously boasting, feeling invigorated and ready for another battle. "From the verdant mountains to the north plains, wherever the wind may carry, just point me to a location. Perhaps I shall even perform a demonstration for you now." Seeing Wang Huitian approach, the man hastily retreated a couple of steps. He had witnessed with his own eyes how Wang Huitian wielded his sword to cut through 100,000 armored warriors. The so-called 100,000 soldiers, capable of slaying saints, were brutally defeated by Wang Huitian, who left them stripped of their armor and dignity. Even the snow demon commander had perished here. Who would dare challenge such ferocity without a saint to intervene? "Your Majesty, the gift has been delivered. I must return to report, so I shall take my leave." The soldier bowed his head and retreated several meters before ascending on his sword. Yu Yao, stamping her foot in frustration, was infuriated that her senior brother had pushed her aside for a mere handful of pills. Enraged, she unfastened the lotus leaf pouch from her waist and thrust it towards Wang Huitian. "Here, take my money and perform for me." Wang Huitian accepted the lotus leaf pouch from Yu Yao, silently tucking it into his own waist. Wasn't this essentially his own? Taking her money for a performance seemed excessively formal. Yu Yao stared in disbelief as her pouch changed hands, feeling utterly duped. She rushed forward, lifting Wang Huitian's crimson robe. "No, I distinctly saw you tuck it here. Brother, where is my pouch? Where have you hidden it?" Wang Huitian gazed at the distant sword light, perplexed. "What pouch? Brother, what about your clay pot? Open it up and let me see if it's hidden inside." Wang Huitian frowned and lifted his red robe. "What clay pot?" Yu Yao exclaimed. "Feishue, did you not see? My brother took my pouch and is denying it." Li Feishue, standing behind them, paused momentarily, equally perplexed. When did this happen? Yu Yao was taken aback, scratching her head in confusion. Could it be that she had misremembered, and her pouch had been left on the mountain in her haste? Wang Huitian's gaze remained fixated on the sword light that vanished into the horizon. Having dealt with the snow demons, young Master Lung's army was already advancing towards Xingyue Pass, leaving him unable to withdraw. The only option left was to guard the coastal pass with cunning. If he chose to remain obedient, he might be spared. But if he delayed Wang Huitian's northern campaign against the Tianling Mountain, anyone involved would meet their demise. Meanwhile, Yu Yao continued to rummage through Wang Huitian's crimson attire, growing increasingly doubtful. Finally, in a moment of determination, she attempted to remove Wang Huitian's inner robe, prompting him to hastily cover his chest. "Xiao Yao, what are you doing? There are outsiders present." "Senior brother, my wallet is missing." Wang Huitian, with a sigh of resignation, retrieved a book from his sleeve and handed it to Yu Yao. Yu Yao frowned as she gazed at the book titled Swordsmanship. "What a pedestrian name. Without my wallet. This will have to do. It is indeed a treasure of senior brothers." Yu Yao's eyes sparkled as she seized Wang Huitian's arm, eager to rummage through his sleeve. Beside them, Li Feishue wore a smile, knowing that someone of such caliber as a saint would not be easily outsmarted. This girl's cultivation level would never suffice to uncover his hidden items. In the wake of the Snow Demon Army's disastrous defeat, countless sword orders soared into the sky. Hunters in the mountains, old men drawing water in small villages, and merchants traveling along the official roads all bowed their heads, their expressions darkened. Damn it! How could the Northern King be so formidable? Truly deserving of the title Sword Demon, he is indeed ruthless. Such greed, he does not even spare his own junior sister's wallet. Preparations must be made by the master. They whispered solemnly, their expressions grave. No matter who ascended to power in the Great Qin, the overall structure would not shift significantly, except for the Northern King, who was different. From the very first day he controlled the imperial city of Great Qin, he issued an edict for the northern expedition. He is a harbinger of death, the root cause of turmoil. Just as these scouts were dispatching news of the sword orders, a deep voice resonated in their ears. Is this commotion entertaining? You dare to criticize me? As the words fell, countless birds took flight from the mountains, and those lurking in the shadows, observing the battlefield, trembled in unison. A sudden chill enveloped them, prompting some to hastily rise and bow in respect. Your Majesty, spare me. I am merely a personal guard of General He from Liangzhou, here solely to offer congratulations, with no intention to pry. I am in Yuan, the inspector of Yuzhou, come to behold your Majesty's divine visage. I am Du Yuanshan from Feizhou. Wang Huitian curled his lip. Who is it that just insulted me? Victorious, they are your Majesty. Defeated, they become rebels, a bunch of opportunists. Is there anyone else hiding who has nothing to say? Wang Huitian raised his hand, dispersing the crimson mist enveloping the Snow Demon Army. The blood mist, once only covering half the sky, now flourished with the nourishment of hundreds of thousands of Snow Demon soldiers, painting the entire horizon blood red. A crimson eye split open in the sky, its icy gaze sweeping over the land. Underneath this eye, Li Feishue felt an immediate chill, as though the air she breathed had crystallized into ice shards. Yu Yao, who was rummaging through Wang Huitian's belongings, froze, lifting her gaze to the vertical eye in the sky, her cheeks flushing slightly. How adorable! Li Feishue stared incredulously at Yu Yao. You dare to call this terrifying creature adorable? 10 miles away, on a desolate mountain, a man in a black robe watched the retreating Snow Demon Army with great delight. Invigorated and utterly pleased, occasionally bursting into strange laughter. Ha ha ha! Splendidly executed. Death! May all the people of Great Qin perish. Just as he reveled in his ecstasy, a sudden crimson brilliance erupted in the sky, and a colossal eye opened above the imperial city. The cold gaze turned sharply upon him. The voice within the man's mouth abruptly ceased as he gazed in astonishment at the eye. A wave of chill surged from the soles of his feet. What manner of creature is this? Suddenly, a voice filled with delight emanated from the eye in the sky. Ah, I have discovered a scout from the northern plains. Oh, and another monster. Is that a toad spirit? The eye spun incessantly in the air, and with each direction it surveyed, a blood-red sword would whistle forth, unleashing a cacophony of anguished cries in its wake. The rotation of this blood-red eye resembled that of the Grim Reaper, calling names. Any scout caught in its gaze met a swift demise by the sword. The man felt an electrifying terror course through his scalp, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of black light, fleeing northward. Yet a blood-red sword came hurtling toward him in an instant. Damn it, the celestial shield. A massive shield materialized behind him, but the blood sword pierced through it effortlessly, creating a gaping hole in his abdomen. With a gasp, he spewed forth a torrent of crimson and collapsed to the earth. Chapter 78. I should not have woken up too early that day. Wang Huitian cast a sharp glance around, noting that most of the dark forces dispatched had been eliminated, leaving only the northern demon cultivators and the formidable Toad alive. The bloodline of the sky, swallowing Toad, he murmured softly, his eyes gleaming with intrigue as they penetrated the depths of the jungle. This creature was indeed a rarity, harboring within it a miniature world, far more capacious than his own ceramic jar. Stealing a glance at the sulking Yu Yao, a smile crept onto Wang Huitian's lips. If he were to skin this toad and refine its hide into a storage artifact, It would surely delight his little junior sister. The thought of her having used the same lotus leaf pouch for decades tugged at his heartstrings. Truly, the child had suffered. Little Yao, go retrieve the head of that northern spy, and I shall bestow upon you a treasure, Wang Huitian declared, raising his hand to inscribe a vertical sword with crimson, ominous energy on Yu Yao's forehead. As the sword took form, it emanated a chilling aura, and in the shadow of this blood-red insignia, the once adorable and mischievous Yu Yao appeared somewhat sinister. Wang Huitian frowned, her demeanor reminiscent of the red-clad figure from the Hungry Corpse Abyss. Little Yao, go forth. The blood-killing sword chi will guide your path. If you're unwilling to sharpen your sword with stone, then let blood be your whetstone. Yu Yao shot him a fierce glare, disdainfully tossing the saintly whetstone back into his hands. This useless stone, let whoever desires to sharpen it do so. Humph! It is merely a northern spy. I am now in the nascent soul stage. She tilted her head back, sensing the direction indicated by the sword chi, and soared away on her sword. Today, that northern spy was doomed. She vowed that even the demon ancestor could not thwart her. She would slay him to show her senior brother a thing or two. Watching the exuberant Yu Yao depart on her sword, Li Feishue furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. What level of cultivation does the whetstone Yu provided her possess? A proud and smug expression adorned Wang Huitian's face. The pinnacle of star plucking. Naturally, for my Yu Yao to sharpen her sword, she must choose a tough opponent. This time, there are no Taoist spies. Otherwise, the likes of star plucking would not even be worthy of her attention. Li Feishue's eyes widened in disbelief. A star plucking peak cultivator as a spy? Yu Yao has just reached the nascent soul stage. The memory of Yu Yao's fervent confidence as they parted made her swallow hard. That little girl was in for trouble. Feishue, you should return to the city. I will prepare a gift for little Yao, Wang Huitian said, transforming into a mist of crimson as he headed southward. The imperial city was in turmoil. It was no surprise that various factions sought to gather intelligence. However, when had it ever been acceptable for external forces to meddle in the affairs of the Qin? The northern demon cultivators from the 10,000 Great Mountains dared to tread upon the territory of the Qin, who had granted them such audacity. In the distance, trees in the mountains trembled as a dark cloud ascended into the sky, hastily fleeing towards the direction of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Within this dark cloud was a massive toad spirit, its eyes filled with terror. The moment that I had fixed upon him, it sent a shiver through his very soul. He felt as though he had been marked. The treacherous white tiger demon king. Allow me to eliminate this creature. Alas, this cursed pig plague has brought me to ruin. As he fled, he cursed vehemently, recalling how a group of demon kings had deceived him in the great 10,000 mountains, claiming that anyone could ascend to the throne in the great Qin, except for the northern king. Once he assumed power, he would undoubtedly mobilize an army against the great 10,000 mountains, marking the end of the demon race. They had urged him to seize the opportunity to strike during the chaos of battle. Little did they know, he had effortlessly shattered the formation of the snow demon army with a single strike, leaving him no chance to act before being targeted himself. Whether or not it was the end for the demon race was beyond his concern. All he knew was that his own demise loomed before him, for that crimson figure had appeared right in front of him. Hey demon, did you pay to watch the spectacle? The sudden appearance of the figure clad in red startled the toad's spirit, prompting him to swiftly change his course, attempting to circumvent from his side. Oh dear, Northern King, why pursue me when you should be suppressing the remnants of the snow demon army? He glanced back while running, only to find the sky above clear and serene, devoid of any red garments. The toad's spirit felt a chill of dread. It was evident that he was merely being toyed with, just as the figure had unexpectedly materialized before him moments ago. He dared not take to the skies again, for the ominous clouds above were far too conspicuous. His form morphed into a dark cloud as he burrowed into the forest, his massive physique shrinking to that of a palm-sized frog, hastily navigating through the underbrush. Hide! Find a place to conceal myself. After scanning the surroundings, he leapt onto a lily pad in a nearby pond, settling into a crouch. In terms of speed, he could not compare to Wang Huitian. The best strategy was to remain hidden, with his demonic aura retracted and his skin color altered. He held little belief that the Northern King could still locate him. He had transformed into an ordinary little frog. Croak, to enhance his disguise. He occasionally croaked and caught a few flying insects near the pond. After consuming several, his previously frantic heart finally calmed. Just then, a flash of red approached slowly through the forest, the figure wearing a gentle smile, appearing utterly harmless. Wang Huitian stroked his chin, pondering if the creature had concealed itself. One must admit, this fellow was indeed a master of disguise. With his subtle control over spiritual energy, he had truly lost track of the creature's presence. As Wang Huitian strolled past the pond, the frog crouching there took a deep breath, feeling its heart racing to his throat. Observing that the figure had crossed the pond without noticing him, the frog's tense heart began to ease. Yet, at that moment, having crossed the water, Wang Huitian suddenly turned his head in his direction. "Oh no, I've been exposed." Just as the toad's spirit prepared to flee again, he heard Wang Huitian's voice softly resonate. "This lily pad resembles my junior sister's wallet." The toad's spirit, having lifted a leg, swiftly retracted it. Damn it, that nearly gave me away. He had almost been exposed because of a mere lily pad. Wang Huitian turned away, his smile growing ever brighter. This toad was indeed amusing. "So, have you concealed yourself well?" In the realm of Sword 4, amidst the mountains and rivers, Wang Huitian forcefully pressed his palm against the ground. Instantly, countless peaks collapsed. The earth trembled, and numerous swords emerged from the soil and stones. The entire forest was an upheaval, with towering trees buried beneath the upheaved earth. With a swift motion, he grasped the ground, seizing a colossal sword forged from rock and vegetation. "Ah, try to evade me. I dare you." Wang Huitian brandished the gigantic sword recklessly, shattering everything in its path. The enormous mountains, once toppled, were again reduced to fragments as he wielded the sword, as if mincing meat upon the vast land, sparing not a single inch of soil. The toad's spirit was instantly filled with dread. Just moments ago, a small tadpole near him had been mercilessly reduced to pulp, and as he trembled, a faint trace of demonic energy escaped him. Suddenly, a flash of red light appeared before him, and a figure clad in crimson swiftly seized his hind leg. The last glimmer of light faded from the toad's spirit's eyes as he relinquished his struggle, allowing Wang Huitian to drag him by one of his toad legs towards the imperial city. "Hey, can you make soup?" The toad croaked numbly. "Certainly. I'll poison you." "You scoundrel." He regretted rising too early that day. Had he not done so, he would not have attended the White Tiger Demon King's banquet, would not have been deceived into coming to the imperial city, and would not be facing the prospect of becoming soup. Quack. Chapter 79. The Moonlight and Snowy Mountain Temple as Wang Huitian captured the toad spirit. On the other side, a demonic cultivator, struck down by the blood-slaughter sword Qi, fell into a dilapidated temple. He shattered the Buddha statue on the lotus pedestal with a single palm strike and sat down upon it, swallowing a pill that enveloped him in swirling gray mist. This mist coalesced around him, forming a layer of stone skin, which after a while solidified into a majestic statue of a Buddha. Hearing the tremors of the earth from the south, he swallowed hard, feeling an overwhelming terror, but was relieved that his adversaries had headed towards the demon clan. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, a beam of sword light descended into the temple courtyard. Yu Yao stood there, her brow slightly furrowed. The blood-slaughter sword Qi at her brow pulsated like a compass, pointing directly to this location. "Demon, I have discovered you." The man in the statue sneered, dismissing her claim as mere folly. Yu Yao, wielding her Qingzhu sword, approached the temple entrance, peering inside. The dilapidated temple was cloaked in cobwebs, the roof caved in, with sunbeams filtering through the broken gaps. In the center of the temple, upon the lotus stone platform, sat a vividly lifelike Buddha statue radiating an aura of sanctity. A flicker of delight crossed Yu Yao's face. The mind of this demonic cultivator seemed rather lacking. Without hesitation, she raised her sword and struck fiercely at the statue. Boom! The statue shattered, and the Qingzhu sword struck directly against the demon's forehead. In the astonished gaze of both, the sword snapped in half. The demon, bewildered, touched his forehead, where a swollen bump began to form, realizing he had narrowly escaped death moments ago. Little girl, what is your cultivation level? He asked, still dazed. I am at the nascent soul stage. And you, senior? Yu Yao replied, swallowing hard. I am at the peak of star plucking. Yu Yao, holding the broken Qingzhu sword, was momentarily stunned. Ah, the peak of star plucking? That is 2 major realms above me. Dropping the half-broken sword, she turned and fled, the gusts of wind rattling the temple doors. The demon's expression darkened. In his attempt to evade Wang Huitian's pursuit, he had inadvertently allowed a mere nascent soul girl to strike him on the head. Gritting his teeth, he hesitated, contemplating whether to chase after her. The fleeing figure, with half a Buddha head in hand, appeared exceedingly tempting. A mere nascent soul, and she thinks she can escape after striking me? In but a moment's hesitation, the man transformed into a swirling fog, pursuing Yu Yao. The opportunity to seize such a prize was too enticing to resist. As Yu Yao soared through the air, she felt a chilling presence closing in behind her. Turning her head, she was instantly paralyzed with fear. Behind her, dark mist surged forward, brimming with murderous intent. From her robes, she retrieved a clay jar, a concoction crafted by her senior brother, containing her modest possessions. She exclaimed, throwing an object from the jar behind her, without a moment to spare to see what it was. A dark shadow loomed before the flying demon cultivator as a colossal pill box came crashing down upon his face, shattering and releasing an abundance of fasting pills that cascaded around him. The demon cultivator furrowed his brow in confusion, wondering which practitioner would venture out with such a surplus of fasting pills. Shouted Yu Yao, her voice laced with anger, as 2 more objects hurtled toward them, a vanity mirror and yet another jar of fasting pills. Yu Yao relentlessly rummaged through her belongings, hurling items behind her, her expression one of great distress. Initially, the demon cultivator attempted to evade the projectiles, but upon realizing they were mere trifles, he ceased his concern. Among the items were cabbages, bamboo shoots, a cooking spatula, and even a hood intended for robbery. Yet the majority consisted of fasting pills, dozens of boxes still yet to be discarded. What in the world is this girl carrying? The demon cultivator muttered in exasperation, raising his hand to strike at Yu Yao. Startled mid-flight, Yu Yao hastily tossed a ceramic jar behind her. With a resounding crash, the jar shattered, unleashing a flurry of delicate sword chi that sliced countless fine wounds across the demon cultivator's body. This jar had been forged with sword chi. Yu Yao's heart leaped with joy. These were remnants her senior brother had once discarded, yet she had not anticipated such formidable power. Regrettably, she had not brought many, and having learned from this encounter, the demon cultivator was now clearly on high alert. As the demon cultivator closed in once more, Yu Yao frantically searched her belongings, only to find nothing remained. Oh, when did this wretched whetstone end up in my possession? She exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the whetstone in her storage belt, perplexed. She had distinctly thrown it to her senior brother, yet somehow it had reappeared in her belt. Without hesitation, she seized the whetstone and hurled it behind her. The demon cultivator scoffed, intending to swat the troublesome stone away with a flick of his sleeve. However, as his force met the whetstone, it vanished as if into a bottomless sea, causing no disturbance whatsoever. His brow furrowed as he sensed a certain flow of principles at play. An artifact of the Tao, he pondered, gathering his strength before launching a powerful strike at the whetstone. With a resounding crack, his arm shattered upon impact with the stone, which then careened toward his face. The man's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the overwhelming power of the sacred Tao principles. Caught off guard, he had no time to evade. The stone struck him, sending him crashing into the mountainside below, resulting in a cacophony of explosive sounds as the earth fractured beneath him. Yu Yao halted mid-flight, astonished as she gazed down at the gaping pit formed by the impact, billowing clouds of dust ascending into the air, while the surrounding mountains continued to crumble under the shock waves. "Oh no, my scrubbing stone!" she cried out, immediately diving toward the pit to search among the debris. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away, a flying vessel en route to the imperial city suddenly came to a halt before pivoting to head in this direction. At the forefront of the vessel, A figure clad in a crimson skirt peered into the distance at the mountains, accompanied by a rather plump woman standing beside her. Master, I have sensed the formidable aura of my grandfather's blade. Han Lu frowned slightly. She had originally come to Wan Dao Mountain to observe the selection of the Peak Master, but hurried to the Imperial City upon hearing of Wang Huitian's arrival. Little did she expect to perceive her grandfather's blade aura here, considering he had vanished during her childhood, long before Han Luo was even born. Lu Rian's expression brightened. The Blade Saint? She had admired the Blade Saint for a long time. Otherwise, she would not have persistently taken Hong Lu as her disciple. Oh dear, Hong Lu, do take your time. Master is returning to the cabin to prepare herself, Lu Rian said hurriedly as she dashed into the ship's cabin, applying foundation, perfume, and lipstick to her face. With a determined bite of her lip, she seized a pair of scissors and cut her long skirt 20 centimeters from her hips. Reluctance for the dress was no match for her desire. She stood before the bronze mirror, twirling around, her eyes reflecting a hint of obsession with her appearance. Perfect. On the ship, Hong Lu soared into the air, a flutter of red silk billowing in the breeze. Her figure flashed swiftly, soon arriving at the edge of the collapsed pit. The dust that had erupted before her gradually thinned, and she vaguely discerned a silhouette within the pit. Grandfather? Hong Lu called out, her voice trembling. Yu Yao, who was rummaging for a whetstone, turned her head and asked, "Who is calling me?" Chapter 80. The frog's request for release upon hearing a voice. Hong Lu was momentarily taken aback. Yu Yao. She lifted her sleeve, dispersing the surrounding dust. At the bottom of the pit, she spotted Yu Yao, clad in a verdant celestial gown, laboriously shifting stones. Her face was smeared with dirt, and she occasionally wiped her nose with her muddy fingers. The stones, as large as grinding wheels, were tossed aside by her. Hearing the call, she turned her head to look. Hong Lu was utterly astonished. "Yeah, what are you doing? How did you end up in such a disheveled state?" She leaped into the air and landed gracefully before Yu Yao, retrieving a handkerchief from her bosom to gently wipe the grime from Yu Yao's face. Over the years, she had frequently visited Jianfeng, and Yu Yao had grown up under her watchful eye. Now, seeing her in such a state filled Hong Lu with both anger and concern. How could a young lady allow herself to become so unkempt? Upon seeing Hong Lu, Yu Yao's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, overwhelmed by a wave of grievances she could not express. "Sister Hong Lu, my senior brother is bullying me. He has raised a little demon in the courtyard and even stole my purse." Hong Lu, taken aback, inquired, "A little demon stole your purse?" "No, it was my senior brother who took it," Yu Yao replied. Furrowing her brow, Hong Lu felt a surge of irritation. It had been years since she had seen this rascal, and it seemed he had become quite adept at sneaking around with women. "Don't worry, Xiao Yao. I'll help you settle the score." As she spoke, she glanced at the bottom of the pit where Yu Yao had been digging. There lay a whetstone, roughly the size of a basin. Approaching it, she placed her hand upon the stone to sense its aura, and indeed, it bore the essence of her grandfather. "Xiao Yao, is this what you were searching for?" Yu Yao sniffled and quickly cradled the whetstone in her arms, her face alight with excitement. This was a treasure. With a single strike, it had obliterated the star plucking, creating a massive pit in the earth that spanned several miles. This was merely a casual toss. If refined for combat, its power was beyond imagination. Beaming with pride, she exclaimed, "Yes, this is the bath stone my senior brother gave me." "Huitian gave this to you?" Hong Lu raised her gaze toward the direction of the Imperial City. The whetstone had been brought by Wang Huitian, indicating that he must have met with her grandfather, though she was uncertain how their interaction had transpired. The thought of Wang Huitian's unreliable nature made her uneasy. She hoped they had not come to blows. Meanwhile, on the flying boat, Lu Rian, having tidied herself, had also arrived. She paused at the edge of the pit and shyly called down, "Is the sword saint present?" "Rian has come." Before she could finish her sentence, she realized the pit contained only her disciple and that girl from Wandao Mountain. Instantly, she scanned the surroundings with her spiritual sense, then, frustrated, turned on her heel and departed, muttering, "Bah, such a waste of anticipation." Yu Yao looked in surprise at the voluptuous woman, dressed provocatively and swaying her figure, and furrowed her brow. "Sister Hong Lu, who is that?" Hong Lu replied nonchalantly, I do not know. Perhaps she is just passing by. Within the imperial palace, Wang Huitian had returned to his small courtyard, where the golden-hued frog spirit was displayed proudly at the entrance. The golden toad symbolized the arrival of wealth and prosperity. You would do well to remain honest. I have concealed an abundance of sword energy within you. Should you dare to flee, you know the consequences. With a thud, the toad's spirit trembled in fear and promptly straightened its posture. Remember, if you fail to summon wealth, I shall still stew you and extract your stomach. I intend to craft a storage artifact for my junior sister. The toad's spirit grimaced and expelled a round bubble from its mouth. This was its innate divine ability. Losing it would not only diminish its strength, but also render it exceedingly difficult to recreate. However, there was no choice left now. Wang Huitian stowed away the stomach and entered the room. Soon the sounds of knocking and clanging echoed from within. Outside the courtyard, Wang Hao approached with a host of ministers. The toad spirit leaped in front of them. Ribbit! The crowd paused, astonished at the sight of a golden toad. Wang Hao furrowed his brow and stroked his chin, tossing a few spirit stones into the toad's mouth, which it slightly adjusted to accommodate. The other ministers' faces turned as dark as a pot's bottom. While others earned wages for their labor, they had to pay spirit stones to see their employer. How utterly outrageous! Such a reversal of fortune. Yet they dared not voice their grievances, only muttering silently within. Upon entering the courtyard, Wang Hao bowed towards the room. Your Majesty, the officials from various states have arrived in the capital, requesting your swift ascension to the imperial throne. Devious plots, cold young master, and the fourth prince have also sent gifts and letters. The sounds of hammering persisted within. Wang Huitian's voice floated out, have them wait. The ministers bowed their heads and gradually withdrew. Well, having paid the fee, they encountered not even a glimpse of the person. Outside the courtyard, Dao Yi hurriedly approached, appearing somewhat anxious. The toad spirit quickly leaped into the path. With a squelch, Dao Yi stepped over it, leaving half of its body wedged in the brick crevice. Upon entering the courtyard, he glanced around and directly pushed open the door to the room. Young man, trouble has arisen. You must come quickly. Wang Huitian, who was hammering on a lotus leaf purse, turned to look. He saw the old man produce a wine gourd, remove the stopper, and present it before Wang Huitian. Upon closer inspection, Wang Huitian gasped in shock. Inside the gourd, Li Xiaoyao's body was swollen, appearing considerably larger, his complexion pale, and his belly protruding, stretching his pristine robes. Wang Huitian, astonished, inquired, You haven't released him since your return? Dao, he lowered his head, somewhat sheepish. I feared he would strike me. Wang Huitian, filled with indignation, pointed an accusing finger at Dao Yi. Old man, you are in serious trouble. This is a betrayal of your fellow disciples. Prepare to languish in the sword prison for eternity. What shall we do? He is a dignified sword immortal. Surely he cannot drown in wine. The two peered into the wine gourd, neither daring to mention releasing Li Xiaoyao. After a moment, a spark of inspiration lit Wang Huitian's eyes. I have a plan. What plan? Let us bury this wine gourd in the hungry ghost's abyss. Perhaps he might survive. Dao Yi, placing the stopper back on the gourd, shot a disdainful glare at Wang Huitian. What macabre scheme. They remained oblivious to the fact that within Li Xiaoyao's body, intricate pathways were circulating, and countless alcoholic essences coalesced into sword energy, flowing with reckless abandon. These spirits danced freely, at times resembling swords, at others vapor. They transformed into rain and morphed into dew. When does one experience the utmost freedom in this world? Only when intoxicated, forgetting all worries. At that moment, footsteps echoed once more outside the door, and the toad spirit, marked by footprints on its back, gleamed with newfound determination. Feeling that his very life depended on acquiring enough spirit stones today, he leapt once again into the middle of the road, wide-mouthed. Croak! Liyuet crouched down, retrieving a jar of fasting pills from her bosom and pouring it into the toad spirit's mouth. This toad is quite clever, known to seek sustenance when hungry, she mused, while Honglu behind her rubbed her forehead. Xiaoya, a single fasting pill can sustain for 10 days. You might inadvertently cause its demise. Is that so? I usually treat them like candy. Before she could finish her sentence, the toad spirit's belly visibly expanded on the ground. With its stomach hollowed out and cultivation impaired, it simply could not accommodate such an abundance of fasting pills. Its eyes rolled back, and it fainted from the excess. Chapter 81. Congratulations from all directions. Yu Yao crouched on the ground, gently massaging the belly of the toad spirit, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. Hong Lu lifted her gaze towards the small courtyard, faint sounds of knocking resonating from within. As she stepped forward, the noise abruptly ceased the moment she entered the yard. Looking around, she noticed the spacious courtyard, flanked by several side rooms, while the main house revealed two faint silhouettes through the paper windows. Standing at the entrance, she sensed that the man inside was aware of her presence, yet he remained behind a closed door. Inside, Wang Huitian halted, his hand, which held a hammer, suspended in midair. His gaze followed the slight opening of the window, settling upon the elegant figure in a red dress outside. After a moment, he redirected his attention to the blood-red attire draped over him, the ominous aura seeping through, undeterred even by the sword energy of Hong Lu. His silver-white hair cascaded down his cheek, partially concealing the melancholy in his eyes. "Young man, the girl from Hongfeng Valley has arrived. Will you not venture out to see her?" Dao Yi, standing nearby, spoke in a hushed tone. He sensed an unusual atmosphere, but, after a lifetime of solitude, could not pinpoint its source. Clang, clang. The knocking resumed. Wang Huitian let the hammer drop, returning to pry open Yu Yao's purse once more. With such a sinister aura and a half-ghostly form, how could one dare to mislead a fair maiden? He remarked softly, "She is but a rosy skeleton." In the courtyard, Hong Lu furrowed her brows slightly, advancing towards the small house as an ethereal fireball ignited in her palm. The formation surrounding the house obstructed her spiritual perception, but her eyes would not deceive her. There were indeed two individuals within. How intriguing, a little spirit concealed within. Upon reaching the firmly shut door, Hong Lu thrust her fireball forcefully against it. Boom! An explosion erupted, fierce flames surging through the cracks of the door. "Oh dear!" An elderly voice exclaimed from within, as Dao Yi rushed out, his cultivation shielding him from harm, yet his beard and hair were singed black by the flames and smoke. Hong Lu stood momentarily stunned. Wasn't there supposed to be a little spirit hidden inside? Why had an old man emerged instead? Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. This was Dao Yi, the esteemed leader of the Elder Hall of Wandao Mountain. Recognizing his identity, she hurried forward to extinguish the flames on Dao Yi. "Oh no! Esteemed elder, what has happened to you?" Dao Yi shot her a fierce glare. "What happened? What do you think happened? I haven't wronged anyone. Yet my front teeth are gone, my wine jug shattered, and now my beard and hair are singed." Seeing Dao Yi's furious demeanor, Hong Lu felt a twinge of guilt. "Esteemed elder, I apologize. I did not know it was you inside. Who else could it be? A ghost, perhaps?" He retorted, perhaps there truly is a ghost." With that realization, his expression shifted as he comprehended the young man's intentions. Dao Yi let out a huff of displeasure and turned astride out of the courtyard. "The young man is inside. You may enter and have a proper conversation with him. Alas, I have been rather unfortunate of late." "Oh, Yu Yao, what are you doing?" "Do not poke him in the abdomen with that needle. It could explode." A resounding boom echoed from outside the courtyard. In the distance, a frog with its eyes rolled back was swept into the sky, accompanied by a billowing cloud of smoke. Hong Lu pinched her nose and turned away, waving her sleeve to disperse the smoke and sparks as she entered the room. She focused on the figure standing in the room, clutching a half piece of lotus leaf, and leapt toward him, embracing him tightly. He shuddered slightly and casually discarded the lotus leaf into the trash can. Upon embracing Wang Huitian, Hong Lu was suddenly enveloped in a chilling aura that froze the layers of her floating gauze skirt. Nevertheless, she did not let go, whispering softly in Wang Huitian's ear, "Where have you been all these years? I was searching for a path. Did you find it?" After a moment of silence, Wang Huitian pondered. Did he truly find it? He could not see the path, yet every step he had taken was indeed a pathway. But he was alone upon that road. "Enough, Hong Lu, let me go. My energy may harm you. I refuse to release you." Days later, in the Qianquan Hall, Wang Hao summoned the ministers to discuss the impending enthronement of the new emperor. The transition of the throne was not merely a matter of replacing one individual. Numerous rituals needed to be conducted, and the various provinces required reassurance. With the defeat of the Snow Demon Army, new forces were needed to guard the cold snow mountains. And the old troops of the Northern Town Army were returning to re-establish their banner. The weight of these matters pressed heavily upon him, and he felt as though he was losing more hair by the day, bearing the title of a fallen prince while fulfilling the duties of an emperor. He often longed to escape alongside Wang Huitian, to put an end to it all. Wang Huitian, why has His Majesty not yet arrived? What is he doing? Wang Huitian forced a sheepish smile. His Majesty has been refining alchemical pills and is currently attempting to salvage them. Wang Hao, standing in front of the hall, was sweating with anxiety. And now, Fairy Hong Lu is still doing His Majesty's makeup. And now, Fairy Wei Yao has fallen into the spirit sealing well. His Majesty is trying to retrieve her. Wang Hao stood in the hall, staring blankly at the back door, feeling as if he might sprout grass atop his head. He vowed that if he were ever to become emperor, he would certainly attend court punctually, never allowing the sessions to drag on. The ministers within the hall murmured among themselves, sighing in exasperation. At that moment, the door finally creaked open, and Wang Huitian stepped forth. Clad in a robe adorned with dragon motifs and crowned with a celestial headpiece, he looked majestic. Upon arriving at the front of the hall, he adjusted his belt, causing his regal demeanor to falter significantly. Then, he pulled out a small stool and set it down, further diminishing his imposing presence. Your Majesty, you have finally arrived. Here are the congratulatory messages sent by the various princes. Wang Huitian accepted them one by one, not paying much heed to the congratulatory letters from the provinces, but focusing instead on those from the military leaders. First was Lung Xiao, whose message was relatively normal, primarily extending congratulations on the new emperor's ascension, though it contained some superfluous details. Then came the insidious congratulatory note, its tone rigid and devoid of genuine sentiment. It was evident that little emotion had been invested in its composition. Finally, Wang Huitian received the congratulatory message from the fourth prince, and he furrowed his brow in disbelief as he gazed at Wang Hao. He did not send a gift and even demanded money from me? How outrageous! This scoundrel must harbor treasonous intentions. It seems I must pay a visit to Xingyue Pass and ascertain just how impoverished he truly is. Wang Huitian cursed under his breath as he read through the letter, feeling utterly perturbed. What kind of prince resorts to begging on the streets? Sneaking out at midnight to steal horse fodder, drinking melted snow, and surviving on the dirt of Guanyin? Is this behavior befitting a royal? Wang Hao head bowed, silently cursed his brother. Not only did Wang Huitian doubt the veracity of the claims, but he himself found them hard to believe. Setting aside the fourth prince's profound cultivation, did he truly require mundane sustenance? Absurd. This letter is utterly preposterous. It was clear that little thought had gone into its writing. Just as Wang Huitian prepared to dismiss the congratulatory note, he noticed a subtle movement of his finger, causing him to frown. Hidden within this letter was another secret missive. Chapter 82. Contending with Destiny, sensing the sincerity within the letter. Wang Huitian's vertical pupils opened wide as he gazed upward. The content was scant, yet it caused his brow to furrow momentarily. The saint son of the demon sect, Li Changsheng, had recently crossed the Xingyue Pass and was making his way towards the imperial city. Observing Wang Huitian in a daze, Wang Hao whispered in the hall, Your Majesty, it is time to proceed to the imperial road for your conferral. Each emperor of the Great Qin undergoes a ceremonial rite upon ascending the throne, to attune oneself to the will of heaven and tread upon the divine path in pursuit of celestial endorsement. Upon receiving heaven's recognition, one is granted rewards from the Tao of heaven, which elucidates why princes vie for the throne. Not only can they harness the vast resources of the Great Qin, but they also receive the nurturing of dragon energy and the favor of the heavens. With such profound blessings, it is nearly impossible not to attain enlightenment. Regaining his focus, Wang Huitian placed the fourth prince's letter within his robe, his expression beset with conflict. Must I truly tread the divine path? I did not share a cordial rapport with that old cadre of the Tao. Wang Hao perceived his reluctance as mere pretext, for the Tao of heaven is impartial, devoid of any notions of enmity. Your Majesty, this is a long-standing tradition of the Great Qin. Without celestial endorsement, the hearts of a billion subjects will not align with you. Faced with no option to evade, Wang Huitian rose and strode towards the palace exit, a host of ministers trailing behind him. In a corner, the former Left Chancellor Wei Zhuang kept his official hat pulled low. Having just been summoned back by Wang Hao from his seclusion, he was keen to remain unnoticed by Wang Huitian. This fellow is a pitfall. Approaching him would surely lead to a fall. At that moment, as Wang Huitian reached the palace entrance, he unexpectedly turned around, his face alight with joy as he exclaimed, "Ah, Wei Zhuang." The latter trembled upon hearing his name, instinctively stepping back. Yet, Wang Huitian came forward, clasping his shoulder. "Haha, it truly is you. Why did you not come to the palace to reminisce?" Wang Huitian led Wei Zhuang outside, introducing him to the other court officials as he walked. "Esteemed colleagues, Wei Zhuang is a bosom friend of mine. During Wang Daoyang's reign, he stood by me. In my times of despair, it was Brother Wei who generously offered his garments to alleviate my dire need. He is indeed a trusted minister of mine." Seeing Wei Zhuang brought him immense delight. Reminiscent of the days when their encounters required discretion, fearing they would be suspected of illicit relations. Yet now, only a few years have passed, and there was no longer a need for such caution. Their bond could finally surface without trepidation. The court officials cast peculiar glances at Wei Zhuang, who felt as though he were being pricked by 1,000 needles. He noticed that Wang Huitian seemed remarkably transformed, the only constant being his penchant for entanglement. Good heavens! Such words will lead others to misunderstand. Your Majesty, now that you are the esteemed emperor of the Great Qin, we must maintain the distinction between ruler and subject. Wei Zhuang implored, his expression darkening. What distinction between ruler and subject? Am I truly such a person? Wang Huitian's brow furrowed. Wei Zhuang lowered his head, his countenance grim. For the love of heaven, please remain that kind of person. Upon exiting the imperial palace and walking 10 miles, they arrived at a towering peak, where a vast square was constructed, surrounded by ancient towers. At the edge of the square lay a bronze staircase ascending towards the heavens. This was the divine path. The heavenly ladder consists of 999 steps. Those who ascend this celestial staircase may hear the will of heaven and receive divine rewards. It is said that those who reach the final step may receive the heavenly law, ascending in a single bound. For nearly a millennium, the highest anyone has reached is merely 300 steps, while the previous Qin emperor